Ayan.
Oh,
Ayan,
well,
so kami ang inyong mga kasama today. Tulad lang ng ginawa ni Bill kahapon, i-introduce ko sa inyo ang ating panel host in a bit. Pero ayun, nakasama natin si Dax at saka si Wolf. At kumusta naman ang araw niyo mga gentlemen ngayong Friday bago mag-weekend?
Oh, so ito ka na naman, kinukuha mo naman yung trabaho ng iba. But of course,
Sorry,
we are
sorry, sorry.
joined by Mr. Wolf here on our hosting panel. We also have, of course, incredible games coming our way. Kasi ito masasabi ko sa'yo, Osay, sobrang excited na ako na nakabalik na rin ako dito sa VCT page. Because
Ayun,
the
sa
past
wakas.
2 days, I have been glued to my screen. Parang tipong, uy, VCT time na from 2 to anong oras? Mga 11 o'clock. Buong araw,
Grabe.
naka-on lang yung Valorant para sa akin eh.
Yeah.
Long day. Ayan, pakilala natin ang panel host.
What's the host? Ika naman!
Ayun.
Things can go wrong talaga. Ganun talaga ang buhay pero kailangan lang nating
Patuloy.
labanan. Kumbaga, kung hindi pa tapos ang match, ilalaban pa rin natin. Kung hindi pa 13 kalaban, let's still fight. My name is Wolf. Kasama ko si Dax at si Osiris. And obviously, nandito tayo sa VCTPH 2024
Ayun.
broadcast
Mhm.
na hatid sa atin syempre ng ating tournament organizer, ang Miniski Global. At maraming salamat din sa PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
And also, thanks to our official super app, Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. I mean, you guys hear the tone a lot, right? Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals.
At ang paboritong trivia ni Vil na ang tournament na ito ay officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Ayan. Okay, si Dax ay just following Dax, mukhang eventful ang kanyang linggo. Congratulations
Ay,
sa'yo. Sana
uy.
all. Yan.
Parang naman di rin ikaw.
Pero syempre, eventful din yan para sa mga Valorant matches natin. And we already started talaga yung eksena na ng Valorant dito sa Pilipinas. And not only that, internationally din. Only ang mapapanood nating mga Valorant sa but we have to focus on what is in front of us. Ano nga ba ang dalawang team na maglalaban ngayon, Dax? Kasi parang may konti confusion yata yung mga viewers natin kanina eh.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, right? Nakita na natin yung mga teams. They've all played a match at least over the past 2
Yes.
days. And we are gonna be kicking things off with a bit of a rematch, guys, kung pansin nyo. Carti Esports versus Old Stinky Cat. Yung MEOW na acronym na mahal ng marami. And this is a matchup na nakita na natin nung open qualifiers last week.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I believe, Osiris, parang nakas natin yung araw na yon. I'm not entirely sure kung yung mismong match na to yung nakita. But we were working on that. And ano nga ba yung pwede nating take away mula dun sa unang paglalaban nila that we can expect in this particular matchup again?
Well, observing nga sa kanilang history, pareha silang nanggaling sa 2-1. Pero itong Old Stinky Cat, nanalo sila in a 2-1 fashion against Valhalla, habang ang RT Esports naman is natalo with Just Us in a 2-1 din. So, might be a long day for us, no? Heading into the weekend kasi medyo yung mga games nga natin mas nagiging dikit. Compared dati na mas mostly one-sided, and that tells a lot on how high the standards are right now na lahat nagkakapantay-pantay in terms of playing.
Yeah. Ang makikilala natin itong dalawang teams na to for sure. And one thing na kailangan take note is galing silang mga qualifiers.
Yep.
So far ba with sabi mo nga Dax na panood na natin at least once itong mga teams na to, meron na ba tayong at least rating man lang sa mga open qualifier teams natin? Do you think they're up to the task? I mean, syempre may mga common names na dyan, but can they actually go up against the invited teams?
I'll be real with you. I think it's a bit of a different tale for these two teams, and especially based on the records right now na nakikita natin. On one side, you got Carti Esports, you got some good names there, like si Hem6, si Eugene Ness, na matagal na talagang duelist for multiple teams in VCT. Pero it really feels like they struggle to close things out. Parang kung maabot ng endurance run, natalo pa sa Just Us. Pero the potential is there, especially how explosive they can be. I watched from the open qualifiers nun, si Hem6 nakakuha nga ng ace to try and bring Carti Esports into the fold. But on the other side, guys, ito yung masasabi ko tungkol sa Old Stinky Cat. I think people don't understand ano yung core ng team na ito. And I'm gonna be straight with you two. it's Game Lab Alpha from last year. Bakit hindi sila na direct invite into VCTPH this year? Kasi doon sila nag-underperform nung split 2 last year. Umabot lang silang 6th place at Geek Fam at Zol yung nakapasok tuloy sa direct invite. But if you look at that core, you look at how they play, and especially nung paano nila tinalo yung Valhalla kahapon, alam mo na, ito yung team na pwede bumalik do sa at least top 3 ng PH na nagawa nila last year.
Yeah, exactly. Nakita natin kung paano sila na ipaglaro with Lotus, and Game Lab has been one of the teams who's notorious on taking that map. At Atoltas nga para dito sa Carti Esports, which is sabihin natin may mga performance talaga sila Hem6 as one of the veterans, and Eugene S, and even Gabo has his own shining moments during the qualifiers. Pero then again, you are fighting a very experienced team na talagang sabihin natin babad from split 1, split 2 and had to go OQ, pero nakapasok pa rin. Speaks a lot na kung gaano sila ready on taking these games.
Yeah. Mamaya pa natin makikita at may introduce yung mga players natin mismo for the uninitiated. Pero may gusto akong itanong muna sa inyo. Meron ba tayong kailangang tutukan na player sa ngayon with this for each team? Like, we're looking at Carti Esports, kunwari Dax. Sino ba ang, actually, skip ko. Gusto ko itanong sa'yo about sa Old Singing kasi parang mas, parang kaka-intro mo lang kanina na ito yung core nila, ganun. So, sino yung dapat abangan sa team na to?
I think truthfully, we talked about multiple times last year yung core ni na Folex, Aeonix, at ONQT. ONQT, of course, all that shot caller from Game Lab Alpha. But it's really the new faces of Old Stinky Cat na kailangan natin pansinin ngayon eh.
Yeah. Okay. Sakto, we actually have the teams now. Ito, makikita natin kung sino nga ba ang mga magbabakbakan. First of all, introduce natin, syempre, ang Old Stinky Cat. Ayan. Saktong-sakto nami-mention na nga ni Dax yung core ng team. That's Aeonix, that's Dizzy, Folex, Dignified, and ONQT. Ngayon, gusto ko naman tanungin itong si Osiris. What do you think about this team, and ano ba yung nagsa-stand out para sa'yo?
Well, yung pagpasok din dito ni DZ FPS, no, as one of the Gecko mains na nakikita na, I mean, the name itself from the DZ, isa siya sa mga bago dito na talagang nagme-mesh well. So ramdam na ramdam natin yung synergy on how well they play the utilities, na parang it's just another Game Lab in a bit of a tweak lang.
Yeah. And now we'll look at their opponents. Ngayon, ang Carti Esports. Interesting name mula nung una pa lang. Pero, familiar naman na kanilang mga gen. Nakita niyo na sila before kung saan man. That's Hem6, Saves, that's si Gabo, si Eugene S, at si Trix. Dax, ano naman ang chika dito sa Carti Esports?
Basta ang alam ko, maganda yung filter ni Eugene S sa picture niya eh.
Imagine mo yan eh.
Diba? Purple na purple. But the truth about this roster is sila yung medyo bago in terms of being Carti Esports. Ang alam ko talaga, back in their community run from before, si Gabo na lang yung tunay na natira from that last year. And instead, they have these names na nagka-impact dati. I mean, I've talked about S, I've talked about M6, but Trix, of course, I think na-mentioned rin kahapon sa mga ibang mga cast, used to be part of that Oasis roster, a strong collegiate resume as well sa Itamaraos ng FIT, if I remember correctly. And he also brought out something very interesting yesterday para sa side ng Carti, diba? First time natin makakita ng deadlock dito sa VCTPH.
Yeah.
And it unfortunately didn't really work out the way that they would like, pero alam mo talaga, may niluluto dito ang Carti Esports eh.
Yeah. How about you, Osiris?
Yeah, isa rin yun sa na-observe ko na medyo nahirapan lang or hindi lang nila na-execute. You got the idea of a deadlock, especially nga na with the recent buff that it received. Kaso, siyempre natuto ako from the Masters, Dax and Fluffy, na post-plan situation would be strong in the side of deadlock. Pero once na hindi mo makuha yung post-plan situation, paano ka mag-function?
Siyempre, kailangan nating tingnan ngayon sino ba yung dapat abangan between the two teams. Like, who is leading the squad sa ngayon na kailangan nating tingnan maigi. That's Folex as well as Gabo. Tingnan naman natin yung mga yung mga stats parang generally mas pabor dito kay Folex. Tingin nyo ba ay makakatapat talaga ang veterano na si Gabo, known name in the scene in this particular series?
Yeah, I think so because Gabo right now again has to be that core player from Carti, and there's a reason why he was still retained over anyone else. Folex though, big proving ground against Valhalla kasi isipin mo mga pangalan na katapat ni Folex nung matchup nila, 'di ba? Si Georgie na talaga the Boracay Jet, one of the best duelists in the PH. EJ na galing ng VCT Pacific at kinaya ni Folex yun. So really for Carti right now, I guess yun talaga yung magiging key to victory nila. Bantayan at try nila i-contain ang magagawa ni Folex ngayon eh.
Exactly. Consistency is the key dahil nga nakita naman natin na si Gabo on his KJ, ilan yung mga nakuha niyang kills on the open qualifiers has been really a core para nga maka-move up sila. But Folex with his own consistency naman, talagang nagta-top frag pa rin siya every map kahit matalo man sila. So, dito magkakaalaman kung sino nga ba talaga yung pwedeng mangibabaw sa current teams natin.
I'm glad that you brought up yung mapa dahil eventually yan na yung mga pag-uusapan natin. Very quickly lang, Dax and Osiris, ano ba yung mga expectations natin dito na ipaprioritize ng mga teams when it comes to their map picks?
Kung may Venn diagram tayo ng maps, diba? I think Lotus is a map that both of these teams would want to play. It was very successful for Carti Esports for very long, and especially na natalo na nila yung OSC no open qualifiers dito 13-11. On the other hand, we always talk about OSC having that game lab history. That was their best map from 2023. Continuing on 2024, best map pa din nila. And yung only talo nga nila so far dito sa Lotus is against Carti Esports, so you know they're gonna be hungry for a bit of revenge.
Yeah, so Lotus will be there. Icebox always has been one of the, sabihin na natin, a decider map. So pwede rin siyang lumabas, especially din yung mga Cypher would be a great pick ngayon. A Split is a great Cypher map. So Split might be showing up as well. Napakaraming possibilities, but I'm banking on an Icebox and Split.
Yeah, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, yun yung ganun na ganun yung naging mapa natin from before when they faced up against each other. So napakataas yan naman ang chance na dyan lang din tayo babalik.
Ang gusto ko sabihin, ito rin yung huwag natin kalimutan, there was a very specific map na baka takot na ang Carti Esports to play on versus Old Stinky Cat, and it is Bind. Because MEOW picked that up, and if you guys remember what happened in the open qualifiers, it was a beautiful 13-0. So, Carti Esports, they might be using their first ban sa ating map selection mamaya para lang doon unless may iba nilang plano.
Wow. At mukhang mas maganda na lang din, sabi nga nila, err on the side of caution. Mas maganda nga maging safe na lang. Lalo na ngayon na nandito tayo sa group stage kung saan points sobrang nagmamatter nito. And I think dito na tayo pupunta sa mga difficult questions. Let's start with the difficult questions now, which is, ano nga ba ang inyong prediction sa series na to? Ako, easily, I would go for Old Stinky Cat dahil ang angas ang ganda nung ang ganda nung nila abbreviation nila. MEOW instead. Just kidding. I think they got this. I think mas maganda naman yung track record nila so far the past 2 weeks. So mas madaling pumabor sa kanila. But how about you, Dax? Sino yung sa tingin mo mananalo sa series na to?
Wait lang, may skit ako pero 50-50 kung gagana.
Okay, sige.
Okay, I'm gonna reveal to you guys my prediction. Ay, harang ako Bro, harang ako! I'm gonna go for Old Stinky Cat as well. And nasasabi talaga natin, the fact that they took down a team like Valhalla yesterday really proves na this is a very meticulous team na alam nila yung mga plano nila, alam nila yung roles nila. There's a little bit less ego sa pag ginagawa nila. And I love the fact that they have up-and-coming players. Si Dignified, matagal ko na rin nakita yung career niya at paano siya ma-ascenso. It's great to see here in VCTPH. And it just goes to show, sa Old Stinky Cat, meron silang old faces na nag-succeed na may new faces na alam nilang naka-prove na sa community scene. It is their chance to make a bigger splash now.
And sana hindi old and stinky yung pinakita mo sa atin.
Uy, malinis yan. Kakaligo lang yan. Yuyo, inaaway ka.
Ako as a cat dad tulad ni Dax, syempre hindi muna ako mag-old stinky cat kasi yun yung binoto ko kahapon. I wanna give the chance din para dito sa Carti Esports na patanayan yung kanilang sarili at make sure na they are still part of the league. Feeling ko mas gutom sila ngayon with the recent loss, and having 2-1s across the board means they can contest anyone. Although I'm a G-Lab fan, but still Carti for now.
At least at least one of us ay magiging tama after the end of the series so far kasi naging parang
Lagi na
unanimous
lang ako
sa
mali eh.
mga panel natin na lately at to the point na naka-curse yung mga teams na ganun. So mababa yung turn rate. But at least now medyo it's not it's a split decision between the two of us. Siguro mabilis na lang din na tanong dito kay Dax. Ano yung isang key factor na pwedeng gawin dapat ng kalaban nila which is Carti Esports kung paano nila ma-overcome yung yung kanilang kalaban.
I do feel like here for Carti Esports, yung one of the biggest strengths nila is pag online ang backline. So it really has to be Eugene S making that space to give the chance for players like Hem6 to get those pop-off moments. Kasi para sa Carti, yung pinakapansin ko pag mahulog kagad yung frontline nila, mahulog kagad yung duelist, nahihirapan yung Carti ito maasa sa clutch. Pero pag nakapwesto sila na maayos at makahanap ng pick or ang space at the very least, it really feels like dun yung magiging potential ng Carti na okay, ito na tamang moment natin kasi naging problema nila nung kalaban Just Us, medyo nag-gas out sila pagdating nung icebox. So it's just a bit of that endurance rin moving forward.
Yeah. And how about you, Cyrus? You voted para dun sa Carti Esports. So, isang mabilis lang, ano yung dapat gawin ng Old Stinky Cat para mamali ang prediction mo?
Feeling ko, just be explosive. I mean, let loose. Ganun naman lagi ang game lab. They just need to do their task and then that's it.
Tignan natin kung magagawa yan ng dalawang teams as we head on over to our Vito, kung di ako nagkakamali, ibabato muna natin to sa ating mga malulupit na casters. Kaya na muna.
Welcome everybody to the English broadcast of VALORANT Challengers 2024 Philippines, and we're going to be your casters for our first match of the day. My name is Riku, joined by Fluffy, and we'll be taking you to our first match, which is going to be Carti Esports versus OSC. How you doing, Fluffy?
Very good and very excited. Yesterday, we already saw how Carti Esports proved that they're one of those top teams, or potentially could be. Unfortunately for them, though, they did fall on their game. So I'm kind of worried that they might join Valhalla to be the second team that goes 0-2. But we can say the same thing about Old Stinky Cat, because they're a team that really dominated their first map yesterday. But moving forward to that series, going all the way to that best of 3, it really proved and kind of showed their weaknesses, that when they go that long distance, they might have a hard time and struggle towards the end.
Exactly. I couldn't help but smile when you said best of 3, because when we look at both of these teams, both of them encountered a very long drawn BO3 series, which, you know, could possibly happen between these two teams. As, you know, the panel have stated, it is going to be the map Vito soon, and there are a lot of expectations when it comes to map, including Split and as well as Lotus.
Yeah, a lot of things that can be in contention here. Funnily enough, during the open qualifiers, they have faced each other at least once before, and Bind is going to be one of those maps I'm going to be keeping my eye on, because Carti Esports, they played it yesterday. Unfortunately, though they tried to mount a comeback, they didn't really make it through that one. And during that open qualifier match that I was talking about, Old Stinky Cat did go a magical 13-0 against them in that map.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned the open qualifiers, because I know that Carti Esports joined the first open qualies but couldn't make it out, so they barely made it, landed at third to clutch that entry, air quote, towards VCT Challengers for this year. So again, we'll have to see now. The first banned out map is Breeze.
Makes sense. They really want to, you know, from the team identities, we know that the Carti Esports players do rely heavily on their duelists. They have a strong backline as well, but being able to really funnel their enemies through smaller chokes will be a good strength to have. MEOW instantly gonna remove Sunset out of the pool. We've seen them struggle in this map as well. So Lotus being open is a good pick for CE. They did win their game on this map against this team, and might be one of those inklings where, you know, we've done it once, so maybe we can do it again.
Yeah, I think that's a very high possibility. And as well as the Split, as of recent experience, both of these teams have, won within their series. But instead, it is going to be Ascend, which is, again, yesterday, or rather a few days ago, it is Old Stinky Cat actually losing to that in their BO3 series.
It's actually really interesting because Ascent, you'd think for a lot of these newer teams, is a map that they would kind of fall back to because a lot of the players that we see in these two teams have a lot of those strong fundamentals, and you'd think that that would lend itself to an older map like Ascent. But for some reason, after the current map pool changes, without Haven, without Pearl, a lot of teams have been kind of avoiding Ascent and favoring these other bigger maps. And Bind, gonna be selected by MEOW. Not a surprise there. They're very strong, 13-0 on this map against Cardi already. So if they can repeat that success, they can close this out. If so, more on map 1, I feel like is where the pressure is going to be.
Yeah, I'm really interested on seeing the performances of both teams on Ascent, just because I think it has been mentioned time and time again how it is a test of fundamentals and your mastery towards not only the agents, but as well as this map that has been there since the first iteration of Valorant, year 0. We're talking about that. But Bind, I'm interested to see this as well, as Icebox now taken out of the pool.
Interesting one there. Smaller maps gone. Surprisingly, Split still left in the pool, but a lot of teams do decide to make that the decider. A lot of teams are very comfy getting that comeback potential, especially if they can stack up those rounds towards that defense side. But still, 2 maps still open. It's a 50-50 of what we're going to see on that 3rd map.
Yeah, exactly. So right now what's left is definitely what we are expecting, which is Split and as well as Lotus. I do feel like once Lotus arrives, while we see that both teams have an even playground, we did see the explosiveness of Old Stinky Cats when it comes to that sort of like 3-side map.
I'm kind of surprised that Lotus is the decider, given that MEOW had the opportunity to basically pick which one they are going to end up going in case they go the distance, which we know both of these teams have that durability to do. Lotus is the map that actually they lost against this team, so that might be a sign that they're like, we either learned from our mistakes really well, or maybe we're just more comfy starting with a side pick instead.
Yeah, I do think it just means that this is definitely going to be... I can't help but think that this is on the Old Stinky Cat side when it comes to Lotus, just because what we've seen their performances way back in 2023 from the core of Game Lab Alpha, where I do feel like the explosiveness, whenever I think of explosiveness, it does feel like it's a Lotus. Like when we watch PRX play that map, I do think if they're able to like replicate that same performance, then they will be able to take it home if we only reach on map 3.
I mean, on their previous series against, I believe, is Valhalla or maybe another team, but they were able to really get a dominant lead on that Lotus map, and it's one of the reasons why they had such a strong start. I mean, at the end of the day, the panel mentioned it a while ago, but this is the same core that we had on Game Lab Alpha. Yes, there are a couple of changes that were kind of questionable going into the debut game, but after seeing Dignified as well as Dizzy FPS play, and I think there's 6-man Ash as well, it's still a lot of that same core DNA where they have a Fall X duo with now either Dizzy or Dignified, but still, I feel like a lot of these newer players really mesh well with that current core, and they still feel like a veteran team, although they've quote-unquote been kind of new.
Yeah, I think that's what I like about, this year's VCT Challengers for the Philippines, is that it does feel like there's a lot of really big moves when it comes to the roster swaps in general, but still keeping the core from the very beginning, since the since the inception of such team, and then have rebranded and stuff like that. So I'm really excited to see how this is going to pan out, because the first map, correct me if I'm wrong, it's Ascent, and I'm wondering how that's going to pan out as well.
That I feel like that will speak more of like who starts on the defense side rather than the agents, but I'm sure we're going to see that a bit later. But right now, we got to talk about a couple players here and there. I already mentioned how Dizzy and Dignified are new into the roster. I'm not sure if Dizzy will be playing or if it'll be Ash, because I feel like it's a role difference. Every time they needed a duelist, they've been using Dizzy, but sometimes when they need more of a controller player or initiator, they have subbed in Ash for a couple games.
I actually want to ask you in relation to, players now for agent composition, since we'll be going to agent select quite soon. Since, Cardi Esports tried to do a no sentinel on Split 1 yesterday, do you think there's any iteration of new compositions that we'll probably see on Ascent? Anything that you want to see, perhaps?
I feel like although a lot of agents are kind of okay at best on Ascent. There's still that standard composition that a lot of teams kind of
Classic.
gravitate to. It's very hard nowadays, especially after the Cypher buffs, to not have a Cypher on your team in comparison to like a KJ or maybe a Deadlock. The controller, generally speaking nowadays, is just an omen. Some teams, they might go for that double controller, but I feel like it's not a necessity and it's more of a want. If that suits your playstyle, that's great. But we know that, at least for the side of Karti Esports, they're duelists in Eugene S, and sometimes Gabo plays it as well. The duelist, if he's not playing Sentinel, they really lend themselves to a more initiating strategy or something that can get that momentum and that ball rolling early.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes me wonder, maybe there's not exactly a need for, I don't know, that double controller the same way that they did back in their split map performance, which they won. So perhaps we're going to be seeing more of the classic stuff. So I'm not going to be surprised there. It's going to be, as cliche as it sounds, it's going to be all down to execution for sure. But a lot of the casters have gravitated towards old Sticky Cats a little bit more just because of their history. The core, we keep talking about Game Lab Alpha, on where the core has made a lot of the top 2 teams in each season sweat a little bit. They can take a few surprises against probably Naos, Oasis, so you can definitely not count out old Sticky Cats.
Yeah, I mean, this is that kind of team that if they punch together, that punch is rock solid and it can really hit where it really hurts, makes gods bleed, like you mentioned. And they've shown that they have the potential to climb up there and kind of bout with the best, but it doesn't mean that that's necessarily always going to happen. It really does depend on how good they mesh well together. Like I mentioned a bit earlier, I do feel like though that Dignified, coming from a different FPS game, as well as Dizzy, have really proven themselves individually as players. Like on the Ascent game yesterday, we saw Dignified when he was playing, I believe he was playing the controller or initiator, and he was holding that A side a lot. Regardless if he was being pushed on the defense by both the A main or from tree, he was always stalwart enough to just get the trades for his teammates and isolate his angles, because he has one of the crispiest aim that I have seen in these newer generation of players.
Well, that means this interaction, again, with, old Sticky Cats, while it's not necessarily like new as they've encountered each other on open qualifiers, then I guess the expectation for this upcoming match is going to be pew, pew, pew.
Yep. Pew, pew, pew.
I had to do that!
More of that
Catch
today.
you off guard again, Fluffy!
You
It
got
has
me.
been a quiet, beginning, like very standard start. We had to do that. It's been a tradition.
It's
for
been a
our
tradition.
hard pair.
What's our hard pair name again?
Koofy.
Ah, let's
Yes!
do something else.
What? What's the
I
other
forgot.
one?
It's been a while. It's nice to be back here at VCT PH
Same.
2024. I feel like the last time we were casting was a different language in a different part of the world, but now
Oh,
that
yeah.
we're back here in our local circuit, it's nice to see local players rise up, both the new and old generation. And I feel like that's something that reflects in this game, because we have those players like Eugene S. We've seen him in RNT and previous teams before that are, I would say, more structured. And of course, Hem6 returning alongside Trix, formerly from Oasis as well, and SV Empire, or was it Hashira, one of those teams. And they've been in the circuit for a long time. And even though some of the players might be a bit young in terms of experience in the VCT circuit, they are quote-unquote veterans for the most part.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but it does feel like compared to maybe a year ago or like the 2 splits back to back, it does feel like this is, correct me if I'm wrong, Fluffy, like the most amount of new, I guess, names when it comes to team-wise, but a lot of returning players that either haven't played in a while or have played from a previous team, and it's just a lot of roster shuffles with probably maybe 1 or 2 core members intact from the previous one from like last year.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree there. I mean, if you guys have been following VCT for the past couple of days, every time you look at like a team roster reveal, there's like 10 people with 10 different jerseys. Everyone knows each other. No one has a picture. Everyone's just shuffling around. Like, these lobbies are the types that if they queued in a ranked game in our local server and they're on the same, they'd probably end up looking like one of these teams. It's like a gacha game, and it's just who can gel together the best.
Actually, you're so right. It does feel like just a lot of different, jerseys when we see like the team roster reveal, or like when we do like the panel and stuff. It just feels like you're right. Everybody pretty much knows each other. Everybody has probably teamed up with each other before and now against each other, and a lot of like a couple of new blood mixed into this. Again, experienced players. So we'll have to check out Agent Select as we head on over soon to Ascent. Let's see what people are cooking.
Let's see, indeed. And of course, kind of disappointed a little, but also a little expected. A very standard composition from both teams. I don't even have to look that hard to see that they are exactly the same.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a mirror matchup here on Ascent. Try and test it multiple times, therefore do not fix what is not broken. And again, a lot of eyes again on the duelist here. We keep talking about again Fall X and now Eugene S on the Jet matchup.
It's a lot of pressure going to be on those Vanguard players playing on the front lines, but I'd like to give credit as well to a lot of the back line. I think Dax mentioned it earlier, how sometimes when the duelists do falter, it's all up to that back line to really catch things up. And Hemzix on that Viper yesterday really showed how strong he can be, getting so many clutches at low HP, regardless if he's on a Vandal or a Classic. He just does the work. And on the other side of things, on old Stinky Cat, for me, I already mentioned it, that Dignified has played so well in his roles and is one of the more reliable newer players that I've seen so far.
Yeah, that's very absolutely exciting to see. Again, players that we haven't seen in a while, and as well as you mentioned, the Hemzix clutch factor here for the side of Cardi Esports. What I remember as well, Owen QT back then during Split 1, Split 2 of 2023, he has a similar reliability when it comes to the later portions of a round. So I can't help but think of a possibility of the usual clutch Omen players, especially when it comes to Ascent.
We got a lot of smoke criminals nowadays here in the VCTPH, and he is, of course, one of the most notorious. But one of the things that I also would love to bring up, rather, is the fact that with two teams with the exact same team comp, it's really going to be all skill and all timing. Whoever can get the most value, especially when you have a kit in your team like that KO knife, having that available to really just nullify any of the opponent's timings. If you use it at the correct time, you can just mess up the plans of the opposing team with just trading that one piece of utility, and that is going to be all up to these KO players. And Tricks on one end, Dignified on the other, two very strong players. And like I mentioned, Dignified, he came from that previous FPS. He still has that skill, but does he have that Valorant experience as someone like Tricks does?
Yeah, that transition is definitely going to be a huge factor coming in for their second match of this split. Remember, Cardi Esports coming off from a loss. Meanwhile, old Stinky Cats again carrying that momentum over to their second game. It makes me wonder how it's going to pan out, because as we keep talking about Ascent, all down to execution, it does feel like the playbook of Ascent is already filled with from plan A to plan Z. So it's all about who will be able to be consistent with their playbook.
Well, right now, very standard defense going to pop up as we move on to map number 1 of game number 1 of day 3. We have the A set up already with Killjoy for the defensive side and a bit of 1-2-2 here as well. For the attackers, more postured towards hitting A, but they do have that lurk outside with their own Killjoy in case they have any shenanigans, or maybe he can get a pick or two.
Yeah, at this point, we get to see C primed in position onto A, just the sole Killjoy there. But that's going to be a turret. We'll be detecting any sort of push.
I just saw that Nano Swarm go on top of a roof. I'm pretty sure that was not intentional there. Not the best piece of utility that you can use, but still at least they get the early info that they're going to be pushed in. Recon Dark going to give a free sight here onto A. It looks like it's going to be posturing for this defensive retake to happen in this 5v5.
Yeah, at least that is still a 5-man retake with Eugene S. And a quick trade coming from Fall X. No, a duelist in exchange for Owen QT. And at this point, it is going to be the lead when it comes to MEOW. There's him dashing in. 3v3 scenario. All I have to do is hold one through hell. And that's a quick 1-2 kill. Aeonic's the only one left coming from short. And now at this point, the crossfire is already pretty much set up. Kills one from hell. Healthy HP. 97. And already one hit away, creating a 1v1 scenario. Can he do the clutch? That's the question. Holding on to half, and that's going to be a no. Gabot still able to make that work.
Oh, old Stinky Cat, they tried their best trying to crawl out of that grave, claw their way out and make themselves known. But unfortunately, in that situation, the crossfire just beautifully set up. I thought that there was a chance that they were able to clutch that out because he was able to get that half on the defuse, but it just wasn't enough time. Too much pressure with this double A main setup, and Aeonix tried his best, was not enough for this pistol round. Moving on though, at least they'll have a better buy, and maybe we'll see some more aggressive, proactive strategies coming in from this now eco buy.
Yeah, that was still a good work from Aeonix, and again, he does it again, able to -1 on the side of CE. That's a quick trade. Dizzy and Aeonix already gone, and now it's a 2v2, which makes it very doable.
Very doable indeed. The Bucky in perfect range to get the damage done. And here comes the knife as well. Getting some info, 1v2 situation. We've seen Save clutch this before. Manages to see the Omen player, but the Paranoia gonna push him back onto site. He at least has info of where the defenders are. Spike on hand gives him a lot of time to work with. The site is clear, but both of the defensive players gonna wrap around and play together. A smart move. The plant comes down. They still have a flash to work with, as well as one dark cover. No recon dart here for Sova. As he creeps on by, tries to go for the stairs position. Will he expect the double B main out, though? They get the timing. Slip by him. At least one player gets the 1v1, but does he know that Omen is behind? The dark cover does fall. Not revealing any footsteps, but Owen QT is going to push right into him. Might slip by, but Save is too quick with a flick. And Owen QT goes down. An expensive round for them to win, but a win nonetheless for Cardi Esports as they move on, able to at least save one of their Vandals. This time around, round number 3, it's going to be MEOW with the insane buy because they're able to do so much damage, get those kill counts, get enough credits to buy those full armors, not just save on that full util and weapon. Have everything that they need, but take a look at this round and how this started. Owen QT doing so much work here with that Classic and Bucky, just making sure that no one can pass through that middle lane. It looks like, though, small adjustments here. The KO knife beautifully going to land. It's going to be able to find a couple of players, but Hemswick's going to try to sneak up on top. Owen QT suspects this, goes for the pre-fire. Not going to connect, though. But this Sova drone will surely signal for a play to happen. A QTP going to happen in front, but there comes the spray down. Player from Wine, not going to be expected, but the Paranoia connects, runs out of bullets. Owen QT is too quick. And Fall X gets the trade onto Trix, 4v2 at the moment. And safely, almost gets the TP out, as Safe takes him out with a shock dart. Very decent so far, to be honest, even though it's a 2v3. Still have the Vandal in hand, but Fallex shutting those dreams down too quick. Trying to do his best. Gabo finds both players. Has to be very careful, but the double mark is just too powerful for the powers here right now, and the round goes to MEOW.
Really good start for the side of Cardi Esports here, and a lot of damage when it comes to economy as 3 members were gone on the side of MEOW. Let's take a look at a replay here. One from Wine, really good coordinated flash by the rest of MEOW here. So that's the reason why they were able to really execute properly.
Look at those shots though. Fall X, even without his duo, with Boogie out of the picture, still stalwart as he is, able to defend the site on this jet.
Now, this is the real test. Both teams have rifles at this point, and it seems to be just a slow push from the side of CE.
Ooh, third contact. Gonna alert it. Fire off the shock dart. Signal for some help there. Eugene S gonna break for more pressure towards that middle direction. But the setup on B seems very strong. Spike and attackers postured towards this B hit as they take more mid control. Very carefully done though, as they've taken so much space here. They're marking and they're really waiting for each other, but will they expect Aeonix to be this close?
Yeah, that's the problem. The Killjoy setup is towards B, but here comes the flood from Market, but gets 2 on this side. Eugene S and Trix gets an immediate trade from Fall X as well, making it a 3v2. Spike still on main, unable to reach the far ends of the site. And Eugene S stuck in the middle, stuck in a very awkward position here. Will he get the timing correctly? And that's a yes. Owen QT waiting on site. This is a bit of a different problem, especially if Dignified is able to cross towards that area. But it seems to me that C is able to escape. Question mark? No! They don't know that one's still on site. Now it's all up to Trix to make it a 1v1 scenario, but a good flash on the ends of MEOW. Nicely done.
What a flash coming in from Dignified. I'm not sure if that was his or actually Trix's right-click flash, but regardless, it just didn't give him the vision that he needed to see through this round.
Exactly. Like, they, again, didn't have much information that one was patiently waiting towards boxes here on site. And because of that, they had no idea, and they were able to win that afterwards. Meow.
Meow indeed. And these cats are starting to show their tricks. 9 lives they have, and they're keeping themselves afloat right now. 2-2, and CE forced back onto that eco, but Eugene S, they do have that blades on hand. Not sure if he spots up one mid player, but they're very careful, even sending out the shock darts just to make sure that the left side might get some damage done. That's a knife worth of damage if in case that hits. Fortunately, though, for the defense side, they have a good read on this. Killjoy repositions here onto the A side, but surely they hear this turret contact, and Hemsix, with no smokes left, they have to wait for a play. They might try to go in dry, but that's not going to be the best decision. There's so much utility on contact for this, and they only have sheriffs.
Exactly. There's 2 people on towards heaven. At least Eugene S has generator control already. But because of that scan, Aeonix again gets first blood every single time. Might even get the double and possibly the triple, as one is still underneath or under generator. And it's just very unfortunate. Again, it is eco, but unfortunately they couldn't at least kill 1 or 2.
Unfortunately for them, the scan doesn't land on the Hell player, capitalizing. Owen QT finds a frag on his own to close out the round. But it's also Owen's retake smoke on the right side towards Generator as well as boxes to split that side, isolate those 1v1s, and give this Killjoy on Aeonix some breathing room. Look how he's able to get that left player, 2 of them actually, before Fall X falls down from the heavens and strikes onto that Generator side. 3-2 at the moment. Equal buys from both teams and a lot of ultimates here and there. The null command could just prove all of this useless, but if not, that lockdown could prove very valuable on the side for Aeonix.
Yeah, already positioned, Aeonix has been a huge problem for Cardi Esports whenever they want to enter a site. Always ready for that first blood denial and man advantage.
They've been doing the same shock dart for the past couple of rounds, and although it has pushed a lot of players outside of that B to really delay them from taking the damage, hasn't really gotten a lot of value in terms of info. But some shots being brought down downrange here on the mid side is going to at least signal that their hold is pretty default. The attackers with this read going to posture themselves towards A instead, and maybe going to find a pick of their own.
I can't remember a round, Fluffy, where they haven't encountered the Killjoy setup. Either A or B, the read has been perfect coming from MEOW. But at least this time around, they have more utility to cover a lot of these spaces to make sure that they, deny some of these, sites.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that even though they surely hear this turret, they still go for it. This time around, I think they smoke it out just so that they can get this lurk in deeper for Eugene S. Might even be able to get a timing here. Gets one.
Nicely done, but that's the drop of the lockdown already. See if they're able to create space, but in return, the Sova ult will destroy just that. But at this point, 3v3 now, Dignified able to get the kill on Eugene S. Plant has already been down. Aeonix pushing very far forward, gets a triple, and now it's all up to Safe to make sure that this plant is safe. Both of them are incredibly low health, 1 HP for everybody, and just that spray down is gonna be enough. Safe has to make sure he doesn't get one tapped, and that's a triple kill, making it into a 3-3.
That stinger from the long range, able to bring those players who are already low down, and that right click from the Classic to secure the round. 3-3. It's a dogfight for these cats, and MEOW, they really need to get some more firepower out of this because they're losing a lot of these retakes. A very smart play going to this Killjoy side. Honestly, to your point earlier, I feel like it's an interesting concept to just hit the site with a Sentinel.
Yeah.
Normally, that's a bad idea. But when you think about it, the Sentinel site is normally the site where there are less players.
Yep.
And when you have a KO that can nullify a lot of the utility, it can really push it to your advantage. But this time around, it's going for a different speed with some early picks from MEOW.
They went towards the complete opposite. They went in a very rushed pace. But at this time, again, Eugene S, or rather, it is Dizzy, this time around was able to get first blood. And Aeonix really pushed up towards the enemy side.
Oh no, a quick operator then to seal the deal. Fall back as well, 4v2 at the moment. They at least have the spike already bolting towards that A side, but will they expect the Killjoy setup? This time around, they don't have the utility to really break this. No more KO alive, no more controller as well. It's gonna be a microwave if he goes to the left side. The turret might be enough damage to take him out, but he's out of range.
Good thing Aeonix is dead. Yeah, good thing Aeonix is dead, but Dignified's rotation is actually very fast. And there, the spike is stuck in the middle.
Stuck between the rock and the hard place. A safe tries to save the round.
Here we go. 51 HP. Can he do it? That's going to be a no. And MEOW, their initial, again, capabilities to get first blood, every single time they try to enter a site, I mean, a CE, just keeps denying the numbers disadvantage on the... Sorry, enabling the numbers disadvantage always towards a CE.
Yeah, and I think a big part of this also is because CE has to be wary that Folex now has that operator in hand, really pushing back the defensive line to be a bit more proactive. They have to be so careful, but at least for them, they have a lot of ways to push the operator out. I mean, they have the KO knife and the recon as well for the info. A lot of mollies in case they have lineups for that. Right now, I think that's for market for Gabo.
Let's see.
Or for logs, rather, actually. Does it break? I think that breaks the turret. Yeah.
Yeah. It's practically gone. As we see first blood from Owen QT. And there's the operator and a double kill once more on the side of MEOW, having a humongous advantage at this point.
Oh, Owen QT gets a quick 3k and the spike dropped in no man's land. Expects the TP in the right place, but a quick sidestep actually just dodges that death, and he's the one who deals it instead.
Very difficult when you're like trapped in this darkness, you know? But Omen like just throws out.
Damn. It's kind of grim.
Real though.
Yeah, I mean, shadows traveling everywhere, I guess, but we don't know where they'll land. Right now, though, a timeout. Good call here from Cardi Esports. I think yesterday they're one of the teams as well that spent a lot of time in timeouts to really reevaluate the situation, but I felt like they did it always too late. At least this time around, they're doing it pretty early because they don't want to give up a lot of these rounds. Even though you can say that, okay, Ascent is kind of defensive-sided, you still want to get the most out of your attacking half. And now that they're on this better buy, they have a lot of util as well. They have From the Shadows for a lurk play, even fake out the spike, maybe take it back with that. They also have the lockdown to work with this time. As long as they outtime Dignified's null command, which to be honest, on the defense, you're probably using reactively anyway, it's a pretty decent chance that you can get that down and get a free site.
Exactly. And the fact that Dizzy... Okay, this is what I'm worried about. Dizzy FPS be able to get an orb and get, or maybe 2 kills. Lockdown drops, and then that's the time you just remove the lockdown. But at this point, there's nothing that can possibly counter that as long as Dizzy unable to get the orbs, unable to get kills.
Unable, but not unwilling to at least a challenge for these positions, because it looks like this A orb is going to be something that will be of contest, as both teams, at least both the Omen and Chaos, have the same idea, mirroring each other in a way. An early flash going to stop that attempt though, as Folex tries to peek towards mid and get more of that middle control instead. Very risky though. Already trying to look for that turret, but there's nothing really spotting. Must be a telltale sign that the offense is playing very far back.
Exactly. And even the smoke there as well, that means that's an indicator that they want to take mid control.
He shoots the operator though, gives up his position. Eugene S manages to sneak out. They have to be aware of this position. Not sure where the turret is on B. Does spot him out though. Not firing a shot, but at least they know he's on that market side.
Yeah, a lot of the players from MEOW rotating 3 players. There's only 2 on this site. Unable to see Fall X from heaven, literally flying across the map. And now it is Aeonix with the triple kill. Very swift, very good defense from MEOW.
Decisive and swift indeed. Surprisingly, they used attack to come up with that plan. It just didn't come up to fruition. They weren't able to take enough control. Yes, they were able to crawl up to mid, even with no alarm bot. But I feel like when you encounter no resistance like that, it has to tell you as a team that there is a trap set. And that trap was sprung with a peek from CT as well as the defense from Aeonix on site. Just being able to hold that down proves to be a force that CE was not ready to deal with. Now on an eco though, gonna be even more difficult to break through.
Yeah, especially I think they didn't really expect Fall X to really rotate quite fast. OQT with a wine position again. Let's see.
I think he got spotted out there with the shoulder, but for sure he got scanned. So they have to be at least aware of this.
timing!
Oh, the timing! 2 just falls.
It's really good for them, honestly, for CE. That's 3 members left. An upgrade on weapons, but 5 HP onto Eugene S. I do think the value off of this roll pretty much has already set the pace as the spike already has been planted.
Has to swap to the Vandal as well. They get this scan on the Sova. They have info on 2, knowing that Eugene S is really, really low. But the Shorty might do enough, but they actually trade.
No way. 1v2 situation. Where does Dizzy encounter this? Making it into a 1v1 as one was in hell. Tricks in position, and that's a thrifty. Really nicely done by CE.
I mean, good on them for winning this round on an eco, keeping that man advantage alive. I feel like that's more of MEOW overplaying their hand, overstepping a bit, knowing that they have better weapons, trying to fight this range, but with so many ways to close the gap, having the jet dash, using those cloud bursts to break the line of sight up as well as the flash, taking too quick of control on A main really stumbled their defenses and really discombobulated their retake as well. Surprisingly though, they won on their eco, not on their tac buy round, but you know, that's Valorant.
It does happen. And we're seeing another sample of ONQT again alongside Dignified. Not able to get anything just yet, but look at this, moving a little bit close as Fall X gets first blood.
A quick trade there, tries to jump over the nade, but into the crosshair of Gabo. Hemsix gets a quick trade as well as Tricks. And now it's an equal 2v3. I stand corrected. 2v3 now with advantage towards the attack.
Yeah, the paranoia is not going to be enough to deny anything at all. And the timing from Aeonix to peek from heaven just works out very well. Tricks landing in that plant, but the lockdown will be done in exchange, which will force out CE away from the site.
Important kill there, giving him enough for this lockdown. Gonna flash the drone. Tries to get a play out of this, but no TP's out. It's gonna get detained on the site. Gonna hide in this dark cover, but doesn't make it in time.
The horror of hiding in the box. 1v1 situation with the knives out, the Tricks, that's the timing. And there you go, CE slowly coming back in this game.
MEOW, we're struggling to play together there. It's almost a checkmate position. You already have 2 players, one's detained, and you only have to fight the player onto A main. But thinking that he wouldn't peek, but Tricks, knowing this, gets the easy frag on the first and the unexpected on the second.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that Folex gets first blood and then the rest as well onto A, it seems that C is finding their stride.
Getting some momentum here. These cats trying to stay alive because Cardi Esports is just trying to cage them down.
And speaking of caged, feels like, you know, that paranoia is kicking in. Like, there's not a lot of noise. What kind of information are we going to get? But MEOW's just very patient at the moment.
Trying to use their instincts here instead to go for a read. There's no info gathered that is relevant so far, so they're gonna have to use the Sova drone to kind of clear everything out. But look how scared they are of how quick the lurks could be, even checking such a deep position for the defenders like Sub Rosa, just making sure that no one can creep by so they get a clean execute as Eugene S playing slow with this operator in hand.
Might get spotted by the alarm bot, but take note, 4 ultimates available for CE here. Get spotted. 3, 2, 1.
Oh,
Yep. They have an indicator now, 1 in mid.
that's true. And he's expecting the peak there, so ready on his part. But still, you mentioned 30 seconds remaining and so much ultimates that they can just blow to really stall out this push. Folex gonna make contact here with Save as they try to land the shots, but he backs up between the boxes. He's able to find it at the end with an extra peek though.
But suppressed, unable to dash for the making yourself untradeable! But the timing again from Fall X is just humongous. And now it's a 3v2 situation. Trick still has to be revived. Door is now closed. There's not a lot that you can do with the null command intact. And we'll see how this retake is going to pan out. They remove 1 robot from the equation. Hemsix still on the spike. Gabo with a swing. All up to Dignified to make this a 7-5. And the lockdown in place. He's going to push aggressively. But Gabo makes it even before we head on over to next swap.
Switching sides.
What a round that was. The fact that he got the lockdown off it, considering that he was in such a pre-fireable position, making it out alive after a hectic exchange there on 3 and getting the lockdown as well to lock down the round itself. It really shows the resilience of both of these teams coming off of this half and even Steven.
Yeah, it does feel like for MEOW, their starts are amazing, but when it comes to the mid-round execution or retakes, that's when they feel like, you know, Cardi Esports is able to make the numbers even every single time.
Nowadays, though, a lot of importance being put onto the ghosts here for Old Stinky Cat. They just want to get the frags out of this on this attacking half, get those early picks. But a very early and aggressive Nano Swarm into that Shock Dart going to do enough damage to Fallex. He has no armor, so it's only a couple shots away. This could be a huge Shock Dart as well with the damage hitting onto 3 players, and he takes out Dizzy as well.
That's a really good timing coming from the side of CE for their defense. -1. At least they still have one initiator on their side, but they don't have any scans anymore.
Yeah, there goes the proper scan as well as their possible drone there. Still a lot of ghosts, but at least they have their controller alive, but they have to reposition off this now. Their turret on the offensive side not getting any contact because CE is just playing so disciplined behind their own farms of utility. Alarm bot to hold down mid and just playing that 2-2 on both sides, or 2-3 rather.
Yeah, very patient, knowing that there's an alarm bot in mid and still alongside safe. This is definitely going to be a very tough site to entry.
CE is unaware of their positioning though. They even use the paranoia onto that A side, but here comes the hit onto B. Aeonix
Here we go.
and his teammate just making sure that he has this corner.
The push! Aeonix though turns around, finds safe, and now Gabo onto Boathouse, gets the dink, gets the second! Are you kidding me? Spike is down. Now it's all up to Aeonix here. Or rather Fallex, and now they're gone, and now they're dead. Gabo with a 4K.
He's holding that backside. It's like they're not even looking at him. He gets those left clicks, dancing around the bullets, pushing him into the top frag for his team. But the Shock Dart to start it all. Such an important pick. It would be so hard to fight this flood if there was a recon dart, but thankfully that early pick just removed that from the equation. Gabo playing around these double doors, holding down that B site, making sure that there's no place for entry here for MEOW.
Yeah, the Killjoys in this match are killing it. Huh. The silence is so loud, man! Say something! Say something, please!
It was funny.
Yeah, thank you. Pity funny. Pity it was
No,
funny.
it was actually funny. But
Maybe I'll
right
try
now,
again.
it's not that funny for MEOW, to be honest. Because now they have to go on
Real.
attack. They have to think, okay, guys, we died to a Shock Dart. And we kind of ran into 5 people and lost to this guy's classic. So we need to win this round because they have a better buy. They already have a couple weapons here. And even Safe is investing into that Ares. That way he can get that wall bang, really denying that B entry as they can refocus on the defense towards that A and mid side. The question is if they're going to be aggressive with this because it's such a forward turret here, making sure that they have this and only the alarm bot really to stop this B push.
Exactly. We'll be able to spot out any funny movements towards mid, but let's see again, as that's going to be an aggressive push from mid as they flood out.
Swaps the Ares actually for the Bulldog because they want to play for this range. The turret's going to spot up Eugene S, trying to get some cheeky angle, but he actually ignores it instead. But look at how much util they use to flush him out. Not even getting traded.
Exactly. Just a measly dash, and that's it. Can recover later. We'll have to see now. They get mid control coming from MEOW. They're pushing slowly as Aeonix gets first blood. Again.
Important picks here. That's what you need to start off these rounds. That possibly is a gun upgrade as well. Not sure if he had one, but it is for sure economic damage here for the defensive side. Turret can be spotted out, but not broken. I feel like that's one of the situations where you should just break it.
Exactly. But then unable to. Meanwhile, unable to spot out anyone as the slow push coming from MEOW towards A main.
They're completely blind with info here. The misscan can give some misguided judgment here. Eugene S landing a good shot though, at least to cover his teammate.
Oh, lots of space acquired, but Eugene S and Trix have other plans. And that is Aeonix, the only one left for this. Let's see if he's able to get at least one before he falls.
Oh, Eugene S marking this already. He has no armor. It's just a body shot. Makes contact with Hems, and Hems takes him out instead. That is a kill for him and another round for CE.
And now, this is the time where we'll find out how how Old Sticking Cat will be able to execute with all of these guns. But let's take a look at that replay. All of these Marshall shots are just super clean here. And again, I mean, it's eco. Just unfortunate that Ionix is only able to get one.
Yeah, and look at now, at least they have the Vandals this time around, but I feel like if they aren't able to really get onto site, because the problem is, regardless of what guns they have, they're not able to position properly once they go in. So this time around, gonna go for a TP, maybe get some advanced positioning here, maybe choose a fake out instead, but that suppress is gonna stop their momentum almost instantly.
I really like the difference between CE defense and MEOW defense. There's Ionix who just keeps jumping from one side to another. But meanwhile, the Safe and Gabo duo constantly being at B makes it a bit difficult because you might get shock darted again constantly if you stack in there at B main.
Yeah, you really got to choose. Either we run into people or we run to all this utility. And either or, we're going to take a lot of damage. So we just have to choose the lesser evil. But the problem is, even though they have these two scans, if the enemy knife comes out first, like it did, it's just too difficult to rely on just your util. But at least this time around, they have a knife of their own, and Dignified just marking it as they do pick up the spike. This looks like to be a possible A hit here with all their members coming in from MEOW.
Especially 40 seconds on the clock. Here comes the knife. Unable to spot anyone, but here's a lot of footsteps. Eugene S. hiding in the corner. Just wants to spray down main. And now Dignified with 2 HP. At least leave out a flash. And going QD and Ionix gets 2. And now it's a 2v4 situation. It looks a bit grim for CE to retake this with just 2 members.
They have the rifles now. Just a Bulldog and 1 Vandal. But that's not enough upgrades when you're down this many people. The door breaks, but look at the position. They have turret contact, flash contact, everything right now is covered. It's like a miracle for them to take this.
Exactly. And it's just a clean execution. And the patience, the slow push from the side of MEOW seems to be effective against CD.
Able to break through and breach through that A main control. But I do like the small pocket play that Eugene S does. They're so used to him playing that Heaven when he's on the Marshall that now that he plays close with a faster shooting weapon, like I think it was a Spectre, it just, with the combination of the nade, does enough damage. It really stalled Fallx's entry and took him out almost instantly. But a great flash from Dignified to separate the crossfires and his team bursting out fast enough and landing those shots. We're really able to break that defense.
Speaking of fast, look at this fast walk or run towards B main, but this, unfortunately, that execution will not do anything as Eugene S and Safe are gone. And now they know where the vulnerable sites are because that's minus 2 people already.
Oh, I thought Hems would get a timing there. They walk back in between those 2 smokes, but just not enough space for them to actually do anything. Only 2 players left alive for the defense though, and they're separated as well. They have the option to rotate off this Killjoy site because there's literally 2 players, so they should just go B, but instead they're just gonna try to go A.
That's true. Another slow and calculated push. Just a calm before the storm. Nothing by the corner here, but there's 1 Killjoy. Just lying in wait on towards Hell. Fallx getting a lot of tick damage. And still, I thought Gabo was gonna survive through all that. And unfortunately, it's just Tricks. All that's left against 4 players.
Tricks, though, we know how sharp his aim is. Former duelist for Oasis Gaming, but facing down the barrel of 3 players with these off angles. They are low, though. Only manages to find the 1. But maybe the 1's all we need.
That's true. Maybe the 1 is all you need, Fluffy.
Ganun talaga pag former Oasis Gaming.
Real. Anyway, and now, Cardi, it does feel like MEOW has solved the puzzle of where to attack this time around. It does feel like maybe the aggression of CE coming from mid didn't pan out too well. It felt like, it's just the execution, perhaps. He couldn't win that duel.
Yeah, and now the consequences of their actions is even though it's 8-8, Cardi Esports, they are down back onto this eco round. And we've seen them pull some miracles before, but it's extra difficult like this. And Eugene S playing a close position yet again. It's a one and done. The moment he gets this with that Sheriff, not enough bullets, I think, to maybe get even more. But this cute 2-man play that they're doing towards that A side has been working out to get this A main control. But can they break through this again?
There is a big possibility. No KJ setups this time to bother them and slow them down. But there is a flash, but Eugene S pushing though. That changes everything.
They have a double swing from 2 angles for that. Even if Dignified whiff, his teammate just goes for the trade there. Get a free orb with that one, but at least it'll make the defense rotate more towards that A side. Knife gonna clear out some close corners. They're gonna spot out the close player as well.
Yeah, to the left, and that's another scan. Aeonix is able to get a kill on Gabo as well. And that's a lot of kills on the side of MEOW. Quick and swift, plus the lurk from Aeonix. And there you go, 9-8.
Pretty good too. They don't get the spike plant, but they still keep 3 of their Vandals alive. A healthy economy for them as they move on to advantage now in this map number 1. Party Esports, they have an operator this time around, and we see a pause, but by which team? It looks like to be them again. And this time around, they can't waste it. They really need to get this round back to equalize back this game.
Seems that they will not. Okay, it's too early to tell if Cardi wants to be a bit aggressive on their orb control, because a lot of them actually are very close. We've got lockdown, we've got the knives, and from the shadows. So maybe, just maybe, they might want to try to push a single point and see how it goes.
I feel like they're gonna put the defensive turret back onto mid towards the barrier. That way they can watch Cat, so that they can focus their attention towards this A main and hold that with the operator. But it looks like the attackers after this pause is kind of leaning towards that B side. But some pings coming out from the defensive team are also worrying them about it. I guess they'll just tell us what they're gonna do. They'll go mid link to mid.
Or are they sharing that, okay, maybe Cardi's gonna push mid again like what they did earlier. So keep watch out of that. It seems
if they
to
do go
me.
for that mid push though, it's a good read here. 2 players already stacked on this with the operator as well.
They did it. This is the second time that they're going to be doing it, and unfortunately, Eugene S would fall from first blood as they're already ready for that.
Already ready and waiting, but will they expect the operator to close? Looks the wrong way at the wrong time, and Eugene S gets the first blood.
Quite unfortunate too. I think they were expecting somebody would push from tree, even though it was smoked out. So maybe they were like, you know, trying to be 2 steps ahead when it was just step 1 in the first place.
Just so patient here with the operator. So confident in their defense as well. They have the util here on B, but still, they're going to hold their ground until they get any signs of life here on the A side instead.
And it does feel like this has been the default play from MEOW. If anything else fails, slow push A. We'll have to see. As, again, Gabo has always been on B, never left.
Oh, util coming out. Not going to affect much of the defenders though. Amzik's just going to play his life, get a clean retake here. He has the paranoia available. After the plant does come down, the door is broken. Just has to re-clear tree. But even more util. Gonna burn more time. Eugene S maybe tries to get a pick here, but no dash. Very unsafe. Backs away instead.
I might as well try to play for a fast retake after this lockdown expires. And a lurk is worth as ONQT wins that duel on Catwalk. And its own lockdown coming from the side of CE will be exchanged instead as they rush through the site. Aeonix still stuck in here, wants to take a couple of kills before he goes down. And there's the Hunter's Fury as well, Dignified, able to get a kill, 2v3 situation. A lot in the hands coming from MEOW, and safe. And there's one more on tree! And that is going to be a victory coming from MEOW for this round.
They just meowed.
That's a lion.
Animalistic coming here from MEOW and Riku as they secure another round. Unfortunately, just bought themselves so much space, and Carti Esports falling back so deep, all starting from that opening pick there from Eugene S. And I think Aeonix as well, being able to take Jet as she was flying up with the updraft, even doing damage up to Sova, was enough to help his teammates really cement that round from slipping away.
Yeah, it felt like it was doable for the side of CE, but here we go again. It seems that Fault X will be aggressing a little bit towards mid. Oh,
same plays here. Eugene S, you Dignified. They've done this dance before, but Eugene S just gonna boogie out.
It is the eco, as ONQT is the first one to fall for this round, and I don't know if the weapon is reachable for that upgrade, but I guess not, as a lot of the people from MEOW are pretty much already there on A main.
That's a big hit for them, though. Normally, it's Dignified who goes for that initial peek, but Eugene S lands the frag on the controller instead. Without these smokes, they have to play extra careful, but Aeonix manages to find the pick of their own.
5 HP already on the side. Oh, but Dignified and Aeonix able to get another kill. Gabo, only one left here. And again, it is Eco. At least maybe get a kill on the Fall X, but he's not even nearby Gabo at all. And that's 11-8.
A 4K quick for Aeonix here, doing so much work both on the offense and the defense, leading the charts with 27 frags to his name.
Nuts.
Just being the stalwart defender here and round securer on the attack. And now that's only one round away from a possible, or 1 round to 12, which is a possible match point.
And that has been the story for Old Stinky Cat, at least for Ascent. Aeonix from the very beginning, has been dealing first blood. But when it comes to post-plant positioning, Aeonix has always been there to try to play on site, is able to get the kills from the initial flood coming from CE.
This time a slower paced game and a thinking man's game. Eugene S trying to find another opening pick here, but they're playing very deep. Might find the timing on Dignified, but just slips by that small gap.
And it feels like the book has been slow push A, slow push A. This time around, it's going to be a fast push on towards B this time around. Smoked off, but Gabo, he did the ultimate defense on the boathouse. Can he do it again? Even looks behind him. Fallex eliminates the Omen. Gabo with a 3rd kill, not going to get the 4th. And now it's all up to Aeonix here, and the AWP will finish this round off. It seems that B is not at all easy.
Putting these cats into a cage. Cardi
no.
Esports, Mola Cartimar, holding down the site, making sure that no pets can escape from this. Just the defense from these Killjoys holding these back sites, man. The Ultra Instinct as well. He just waits for them to jump down.
Yeah.
They have to do it one at a time, moving on to his crosshair. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the last one, but does enough damage. His team can just clean them up.
Yeah, that's just a lot of value from Gabo. And I see why MEOW just wants to avoid B completely. Again, we have never seen Gabo place all his util onto A. It is quite a very different approach from what we saw from Aeonix here. And this time Aeonix is leading the charge. Very confident with his peak. Lockdown.
Gets the lockdown. Used instantly here. Will Eugene S try to go for more? I feel like not enough time. Maybe slip by 1, but the 3rd contact is all he's gonna find. Gonna get detained, I think. Yes, he does mid-air. Two players.
That's a lot of time bought, but Safe, on the other hand, has other plans. Aeonix with a trade. Now they're undetained, they're free to move. But the plan has already been done, as Aeonix again is looking for... We talked about Aeonix before, playing on site, playing very close, might get a kill onto Heaven, as that's 2 of them coming from CE. They jump towards the box, attempted to do it, flashed actually, flashed twice, forced to back away, as Dizzy is playing on towards Doors, gets the 2nd kill. 3v2 situation now. MEOW's playing a lot of time here, as Safe gets a kill, 4K for Dizzy, and that is it. Match point for Old Stinky Cat.
Dizzy stepping up here on that Sova, able to get the 4K to secure the round. Even though they had the retake smoke that isolated the angles, the timing though from Dizzy, just able to find the kills that he needed, doing the impact on this Sova, pushing him to get this match point for his team.
Let's take a look at the replay again, and the crossfire constantly being set up by MEOW here. And Dizzy, pretty much uncontested over here by Doors, just swift and unable to for people to trade him, basically.
Yeah, it's just so safe, playing such a chill position here. Trix gonna be the one and done, but he gets scanned. An easy pre-fire, he has to be ready for this. Hemsix gonna try the crossfire with him, but they're not going in fast enough, and Trix actually finds Dignified.
Yeah, no smokes being used just yet for Heaven. This is a bit of a risky play. Maybe they want to save the smokes for later, but it's not needed at all, as MEOW is able to get 2 kills off of this.
That might be all they need here. It's still 5v3. Haven't lost a member. This is so close to put your turret though, and he gets the pre-fired as well off the Hems.
Aeonix, time and time again, keeps doing this. And now with... The Killjoy still pretty much alive. Gabo's still pretty much alive. Will rotate back to B. But the mind games, Fluffy. The mind games.
The mind games, indeed. And the reads, where could they be? Looks like around A is still what they're trying to do. Maybe re-hit towards 3, but that's where Safe does lie, and that's all where his safety can be.
Yeah, this is a bit of a tricky position. They're stacking up from tree. Spots out Aeonix, gets the third. And because of that, Gabo has to run all the way from B to A to see if he can do anything. But it's pretty grim, Fluffy. It's pretty grim.
Pretty grim indeed. A dire situation here. It's not gonna be enough as Aeonix. Another 4K to his name. I don't know how many kills he has. He has to be like 30 plus at this point. He's just holding down the dreams for this team and really getting this defensive side on ascent. It's calling it his map, and he's owning it.
I know, it's very consistent. It's a very consistent performance as well. Coming from the defense first, having to switch back and forth from A to B, a complete opposite of playstyle from what we've seen from Gabo. You know, like we've seen from, either you go B, or just keep moving around to make it unpredictable.
To be or not to be? That is the question. So many Bs buzz away as we'll fly on to our next map soon enough. But congrats to them for winning map number 1, because it really shows that although there are, familiar faces onto Cardi Esports as well as Old Stinky Cat, even though they've had a couple changes for Old Stinky Cat as well, they still look like one of the stronger teams here as they feel very put together. Because like we mentioned, with all the jersey swaps happening here on VCTPH, a lot of these players know each other. A lot of them have played with each other, but not all the teams have felt more put together than Old Stinky Cat. At least for me.
Yeah, it does feel like they only have to lose 2 rounds in a row to figure out what they can do better for the next round and figure out what the strategy. The reads coming from Old Stinky Cat has been, perfect. The push from mid, everything else. As we take a look at what, the stats, the numbers, coming from both of these teams.
This has to be like Aeonix, right?
Oh yeah,
both
absolutely.
Killjoys hitting that 15-18 and 33-13 on the side for Aeonix, just securing everything. Then ACS of 431, 7 first kills as well. If your Sentinel is the one getting those opening picks just as much as maybe your duelist, then you're doing something right with your team.
It's crazy too. Aeonix just operates so aggressively. Usually you want to think that you want to extend the life of your utility, your turrets, or your alarm bot by, when you want to play post plan, you either play on main, but Aeonix is a different kind of monster. Like, I'm going to play more forward, I'm going to play aggressively, and it just works out so well. That's why a lot of the multi-kills just tends to pile up, and it's all due to Aeonix.
All due to him, but of course, a big shout out to his team as well. I feel like Dizzy and Dignified did step up joining this team, but when you took a look at the first kills, 15 go to the way of MEOW. That means most of the game you're starting 5v4. Yeah, they got thrifted one time, but every time either of these teams have gone to that post plant position, they've just held that site down.
Yeah, I think we just have to, again, roll back to what happened on the first half of this match, which was, again, Aeonix getting a lot of these first bloods, a lot of these initial contacts. And just, again, CE had to run towards the site every single time. I think we talked about this. Fluffy, do you want to run against the more numbered people on the site, or just want to go up against Aeonix on that one single person? And we're going to be seeing all of those first bloods again on the highlights from that match.
I mean, look at how clean they're playing together as a team on the side of MEOW, and I feel like not just their coordination, but the fact that they get so quick trades off of each other is what's really keeping that man advantage up, because any team can get that opening pick, but turning that 5v4 into a 4v3 into a 2v1, keeping that momentum up is something that really does help them. And Gabo being able to hold this side, there were some moments where you're like, okay, maybe they can come back off of this, but Old Stinky Cat, that stench just doesn't wash away.
What a way to put it, honestly. What a way to put it. And honestly, I could really tell that, Old Stinky Cat was just having... The reason why they kept going towards A constantly is because of Gabo. Every single time, okay, you know what? We've been doing A constantly. Let's try B. Oh, wait, I totally forgot. That's literally the reason why we keep going on A, is because of Gabo's constant defense onto Boathouse, onto that backside, and no one was able to match him up when it comes to the gunfights.
Yeah, because even when he's alone on backside, he gets thrown with every piece of util. The guy gets flashed, he gets hit by like a silence. He can't use anything, no abilities, but just this weapon alone, whether it's the Classic or the Vandal, either of these KJs, just being able to be such a stalwart and stable player has really helped push those teams to these deeper rounds.
Yeah, and that was a solid performance coming from Old Stinky Cat. That's 1-0 in our BO3 series. We're gonna go over to a short break before we head on over to map number 2. Welcome back, everybody, to the broadcast. My name is Riku, joined with Fluffy. Sorry, we had a very we're just having fun here over at the broadcast, and we're currently in the middle of our series of the day. It is between Cardi Esports versus Old Stinky Cat.
Sorry.
Stop smiling. Stop
In my head,
smiling.
all I heard was like
Stop.
5-1.
What?
Gravity, the jump, man.
That's
But
why
you know,
we were
that's how it goes because anything can happen 0 to 100. And that's also kind of what happened towards the end there for map number 1 of our game. How everything, you thought it was like an even Steven. Maybe they were going for 1-2 rounds. Then suddenly you see MEOW just pull away from Cardi Esports.
Yeah, I know. It felt like an absolutely close matchup for this time around, and I do feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, that this was the Ascent map was the map pick of CE, correct? And this time around, it was what do you call this? It was OSC that was able to pull through in the end, as we head on over to BAIS real soon.
Before that, of course, we have to mention that you can score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals for as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. So if you guys want to save some money, get some food for you, your cats, or your felines like MEOW, and help those teams, then you can really get that nutrients up because it's almost halfway through the day already, and we're only on game number 2.
I mean, for those gamers that just woke up, I mean, it's a time to get your late brunch. You know, get some grab, guys. Get some grab. Eat some food while you watch VCT Philippines. And of course, just as we said, we're currently in the middle of our series, the first series of the day. When we look at Descent, it was quite an extended match, but in the end, it was OSC that was able to pull through. This time around on Bind, what are your expectations here, Fluffy? Because this is OSC's map pick.
So Bind is a map that we saw Cardi Esports play before, and it was not the strongest showing. They had a lot of, how do you say this, spirit in the game and how they were playing. A lot of energy as well, especially when they win some rounds. But it didn't fare well to them, at least at the end of everything, because they kind of lost. So it's kind of scary to think that they're going to walk back into that same battlefield. And they've already faced, map number 1 against OSC. So they know that once the plants go down, generally it's very hard to retake. But maybe that's a different story on Bind because it's so wide. There's a lot of ways that you can just instantly rotate from A to B or from B to A. Either way, the manpower that you can really summon here from the attacking side can prove to be the difference. Because when we have players like, or at least on the side of Carti Esports, when you have like a Gabot there, you have Hemzix, and you have Eugene S and Trix leading the charge safe to hold the back line. When they are playing together, they do play very strong. But I guess you can say the same thing for old Stinky Cat. Who knows?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest question now. How do you amplify the abilities of Gabot, who was able to hold down the site, especially on defense? Let's take a look at Agent Select now. Are there any similarities? Is it a mirror matchup? Is it not? It's not.
It's not. And
It's
actually, I
not.
kind of like the OSC pickup. Dizzy on the Dizzy, playing that Gecko, throwing even more Dizzies. Gonna cause a lot of confusion here for Cardi Esports, as we saw him play this on the Lotus map yesterday. And Cardi Esports running a very similar comp, bringing in that double controller, this time with a Sentinel to really bolster that defenses. I think one of their plays before was running both or a lot of the util basically together, and the Viper playing away from her utility, really slowing down that push as Trix plays that heaven side on the defense. And for old Stinky Cat, it's nice to see Dizzy back on this Gecko, because I feel like he was one of the more impactful players on that Lotus map, really using his flash to the maximum potential and blinding the dreams of the Cardi Esports or whoever they're playing against yesterday, and really nullifying a lot of their pushes.
Yeah, I really like this old Stinky Cat approach. I mean, I was literally about to bring up, like, is the Cypher buffs enough to actually bring back Sentinels into the Bind meta? But there's so many things to talk about. Let's focus first on the Animal Zoo comp, the Skybird, the Sky Dog, and as well as all the animals that Gecko has in the Eternal. I think one of the first instances where I saw this comp was when T1 used it on VCT Pacific, where they had a bunch of long control because they always had someone to just clear all of the corners and extend their space with all of their dogs. And here we go. Let's see, though, because this is old Stinky Cat versus Cardi Esports.
They got the animal spirit on their side already. having much more than just cats on their team. And something that I mentioned earlier before the panel to, I think, Dax and the rest of them, I do feel like that this time with the changes that happened to Sky, it's very difficult to use the abilities efficiently, because normally you could say that we can just flash through our own smokes when we have double controllers to get that angle back for ourselves once we get the space. But on the other hand, when you think of the round as a whole burning down that 2-minute clock, if you need the info to make these bigger decisions of where you're going to set up, you're already using these guiding lights, and they're not necessarily going to be available all the time, which is why I do think that Gecko will rise in like popularity, and it's a good meta pickup here from this other side from OSC.
Yeah, we can't forget how, Wingman is able to, not remove, if you're all 5, you at least have 5 players still looking at an angle while Wingman plants. I think that's just definitely one of the advantages, especially with double controller. There's going to be a lot of space being given on the side of MEOW later on. I'm excited to see that execution, Fluffy.
Yeah, Gecko being that regenerative character in terms of utility, and honestly the strongest one at this point in the game, is really going to prove its value here the longer the round does tick down. And now with almost 1 minute remaining, a very slow start, not showing any signs of life at all here for the attackers as they creep onto showers. But the retake wall already set up here to isolate their angles for both showers as well as A short.
Yeah, you gotta love that Viper wall on the side of MEOW. But here comes the movement. That's the bird being unleashed alongside Wingman on the plant. It is definitely for showers. And that's just a lot of smokes. Just denial! And they tried to actually remove Wingman off of the equation, but it's not gonna work. 4v3 situation. Trix moving in closer with his frenzy, trying to get a better shot, better angle. Still 2 smokes, 1 smoke available after this. And here we go, already in post-line position. Fall X with the 3rd kill, just coming out huge here. And now Gabo, only 1 left, gets the 2nd kill with 18 HP. Unfortunately, that's all he's gonna do. And MEOW, swift execution. They got the first round on this map.
So sharp there at the end on that brimstone, but just not enough bullets to do the damage to secure the round. MEOW striking already very early here, getting that first win of the map that they need to secure this series point. But look at 2 players investing their own lives just to stop that plan, because on this pistol, there's only X amount of utility you have, and knowing that the enemy has a possible unlimited stack and can play that man advantage just because of Wingman proves to be the difference and decision maker rather for that round.
Exactly. Yeah, that's just a lot. That's definitely one of the advantages. Exhibit A from what we saw in round number 1. Now 2, still a big stack onto showers here, but not going to be making a lot of noise, except for Dizzy now being unleashed.
Interesting wall here too. I think they throw the smoke as well as Molly. Not sure where that lands, but it's towards that A side, clearing out a couple of cheeky positions. But look how low committal they can be, jumping between these mollies just to get so much space.
Really good snake bite though, coming from CE, and as well as the molly, unable to get the plant down at all, and now Trix and safe. Hemzix already falls down as well. Plant done. Onto default, and they just have to do cleanup squad. Very swift and decisive here. It is eco, but still, really strong showing from MEOW.
I didn't see that replay because I think Trix burned himself.
Really? I want to see that.
With that molly. But I don't know, just a weird play. Maybe he took some damage as he was pushing onto his molly, making sure that no one can pass, but instead it just bites him instead. The damage dealt to himself, and at least they have the rifles this time around.
I think it's just, I think it's one of those unexpected plays where you push your own, or push an area where they don't expect it, because you will be damaged. The element of surprise sometimes! Guess who's surprised instead? It is CE. Remember, they have the rifles this time around, and -2 immediately.
Oh. Trix this time, not gonna burn himself. Instead, the utility of the enemy as they push on to showers here, making sure that no one can take that shower. It's too hot to handle as he moves on here onto that mid side to re-smoke and reposition, expecting another hit as they push towards that B instead.
Interesting choice here, considering that all of the utility of a Cypher is in that area.
It's actually kind of scary when you think about how much util these traps are. And how far they can play off it. The Cypher, as well as the Viper, could be anywhere and still be equally as effective to hold down these sites.
And that is why CE is comfortable not moving too much and staying until they have the proper information, because they can still teleport to A after this.
A lot of options still left for them. Folex still has the satchels as well. We'll get the showstopper after this orb in case they need to clear anything on this round as well. They get enough rifles to do damage. Gonna get a clear sight at least. That is something for them, even if the showstopper doesn't connect.
Now that's just a lot of space acquired on the side of MEOW. Gabo is able to get a kill. Trying to whittle down the numbers for this retake on the side of CE. A lot of the utility already down, unfortunately. No smokes coming from Aeonics anymore. Pretty much ran out, but they just have to hold their ground, safe for the white swing. Dizzy, though, coming from behind the backside. And that's a clean setup coming from MEOW here.
Cheeky angle from Folex. I like how they were on a quote-unquote lower buy because it was the bonus, but they were still able to farm enough of these kills early that he just gets that ultimate, forcing them out of sight, pushing the space advantage for the attackers, and the defense rallying through that hookah side, but not being able to execute out properly, falling to the hands of Folex that round, and the consequences of those actions forces them back onto this eco.
And with only the neural theft available for Gabo, I think that's still pretty huge. Cheap ultimate, able to get information. But if this is going to be a swift execution, Gabo should be careful.
A lot of steps here. Not afraid to show his positioning. Dizzy gonna spot out that already, but look, he's being chased by the animal squad as the cat's out of the bag.
That's just a lot. You're really, really forced to fall back and retake S5. Let's see here. Everything pretty much clear. I think everyone else from C has to wait for each other.
It's just a lot of pressure. Honestly, if there's a land shark as well as a tiger running at me, I'd run away too. Maybe one of them you could fight, you know, but not
two?
everyone's that strong. But
Exactly.
there goes Trix already. The Brimstone out of the equation.
A little bit difficult. At least you still have the one controller, but with the setups already pretty much down, what can you do? Aeonics over here at Garden. Lots of flash, lots of utilities being thrown out here as Hemsix able to get two, but still not enough. Denies two rifles perhaps, but maybe that's the best outcome that you could do from this.
This was one of my worries for CE playing this blind map. It's kind of the same song that they had on that first game where they're kind of struggling yesterday on this map. And it really shows that they haven't really adjusted so far. But Hemsix that day was very strong on this Viper, and I'm sure on this buy round, they can prove to be the difference now that they have more weaponry available. Eugene S, even with that operator in hand, could slow down a lot of these early picks. It's just so difficult, though, to fight through this Gecko as well as Sky. Because if you look at the Sky flash, you're blind, and if you turn around, you're still blind because of the Dizzy flash.
There's too many flashes, an extra flash on the side of MEOW. And interesting point though, the Viper wall from CE instead will be against Shower. So this is an interesting change up from them.
Yeah, it extends towards that B side, efficiently going through the TP, pulls off both of these far angles and forces the attackers towards more of the center of the map where they can bolster their defenses, but they just don't care. They're just gonna walk their way into Showers and line up. But will that be the line that Dignified is already identified? Because I think a couple shots there scared them away after the Sky Smoke lands.
There's just too many people on the side of A. There's too many utilities. So they have a bit of an idea where everyone's at. This time though, it is going to be just a solo B Viper guarding that.
I do feel like this is a very common mistake with a lot of teams. When you stack players onto a site like this, on like for example here on the A defense, don't make a sound so that the enemies run into you. But when you start pre-firing, they just hear, okay guys, there's like two here, let's just bounce, get out of here.
Oh,
and there they go out this game.
Absolutely insane. A lot of value, but looks away on QT. Able to get revenge from his two teammates that fall. The 3v4 situation though, unable to look at this angle with the double swing coming from Aeonics and Dignified. 13 seconds on the clock. Will they be able to plant without Dizzy? They don't have Wingman to get this down. Aeonics doing a very good job guarding and covering for his planter as Hemsix is the only one left. Dignified, low HP. Pretty much have to just, I don't know, just spray down, making it into a 1v1. There's the peek. Jiggle peeking, wide swing!
Oh.
And it's not gonna be enough as Hemsix gets that clutch for his team, winning the first round for this map.
I was talking about Hems a while ago, and it looks like the clutch genes are strong today. Saves that operator, and a quick 1-2 step there taking away that low player and as well as sidestepping, baiting the shot even that he might go down. He's just gonna sit on the spike there and hopefully get that defused soon. There we go. Moving on to round number 5. That all started what looked like a great attacking half. Even though a couple players fell down, the recovery from the double swing you mentioned earlier really just turned the tides. But it's all Hem6 here at the end that did the heroics to save CE from going 0-5.
You've really nicely done, especially from that angle. If you want to take that retake from heaven, if it's planted for showers. But yeah, the double swing couldn't work. The isolated fights was in favor of Hem6. If earlier it was Gabo, now this time it does feel like, as you mentioned, Fluffy, Hem6 could be, the rising star here on this map for Mind.
The returning player, veteran over the years, and friend to a lot of pros out there who've gone through the VCT themselves, just like Tricks, teaching them that raise mechanics. And now both of them on that controller side, gonna take more control of the game itself. We move on to a technical pause for a bit more breathing room for both teams, and I feel like this is a little beneficial for CE as they're gonna be able to just, calm their nerves down, might be even killing the momentum of MEOW a little. But with this many Vandals and confidence in hand and well structure in the team, I feel like there's a lot of space for them still to work with.
Definitely, especially with the operator being saved by Hem6 earlier for Eugene S. Getting that double kill again was so pivotal for winning that round, and again, a good momentum cutter on the side of MEOW for CE.
Looks
Snip,
like a B
snip.
hit right now. Snip, snip, there you go. And trying to cut through this B long as quickly as possible. But Eugene S trying to cut them down instead. Has to shoot that, but doesn't make it past the choke.
Quite unfortunate. Unable to use any of the satchels as well as caught on a very unfortunate timing, as that's a full stack.
Cute Molly there to stop the players from rushing in back and flooding out of CT, but at the wrong timing though. Hem6 still playing the close corner here. Not spotted on the blue butt just yet, but there it goes.
Going to be a little bit difficult to reposition here. Once they pull the trigger, might be overwhelmed, but good thing Safe is right there as a backup.
Nades popping in already as they move on to side, but the Brimstone
Nice
smokes
flash.
as well as the ultimate is enough.
Wow! That was a very smooth execution. It felt like you'll blink and you'll probably miss all of that action. Just everything was pretty much gone in a second.
Yeah, it's all up to Gabo.
What can Gabo do? Probably just with just a Spectre, maybe get a kill off a Dignified and be happy with that as a consolation prize.
Just looking every which way. They don't even want to give him a chance. They know how he can do this in the 1v4, and Dignified finds him through all the commotion.
A very strong execute on the side of MEOW. Only one ult on the side of FallX, so this could be Cardi Esports' comeback potential. There's just a lot of ultimates online for them.
Online activated. The squad assembled, as well as their ultimates. Cardi Esports stacking up a bunch of them already. So much more utility than old Stinky Cat does have. But old Stinky Cat, again, we mentioned, they have the more regenerative kind, or regenerative. So as the longer the round goes, the more they can use this. But a quick start here, as well as a showstopper immediately popped to clear out lamps.
But everybody's on the right side of A. Able to find one! Gets a kill onto Tricks. No smoke, one less smoke rather, on the side of CE. Let's see the full execute now. Aeonix very far away on towards Showers. Dizzy with a double kill. Now all up to Hem6 and Gabo with just a classic here. Quite unfortunate. And now, yeah, unable to use the neural theft again. Probably save it for the next round as well. But I think that's what I noticed. It feels like MEOW has been doing their due diligence, avoiding Gabo constantly, unable to find any sort of bodies to maximize this cheap ultimate,
The problem with Bind itself is just there's so many angles you have to hold because they can just TP at any moment. You can't just stack onto a site
True.
and TP back because you're just going to funnel back into them. And it's not the place you want to be in. So when you're stuck between a rock and a hard place like this, you have to make the choice of how you're going to hold the site. I mean, they have the util with this double controller, but they're just getting disrespected because every time they wall up, they just get flashed through. So it's like it doesn't even matter.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I think we've seen like one of the air quote, wouldn't say technically like the weaknesses why Sentinels have fallen off grace on bind, and we keep like, okay, the Cypher buffs are like really strong to the point that every map has to have a Cypher, including bind. But you're right, it's so easy to reposition. You don't have to really come across anything, any of the utilities to actually rotate and catch people off guard.
Yeah, it's such a tricky map, honestly, because the difficulty is literally you can fight and dump util onto A, they have to dump util back, and then you can just bolt to the other side. Even
Yeah.
though look at this, they're already positioned here, but if they wanted to, they could just swing a completely different direction, and it pulls so much of the defense, and they manually have to walk back. You almost always have the timing for these things.
And maybe that's why this time they invested 4 players on the side of A. Here comes the execution. Fall X 70 HP, pushing really deep into the side of A at this point. Still no kill whatsoever. Trix and Safe though are down, and Dizzy with a
Good
plant
nade.
already. Good nade on to Lamps area. And now, again, Gabo and Hemsix stuck in the same situation as they were on the previous round.
They have more resources now, but it's still the same story here. 4v2, not much to do.
That wingman is honestly such a huge problem. Again, having to still have 5 hands in total while planting the spike. Such a big deal. Especially on bind.
It's nice to have a lot of hands in general.
True.
Really is
Real.
helpful in these types of situations. Wall X, gonna fall down. Let's go. He does find one for his trouble, just backing away and saving those weapons. But that call, the Unified, gonna go for a hunt here. This is honestly one of those things that like it looks like kind of whatever, like just randomly pushing on to B.
Yeah.
But it does tell you in a very inconsequential way where these trips could be for future rounds.
Yeah, that's true. That's very, very correct. You're able to predict possibly the next round any creative whatchamacallit, any creative tripwires that they have to watch out for, locations. And, you know, Gabo has to switch it up a little bit this time around for the next round. And the thing is, I correct me if I'm wrong, maybe MEOW has only hit B twice out of all of these 8 rounds rather.
Yeah, but that's back to bind again, I feel like, because regardless if they hit B or A, they still have to put people in B because it's just so difficult to read of where they're going to come. I honestly feel like it's a little easier to retake B. So it's a lot smarter to hold your like manpower onto the A side. But just because of the double controller coming up from their side, as well as the brimstone smokes coming down at the same time for the defense, not even including the cages and everything, there's just so many smokes, man.
Yeah.
That the fact that there's one team that has these drones and dogs and boombots that can clear through a lot of these things safely, and another team that has to walk out of it,
Yeah.
it really hurts you once the execute happens because it at least gives them some info when you have none.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's the biggest advantage that MEOW has with this comp. It does feel like you can't exactly challenge any of the forward spaces, or else you're gonna get bitten by a dog. It's not like you can destroy one and kill the other. And this is a really good read too, coming from MEOW. The Cypher tripwires are all on A, and let's go to B.
Just gonna bolt their way, not waste any time at all as Owen QT lurks up to this mid.
But maybe could possibly change their mind. Maybe just trying to spot out any possible forward flanks. They switch places now, going towards B. Nothing that will threaten them. Only a bunch of birds and a snake bite.
Still though, the wall's up, but I don't think they care as much. They can just wait for the gas and cycle through their utility. So many ways to clear these angles, combining them as well. The double flash, double molly into backside. It's so safe and so practiced. Literally, they have a molly that clears CT, close corner. They know the race is going on top. They have a flash, double flash for him on top as well. It's just a tried and tested practice thing.
And, you know, currently CE playing on an eco, 3v2 situation, an upgrade on towards Eugene S. Both gonna be coming from elbow, and a double swing could be possible for Fall X and the rest as well. So one last person, and OMQT gets a triple. And right now, it is just looking really good for old Sticky Cat.
Cardi Esports, they really need to get themselves together for this one, because it feels like those weaknesses have still not been fixed, and the boat is sinking with all these holes still left open from the previous match. One downside as well is because they have played this, you can literally see their most recent game and tell what they're gonna do. So maybe expecting this double controller, that's why they opt for that Gecko instead. But it's clearly not just a last minute pick. The amount of util that lands on different corners means that this is something very practiced. But Hemsix this time invests the Viper Spit to close off his A choke. Hopefully he can keep this off, but smartly, Meow, they're just gonna avoid it. They're just never mind. We're out.
The fact that both all Cypher Trip and the Viper Spit invested into one area, which means okay, that'll be a sure B hit. Will force BAIS to just attack this part. And this time around, it's Eugene S playing on site.
The utility dump though at the ready, starting off on the lead. Gonna be that dog into that Gecko Molly. Molly's fired back though. Not gonna block the choke, and they're ready to go for the TP, but will they expect a trip? Oh.
Yep, they know. That's gonna be a fast rotate already coming from the side of CE Gabo. Already ready with his Bulldog. Again, we talked about the neural theft. This is going to be incredibly important. He has to stay alive to make use of the neural theft, especially with the Viper Spit online. That's going to help CE get this retake, but that is a crazy orbital strike on the side of CE. Crix gets another kill. 2v2 situation now. What utility do you have? The plant is still not yet there. One coming from short. And the plan still not yet there. A lot of patience coming from the side of CE. Eugene S with a flick, but ONQT makes this a very winnable position. Actually decides to move towards B. There's the neural theft going online with 7 seconds, 6 seconds on the clock. The plant will be possible, but will the clutch be in the favor of Trix, of ONQT with 12 HP? Owen has to play this smartly, expecting coming from CT, but Trix wrapping around towards elbow here, and they're circling around. The backstab is possible. The backstab is possible. He doesn't know that he's going to be coming from behind. He's looking towards every possible play, but because he has already scoured through every possible post-plant position, he's going to walk through, spots out Owen, and that's a triple for Trix. Gets a 2-8 on towards round 10.
What a play there to save the round. Trix really saving Cardi Esports and getting them essentially doubling the rounds at this point. 2-8 might not seem like much, but that's momentum needed for the side of C, and that all started because of that ultimate. The sky has been opened, the smoke's landing, and the Brimstone just chasing the... I like his smoke towards the end there as well. He smokes out of CT in a weird way, which is normally a bad smoke for attackers, if that was your attacker smoke, because it gives too many angles for you to peek out of. But in a weird way, knowing that ONQT decides to mark it, which is the smart move, and chase around, but unfortunately, even though he has to read, he doesn't land the shot. Because of that, an aggressive push, I guess, happens here as all smokes from the attacking side for the Brimstone going to be popped already.
Meow is definitely trying to up the aggression this time around. That's going to be a trade, 4v4 situation, but the plant has been done. It's going to be a bit of a standard post plant here on towards default. And now the retake commences. Hemsix just pushing on towards Lamps, and I do think that Seekers is definitely going to help out this retake at this point, but there's a lot of Molly still pretty much alive on the side of Meow.
Oh, what an aggressive push though.
Satchel! But that's Dizzy finishing the kill onto Eugene S. Safe. The only one left. But that's unfortunate on the side of... Whoa! Never mind, 1 HP. But that's a Molly though. Can't touch the spike just yet. You're kind of just forced out in here.
That's a half.
It's a half, but Dizzy with the swing with the push. Able to take it 9-2.
What a round here. Meow pushing that lead even further. 1 round remains for this half, and they're at a stellar lead. Cardi Esports need to find their groove, but with a broken BAIS, it's not going to be much weaponry to deal with. Take a look at that replay and that amazing start by them. Even though he falls, he does get that showstopper off, and I feel like the small aggressive push off of their sky might have worked out, but with so many players marking this choke, they just get gunned down at the seams.
That was a bit difficult. There were 3 players that could triple, double swing on towards short. It's pretty standard, but safe. I don't think you're safe here. That's like 5 players looking at you. Good thing Safe is able to run back and retreat.
Has the util to cover him though. The Viper wall from across the pond. Gonna be able to at least shelter his retreat a bit. Give him some breath of fresh air rather. I need to breathe.
I'm meanwhile distracted by the boombot doing a woo face. Look at all the animals just scouring for members of CE onto the side. People are flying across the map. Gabo Eugenius gets a kill. And now it's a 3v2 situation in their hands. Tricks doing a lot of work here onto that side. And that is a quick round. And it is on the side of CE. Winning that. Was that thrifty? I think it's a broken buy.
That was a broken buy. I think they only had one Vandal, but the utility dump was just too strong because when they're going for the attack there, the flashes onto backside. I think when Eugene S ulted as well, he was hit by, look, he's in the Viper's molly, he gets bonked up, it's in a cage, he gets jumped up. He does find 1 kill, but that's just so much commotion that they eventually just land the shot because they're getting sprayed down.
Yeah, it was just absolute chaos. A lot of ults as well. Where's this snake bite gonna go? Is this clearing?
I think it is the close right of showers when you go out of the shower store where the boost is towards the benches.
Ah, I see. So this is definitely going to be an aggressive attack onto showers, but that's 2 players going to be waiting.
If not, it's inside showers, I think, to the right side. One of those.
Makes sense.
Oh! It is showers, but it is the left side, and Onyx capitalizing off it gets 2 instead.
Very nicely done by the side of MEOW. The swap has already been done. Safe, already half HP. That's just a lot of the utilities still pretty much alive. But again, your smoke is gone. So that's, I guess ONQT is still pretty much alive, but that's a tricky situation. Ah!
Oh.
Oh. Nicely done by Hemsix, but against 3 players that are pretty much healthy. What can you do? Maybe you kill ONQT, go to the side. Ah, but the swing, everybody's so low. Possibly maybe getting the second kill, but that's going to be a no. And MEOW starting off with a very strong start on their pistol round after the swap.
That is not what Cardi Esports needed right now. That important round pushing MEOW to the double digits, and now they have enough momentum to get a better buy. The biggest gun differential they can get this early on. That could be pivotal to secure that into a further round. It's only 3 rounds for them to secure this series.
Yeah, that's true. It is absolutely important for them to maybe, I don't know, take it to 5-9 perhaps and see if they can win a thrifty or any of the broken buys. But here we go. Another round where Shower is being aggressively taken. We talked about the Gecko power, which is, again, taking control of spaces aggressively this way.
Hamsix just waiting behind the smoke, hoping for a pick here with the Sheriff. But no risks gonna be taken here from MEOW. Stizzy falls back into safety.
But meanwhile, Aeonix again gets first blood for the team. And there's going to be the bird spotting out players. ONQT, again, this is going to be a fast round. Safe, the only one left. What can you do here? And that's going to be 3-11. MEOW strong.
Not going to be enough there. 3-11. A dire place to be. If they win this bonus especially, it's going to hurt, forcing them back on this eco. So Cardi Esports have to play this perfectly. They have a couple of full armors there, but the rest is just a utility dump back and forth.
And I was about to talk about the positioning, but let's take a look at the replay again from MEOW. It's just very fast defense on their side, honestly.
They're just percentage players, these guys. Like if we don't have to take a risk, the game's in the bag. Even if we lose and win trade every other round, we're gonna eventually win. But too close for comfort here. The flash comes through, they can't see anything.
What? But Eugene and Safe able to eliminate Fall X and Dizzy. That would have been great, but the crossfire was created by 3 players on the side of CE, and now it's -2 on MEOW.
Man, I just talked about how they don't want to take any risks, and they decide today we're gonna push out Showers after he says that. What a great play coming out from them, allowing these attackers to just creep back, reposition towards short. They only have 1 player to spot, and ONQT already falls.
And that is just Gabo gone, honestly, and I think that's like a lot of value. Dignified still has the bird, does have the heal. At least they have something to scout through and take space. But against 4 players where post-plant positioning is already pretty much there, maybe they'll have to rely on Aeonix's, whatchamacallit, like these very snappy shots.
Snappy shots indeed needed in the situation. As Aeonix does find Eugene S.
Oh, and finds everybody for on the side of CE. And they get to keep 3 rifles at least. So let's see what the OSC buy is. I thought that was going to be an Odin play on the showers. Let's take a look at the replay though. Crossfire.
It's an awkward position there with the wall as well, because it wasn't a straight wall. But then again, it's really hard to make that wall very flush because you're shooting it into a TP without much
Yeah.
markers. You're kind of just guessing.
No, that's true. I definitely have a lot of value off of this wall compared to the one that's single a Viper wall. Why did you giggle?
You just went single A, and I was like, huh?
It's true though. They did the one Viper single wall into A for like 1 round. I think it was just 1 pistol round. And then after that, they just went with this teleport wall because it's just more value. Question mark?
Yeah, especially if they want to protect the showers area. But looks like the hit's actually going to be towards lamps. Eugene S quickly covering ground here as he throws the nade to push out more players onto that heaven side. A quick trade from Dizzy as well to get the first player. But the retake about to start here with all the players just bunching up on the CT side.
Yeah, it seems that Fall X's positioning will have to be flushed out. No sight to be had, as again, that's a lot of smokes being utilized. Eugene S playing out in the open, and ONQT just a lot of trades all over. Orbital Strike's gonna eliminate safe. Now it's a 2v2 position, planted onto default. Tricks hiding towards the boxes. At least showers low-key clear. No question mark. That's gonna be a no, as that's the swing, and that's 5-11. CE slowly catching up.
They're growing from 3-11 to 5-11. Getting taller every single round, and it looks like Aeonix here has played his part. I think that's that orbital strike as well. Able to get that online so fast was just enough to take away some players, but not enough to convert the round. All Stinky Cat for the first time gonna pull their own timeout. They're so close to winning this entire series.
Yeah.
Game number 1. And it feels like the momentum is starting to go Cardi Esports' way, so they gotta find a way to stop that right now.
What do you have access to on the side of OSC? You have, I don't know, 2 ults for ONQT to get the Viper Spit, but anything else is pretty much out of reach for that resource.
Out of reach, but I'm sure they're still going to try their best with what they got. The question is it smarter to go for the save and try later, or do you just want to end it now? Because honestly, when you're 5-11, I feel like a full save is not that bad of an idea. Just, yeah, you'll give 1 or 2 rounds more, but you'll close out the game if you have the proper util to really fight back. And you have the time to do so, though.
It makes me wonder now if the old Stinky Cat maneuver with, I don't know, with Dizzy and Fall X, or maybe with Aeonix pushing showers aggressively, might not be the best thing to do now, as CE is always constantly expecting that move.
Yeah, they have a lot of pressure. The attack, they always send either a couple players there. Sometimes in the previous round, it's been their Cypher.
Oh.
But all this lower buy and aggressive push here from the defense might prove to be the difference. Using their own Viper wall against them to gain the space, but already ready to stall this with a push. With the shots from MEOW connecting onto 2 might be the doom of CE.
That was the play. Aggressively pushing short, aggressively pushing out of hookah. And the Viper Spit enabled. We talked about, well, just maybe the Viper Spit. You get the orb, you get 2 kills, or rather, you get 2 kills, and you activate your ult.
Very true here. Wall-X, though, not sure if they know that he's this deep. They don't spot him out with a chip yet. There's no camera really marking him. Could possibly be the X factor if they don't expect it. But Hemzix already questioning if anyone pushed by. A good read by him. Veterans he's showing. He leaves the... Still has the Viper Spitter, actually. So still a lot of momentum for them, but they're running to a 4-stack here. Even with just the lower buy. Very deadly.
Loud Dizzy has to make sure that he survives. The wall has been revealed, and Tricks able to get a land a headshot onto Dizzy. Dignified, though, able to exchange more shots. It's all up to Gabo and Tricks this time around to find... They get the teleport, but ONQT remains inside the pit. He runs through, though. But I know, he knows, Tricks knows. He's gonna plant over there, inside tube. He just has to wait for his team. See, where's the swing? Gets the headshot. And now Gabo quite far away from this. It's not definitely planted for him, but gets one kill. That's the smoke. He's forced to push out of there. But that was really good from MEOW.
What an eco round there.
Yeah.
Starting off that double towards that short side, really secure that for them, removing that from the equation, getting the Viper split for even more stall. I like the confidence of Trix being able to push that, maybe get the drop, but that jump down just signaled his doom. Not even able to plant safely for his teammate, has to hide inside the tube to make sure that he gets the plant down, and that's match point now for MEOW. A costly round here for Cardi Esports. Might spoil their doom as we move on to match point.
Let's see here. Orbital Strike, Viper Spit still reserved for the next round. Secret, just a lot of ultimates online here for them to take it to 6-12. We'll have to see.
Eugene S. He has the judge, but only one satchel, so he's not necessarily going to go the distance. But will he expect a double push coming from this? The flash comes through, but no shots.
Aggressive. The push comes through over here by around Fountain area. Eugene S with the judge. And that's just perfect for him. Activates the ultimate after 2 kills. A 2v2, still pretty much doable for CE.
He flicked to the right thinking he had the second satchel. But his teammate lurks so deep into A. They can just reposition onto this. Wary of the showers play possibly. He knows that one's in B. But the Viper has yet to be seen. Hamzik's trying to wrap around here. Still, Viper spit of his own in hand to go for that retake. In case he needs to get something. Pops it now. But gets sprayed down.
No. It's quite unfortunate for that timing here. But good thing M6 is still pretty much alive. Forced to fake the plant. Will commit towards the edges of this Viper's pit. They do have a lot of animals to scan through this pit. Get a lot of intel. Oh, no. Because Hemsix actually exited. And now Hemsix has a rough idea where Owen QT is because of that. Oh, gets to see that. And the clutch. Really nicely done by Hemsix here. Woo.
Crosshair on the spike, thinking could be a wingman, but actually it was the Viper itself. A good read from him as well, playing at the edges of the vision, playing through the timing of that ultimate. Thrash not being able to actually get anything. That Viper Spit just doing the work for them to keep them alive this game.
Yeah, Hemsix playing doing a lot of really good reads, and the fact that Cardi Esports didn't have to use every single ultimate to win that round, they can definitely still do it and roll over to the next few rounds.
Fnatic Molly here, up in the garden. It's a classic play to take B long. Hemsix already there for the lurk. The late orb at least is gonna say that he is somewhere towards that market area. Trying to secure more space here on that mid side as well after they fake that B long push. The camera, if they do pop this, will at least signal this B hit, but the Sky Smoke's already at the ready with the Trailblazer to blaze the way.
That's 3 members over here from MEOW defending. Here comes the execute as Dizzy gets a shot onto Eugene S. Trix though getting a double kill from the ult, 22 HP. That's value, and that's them. CE taking full control of the site. A safe. Eliminate Owen QT. I'll have to fall X for this one. Trix low HP. And that's unfortunately able to do it.
Doesn't
Nice
spot
lurk.
Hems all the way, waiting, patient that his team can take the site completely. Just wraps around the entire map to get another round for them and forcing them back onto the eco. You'd think that after the eco the first time, a couple rounds ago, they'd have enough money to push this through and through, but instead, they just want to keep fighting.
Yeah, and it's scary to think that these rounds are so clean. You know, scary for MEOW because these rounds are incredibly clean, and they don't have to use, you know, the Seekers. They didn't have to use Neural Theft at all. It's just Swift, and it might be an 8-12 unless MEOW does the same thing that they did where they won a Thrifty.
True, anything's possible. We've seen this before, and the Bucky on Dizzy as well, playing that close lamp side does mean that A is pretty much locked down from a quick entry. Fortunately though for CE, B side seems to be on the agenda as they creep on to long instead. This time around not giving that much info away, only using the one guiding light to get a bit of reprieve through the damage that Omen QT can do.
It's very silent. Not a lot of information given, but because of the Viper wall, because of all the movements, the utilities, ONQT forced to go backside. Sees one head, gets one, tricks with a trade. And here, a 4v4 situation. They have to do the retake as 4 with a bunch of sheriffs and one Bucky from Dizzy.
Sheriff's ever so deadly. The nade not landing in the correct position. They got a safe out though.
Dignified! Crazy shots here with the Seekers activated because of those 2 kills. And now they know where everybody's at. This is very, very doable. Possible upgrade! Low!
Oh, no.
Safe and tricks! Dizzy, it's all up to him with a Vandal upgrade, but it gets bitten by a dog
Diffuse,
as Diffuse is actually committed, and he clutches it for MEOW! And that's a 2-0 for our first series of the day.
Dizzy, with the help of Wingman there at the end, the 2-man game looking more like a 2.5, being able to get that round secured. A close call for them as well, but like you mentioned earlier, that ego proving to be the difference between life or death, and closing this out to a 2-0 with the winners going, of course, to the side of MEOW.
The old Stinky Cats are scary when it comes to the eco. You can't really count them out just yet, just because they are on a lower buy. And will you look at that? The finisher of that series, of that map, is the biggest factor, Gecko.
Gecko, indeed. You know, we were saying that this is one of those picks that will prove the difference, how Dizzy's Dizzy will actually help them on the entries and how Wingman can secure the rounds, and that's literally how the game ended. Without Wingman there, they'd have to play that awkward 1v2 at times. Someone would have to stick the spike, but having the ability to just leave that, do it on its own, and put the pressure back onto the attackers where they can just normally just chill and play the numbers game, really stop them from their plans. The Brimstone Smoke in combination as well, blocking off a clean shot, really disrupted a lot of their flow. Props to them for making the most out of their egos. I was a bit worried, honestly, that they weren't able to convert any of this, because it was taking a while. I was like, maybe like when they were like 3 or 4 rounds, you could have ended it, but it took a bit, but they got there, and that's what matters.
It was honestly very highly possible we could have gone the long run. And as we take a look at the stats here, of course, we cannot deny that from MEOW's side, ONQT was, landing a lot of these maybe multi-killed within the round. That's why we're able to see maybe like 2 Viper ults in that game, or maybe even 3.
Exactly, and 13-7 to end everything. MEOW coming up with a decisive win, and ONQT, you mentioned, has always been strong on the previous roster, again, or the same roster on the previous org, but still remains to be one of their strong players here. Folex and Aeonix, of course, different maps doing the work, but for me, Dizzy has really proven his worth here as their 5th man. CE, on the other hand, we see Trix being that MVP on that Brimstone. The controller is making work this game. Hemsix tried his best, but the magic that they had on the previous one also had the same song, as they have fallen short, unfortunately for them, going 0-2 right now in the regular season.
And meanwhile, it is, again, MEOW is still continuing their momentum with a 2-0 start over here at week number 1. But take a look at the first kills. Again, similar to their performance in Ascent, it is just a lot of first bloods on their side.
A lot indeed. I mean, 14. I feel like even on the previous map, they started out with an insane amount.
Oh, yeah.
Of first bloods converting these rounds. Thrifties as well. The end, of course, the most important. Probably that was the clutch as well, but even post-bans 9-11, a huge difference of how many times they actually get that spike down, because that Wingman is just the distraction. It's like you can't lose, right? You either they invest on the Wingman and they die, or you get the plant for free.
Exactly. You're forced to push and always be paranoid whether or not that ping on the spike is that gonna be a wingman, so you're kind of forced to push and give your position away. But I guess I gotta praise MEOW's performance on this map in particular. The mastery with the Gecko composition really sees how much they've practiced, how much they made sure that they're able to get the layering of utility correctly, and that's the reason why we get to see them really storm through this match. But I guess maybe not yet the cleanest, because they couldn't win in a, what do you call this, in a 13-3 kind of fashion, or 13-4 kind of fashion. It still could have went all the way, but still still a very good showing, especially at the beginning of this season.
Yeah, I mean, compared to yesterday, these Kitty Cats have really proven their worth as they turn into a different beast entirely today, really showing that they're able to close out the matches, which, you know, they were like winnable yesterday, but they just didn't have that push. But this time around, they really showed who's the better team, at least today. And it's a nice thing to see overall for the scene, as there are a lot of new, fresh faces and even veterans. And you can see that they're almost at the same level, if not the same level. And all these teams will, of course, just improve the longer the season goes.
Yeah, that's just week 1. So we're trying to paint a picture now, like power levels, expectations, especially with a lot of these roster swaps. And when we talk about, you know, the previous iteration of OSC with maybe 3 of their players coming from Game Lab Alpha, again, they're constantly expected to like be in the middle of the pack, maybe 4th, 3rd place, something around that. But it feels like, you know, this is a good momentum start for them if they really want to continue on with the same performance that some of these players did last year.
Exactly, and these small improvements will pay in dividends the longer the season does come by. And it looks like that MEOW, at least, even though they might have a funny name, they don't play a funny game, and they really have the strategies down to a T. A lot of executes perfectly done with the util dump, as well as the aim to back it up. The core looks like it has been expanded, and Dizzy and Dignified feel right at home.
Yeah, the way that they mesh well as a team looks absolutely like very, very clean here, especially with the executes. So at this point, of course, we're done talking about that series. We're going to send it over to the panel now to see what they think.
Wingman is tougher, and you guys saw the ending, right? Wingman on the defuse, tas nandun si parang Dizzy kasama niya. They were just a tandem to finish off the job with.
I mean, hey, he ain't Dizzy for a reason. I mean, kaya niya talagang gamitin yung Gecko. Always has been. And the thing about dito sa Old Stinky Cat is yung kanilang asset against Valhalla is 11-13. So they're just behind for how many points lang. And ngayon, nung nakuha nga yun sa unang map draft pa lang na sinabi nga sa atin ni Dax, talagang komportable din sila sa mapang iyon.
And when we look at kung sino nga ba yung pinaka naging komportable sa laban na yun, sino ba ang MVP natin of that series? Now, nanalo na Onyx. Actually, Game 1, yung kanyang Killjoy, kung hindi ako nagkakamali, 33?
Top frag!
Tama ka dun, Rolf. Like, it's crazy to think that Onyx had such a good performance today. At ito pa yung pinaka gusto ko i-point out. Nung first map na yon, ilan ang first kills mismo ni Onyx? 7 out of the 22 rounds. Yung Killjoy pa, unang pumapalo sa laban, diba? And it has been such a big moment for him, especially nung galing Game Lab pa lang, na he's that role player. He's really coming in to shine as a star here for Old Stinky Cat rin,
Yeah, Cyrus, yung sa game number 2 naman, as the Brimstone, ano naman ang masasabi mo sa performance ni Onyx? Kasi ako, nakita yung huling-huling memory ko, yung may smoke pa na naibato pa for the defuse ng Wingman
Yeah, actually, halos tulad rin na sinabi ng ating mga casters, no, yung iba talaga yung mga lineups and molly after mollies na i-utilize dito, and yung pag-layering nila nung mga skills na yon, talagang would save a lot of those corners and even yung mga diffuser plays nila. Kaya definitely Onyx is well-deserved MVP.
Yeah. And in-expect din naman natin na all the Stinky Cats ang eventually mananalo sa game na to. At sila nga talaga ang nanalo. And now, meron tayong chance makausap ang isang miyembro ng MEOW. Sino nga ba itong mga kasama natin? Hello, boss?
Hello po.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello po.
Hi! Ayun! Rinig natin. So, honestly, I'll take the floor here, guys. I kind of just want to ask you one very important question to start with. Sino gumawa ng logo nyo, guys? Kasi, ang ganda ng artwork, Ang cute. Sino gumawa ng logo?
Hindi ko rin po alam.
Okay, congrats, man. Siyempre, ikaw, napakaganda ng performance ngayong araw. Talagang parang inown mo yung buong series na yun, hindi lang game. So, anong masasabi mo doon sa performance nyo as a team at paano kayo nanalo?
Nung una po, medyo nagkakagulo pa po kami sa mga comps. So, parang ako, siyempre, feel na feel ko yung laro. Nag-step up ako para mapakalma yung team. And then after that, tuloy-tuloy na po yung magandang namin.
Ganda. Ganda ng,
Wow.
sinabi
Feel na
dito.
feel.
Feel na
No?
feel. Cyrus, I believe you have a question
Sana all
for...
lahat ng feelings tama. Pero ito na nga, ano dito. What a successful week. Sobrang congratulations na tapos itong week na to na puro panalo. Is there any celebration ng team? Or ano bang ganap nyo this weekend? Paano kayo mag-chill or may celebration magaganap?
So far po wala pa rin po pinaplano, pero feeling ko po bukas may practice na po agad kami.
Practice agad, walang pahipahinga.
Kailangan po
Init, feel na feel
mag-prepare
nga.
para sa susunod mga games.
And honestly, because of that, I kind of want to ask again another question. Dahil kung napansin nyo guys, kayo na ang unang 2-0 team natin dito sa VCTPH. So, Old Stinky Cat at the very top of the standings. Patatanong ko na lang kung paano kayo nag-prepare coming into this group stage. Kasi galing pa kayong open qualifiers. Meron bang naiba in between open qualifiers and group stage para maghanda kayo para sa mga matches nyo kahapon at ngayon?
So far wala naman po eh. Parang ang lagi na lang po namin tinatatak sa isip namin is usual, parang nag-i-scrims lang para yung kaba namin. Tapos ayun po.
Okay, good to hear. Thank you.
Ito na yung chance mo na mag-shoutout ng mga special someones mo or magpasalamat sa fans ninyo at mag-invite ng mga tao na panoorin pa yung mga laro ninyo in the future.
Ayun, unang-una shoutout po sa mga kampi ko. Kay DZ, kay FallX, kay Ash, kay Digny, kay Owen, at sa mga ibang nanonood dyan guys. Supportan nyo po kami. Marami po kaming games. Pati yung mga ibang teams. Tsaka shoutout po sa crush ko.
Hey, name drop naman!
Name drop, wala bang name drop dyan, boss?
Ito na yun.
Nahihiya pa po ako eh.
Lakas-lakas mag-Valorant. Ayaw magsalita dito.
Naiya.
pa. Pero, alam niya na yun. Alam niya na yun yung
Alam na niya.
Alam niya na po yun. Alam niya na po yun.
Maraming salamat at good luck sa inyong mga next matches. Congratulations for the victory at mukhang feel na feel nyo ka. So magpa-practice pa kayo. Hahayaan na muna namin kayo. Maraming salamat.
Thank you so much.
Alright. And laban agad bukas na Dax. Parang, no time to celebrate whatsoever.
I mean, you always want to be scrimming kasi alam mo nun, kailangan pa mag-prepare, marami kayong oras before your next series, right? Pero isipin nyo na lang, with the momentum Old Stinky Cat has right now, pwede sila mag-vie for a top spot dito sa VCTPH.
Yeah. And you are again watching VCTPH 2024, brought to us by Minasi Global, the official tournament organizer of the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Yeah, and also thanks to our official super app, Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals.
Last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by Games and Amusement Board. Hello po.
At yan po ang first series ng ating laban. It's a 2-0 dominant fashion won by Old Stinky Cat. Wag po kayong alis. Dahil sa pagbabalik, it's gonna be 2 more series actually na mapapanood natin today. VCTPH 2024 will be right back. Back in action para sa VCTPH 2024. Nandito po kayo sa ating broadcast kasama si Wolf, your panel host. Kasama ko naman, Ray as well as Fluffy. How you doing?
Good.
Hey, masaya kami ngayon, Wolf. Ikaw, masaya ka din?
Lagi naman tayong naghahanap ng
Yeah.
paraan para sumaya. At actually, masaya ako ngayon dahil kasama ko si Fluffy for, I think this probably is the first time.
I think so
Na-
too.
Yeah, also. How are you, Fluffy? How are you doing?
Good. Kind of tiring kasi yung first series natin today. Napakalakas yung both teams, but I think slight adjustments really pulled through for one of them. So congrats to them. But right now, excited too because of our upcoming game.
That's right. And just to remind everyone, Mineski Global is the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
And guys, we would also like to thank our official super app, Grab. You can score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals.
And last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
At ang ating mapapanood ngayon ay Just Us going up against Oasis. And para mabigyan natin ng context ang mga viewers natin, is this a series na Oasis-sided talaga? Especially dahil dun sa kanilang, I don't know, experience at sila yung mas pinapaboran? Or do you think this will be a close series? Simulan natin kay Fluffy.
Well, personally, I do think that Oasis, they had a rough start in their opening game dito, yung debut nila. Pero ngayon, I'm sure that there's a lot of adjustments. And I have a lot of faith in their core team, plus yung addition of dubstep. So I think kaya naman nila against a team like Just Us.
I gotta agree din talaga with Fluffy. Alam naman natin it's just the first day when it was nung 14. But then, at the same time, looking at some of our games coming in from the teams ng Open Qualifiers, yung Old Sticky Cat, sobrang crazy nila as a team.
Yeah.
And I think yung surprise factor ay meron pa rin, no? Going up against Just Us, they also have their own identity. So this might be hard for Oasis Gaming to actually decipher at, pero sana maging successful sila pagdating doon.
At yung would you agree with some of the comments? Kasi parang nagbabasa din ako ng mga opinion ng mga tao about Just Us as a team. Parang meron naman talaga players na kayang sumabay talaga. Kinailangan lang talaga nilang mag-open qualifier dahil parang technically speaking rebuild phase dun sa ilan sa mga miyembro na to. Do you actually think na itong Just Us as a team ay ganun worthy of battling it out? Kumbaga nakakasabay sila sa mga invited teams natin dito sa liga?
Yeah, I gotta agree. Totoo, kayang-kaya ng Just Us. Yung the fact that people can tell that na kaya nilang lumaban against Oasis Gaming, I think it won't be a big problem for Just Us. I mean, they have a lot of teams na may VCTPH experience na. We have your Second Love na nanggaling syempre sa mga previous teams niya. If I remember, APH and Lloyd Dream, he came from a Game Lab. Siya yung nag-sub nung hindi na nakalaro. Si Fall X. Si Par, syempre nakita na natin yan. Isova na din niya ba si Psycho din at the same time. So lahat sila guys, halos lahat yung core team natin, sabihin natin, sila ay may malakas talaga na experience. And you can't underestimate a team that came from open qualifiers. Why? Kasi ang dami na lang nasubukan, ang dami na lang napuntahan na teams bago sila makatuntong dito.
That's very true. I mean, isipin na natin na yung team kunwari ng Oasis, they have a lot of pressure talaga on their shoulders because they have that org, they have a lot of parang expectations na nadikit sa kanila, pero mas free-flowing talaga yung Just Us. They have really nothing to lose and you don't know, or you're not really ready for what you might expect from a team with nothing to lose.
And ang kanilang mga kalaban, syempre, kailangan natin pag-usapan ng Oasis. Bilang resident na laging assigned sa Oasis Gaming, ano pa ba ang pwede mong masabi sa Oasis Gaming, Fluffy?
I mean, honestly, at this point, they have still very young players. Baka umakit yung average ng konti with the addition of dubstep. Pero in terms of veterancy, pantay na pantay sila. Wild Oreo, Kelly S, Savvy, Marky, dubstep. When you look at this, they're all duelists, so they can shoot. But the problem is fitting them in their new roles. And with new leadership then, with dubstep being that IGL, a bit of growing pains in their opening games. But I feel like over time, Oasis has always shown them their resiliency. And it really is one of the reasons why they've been always in that top 2 spot.
ano pa eh, ang dadagdag ko lang din about Oasis Gaming is that ang tagal na lang nandito, di ba? They've been here since 2020, 2021. And parati na lang sinasabi, this will be our year, di ba? So sana talaga itong 2024, knowing that there's just a lot of changes pagdating sa meta, pagdating sa mga map changes natin, maybe 2024 is something they want to seek already into winning that #1 title here in the Philippines.
Gusto kong tanongin dito si Fluffy about dun sa changing of roles. Parang growing up sa esports, ang pagbago ng role ay isang bagay na talagang mahabang process siya. It's not instantly, obviously. At usually, mga years na rin, parang 2 years or parang tatagal ka muna sa eksena, magcha-champion ka muna bago ka magpalit ng role mo when you get a little bit older. But why do you think ito yung naging decision ng ibang mga players tapos na pagpasok nila dun sa Oasis? Bakit sila nag-adjust ng sobra para lang mabuo yung team na yan?
Well, sometimes, it's really case to case, so it is just off a guess. But when some players are really comfy talaga with their current roles, the newer ones generally just have to adjust kasi yun na yung tried and tested na gumagana. Kunwari Oasis, Marky, as well as Wild Oreo have played multiple roles. First they were parang Star Duelists, then they moved to Initiators, Controllers, sometimes Sentinel. So a lot of these shuffles just trying to parang hinaharap nila kung ano yung tamang timpla para sa team. And with Dubstep, I think that having that veteran, not just in terms of leadership, but also stability within the team emotionally, can really help a lot of yung mga younger members nila.
Yeah. And Ray, hindi ganun kaganda ang resulta para sa Oasis Gaming when they went up against Naos first. At madami nag-expect na magiging sobrang close na 2-1, but it was a 2-0 in the end. Tingin mo ba naging factor yung pag-adjust na yun at yung chemistry na hinahanap natin for Oasis Gaming? That's why they eventually lost to a team na may changes din naman kahit paano, but not as much as theirs.
Of course, nakita na natin yun na pagdating sa Oasis, ang ganda ng start nila parati. But the problem is they always end up really short sa mga moments na kailangan na nanalo sila. And sabi nga natin, kahit sabihin mo nag-change sila, may mga konting changes pa rin for Oasis, it's still a big change. Siyempre, nagbago sila ng IGL, nagbago pa rin sila ng roles. And at the same time, it leaves you one question, hanggang saan ba magagamit yung flexibility, di ba, ng players nila? Kasi kung ano-ani mo yung flexibility sometimes when you're going up against a team na may mastery pagdating sa kanilang mga agents. But on the other side naman, pagdating nga sa Naos, we talk about this in the interview din eh. Kaya sila nanalo. Dahil sabi ni Ja, parang wala naman din nagbago nung inad nila si Eman together with Mojer because they used to be teammates with Mojer in addition of one of Eman coming in from his experience in the Pacific. Sobrang hindi naman naging malaking impact for now. So this is so promising dapat for Oasis kasi you're going up against a team na may mas madami kang experience eh. So dapat talaga ma-use nila to ng maayos.
Yeah, and despite yung sinabi nga nating growing pains about dun sa pag-adjust at alam natin na hindi nga ganun kaganda yung resulta for Oasis Gaming, I still think na sila ang parang favor dito sa series na to. And actually, yan yung segue natin mapunta dun sa my predictions because that's my prediction about this particular series. I feel na Oasis ang mas madaling paboran dito sa series na to if you are a fan of VCT. But for you, Fluffy, who do you think is going to take the series?
I mean, it's really hard to judge an unknown kasi kita naman natin that Just Us has that firepower to take out yung mga veteran players. That's what they did against Carti Esports, who have players of the same experience level of Oasis. But Oasis has been a team, at least the core, for a longer time. And that's the reason why I think they're going to win. And Oasis is, for me, the better team today. And hopefully they win this match.
Ako din. Yun din ang akin. I think Oasis just has it's a better composition, better strats, better back-end team, better talaga all in all pagdating sa kanilang players experience pa lang. They've been into Ascension, they've been into a lot of Tier 1 tournaments. So I really do think this is going to be an Oasis time.
Alright, alam nyo, the last time na unanimous to, na-curse yung team na yon. But we'll see. That's Ray and Fluffy as well as Wolf for the panel. Ngayon, ibabato na natin sa ating mga casters for the map veto.
Here we go again. Another exciting matchup is upon us. And I know I'm very giddy for this one. And I can see very much so. My co-caster is ecstatic, to say the least, for this upcoming bout. Riku, who is going to be playing in this second outing?
Oh, I cannot. It's gonna be Oasis that's playing. That's what I know against Just Us. And honestly, I'm just trying to move around and remove all like the tingles in my body because I am just that excited for Oasis Gaming. Yes, I am.
Of course.
Yes.
Of course. Look, guys. Over the years of VCTPH, there was always been, I'd say, an expert about Oasis Gaming. I dare say that from the first few years, it was me. And then the year after, it was Fluffy. But now, I do feel like that crown has to go somewhere else. To someone else who is very in the know about the Oasis gaming system. So Riku, I gotta ask you right now, what are your insights about Oasis here coming into this matchup? Because they're gonna be trying to go for a bounce back against, after their loss against Naos, right?
Dude, that's a lot of pressure you're giving me. The crown, can it just be just a teeny tiny hat for a little bit that just says Oasis, like a fangirl vibes, not like an expert just yet. But yes, honestly speaking, again, it was a spicy first game of a premiere of the split one of 2024 for us. And of course, again, in comparison, like both teams had major changes in their roster. But also when we look at Oasis, the core is still intact, but with the new addition with Dubstep, which again is very lore friendly to the Oasis roster of having another duelist in their team. And again, this time around, it is the initiator role as well as being the IGL. So it is definitely a lot of adjustments to be made, especially again, when we consider having that core and then you add in another Kuya factor or like a Senpai factor that has a lot of experience in the field from not only previous esports titles, but as well as the S tier scene for Valorant.
No, I agree with you. And truth be told, this is something we were talking about during the break, right? You look at Dubstep's career, and before he got into Valorant, he usually had a veteran with him. The same could be said back in the Team Secret days. But we're going to be getting, of course, our vetoes. And on the other side, we can talk about Justice a little bit here also, Riku. They came out of the gate strong with a victory versus Karti Esports. Beautiful recovery game with the reverse sweep on Bind and Icebox. And my man, Forrest Schofield here, the guy is just incredible with what he can do. So he can be an explosive factor moving forward. First ban though, by Just Us, will be Bind actually. And I feel like this is good for Oasis because this is usually the perma ban of Oasis instead.
I do think that you predicted this, Das, because I remember you were already doing the map veto in your head, like, oh, I think it's gonna be Bind, and I think maybe, oh yeah, Breeze. We forgot about Breeze. I think that was the map we forgot about when we were talking about the maps.
I'm a little confused. I do feel like it should be Oasis banning Breeze and then Just Us banning Bind. Or rather, Oasis banning Bind and then Just Us banning Breeze. But either way, both of the maps that we expected to be gone are removed from the pool. And we're gonna get into Ascent to start things off here, and Just Us is one picking it.
That's super interesting because again, that's like the second time we're going to be seeing an Ascent on the first like a momentum setter for this series. Again, it's completely like very important for Oasis to win this first map just to get like that momentum forward. Because when we talk about momentum, of course, like on paper, Just Us won their first game of the split. But for Oasis, you know, after their tough match against Naos, of course they want to use this series as like a trampoline of some sort to begin this split. Because again, we talked about the changes in their roster, but it was still definitely a difficult like first start of their premiere on the split.
And speaking of Oasis right now, they go back to their new home ground that is Lotus. With Haven gone, they're like, we need another 3-side franchise. Let's go for Lotus. And they've been incredible in it for the past few months. I do believe they've only lost it 2 times so far. And Oasis Gaming, it was banned out against them by now, so last time around, so they're gonna try to bring it out here. Split though, removed by Justice. Oasis needs to make a consideration. Do they go Icebox? Do they go with something else? Do they consider Sunset to be our last map? And it's Sunset banned out, so Icebox will be our decider.
Ooh, I love this spicy decider match just because like what we saw in their performance, it seemed like for Oasis, it seemed like it was like they had everything. It's just that Naos was like really solid at that time. So I just want to see Oasis go at it again for like a second time at this first week of the split. Why are you laughing? Stop!
I'm not always laughing, okay? I'm just like to hear you talk about Oasis, but all in all, I look at Just Us and I do like the map draft for them as well. Them deciding to challenge Oasis on Ascent when it's always gonna be that kind of heat check for all these kind of teams. And you said it a while ago, when we were introducing these teams, right? It's a new system for Oasis Gaming. You got Dubby in the front line playing that initiator. You have him in the IGL role as well. And that's always been the question of Oasis. Who should be shot calling? Who should be making sure that the team is on the same page? Because it's been a game of musical chairs for them for quite a while. And on the other hand, when you move into Icebox, there is still a bit of that history that, okay, Oasis lost against Naos last time. Can Just Us do it as well? So there is cause for consideration that Just Us has a good chance in this series.
Yeah, exactly. I think again, it's this match for Oasis is just so incredibly important as well. And you know, when we look at it from a Just Us angle, I mean, if that happens, then wow, that's like a big like what you call it? Confidence boost. Yeah, you know. So again, this is both important for the two teams, but of course, I cannot hold back my bias. You know, this is such an important match for Oasis as well, especially the start of the week for them as a team.
And if you're in the know, you should know right now why Riku is leaning towards the Oasis side. But Just Us, they also have veterans in the coaching staff. You have Boss Narpim from Cadeliman fame ready to coach these young guns. And we're going to be getting our compositions. Of course, Oasis Gaming tried and tested with a double Heli S on the KO. Just Us, though, changing it up with the double duels instead. And we know what R. Schofield can do when he has a hot hand.
Yeah, this is super interesting with the double duelist, like forgoing the KO knife and the null command, which seems to be incredibly important on the tried and tested Ascent. So I'm guessing this is going to be incredibly aggressive. Basically, what you have 2 flashes, 1 destructible flash, and 1 paranoia. So this is absolutely interesting to me because it does feel like they might run out of flashes, but we'll just have to see with the execution of Just Us.
I mean, right now, Just Us wants to be a battering ram. Oasis Gaming will play by the book. But do the right people have the right pens for it? Is it going to be a good work of art here for Oasis Gaming, having Dubstep making those calls and being on the Sova right now, because Wild Warrior is going to be the one on the Omen instead with the roster adjustment. Just as on the other hand, you also gotta keep tabs on what the Jet of Lloyd Dream can do. If Far Schofield can't get the job done, the Jet will try to do the same kind of thing, and that's where Justice can either make it a make or break moment if they can break through the Oasis defense.
Oh my god, this is gonna be absolutely exciting, Dax. I cannot hold my excitement because we're coming in soon and towards the map. Stop giggling, like that's making me even more tingly. Is it hot? Is it hot in the Philippines right now? I feel like, what's the temperature?
Look, it's getting hot because we have a scorcher of a series, and it's game time here, Riku. It's time for Ascent. And Oasis, as we said, will kick things off on the defense. You got Just Us ready now to just do the things that need to be done on the attack.
Here we go, Javi. The standard Sova and Killjoy setup for B just put a lot of resources towards A, like people resources on towards A. Let's see though if they're able to spot this quickly.
Yeah, Paranoia is the player. Repulsive already, setting things up strong. And they get a good scan here for the side of Just Us, but the Nano Swarm will keep things slow to begin with. Oasis Gaming moving already onto the side. You got Dubstep on one side, you got Savvy on the other. Shock Darts fly. Just Us though does get stand.
Really
Big
scan.
intel there, courtesy of Dubby. You got the Lear as well, but Lloyd Dream with the overrun. Here comes Repulsive as well. And Just Us, they have the side, but they're taking the fight towards Oasis already. It's a scramble here in the pistol. They get the spike down, but Just Us is hungry for blood here, Riku. And Wild Oreo, what can he do? Nothing.
That was a really good scan, but unfortunately it's just the 2 players, what do you call this, Dubstep and Javi stuck on a boathouse on backside, and the rest unable to create these, take advantage of this position and get that crossfire. Just really solid execution from the side of Just Us.
Yeah, and you can see already this is what Just Us wants to do for this composition, right? You have double duelists, you might as well use it well. Play aggressive, go for Oasis as soon as possible. And again, Far Schofield, he's one to watch out for on that Reyna. Let's see what he can do with the rest of the team as we are getting into the second round here.
Let's see now, possibly a peek onto mid, but won't see anyone at all as that's a turret for any aggressive shenanigans from the side of Oasis. But Just very what you call it, very patient coming from Just Us.
Just us here. Playing it slow on the anti-eco, or rather on the bonus. And alright, it is at the eco. Man, I haven't seen Valorant in a while, honestly. This is my first day back, and I'm just...
Welcome back, Dax!
I gotta get my glossary. I gotta get my terminologies right.
You got this.
There are 20 teams running around. It's only 2 of them in a 5v5, but just us. You also gotta watch out. You got one Vandal in the hands of Par Schofield. If he falls early, Oasis might be able to pick that up. Turret, though, placed on dice.
This is a good read coming from Oasis. 5v5 possibly to just destroy this execute.
Yeah. Scan comes on in. Lloyd Dream trying to clear out these corners. Finds contact towards Marky Keliesto from the doorway. Forces of Oasis scrambling through the smoke. But Just Us have the firepower and they get the frags along the way. 2-0 now.
Very understandable with the eco, but quite just really deny any sort of weapon being denied away from Just Us. Just a very clean take onto A. And now with the rifles in the hand of Oasis. But let's take a look at that again. I think that's a really good scan. I think the follow-up, like, it's just that Just Us is just so fast coming into these sites and just overwhelming the same style that they did back at the first round.
Yeah, Just Us. They know they have the firepower. Might as well use it. Paranoia early on. Kelly S gets the intel. This fragment is huge. Par Schofield stuck in the corner. Kelly S finds the first kill. But Repulsive, good cover there. Wild Oreo traded now. Here comes the Owl Drone 2. And while Oasis wanted to take the fight towards Just Us, it's unrelenting here. The dash there. Marky has to reposition as Lloyd Dream puts on the pressure.
And that's a full 4-stack onto main. At least the scan is denied, but here comes the go signal!
Oh! Oasis prepared for it, though. Marky had the angle. Second Love, though, getting a second kill for himself. And in the 1v2, Dubstep's the one watching out for this mark. It's a graveyard here already towards A main. And Second Love, it's his birthday today, I saw on Facebook. Right now, it will be a present of a bonus. The clutch comes for Second Love. A 4K to boot.
That's crazy from Second Love. Just very patient, isolating the angles. As we take a look at that replay, that was a lot of kills from Marky and as well as Kelly S. But again, Second Love played this so smartly, isolated the angles, killed the one from heaven, and killed the one by the door. So really strong start by Just Us.
Yeah, my man with the birthday buff there real quick and 5 kills to his name. Just Us has all the control right now from what we're seeing so far. And it has to be the question, Oasis, new system, new name, and a new face on the roster, right? Can they get rid of the growing pains as early as they can? Because Just Us has all this momentum right now moving forward with.
Yeah, especially Oasis on eco. And as well as Just Us having from the shadows. Not out of reach when it comes to the ults for now. But so far, it has been a steady... It feels like Just Us really likes to play the silent game and then just suddenly surprise Oasis by just putting all of their flashes, putting all of their utility and layering everything and catching Oasis off guard.
Yeah, we've seen from Oasis, they've used the intel well. And this time around, Marky finds Second Love early on. So that's a good beginning here for Oasis. They also scrounge a gun a long way because of it. Playing on the outskirts right now, they have to give the site to Just Us.
Spike planted.
This is going to be a 4v5 retake. We'll have to see. That's 3 members pouring in from heaven and 2 from hell for Just Us.
Yeah, no one saw that dart there, but Aldro now into play. Dubstep, though, peeking way too wide, and Par Schofield ready to punish him there accordingly. Lloyd Dream on the board as well. It's Just Us here with the numbers now. Beautiful shot, though, from Savvy AK. Keeping Just Us humble. Savvy with another one, sure. Doable here for Oasis. Wild Oreo strafes on in. Not enough. Repulsive, though, gets the jump peak going. And a beautiful swing from Psycho. Just as proving that there's such a coordinated unit so far.
Yeah, that's really good coming from Just Us, honestly. Like, it's just as you said, fully coordinated. They know where to go. They're not being over greedy after they take control of the site. They just play pretty standard and stay on site. Good pickup coming from Marky. I guess one thing that I want to see that we saw back in Oasis for that Icebox map is the fact that what do you call what Javi and as well as Wild Oreo being the two players that would like be that would survive from the onslaught and would try to retake. So hopefully we get to see more of that despite Just Us taking control of these sites.
Yeah, Oasis has found a few impact frags here and there, but it's just not enough to string up a round. Instead, it's all Just Us so far. They also have the Empress for Par Schofield if he chooses to use it in this round. Aldron, though, very close. It's something Just Us has been conditioned to check these main angles as soon as possible, given that someone like Kelly S can swing it.
Marky now with the operator, with the knives. Incredibly important, but it's good thing that Javi's setup is all towards A, because it does feel like they might go towards that direction. Could be a 1v1 between Marky and Second Love. And Marky gets that kill.
Yeah, emergency button here for Oasis. When in doubt, bring out the Marky operator. And if you slow peek that, you are just dead in his crosshairs. Just Us, though, forced now to play into A. Lordran trying to make the entry work, but Wild Oreo rolls the dice and he's able to hold on to the side. Here comes Wild Oreo yet again, doing some immense damage. Wild Oreo goes crazy there with a quad, and Oasis gets on the board.
That was amazing by Wild Oreo. That just... He is online. He found the headshots. He was just by the boxes. And then bam, bam, bam. Let's take a look at the replay again. Again, he wasn't challenged at all. And I think it's because of the up and down coming from heaven by Kelly S. That additional support was so important for Wild Oreo to get a lot of those skills. And now this is so important for them to continue on with this momentum.
Yeah, Oasis, they get one of those classic Wild Oreo rounds. We saw it versus Naus in that split map. When the going gets tough, Wild Oreo gets tougher. It happens multiple times, and momentum is what Oasis is looking for. That might give them a little bit of spring in their step here.
Hopefully, Oasis is able to guard the orbs, considering that Second Love is one orb away from getting locked down, which might send them 5-1. So that's the reason why Oasis is a bit more aggressive now around this area, but an alarm bot might possibly spot them out.
Enemy mark.
See now, the little mark there, as Just Us are moving themselves into A main yet again. Lordran has the blades in hand. A smoke out. Jenny drops on down. Goes for Wild Oreo first and foremost, but he's burning towards the nanoswarm. The floor is lava. Kelly S though with the impact. Savvy's there too. And the crossfire is so set. X marks the spot, and the spike is dropped by Just Us now.
Oh, Second Love with this very good lurk from mid. Maybe, oh, Marky gives up the angle. Gonna try to seek information, but with the knives out, he's gonna peek, sees the head. Misses the shot, but gets the crossfire!
Yeah, crossfire upon crossfire. And Oasis Gaming gets their second. So Just Us, now they have to rethink their plans. They've been good at adjusting here, Riku, towards any Oasis aggression for the past few rounds. But when the operator came along, it really changed the storyline here for Oasis.
Yeah, there were definitely a lot of changes at the beginning of, I believe, round 5, which was on top of the operator, as well as moving Javi on the A site and putting all of the utilities there to make sure to slow down any sort of pushes. So I really like this.
Oasis rallying sure, but Just Us has a different plan. They're on the half bot here though with some. Second Love though challenging, but you dare peek Marky like that, you are just dead in the water. So Marky, that's first kill for him, doing good so far. And finding those initial frags here for Oasis. Psycho though, a little bit of a different plan, moving into mid right now. Kelly S watching from the market. And Oasis, yes, they have their stations, but this might be a little bit of timing here for Psycho. Knives out, dubstep finds Psycho instead. Good protection there from Oasis. The double up is strong towards mid. The paranoia even better. Wild Oreo flushing them out, but poor Schofield. What a sharp shot from below.
And that is massive. From the side of Oasis, you said that was almost a timing, but here we go. Just a lot of alarm bots here and a lot of nanoswarms. Repulsive just kind of stuck here.
Yeah, welcome to Utility City. Population Repulsive stuck in the corner. Now Savvy playing into the smoke, and they line up for him easily. Repulsive, Par, they both fall, and Oasis now are one away from tying things up.
Nicely done. Oasis now slowly catching up and not even spending any ultimates at all. 0 needed. Even the previous round when it was a buy round for both teams, just a lot of, you know, ult economy just rolling over to different rounds.
Just Us now. They're gonna have their buys yet again. They also have a lot of ultimates to work with here.
Yeah.
And I think the big thing is Oasis doesn't have the Hunter's Fury as of yet. If Dubstep can't get the kill early on, Just Us can consider to play the lockdown to get onto a side easily.
Yeah, that's the difficult part. There's just 2 members there lying and waiting, and so if a lockdown just drops, Hunter's Fury will not be there to destroy that ultimate. So now Marky, aggressive push here. Won't find anyone.
Yeah, he's playing into mid, but Cubby instead contested by Just Us. They're trying to go for an A split raid, but they haven't brought the spike as of yet. Waiting now if anyone does their peek. Smokes out 2 towards B main. But beyond that, Just Us. They're a little bit fearful of where Marky is positioned. Marky, on the other hand, he might cross sight lines with the other jet soon. There's the smoke now to cover the cross towards 3. Lloyd Dream, will he see the barrel? That's the big question here. Marky has him trained, but no, Lloyd Dream finds it first and foremost. So Just Us, that's a big beginning. Moving into the site now here.
Yeah, that's them aggressively going through from Tree. 38 HP onto Lloyd Dream. But they have full control of the site. The door isn't closed. Door is open.
Broken now. Lockdown into play, and Just Us with the control that they need. Lloyd Dream, though, wants to be the first contact point with 9 HP. Kelly S gets a second kill along the way. Bar Schofield makes him drop to his knees, and that's the moment where Wild Oriole will strike from the top side. Second Love, though, still holding. Main has been a strong angle for Just Us so far, but he's down to 7 HP after the dink there. Savvy 8K getting onto the site. Big window for Repulsive, holding into hell, and it's 2v1. Dubby tries to check, but the crossbar from Just Us, the double up is too strong, and it's a handful of rounds now for the attackers.
That seemed like a perfect way for that retake, but the crossfire being set up by Repulsive from hell to main was just such a difficult position for any sort of retake. I even wanted to point out that Oasis even had they were very patient with their utility even, and therefore it's just Us with a very good setup, hitting all the shots that they needed to hit, and as well as just setting up with a prime position for this post plan.
I mean, right now, Just Us is trying to prove that they should be in conversation for contention, right? We talk about how they're coaching with Narpim alongside them, gives them veteran outlook. You've seen some of these names as well in previous VCTs, especially the likes of Second Love and Lloyd Dream. But they're a relatively new roster. They made their way through the open qualifiers here, Riku, and right now they're proving they can contend with Oasis. But
exactly.
Danger.
Oh.
Marky gonna get the shot. Flabbers into play. 13 HP, and here comes Just Us and the rest. Bar Schofield with the first clear. It's Marky who will fall. Dubstep trying to play out to the side as Kelly is even stiffed out inside the smoke. It's just all Just Us right now. Wild Oreo, the parallel area doesn't connect towards the arena because of the dismiss. Well done by Bar Schofield using that utility on such a duelist-centric agent. And now Bar Schofield finds the fight, finds the fort, and it's 6 rounds now for Just Us.
You mentioned the battering ram just going into the sites, and that's exactly what we keep seeing time and time again. And the one that leads the charge is definitely Par Schofield, and as well as Lloyd Dream. They have been, again, the entry that they do on these sites are just incredibly clean, and it's just overpouring and overwhelming.
And it's such a big deal here for Just Us to get on the board this early, this strong, right? Because that was the problem versus, I believe, Carti Esports last time around. They came out of the gates very, very cold. They lost out in that first half on split 10-2, and it was a struggle for them to try and find a rally. They had to go for the reverse sweep to come back into it. Right now, it's just all Par Schofield. It's all Repulsive, setting things up with beautiful paranoias. Second Love, someone you can rely on in a pinch. And Oasis instead are still the ones looking very lost in their own system.
Yeah, it feels like the question is now, how do you stop this overpouring river that is basically Just Us onto these sites? And you know, it feels like too fast to even use any of these ultimates. So far, Second Love already on the way to building his own ult economy, as he basically used it. But I do feel like, again, the the situation, it's just so hard to find these proper timings to use any of these to even slow them down because it's too fast.
In a way, Oasis is still trying to expect certain things from Just Us, and they're not getting it. Instead, Just Us always throwing wrenches in their plans. And as of right now, we go again for a Just Us default. We've seen this 2-1-2 split. You have one watching out for mid, but Oasis has a different plan, putting all their members now onto the sites. You got the Blade Storm ready for Marky. You have Wild Oreo beside him, and they want to go for a Paranoia push if ever.
And it's incredibly slow so far. There's the dart already done. Pretty much spread coming from Just Us. A lot of rifles already. Psycho not going to be revealing their position just yet. Again, Just Us very patient with their moves.
Yeah. And usually you see a team like this, they just want to go gung-ho. They just want to shoot anyone they can. Here comes the up and down here for Oasis. Dubstep, though, holds by his lonesome. That could have been good timing for Far Schofield. Savvy busy with the turret. But Dubstep here even gets the scan with the Al drone. So intel now provided for Oasis. Just Us is running out of time here.
34 seconds on the clock. Spike is around mid. Looks like the transition will be towards mid, maybe to A perhaps, but Lloydring gets a pick.
I mean, Lloydring's trying to make a lot of noise, but Oasis keeping discipline trained. Marky had the angle for the first blade. He wants to go for more, but Psycho prevents it. Wild Oreo now, Paranoia is perfection. The flash also is there, and Just Us, they need to get through this door, but it's closing, it's closing. It's time to close down this shop.
6
no one can
seconds.
buy anything anymore. No one can enter whatsoever as Oasis shuts Just Us down.
I like how even if Just Us is super patient with their movements, it feels like Oasis is kind of mirroring that same play to keep Just Us guessing as well. And of course, this round wouldn't have been won by, again, this hold coming from Wild Oreo by the doors, and as well as the pickoff by Marky. So really, really good shots as well. The first blood done by Dubstep.
Yeah, this is one of those rounds where you see Oasis more of a veteran unit compared to their counterparts right now. A lot more patient on their defensive approach, trusting one another that they can still hold those individual sites. So Oasis at least is trying to rally here and are looking to tie up the scoreline by the end of the first half, Riku. Blades though out for Lloydstream, Shorty in hand as well. Savvy though, cheeky angle. Here comes a big scan again from Dubstep, and now the Hunter's Fury is on, looking for someone to kill. Can't find it, but it's enough to dissuade the rest of the members of Just Us. It's Lloydstream on an island. He sinks to Kelly S. There's the first frag, courtesy of Oasis. Psycho also caught. Savvy 8K into Chaos finds a pick for himself. And Just Us, they brought Repulsive towards the site. Second Love trying to get out, but he's caught there by Dubstep. The 3v1 now is ready. And oh, this is getting dangerous for Repulsive. Moves over to these boxes. Smoke is out as well.
Nice drone.
Scan though comes on in yet again. Dubstep doing work with the intel. And Oasis will get their fifth.
Yeah, it was the perfect scan, and as well as the Hunter's Fury with an additional drone for any cheeky surprises done by Repulsive. But it seems to me Oasis is now picking up from the tough earlier rounds that we saw from this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a Chekhov's gun here, Riku. We've seen, even in the first round, Dubstep has been finding intel. He hasn't been in the best position for himself in terms of peaks, but he's always getting these good darts to know where Just Us is. And the early rounds, Oasis couldn't play off it. Now they can, now they're ready, and you can see the difference between the Oasis defense then and now.
Ult economy-wise, though, a bit, of course, on Second Love, just need 2 orbs, but there's not going to be any Hunter's Fury to deny that whatsoever. But here comes the battering ram again.
Yeah, here we go, knocked up. Lloydstream's here to try and find a way in. Dubstep, same angle from before. This time around, you got Savvy playing onto Boathouse, and he's trying to be as quiet as a mouse there. Savvy now able to strike. There's the first. Repulsive, though, fistful of lead, courtesy of the judge. And 4v2, Just Us in control yet again. This is their site now. The challenge there from Wild Oreo towards the staircase. Watch out though. Marky now ready to run on in. Gets his first. Tries to spam through the wall. Lloydstream though holds by his lonesome. A beautiful spray down onto 2 more targets. And Just Us keeps this lead at the end of the first half.
It's going to be the switch sides now, 7-5. And Just Us is ending with a momentum. Again, it's the battering ram. It's when it feels like Just Us is playing slow, I feel like that's the time Oasis can react more, effectively. But when it's just, we're gonna go in, we're gonna rush in, it feels like no nano swarm, nothing, just nothing can stop them. Especially at that time, every ult was pretty much already used on the Oasis side, so nothing was really stopping them from just entering.
I mean, Just Us is just confident, Riku. From what we've seen today, from what we've seen in their past maps versus Karti, it really feels like if you got Par and Loy so prepared for any kind of initial contact, this is a team that can make waves in the VCTPH League. Oasis now though on the offensive. You got Marky trying to play for mid. Knife's there for the intel as well. And now they know mid is a little bit more open than it should be. And Marky will take command of it.
And that's why Second Love and Psycho is already moving towards mid for a possible double peak. But that's going to be... that's the reason why, you know, Marky decides to just wait around a little bit.
Yeah, Oasis. They know patience is something they can do against Just Us right now. With more utility on the offense, they can wait for the reset for the 0 points. They can wait for the reset for the recon dart, and then go for the execute when Just Us doesn't have as much utility to get that intel as they would like. And speaking of, they know what is clear. You still have Marky there waiting by mid, and now Kelly S daring to push into the cubby here, where you have Par Schofield waiting on the side.
Yeah, Knife is back. There's the flash. That's 3 members onto A. Only detects 1 though. So they decide to just move around.
I mean, that's already big intel. Just because of it, Oasis can move into that B site. Marky though burning. He's dying to utility. Don't peek the turret. It will kill you. But Second Love is already off site, and Oasis Gaming, they're gonna get this plant going for now.
Absolute classic execution from B main, flooding from Market. And now it's a 5-man retake, but Marky is pretty low.
Marky low, sure. And Second Love is the one leading the charge
Oh,
on the retake
scam.
through the boxes. Just Us with the heavy hand smacking down Oasis immediately. And Kelly S, he's just like, guys, I was trying to lurk, I was trying to play the off angle, but there's just no way you can hold for yourself when Just Us is there in front of you. 8-5, Just Us takes this pistol here.
And the pistol round on the second half is, you know, incredibly important for Oasis to close the gap, but also for Just Us to increase the gap that already existed from the first half. So again, this is huge. Unless, you know, Oasis can try something with a Thrifty. We've seen that before earlier today. Oasis as well. So let's see from Just Us, especially a lot of Bulldogs over on their end. Well, classics. 4 classics and 1 Sheriff.
1 Sheriff.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's expensive. Yeah.
Marky wants to be a bit of a hero here, but as of right now, Just Us, we see how commanding their style has been, and I feel like one of the best things that they can do right now is play a bit more of a retake heavy game, since they know that they'll have a disadvantage if Kelly S gets a good suppress onto them and they still try to play anchor. They have that firepower with Loy, they have that firepower with Par Schofield. I've said it multiple times. They can just get in there if they need to. Paranoia, though, is perfection. But the scan, it gets value. It's just not enough versus Repulsive. 2 already with a Spectre in hand. Jenny, the position Oasis using to try for cover. But Repulsive just sends them all away. Just Us. This should be their round. Savvy 8K has an outlaw in hand of all things. But beyond that, it's just really Just Us ready for anything Oasis can throw at them.
Sorry, I got distracted that I didn't know Outlaw already had a skin.
Oh yeah, it has 2 skins. It has the Louis Vuitton one or whatever. Like, I think it's the Ego one, yeah, and it has that one Prism one.
Oh,
yeah.
that's pretty. Okay, now I know. Fun fact for me. But yeah, it wasn't Eco. They got, I guess, Lloyd Dream at the very end. But again, we have to give props to Repulsive's Paranoia there. That was like the perfect timing. We can't really, again, they were on a bunch of classics, Oasis. It's a bit difficult. But so now the mission of Javi is to just try to get more kills before he dies.
Yeah, he's strong with Outlaw, but it's not good enough versus Just Us right now. The numbers pile on. It's 9-5, and I do wanna bring attention to Repulsive again. If you look at the stats, it's Second Love dominating here for Just Us. If you look at the roles, of course, it's the 2 duelists you always want to talk about. But Repulsive, from the very first round alone, has been so impactful with the Paranoias, and it just keeps going even here in round 15.
Yeah, absolutely. And now an Outlaw on Lloyd Dream's hands. And now this is absolutely critical for Oasis to win. especially that they're on their buy round now. Everything's going to be expensive. They might have to go eco after this. So this is so important for Oasis for them to win if they want to catch up. Or else it might be an 11-5, and that's definitely you do not want to be at in a position such as this on the first game. We talked about how the first game is incredibly important.
Yeah, it is. And Oasis, they always try to pivot off this mid-angle right now just because Kelly S gives them the intel. But Justice just lets them. They're like, cool, okay. We'll hold B main. We'll hold where you guys can try and enter. That confidence in the firepower is something to watch out for. But Oasis, going to try yet again to play into a Kelly S here. Alongside Dubstep. You got Savvy taking a bit of damage in that initial contact point there. And Oasis just winding down the clock right now as Justice holds their angles here.
Revealed a little bit of info, I suppose. At least, I guess they know already because of Javi. They gotta take care of the Bisbucky here.
Oh,
to the right! They didn't get to check, but really nice trade coming in from Dubstep. Now it's a 4v4.
A quick little on your left there by Dubstep. Now the dart into play. Schofield though hit by the paranoia. Getting into cover. He has a teammate with him. Psycho's there to pitch in. And Lord Dream! The Outlaw only has 2 in the clip. And it's enough to get 2 targets anyway. Savvy AK all alone now at center stage. He is booted off. And Just Us with such an amazing bonus round there.
Exactly. Remember how important it was for Oasis to win that, or else they might go eco again. And it is repulsive. Always being so impactful at the initial seconds of the round. And you talked about who's the top fragger of Just Us. It is Lloyd Dream. These mid rounds really do count, especially on the defense, the effectiveness of Lloyd Dream. And now look at him. He's able to afford an operator. Now it's going to be extra difficult for Oasis.
Absolute insanity. New gun, by the way. Outlaw does 140 damage per shot. It gets 2 kills like that. And just absolute efficiency. Just Us with just aim here, Riku. And not only that, they have an incredible sense of discipline that we're seeing here used against Oasis. They're not biting against the Oasis utility. They're happy to hold these ankles, and it's Oasis instead who's looking a little bit more amateur compared to their counterparts. They're not checking the corners where Just Us can hide in.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when it comes to eco rounds where a Bucky could be just on the side. I guess if we were sort of rationalize it, maybe they didn't want to reveal too much info. But then corners at eco rounds is definitely one of those instances where it's going to be absolutely scary. The trade was there, but again, it's really difficult once you enter the site and they know where you're going to be coming from. It does feel like Justice is just so ready for anything.
Yeah, Justice right now looking to build on this already big lead with the operator more so. Good smoke though from Wild Oreo. Heads up on what can happen. This does force Justice to push even deeper. And now Lloyd Dream still gets away with it. Beautiful shot onto 2 of them even. Kelly, yes. Good night to you, good sir. And Justice, you can know that they have such a hot hand. Schofield throwing out the Lear. Here's the dart now, courtesy of Dubstep and Oasis there. Challenge sure. Marky though, beautiful taps from the Guardian. Second Love still trying to hold by his lonesome. Many targets barreling on down. Wild Oreo with a challenge yet again. And here we go, center of the map. It's a rumble in the middle. A Second Love with a second kill to boot. Just Us just finish off the job quickly in the round there.
Okay, they got 2 kills, but they saved the operator from Just Us. And now, just as we said, you definitely do not want to be on that 5-11 point. And now it just makes the buy round just so much more important. Good kills by Wild Oreo. This, I don't know, this triangle position, this, what's it called? There's this thing on the sea that is mysterious. The Bermuda Triangle, yes. They were trying to make a Bermuda Triangle in the middle. Yeah. You know what? I'm letting go of that Bermuda Triangle. I'm gonna stop talking now. Anyway, 5-11, round 17, go!
Yeah, 5-11, Mr. Fluffy02 getting a shout out of nowhere too. But Oasis Gaming, it does feel like the plan is a little bit half-hearted. You can see that they're already forcing Justice to peek that deep, and they still couldn't get the punish. Flash though into play. Schofield gets the first. Quick little dismiss to just watch Marky try to shoot him down. And Oasis Gaming, they lose one early on here.
Yeah, they were trying to do the coordinated, what's it called? Going backwards to just avoid the full flash. But unfortunately, there was there's Psycho there with an Odin, and the flash still, unfortunately, I don't know. Let's see here.
I mean, they have Schofield ready for an angle that he can still play off from. And not only that, he's a Reyna. If he gets the kill, he can get out of there if he needs to. Marky now Dashing forward with a little cloudburst to cover the cross into the doorway and more. Lloyd Dream, though, has to get out.
Oh,
Uptrap,
nice.
though, red immediately by Dubstep. Remember, he used to be a jet main before. Knows exactly the velocity of how that jet is going to drop. Turret, though, placed. Marky holding close. The Lear now going to eat the play. Shock Dart's going to be there as well. But Oasis, they still have clear sight lines here. Sees the head already of Just Us. Psycho, though, with the big gun. And all those bullets ready to rain down on Oasis. Dubstep, though, tried to hold by his lonesome. But Just Us still has the numbers. Water falling onto the site. And this is it. Just Us get to map point here.
Oh, this kill from Lloyd Dream, the double kill. This was the previous round, I believe. But remember, it felt like that was the start of a momentum shift for Oasis. But the waterfall from heaven, they weren't able to stop that onslaught. They weren't able to get those kills because I do think Repulsive. Smoked out A main, and therefore any sort of aggressive push coming from Dubstep from A main will be a bit risky, and therefore that's how Just Us really does the retake so well.
Yeah, Just Us is proving a lot of things right now, and they're showing why they're in the group stage of VCTPH. Honestly, I'd love to say Loy and Par are like the Splash Brothers here, but Clay's been playing awful in the NBA, so I'll hold off from that analogy. In any case, Oasis, they're moving now into the site. One last hurrah, and Marky makes his mark at least to find Repulsive. So that's the site being taken. Wild Oreo, though, and Kelly, yes? 2 for the price of 1 beautiful opening from Psycho, and Just Us gets another one here. It's 4v2 suddenly. How the tides have turned versus Oasis, and Lloyd Dream, the helicopter flying high to say goodbye. Just Us, just do it here. 13-5 to knock down Oasis this early on in the series. Just Us take the first map.
For Just Us, it was incredibly coordinated. It was a lot of confidence coming in to the sites. It was just a lot of I guess it really spelled out confidence. I think that definitely describes what Just Us did in that map.
I mean, all you have to ask right now is, where did this Just Us squad come from, really? And we know that they've been building on their own kind of resume with the community scene, with a few tournaments here and there, even on the stream platforms. But as of right now, Just Us is showing that they can be legit. And with a big victory like that versus Oasis Gaming on the first map, it really goes to show that they're so potent right now. I gotta ask you though, Riku, how does Oasis really bounce back from this? Because unfortunately for them, they still look so lost in what to really do here.
Yeah, I think there was, I think it's just, that's a good question, Dax. That's honestly a very good question. I think when I look at Just Us, the aggressiveness, the confidence, and maybe that's not what we see at the moment of this week. So hopefully they're able to like reset and bounce back, because again, this match is so important for Oasis to win, to set the tone. Because honestly, maybe on paper, Naos is definitely their biggest rival, their biggest enemy. If they lose against Naos, it's like, okay, understandable. It's like they're really strong. But when when for the rest of the teams, I guess it begs the question of what happens if it's an O2. Maybe it's just this first week. You know, maybe that's it.
Yeah, I completely understand you, Riku, because the lay of the land is Oasis and Naos are at the very top. But you can see who's shaking things up right now, and it is Just Us. 13-5, as we said. Lloyd Dream with an incredible outing. 18 kills, 14 that's sure, but 6 first kills was absolutely huge, because you can see there for Just Us, they were looking for those right moments to strike, find those right angles, and when Lloyd Dream gets in there, he's peppered by utility from Savvy 8K. He's scanned out by either Dubstep or Kelly S, but he still gets away with space and a kill to allow Just Us in.
Yeah, the initial picks, honestly, I'm so curious to see what the stats are for First Blood, because it feels like Lloyd Dream's aggressiveness, especially when he managed to pick up the operator, getting 2, there you go, getting 2 before, like, falling, or he even extends his life, actually. Getting 2, he's not greedy, he doesn't look for any more kills. He just decides, okay, I'm just gonna play retake, I'm just gonna stay with my team afterwards. Maybe that's why I do think that's what I like in Just Us's performance is that not only their confidence, but as well as the ability to analyze when to be greedy and when to not be greedy.
And not only that, Just Us, they were impeccable in that second half.
Oh, yeah.
They did not drop a single round whatsoever. That first half was 7-5. It ended 13-5. And you can see in the highlights here that Just Us was just doing incredible things. This was immediately shown by Second Love. 4 HP, 4 kills, no problem. And while Oasis would have some of their few highlights as well, courtesy of the likes of Wild Oreo, some of the plays there from Savvy 8K, it really was just Us doing such an incredible job to clear out wherever Oasis could come from here.
Oh yeah, exactly. And even the initial picks coming from Marky as well, really a lot of value. But it does feel like after the initial pick, it's the mid-round impact where Just Us is just, for this particular map, is just really clean and solid for them.
And it just proves also Just Us is a team that can play both slow and fast. As we always saw about Ascent being that heat check into the VCTPH scene. There's a way to see what the fundamentals are for this team and how they can play their defaults. And all in all, Just Us, they pass with absolutely flying colors. This was huge though from Psycho. I expected him to get 1, but 2? And then suddenly the swing from the rest of Just Us, you know that they go into those retakes with smiles on their faces.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, not only confidence booster, but momentum booster as well. Again, Just Us coming from a win from their first game of this week on this split. So the next map, please remind me, Dax.
Yeah, Lotus, don't worry.
Lotus! Okay, Lotus. Wait, Ascent was the map pick of
Just Us.
Just Us. Okay,
Yes. And,
okay.
And this means Oasis does have a good second chance coming into this one. Again, it is now their best map after the loss of Haven, and we've seen even in the offseason how they've been working on it against international competition. But Just Us is proving something a little bit different here, Riku. They're looking a little bit, honestly, special in what they can do, and I'm amazed so far. We'll see if this can continue for Just Us after this break. What else can we say? Just us, just win. What a show of force there in the first map by Just Us. An incredible second half, making it as perfect as can be on the defense and taking down Oasis Gaming for the first map. So eyebrows are raised right now, but of course there's still more to come. Welcome back to the VCTPH. I am Dax here with Riku. And Riku, let's now set the record straight. Yes, Just Us has the first map, but we're going into Lotus, and if there's any map that Oasis can recover, it has to be this one.
Yeah, hopefully, they're able to spread their wings and fly in this map, especially such as Lotus, that either enables all of these aggression, like a bigger map for more extra plays that they can do. Because Ascent, yes, it's definitely like a test of like fundamentals, but it was very different with the Reyna being like the, I don't know, like a trump card or like a different like scenario that they're like maybe not as used to. But this time around for Lotus, I do feel like, this team has a lot of experience like the core, and as well as dubstep back then in Pacific. So like very good. Like I'm positive basically about this map for Oasis.
Yeah, there are positive vibes for Oasis coming into this one, but you know who has all the smiles right now? It's still Just Us. Coming into this one now, this is gonna be their first time playing into Lotus in VCT competition, so I'm very excited to see what they'll be bringing here to the table. And not only that, our third map or decider is gonna be Icebox, which Just Us has a good history on as well. So really right now, Just Us is in control of this series. We can see though, overall in the stats, birthday buff is secured by Second Love, doing an incredible job there with 17 kills from that last game. Para Schofield, Lloyd Dream getting the right entries at the right times. And as of right now, I think really the question is, how does Oasis handle what Just Us is throwing at them? Because Just Us multiple times have found the timings and the angles versus Oasis in that first map.
Yeah, it feels like we rewind a little bit on the Ascent instances where, Oasis has won the rounds, some of the rounds, is that this is when Just Us plays a bit more slow, a bit more patient. That's when Oasis is able to adjust and read properly. But when it's a total rush, aggressive, just go in, kind of an execution, I feel like that's when Oasis has trouble with. So hopefully they're able to fix that reset, and just able to deny that sort of aggression. Because I feel like that's, one of the things that they should like focus on, at least coming onto the next match.
You know what? There's a big difference right now here, Rico. It has to be a difference of comfort from what we've seen.
That's true.
Just Us, they're very comfortable to play double duelist when they choose to. We've seen especially the angles that they took on Ascent were as perfect as can be for their specific agents. And on the other hand, you look at the Oasis, right? It's always been a game of musical chairs in terms of their roles, in terms of what they can do, what they can flex in. And there are times where they can't play off Dubstep's initial intel. Dubstep himself, honestly, having more struggles playing that initiator role compared to his outings back in Pacific with Sentinels, with Duelists, which have a completely different playstyle from what he's accustomed to right now. And it does trickle down to the Oasis roster as a whole. There needs to be a sense of the situation here for Oasis right now if they want to even get back into this series. And Just Us seems to be that kind of team that will try to make sure that they don't even get that chance here.
Yeah, I like how you brought that up, Dax, because I feel like that has been the lore of Oasis, right? We talked about how Fluffy said, we've all said, like, the lore of Oasis, like, all of these are like duelists before, or at some point have main duelists. So there hasn't been exactly like a hard role. Everybody can basically flex, but also we've been questioning, like, maybe that's what's holding Oasis back, is the lack of the hard roles, or how they haven't found who gets to like have a mastery of a certain role. So now I'm very, very excited to see the agents, because you mentioned Dubstep on the Sentinels, on the Duelist, but he can also play KO, which I doubt we are going to see on this part, as it is going to be not a mirror matchup. There's a Gecko on the other hand, on the other side.
Gecko versus Sky coming into this one. Double controller as well for Oasis Gaming. You know that Wild Oreo loves to flex into this one. Kelly's signature raise can do immense damage here for Oasis Gaming and on their assaults. But Just Us, they still play that double duelist. They still feel confident from the results of Bar Schofield and Lloyd Jim right now. And I guess really we go back to the first agent we notice here in the agent select, that Gecko on Psycho. With how the patches really work here, Riku, Gecko seems to be the initiator of choice if you want to control what angles you want to clear with Dizzy and then take it back, go yet again. Compared to Sky, where you don't really control the flashes anymore, they pop at the very end, and especially if they don't regenerate, that's where Oasis will have to really adjust in terms of having still Dubstep on that initiator role.
Yeah, this definitely spells once again that big aggression with what we saw from the previous match, which is like, again, all 5 hands still active while Wingman is planting, which really just propels this sort of playstyle that Just Us really wants to do. Everybody wants to fight, everybody wants to go pew pew.
I mean, we've seen how incredible Wingman has been throughout the day so far in the previous series, winning out the game with the Gecko himself. And now might be a chance here for Just Us to do something even more amazing. A 2-0 is a possibility if Just Us can keep the momentum going. Oasis Gaming, on the other hand, hungry for a reverse sweep and the perfect map to try and start with. Lotus is where we go now here for Oasis's map pick. It's really do or die here for Oasis, because if they lose this, there will be a lot of questions moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. So the pressure going to be on Oasis here, and it's so important for them to win this series, this map, and then into the series. B, it's gonna be a B stack with still no commit from the spike, but so far it's just trying to get more info on where they can possibly land. They read it right. The Killjoy setup is on A. C is a lone Gecko so far.
I mean, when you play the Viper here for Oasis, you always want to put that wall towards A just to keep your opponents guessing. You can see that's exactly the result. Par Schofield watching by his staircase instead, and Oasis are pivoting into C, putting on the pressure. Opens the door as well, really keeping Just Us guessing as much as they can here.
Interesting setup here. The fact that once more they think that the Killjoy is at C question mark? So that's why they decided to go A and do a little bit of a switch. But a lot of the members are quite nearby for this quick rotation from JST.
I mean, it's an element of his mystery that Oasis is using right now. A lot of patience. And just because of their play into the mount plus the doorway, it pulled the defenders to watch out for B instead. Here comes the Oasis execute though. The Nanostorm stalling for a bit of time. But eventually Oasis will still go for it. A side looking a lot more different compared to previous VCTs before. Paranoia is the play, but Wild Oreo is close enough because of that near sight. Anyway, Dubstep with a second. Marky on the board as well, and Oasis Gaming, they got the side. Here comes the flash too. And Psycho has to hold with Par Schofield here. Kelly Esto on board as well. And Oasis Gaming, they only lose a single member to take their first pistol of the series.
And that's definitely the reset that they have been waiting for. Again, that was so important to win the pistol round for the second map, because again, it's a good momentum shift for themselves, and it's gonna look really good for their map pick. And now we'll see. It feels like I'm seeing a lot of pings, possibly an aggressive push, rubble control into doors possibly. So we'll have to see. Maybe that is exactly their plan.
I mean, this is the map where Oasis needs to prove that their playbook is as deep as can be. They played very well in that first round. Now we move into the second. And a Phantom, not just one, but 3 of them here in the anti-eco. This is as heavy-handed as can be, courtesy of Oasis. Trailblazer also scouting for the time being. Kelly Esto will fall. And Wild Oreo with a trade. Now he gets the Phantom in hand. Dizzy keeping him at bay. And Oasis are trying to get in there, but Just Us. Who needs guns when we have these classics? They've found 2 targets already, and Oasis is being beaten back here so far.
Especially the fact that this is an expensive round for them. And that means this is a very high risk, high reward play coming from Oasis. Let's see if Wild Oreo is able to get anything, as Marky's still on tree. They still are committed to A.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with the higher risk here for Oasis, but what are their rewards going to be? Killing people with classics, Just Us instead. Are the ones doing what is improbable. But Second Love jiggling on around. Marky spotted immediately, puts the turret down to ensure that it's going to be a contact point here. Smokes out as well. And Oasis
So
trying
silent.
to cut the site in half, but you said it here, Riku. Hush in the battlefield,
wow.
silence is there, but Marky equalizes now the numbers advantage actually here for Oasis, making it a 3v2. Screen falls, Psycho has already crossed, and while it's getting very dangerous here for Oasis, Lord Dream, quick assassination onto one. Here comes the double swing now. Dubskip gets a double kill of his own, and Oasis, they get a second round, Riku, but that was way too much of a heartache for them.
Yeah, I think they lost 1 expensive Phantom. I think they were only able to translate that into 2. Maybe 2 is better than 1, than the 1 hero rifle that we usually see from maybe the Duelist. So, It's still expensive, so hopefully Oasis is able to translate this into a 3-0. So for Just Us, fully decked here, so Oasis has to be careful.
I mean, Just Us, they did some immense damage to make it difficult for Oasis to convert on this bonus. Not only that, they reinvest into a Vandal right now. So it's a little bit costly for Oasis. The beauty of the Dizzy, get that intel. It just lands back in safety after getting shot down. And now Just Us knows Mound is a pressure point. And what was that, Lloyd Dream? Guardian Gaming at its finest. Beautiful shot onto Kelly S.
And now, without their duelist, it's going to be a bit difficult to create the space. At least they have all the utilities that they need. So now Oasis has to reconsider which would be, air quote, the more doable site to actually entry from without your raise at this point. Javi doing a decent amount of damage onto Repulsive. So imagine that's eliminated. Only, they'll not have any controller anymore.
What is up with today? This is the third time I've seen utility bounce on the wall.
I didn't want to mention
I think there was like a dubstep did it once, and then I think Psycho did it once, and then
this is the third one.
Yeah, walls are not your friend, guys, apparently. But Just Us, you got Second Love hugging this wall right now. The turret also gets the intel, so this creep up is spotted already by Just Us, but Second Love, he's waiting for the toxic screen to drop. Doesn't peek it though, waits instead patiently. And now he knows where Wild Oreo is after that snakebite paranoia is there. Keeping them away from the doorway. Oasis, they're running out of time, but Dubstep has confirmed C is clear, and here comes the spike going onto that site.
Wow, look at the rest of Just Us as well. They're like really, really far away, and they'll be late to this rotate. With 7 seconds on the clock, they're able to position for this post plant. Really nicely done by Oasis here. It looks like everybody's going to be coming from CT at this point, so we'll have to see.
Yeah, they fell for the bluff there, and Oasis Gaming at least make it into a possible post-plant scenario. You got 4 members still of Oasis ready to try and fight. Wingman, though, not even gonna be able to march on as Marky has the angle. Second kill for Marky here. Just Us trying to cross through the waterfall now and move into the waterways themselves. On site here for Repulsive. Second Love here on the high ground. Wild Oreo spotted, but a swift shot from Wild Oreo secures already his position. What has happened to Just Us here? A face full of lead towards Dubstep, but Marky with the 3K and 3 rounds now here for Oasis.
And that is definitely one of the best outcomes that you could get. Wild Oreo and as well as Marky gets to keep 2 rifles on their hand and Just Us back to their eco. And again, this was a very good pick coming from Lloyd Dream, but this is not an up and down, by the way. This is a side-by-side what they did. And I don't think they really expected that 2 people were going to be at boxes. And in the end, just a lot of kills from the side of Oasis. By Marky and by Dubstep, and then they were able to clean sweep that round. Now it's a 3-0 start, possibly a 4-0 with the eco now on Justin, just outside.
Bill isn't even casting today here, Riku. But Paris Schofield, remember, Justice is a menace on the pistols, and here they go. Lloyd Dream just shoots them all down. Marky's there right behind him, sure, but Oasis Gaming didn't expect that much damage that early on. A 3K for Marky to just keep everything back in check, but that is already hurting the wallets of Oasis immediately.
I forgot to be a caster and I became an audience and just said, oh my god. Anyway, Second Love. Drop? Oh, Marky can get his ace here. We'll have to see. There's only 1 left. Repulsive has a smoke already replenished. That's the only thing that he has to get this retake.
Yeah, Marky has been incredible in the past 2 rounds already. An upgrade though for Repulsive, making it possible. He throws out the smoke, trying to separate at least Savvy and Marky from those initial angles. As time ticks, you got Marky now playing inside the smoke itself. Repulsive, though, going for the cross. A potential 1v1 in front of him, but Savvy 8K is more than ready. 4-0 for Oasis, but still respect Just Us in these pistol rounds here, or else you will get caught immediately early on.
Yeah, I think that's... even though that was a round win coming from Oasis, I think this is just absolutely scary. The way that Just Us plays aggressively, it's so clean, it catches you off guard, and I think that's something that Oasis has to consider, especially that we're heading on over to a buy round coming from Just Us. Knives up, operators up. It's going to be incredibly, I suppose, scary, but good thing Dubstep is going to have...
Oh! There you go.
There it is, the op.
He was ready for it. He knows the angle, and Lloyd Dream will make Kelly S sleep. Marky also falls early on, And honestly, I was about to say, Riku, you just look at the scoreline, 4-0. It's the shakiest 4-0 I've ever seen in VCTPH history. And right now, just us trying to get on the board here. Poison Cloud, though, decaying the HP here of Second Love, who's staying on the inside still. Nano Swarm there. The swing is out. Savvy 8K prepared for it still. And as the plant still hasn't gone on down. Dubstep now trying to find an angle of safety. But Psycho through the door. Savvy 8K will fall. Here comes Wild Oreo. It's Dubstep all alone now. And there's no chance whatsoever. Just Us makes this map as claustrophobic as can be. And they get the first round here.
That was a bit scary, considering the fact that the Killjoy Second Love is still pretty much there. But again, Lloyd Dream, this shot was really good. And Javi was definitely prepared for that. But the problem is, Oasis didn't have enough space at all because everybody else from Just Us pretty much rotated and found out that they were going for a C hit instead. Let's see now. A lot of bias and an operator, and Psycho has his ult.
Isn't that the keyword there, Riku? Space. Oasis Gaming has done so many... Oh, that was the blast box. That was the blast box.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it wasn't his fault. He was lining it up, and Bar Schofield wanted to go in, and he's like, "Bro, my mosh pit. That's the one that doesn't regenerate." It's been an unlucky utility game here today, but Barky, does he dare challenge? He can't do that against the operator. Lloyd Dream finds the first kill, and Just Us yet again setting expectations early thanks to the
Oh, that's a bit worrying though. You lose your controller, you use your flexible controller at that. But at the end of the day, C is still low-key free. Plant's still not there! Oh, unlucky!
Oh no! That got dangerous for Dubstep, but it's still Oasis at least getting the lockdown going. Into chaos though, Power Schofield decimates. Savvy falls, lockdown's gone. Here comes the flash, but Dubstep will say goodbye immediately. Kelly Esto, a one-man army, can't get the job done as Power Schofield instead just raises hell and gets the second round for Just Us.
Lloyd Dream is maximizing this operator buy since the very beginning of this purchase. It has never felt like it has gone to waste, always getting the first blood kills on the initial points of the round, and constantly the positioning of Just Us when it comes to, you know, these retakes have been incredibly clean. And the thing is, not even retake, because the spike hasn't been planted yet. It's always preventing them to plant, actually.
Personally, I do feel Oasis' win condition right now is to get that post-plant. Once they really psych out the Just Us rotation, that's the problem. But immediately it's Chaos into B. Kelly S with a judge in hand playing over into Link. Runs out of bullets for Repulsive. Marky will find his mark sure. But in 3v3 now, Oasis just rushing on through with the lesser buy anyway. Too busy watching out for the wingman. Dubstep is going to get caught out there by Power Schofield. Savvy 8K mowing one down, hiding into the corner versus Second Love. The strafe though is strong. Swing on in to get an upgrade now for himself. And while Psycho tries to get utility back, the Nano Swarm also is there into play. Psycho,
so smart.
1v2, Wild Oreo will be isolated, but what is that from Wild Oreo? He did it a while ago in C, now he does it towards B, and Oasis gets a 5th round because of it.
And because of that, he is just 1 point away from the Viper's Pit. But let's take a look at that replay. It all started from the Seekers from Dubstep, and after that they funneled over towards the B side and made sure that they're able to hold their ground. Again, the kills coming from Javi as well was just super duper impactful with the 2 kills on that Spectre. Again, that was a thrifty. And now we're heading on over to round number 8. 1 ult available for Repulsive.
I mean, right now we're seeing from Just Us, they just want to take the fight towards Oasis early. They get these picks, then it's less likely for them to honestly get psyched out by Oasis. But as the wall drops, Oasis will move in forward. Psycho, though, uncleared yet, over onto the corner. Bar Schofield trying to draw attention to himself. As Oasis rethink their plans and love the Poison Cloud, they can back away, stay towards Rubble, and see if Just Us will try to fight them here.
The thing is, everybody is pretty much there. And there's 2 from Oasis slowly creeping up to B. So there's a possibility of killing... The thing is, there's 3 people by the door at Link. Oh my gosh! 1 trade, at least. But I think that's the scary part. I feel like everything coming from Just Us, they have everything covered. In case Oasis does go to C, there is a Killjoy setup there.
Yeah, Spicy shot there from Just Us. But now they're looking to go for the clear. Kelly S hugging the door, but it's not enough cover. And the Dizzy, plus of course the peek from Par Schofield, it now nets a positive here for Just Us. They take command of A, and not only that, they have the spike in their hands. What else can Oasis do by this
30
point?
seconds left.
It's really difficult. It feels like Just Us has been covering each other here. One peeks, one tries to... Oh! Winnable. 2v2 now with Lloyd Dream with a Vandal at this point. They get the spike, and Second Love is 1 HP.
Oh,
Which
that's
11
beautiful
seconds?
kill, though. 10 seconds remaining. Savvy 8K. He's been the hero of the round, but can he deliver when Oasis needs him the most? Spike will need to be planted right here, right now. Second Love, unsure about peeking it. He has only a single HP left, and a single bullet through the wall is enough. Savvy 8K bails out Oasis in that round there.
That was massive from Marquis to send Second Love to 1 HP. At that point, you could just probably try to, what do you call this? Try to hit through the walls. But again, it was such a, I suppose, grim start because it does feel like they want to trade off of each other. I believe was it Dubstep and Kelly after that flash, but unfortunately one was waiting on site. Here we go again. Round 9. We've got a lot of ults available, Dax, especially on Second Love here with the lockdowns. We'll see.
Up in hand, and Lloyd Dream here immediately flushed out from that initial angle thanks to the flash. But now Kelly S tries to go for the clear. From what we've seen though, Just Us also conditioning Oasis in their offensive protocol. Now Oasis, you notice here, Riku, they're using a little bit more utility to clear out these closer angles. The challenge though from Second Love is punished by Dubstep, but this time around, Lloyd Dream again. Value with the up. There's his first kill. Looking for a second, but the lockdown will should dissuade him. Oh, he's gonna stand his ground. Riku is gonna be desperate for Lloyd Dream, and while he gets Kelly S, Savvy will trade him.
Yeah, that's gonna be a flank coming from the side of Just Us, but the Viper Spit now activated by Wild Oreo. Very doable as long as Wild Oreo survives, and as well as Heavy. Now bouncing right in, Dax!
Oh, I didn't see. Par Schofield just crosses through both players of Oasis to his left and right. And now Oasis, they control the site. Here comes the Dizzy, but Savvy 8K is an absolute savage. Back-to-back 4Ks here for him, and Oasis Gaming gets their 7th round.
I cannot. That's crazy. Like, okay, Lloyd Dream gets the first kill onto Dubstep, but the double peek from Javi and Kelly S managed to remove the problematic operator player for them to gain access to the site. And again, I want to give props to Wild Oreo and Javi. When they went up against Naos at Icebox, constantly it was Javi and Wild Oreo, you know, saving the round, making it into a winnable round for Oasis. So again, we're seeing that similar strength, same strength, in the form of Javi once more with this Sentinel, with this Killjoy.
Yeah, Oasis Gaming, it really just shows that this is a map they're at least comfortable in. You look at how some of the early rounds was for Just Us, and notice that their answer here on the defense is to play aggressive versus Oasis, find those picks, and make sure Oasis can't get their battle plan sorted. Just because we've noticed in earlier rounds here, Riku, Oasis, they're able to outmaneuver Just Us in terms of the rotation and how they're playing these entries, and while Just Us always makes Oasis work for it because of the quality of the kills that they get, it's just not enough, and the scoreline reflects it.
Exactly. Especially, it feels like it's complete control. It's the complete opposite result on what we saw back in Ascent. The comfortability that we see now from Oasis is a complete contrast now. So we'll see now with Just Us having the lockdown. We'll see if they can prevent this onslaught this time around. Lloyd Dream!
Lloyd Dream! Oh, he is just an absolute angel. The angel of death even, as he gets 2 already. He's challenging everyone versus Oasis. But the overheat, it just might be a little too much right now. Lesser guns here for Just Us. They've done a bit of impact, yes. And now they're getting hounded here by Oasis. Savvy 8K on the hunt. No way, Repulsive. Savvy's feeling it. He's even shooting the corpse by this point. And Oasis should be able to firmly plant that spike wherever they choose to.
And right now, I feel like that's the second time from Just Us. Whenever they're on Thrifty, they're on Eco, they always want to get rubble control and just be incredibly aggressive and catch Oasis off guard. But I do think that they are now prepared, maybe except for that rubble play coming from Lloyd. Kelly S getting the hit coming from Boy Dream, but after that, they were pretty much prepared.
I think by this point, Oasis have expected the full send from Just Us, and it really does show that Oasis getting a lot of their crew back in a map that they're comfy in, making sure that everyone is trying to get on board. And while there are a few instances that they need to be careful of the utility from the get-go, they're doing a relatively good job at minimizing the impact of what Lloyd Dream can do. Blades are out though, and Just Us, they have some rifles. Second Love, he's the one in charge of this A defense now.
There is a turret to spot out anything coming from tree, perhaps. And I really like the patience for both of these teams. It could be a full flank coming from Just Us, slowly creeping in, but they will be spotted by this alarm bot just in case. But if they go fast enough, that's the scary part. They have to move forward, Oasis.
Yeah,
Soon.
Paranoia being primed. Repulsive hounded by the Trailblazer. Love his own Paranoia to try and dissuade him, but the Showstopper is already setting its sights for a target.
Gotta be
Lockdown is
careful.
the play, and Oasis immediately pivoting towards B. Lloyd Dream though, ready for that contact. He's thinking about it. Does he dare cross through the smoke? Second Love advancing through his own ultimate there. And here comes Lloyd Dream and the rest of Just Us. Oasis though still holding for themselves. Good angles to work with. Savvy 8K even with a backstab. And Just Us is sniffed out eventually. 9 rounds here for Oasis now.
Really nicely done round by Oasis there. It felt a bit close. It felt like Just Us was gonna catch Oasis off guard by, you know, the 3 players from C went to B, and it was just so perfect for their rotation after that quick decision to actually hit B. But at the same time, it felt like, you know, Javi was super ready, Marky was ready, Dubstep was ready after all of that. So it was really nice to see, you know, the preparedness. I thought it was gonna be a surprise, but for Oasis, it was not.
Yeah, Just Us. Unfortunately for them, it doesn't seem like there's a lot more past these past few rounds in their defensive playbook. And right now, they've been trying to play as aggressive as can be to find those kills early on. A last hurrah here in the first half. Second Love though, holding still here by Waterfall. But Lloyd Dream's overrun immediately. Oasis taking command even into the halls here. Got the snake bite, keeping Just Us dissuaded. Overall, Oasis, they get the post plant going and they quickly clear out any angle they need to right now.
And that was the issue beforehand, right? Planting at C. Nicely done trade by Parco Schofield. Parco.
First name Par, last name Schofield. Picture looking like he's going to First Communion. But right now, say your prayers because Dubstep has the angle. Oasis Gaming make it the mythical 2-10, and they will have command of this lead moving into the second half here.
An incredibly dominating performance by Oasis on the first half. Let's take a look at that again. Kelly S. And now Dubstep being able to get this other kill on towards Second Love and then finishing off that round. And honestly speaking, if they win pistol round, that's gonna be what? That's gonna be a 12-2 possibly. So we'll have to see how Oasis deals with their side on the defense against Just Us.
Yeah, but you just gotta be careful though. Just Us had shown at least they know how to send it, they know how to execute, and they've been very strong on the pistol. So this could be a better half for them moving forward. Oasis though, lots of room for error right now with this lead. And not only that, it's the right read here, Riku. A triple stack awaiting Lloyd Dream and the rest. We send out the gates early on. We see the flash and the dizzy. And Oasis should know that Just Us are here by Rubble.
Yeah, very aggressive here. Just as you said, 3-player stack with a controller and as well as your initiator. Perfect for Kelly S. And still by the tree, actually. The very the cheeky position where you're always gonna be paranoid if somebody's gonna be there or not. But the paranoia is already ready on the side of Marky.
I'm looking for how Justice is gonna play this offense. You have Second Love on the lurk also. Just making sure that he can clear out another angle, another site that Justice can pivot off from. But Oasis, all in all, strong anchors towards C with Valorio. Got Savvy 8K playing on to upper B as well. And Just Us, as of right now, they're just not finding the right time to get in there. Psycho though, and the rest moving forward. Savvy 8K already notices Second Love, so they know this is possibly a B hit. The doorway breaks, and here comes Just Us. Paranoia is perfection. Savvy 8K has to back on away. And Valdorio, he's thinking about a potential clear. The mosh pit will keep him at bay. This should be allowing Just Us to plant right now, but Kelly S. He has different plans here. Paranoia, there we go. Savvy 8K facing off against Psycho. Equal numbers as of right now. Oasis Gaming flooding on in, but Second Love with 2 heartbreaks there at the end. Just Us get this pistol now.
Yeah, I think that was a very really good play coming from Just Us. The fact that, you know, after getting a kill onto Dubstep, they felt like, okay, let's just go through Link and then just plant there, as it is just a single killjoy there. I think he was definitely caught off guard because there were already like maybe 2 players nearby Link. So after the utility, the timing was just quite unfortunate for him. So now it is Bulldogs and 1 hero rifle from Par Schofield. Sorry, I keep bringing up Parco. Here we go.
Here we go indeed, and Just Us immediately going for the rubble play. Oasis, though, have the numbers to try and fight back with Dubstep. There's the crate. Moles might be next. Oh, Kelly, yes, I was thinking about it. But he just gets mowed down by Par Schofield with the Vandal anyway. So Oasis, it is an eco round for them anyway. Just Us showing still they're strong at hitting these frags. And Waldor, what are you gonna do here?
That's a good question.
Even open this door. Oh, but Spike's planted now, Riku.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult. Now you can just try to find maybe exit frags with 10 HP with the classic. It's gonna be difficult. But Javi has full HP on the other hand, so exit frags are definitely part of the option. But now spotted.
And Oasis, they can't really do anything by this point. Here comes the doorway. And Wild Oreo, he's just trying to keep these guys contained. Just Us, they need to clear him out.
Oh, gets
they
one.
do so, but Wild Oreo gets 1. And Just Us, here we go again. 4 kills though for Par Schofield. That's huge. He's 1 away from the showstopper right now. They can get the orb towards Mound here coming into this round. And that can be potentially a rallying point here for Just Us here on the offense.
That is an extreme possibility as they motion over once more to Rubble, actually. Makes me curious what would be the... It seems that the position of Kelly S, Dubstep, and as well as Marky seems to be an aggressive Rubble control with the flash and all of that jazz, and see if they can get a pick and get control over to A main. Here we go.
I mean, that's a really good point there, Riku. Should Oasis be doing this with how Just Us has been contending Rubble for so much already of this map? The answer right now with the guns is a yes. You already see Marky stationed up top Rubble. Also Kelly S nearby. And with a one-way dissuading Just Us right now from crossing, it's Oasis who has the early control that they want here.
This is really nice. And now just smokes getting replenished here for that one-way for Marky. And Just Us is just so incredibly patient. They know that they still have the time. They know they can just wait for these smokes to expire.
Marky's going for it yet again. The paranoid doesn't actually hit him, and he's able to mow down 1 before the rest of Just Us cross. But Lloyd Dream, huge pick with the Guardian of all things, leaping around by 3, by the way. Picks up an upgrade now, full auto jacket at the ready. And Oasis gonna have to rely on Dubstep to hold the line here, anchor down this site. Reinforcements still arriving with Wild Oreo. Dizzy shot down. It's a wingman busy with the spike, but Lloyd Dream in that chaos gets a 3rd kill. Here comes Just Us right now, and it's a beautiful, beautiful setting for Just Us here. Savvy 8K. He's made magic map happen before with a 4K. Can he do so yet again? The answer is no. A bonus win for Just Us. Lloyd Dream with a quad. And you can see the rally point really established by Just Us here.
You can tell that Just Us is reading, at least for that particular round, have a really good read of Oasis. They didn't go full aggression on to Rubble because they know that Oasis will most likely do the triple, like far forward and get Rubble control. They decided to wait for the 2 smokes by Omen. No smokes anymore. Let's just go and therefore catch Marky, Kelly, and Dubstep individually. And after that, it is just them going for full control over the site. And now it's eco for Oasis.
And Oasis, they're gonna go for it yet again. Dizzy though, not shot as early as can be. Here we go now. Dubstep finding Lloyd Dream, but Second Love with a set of kills. And Oasis Gaming, there's no escaping for them whatsoever. Showstopper delivered onto Marky. And Just Us, they can just move away with their guns and go into C here.
Yeah, the mission now for Kelly and Dubstep, see if they're able to try to make something happen. Get baby exit frags, upgrade in weapons, catch a straggler as 2s. So now they gotta be careful because Par Schofield is in a very scary angle.
Yeah, he's ready for this one, and Kelly S creeping on in. Lets him pass. Dubstep instead gonna be the victim. Stellar shot from Kelly S at least. He's gonna save this rifle. And he's gonna go for it. 1v3. Stay onto lobby. Buy the boxes. Try to see if anyone's gonna be exiting from Mound. Overall, though, Riku, just as proving that they can still contend here in the second half. Some immense impact frags from the likes of Schofield with a showstopper, from Lloyd Dream a while ago with the Guardian. It's really throwing Oasis off from what we've seen so far.
Oh!
Add one more.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, what if you can stall them from exiting and they just get trapped from the spike explosion? That was a very good, like, decent try from Kelly S. So, yeah, Just Us being very stable, by the way. Like, you know, anything can happen in Valorant. And, what was the score again? Was it a 10-2?
Yeah,
in
it was
favor
10-2.
yeah, it was 10-2. Anything can still happen. And now look at the score. It is now 6-10, both on their buy rounds for both of these teams. It's going to be a little bit scary because Second Love might have lockdown soon.
Yeah, exactly. Second Love is someone to watch out for as he's holding towards Mound. The rest of Just Us still contending from the lobby, but Oasis, they established this rubble control early on. The problem is they still get overrun when Just Us decides to go for the send anyway. So what's the plan here for Oasis? They put more members right now watching out for the tree angle with Kelly S wrapping around towards rubble. And wisely for Just Us, they're making noise towards B instead here.
Exactly. And the quick rotate as well. Where is the spike going to be? They can guess. Oasis can guess a little bit, but they're using all their utilities so far. And it's going to probably be the same thing once the smoke expires. This is going to be a go because there's no smoke anymore coming from Marky. And the Viper wall, well, is there.
Yeah, I mean, Oasis, they've learned not to give up these angles. And now they're ready for the offense of Just Us. Paranoia is going to hit multiple targets there. We hear also Showstopper to play, and Kelly S sends Repulsive packing. So that's a pick already, courtesy of Oasis. Not only that, those are the smokes gone from Just Us. Lloyd Dream, though, daring to cross. Kelly S and Savvy 8K just mow them down efficiently. And Oasis, the round that they need control the most, they're getting it here so far.
Yeah, the spike is stuck in the middle. They can't do anything about it. And that is a clean sweep from Oasis for this 17th round. And again, that A lobby control was definitely super duper important. They know that after Marky doesn't have any smokes anymore, once that second smoke expires on that one way, that's the go signal for Just Us to come in. But that paint shell actually did a lot coming from Kelly S for them to just not continue and go to B. And now Oasis basically read Just Us like a book. This time around, is an operator on Lloyd Dream. Bit worrying here, Dax.
He wants to play the entry early on. It's dangerous to play the off in an angle like this, but here we go again. Dizzy's now going to be the call. Psycho with the 1 and the 2. If the duelist can't get the job done, the initiator will. And the Gecko clears everyone that he could. So Just Us, a huge opening made here. And Lloyd Dream still leading the charge with this op. Confidence is really in the vocabulary of Just Us right now. He's creeping onto the site though. Barely misses the timing. There's Wild Oreo. Now, the swing comes on in. The flash is there and Wild Oreo finds Psycho instead. That small little flash from Dubstep enough to net a second kill even. And Oasis Gaming, they're holding them off, but through the wall. Low HP Wild Oreo, he will fall there. Repulsive, still piling on the pressure. Dubstep though, one check. Dubstep trying to unleash himself, but Second Love with a quick trade. And now the lockdown is here for space, but Savvy 8K, he's coming in, has the angle towards stairs, breaks the detention, breaks the face of Lloyd Dream! And with the spike planted, a 1v1 now, Savvy 8K with the critical clutch master of Oasis, Second Love, the reliable anchor here of Just Us. Who can take it in the showdown? It's Savvy! And Oasis make it to map points.
What an absolute clutch master Javi is. And again, that was basically, again, a setup of a 1v1 scenario due to the multi-kills that Dubstep did during the mid-round. It looked a bit dicey at the very beginning as, again, Psycho was able to find two. Javi's playing around a little bit. Kind of cute.
Yeah.
the monkey, whatchamacallit? What's that called? What's that skin called again?
I forgot what it's called, but it's the Wukong skin.
Ah,
basically.
yes, the Wukong skin.
Yeah. But one around there from Justice also. I got very curious on how they were playing out that A main push. Then Psycho suddenly opens things up. But I guess this is the problem with Lloydstream playing the operator rather than the rifle. They don't want to play into the site with him checking out the high ground, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
this allows Dubstep to stay around onto the site, get those kills, allow Savvy 8K to make the flank happen. And Oasis Gaming, they're one away from forcing the side. Their last chance here for Just Us. Dizzy's broken quickly. And Savvy 8K waiting there by Waterfall. Seems like Just Us will not push the limit as of yet here.
It seems they didn't want to challenge a lobby this time around, but all of the setups, all the defensive utilities from Oasis are actually very funneled into C at the moment, so it might be a bit risky if they want to push through with this one. But so far, all important ults that are able to extend timers are on Oasis's side. You've got the Seekers, you've got the Lockdown, very, very important ults from Oasis.
And Oasis again, you can see the difference from the first time they did this. You had Kelly S running around from Link to Rubble and whatnot. Now they're always doubled up and posted on the angle. A lot more respect given here by Oasis towards Just Us. The flash now is the play. They get confirmation. One is playing here by B main. But still Oasis will not relent their angles. The Thrash is out, looking for the clear. Para Schofield also getting in there. And Oasis is going to give this up because they're feeling confident with the lockdown in their arsenal right now.
That's very true. Still a full rifle play on the side of JST, so they have to be careful. But a lot of... Let's see if Dizzy... Sorry, not Dizzy. If Psycho is able to get any of these old utilities back. Looks like that's going to be a no.
Yeah, Trailblazers out. Oasis with the clear onto 2 already. Moving into the bend. This is big control for Oasis because this height is enough for Kelly S to stand tall and stand proud. Oasis Gaming get the job done here to force out a game number 3, 13-6. A way for Oasis to recover in the series.
Let's go. We go on to map number 3. And look at the Oasis Gaming bootcamp. All of the, all the fist bumps all around. That's definitely a good reset for them. And we talked about the reset. Are they able to get the reset? Yes, they were able to get the reset on Lotus.
It was a monstrous effort there from Oasis. And you can see that they were shaken by how Just Us was forcing the contact multiple times during the first half, but they still weathered that storm. You had players adjusting accordingly with their positions. You had critical moments courtesy of Savvy 8K, and it really felt like from the get-go Oasis showed that they had more mastery of the map. It was just always Just Us making it precarious situations thanks to these sudden frags out of nowhere. But beyond that, Oasis, once they realized some of their mistakes, where they had to double up, where they had to keep people posted, it looked a lot cleaner for them moving forward. And it's such a big contrast to how uncomfortable they looked a while ago on Ascent.
Oh yeah, you said it. It was just a very big stark difference. And I think like you could tell that there were some ideas in mind that they wanted to do based off of reading, Just Us. It's just that, as cliche as it sounds, it's the execution. You know, that after that Rubble control, they know that they might send it onto A and just be aggressive. But after that, they couldn't really do much out of it. But the second time that they did the same thing, they were able to make it work. And it's just one of those things where I think they really truly need to just polish some of these and be able to make it into fruition.
I feel like for Oasis also, this is a good step moving forward because this is the answer that they need against Just Us and their tendency to play a very aggressive double duelist. Temper those expectations with having a few more corners to clear, having more members really set on up, and you can see the difference made by such incredible role players. Marky there on the Omen, swapping over with the roles because they're not playing the Jet, takes the MVP, but Savvy 8K still top frag honors in terms of the KD with 21. Overall, Oasis, you could say they're Rico, right? That they got the most important angles to control as early as they could, and more often than not, they would hold those angles well.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a, what's the right word for this? It's not a jump scare. What's the definition of a slow jump scare? Something like that when they couldn't even get like the plant on C. You know what? Never mind.
What is a slow jump scare?
Dun, dun, dun,
Instead
dun.
of boo. Instead of a sudden boop, it's like
Ooh, maybe like like that.
Look,
yeah.
I'll say they build suspense.
Yeah, that's
That
the one.
better work.
Thank you very much, Dax. That was, yes, exactly, suspense, where maybe they couldn't get the plant down when the first half. They had struggles to take C control, and it was always just us rotating much faster than Oasis expected. But after that, I think they were able to adjust and take control on the succeeding rounds, and that's the reason why it became a 10-2 start before the switch.
And if you notice, right, perfect post-plant games from Oasis.
Oh, yeah.
Once they get onto the site, they have an incredible modicum of control. And that's where the post-plant protocols really make it work. But a quick little highlight reel from what we've seen so far. And it was, of course, Oasis having to adjust early on to how Just Us would send it. They would send it towards Mound. They would send it towards Rumble. They
Yeah.
go even deeper. How somehow you'd see Lloyd Dream just going for a 1v3 and still getting like 2 picks along the way. Those were magical moments for Just Us. But I think Riku, if you notice also, the operator from Just Us, it would get these first kills, but Oasis would find the road to recovery. And it really is a mark of a more acclimated, a more veteran team from how they really played out some of those latter rounds there.
Yes, sorry. Yes, exactly. And I think it's a good sign coming from Oasis after, the job's not done yet. We still have map number 3. But I think this is definitely a good sign. And a badly, I suppose, needed win after, the first series that they had when they went up against Naos, especially after Split and after Ascent. This was so important, Dax. This win in Lotus.
Dude, it's been a shaky road for Oasis, as shaky as the wild Oreo cam that was going ooh the whole time when they were celebrating. But the job isn't done for Oasis, and the job isn't done for Just Us as well. There is always this potential that we see from Just Us, and they showed it really in that first map. Icebox is looking very exciting, but I kind of have to ask this question right now. Oasis, what is the right configuration? We've always talked about in the offseason who should be playing the duelists. Right now, it does feel like there is a lot more to consider for Oasis, but they're happy to get that map win anyway. Who will take the series though? We'll find out after this break. Oasis, they found paradise there on Lotus, and it does force the decider. We are coming into our third map though for the second series. Oasis Gaming versus Just Us. I'm Dax here with Riku, and Riku, we've seen Oasis get the recovery. Will it be enough to propel them to a series victory, or can Just Us strike back yet again and surprise everyone with a potential upset?
I think my expectations for Oasis this time around is again like a level higher, because what's happening, what we saw back in the Naos matchup at Icebox, it felt like the clutches were a lot of the rounds were very difficult, and the clutches were coming from Wild Oreo and as well as Javi. So hopefully there's another layer, not just like the last few seconds of the round, but also the mid round and the initial points of the round, to make the rounds much more easier and much more like what's the word, not satisfying, but more decisive and more convincing for Oasis.
Yeah, as convincing as can be, but I'm very sure also, guys, you know who is our incredible sponsor for this stream for VCDPH. Big shout outs to our official super app, Grab. Score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 50% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos on Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. Big shout outs to Grab. We wouldn't honestly be here without them really helping out in more ways than one, so thank you to them. But back to our point there, Riku. I guess we really can move the conversation forward. What's gonna be the plan right now here for Just Us? Because from what I remember from Carti Esports, this was really the map where we saw Par Schofield turn it up to 11. He got 30 kills. He got that 30, bro, in that matchup. He was also the only duelist by that point, since you see Just Us emulate what Oasis does, and they play a double controller with the double wall. Will it happen yet again, or does Oasis have enough momentum now to really find out some of these impact players and shoot them down before they strike?
I think that's one thing Oasis has to be definitely scared of, is the aggression and the confidence when it comes to the executes. You're just going in full. I don't know anything about cars, but is 340 kilometers per hour fast? Something like that when they enter these sites. So I think Oasis has to be careful.
I think 300 kilometers is very fast, Rico. I think you just go zoom past everything and everyone.
It feels like that when Justice just enters these sites, especially when they're on attack.
And when they play the jet ride, it's like ka-chow. They're in there and they're suddenly finding picks left, right, and center. But let's propel the question now back to Oasis. They play this double wall, and I guess really the cause of concern for me here is how they configure themselves. Kelly S goes to a controller as well. Dubstep back on the Sova, which honestly hasn't been as convincing compared to his other agents so far here in VCTPH. Do you think Oasis has learned enough in that Naos game? Because they did have a good start in that first half anyway with them.
Yeah, I do think when it comes to, I guess, the the later seconds of the round, I think they have everything perfected, like Wild Oreo and Javi together. But I think the initial seconds, once the barrier comes down, is when they have trouble with. How do you stabilize? How do you replicate that same performance that you did in Lotus, where you keep the rest of Just Us in such a you basically put them on a tight leash for them to not make any sudden movements or aggressive movements, just not being able to enable them. Because I think that's what we see that they have trouble with, is when the initial first few seconds, the barrier goes down, they become aggressive, and the initial gunfights is they haven't really done the best so far, at least from what we saw Naos and as well as Ascent. So hopefully they can repair that. Again, when the barrier goes down, that's all they need to focus on for now.
Yeah, and I get you, because you look at Lotus, right, and how they played so many safer angles. They didn't need to go for those wider peaks. They didn't need to be out in the open. And right now, we're getting into our age select as we are moving into our third and final map of our second series. Exactly what we said a while ago, though. Double control will be the way for these two teams. It's the double wall special with the Harbor and the Viper together. But the difference here, Riku, is you have Cypher for Just Us and Killjoy for Oasis.
I think both have definitely their merits when it comes to either Killjoy or the Cypher. Cypher definitely a much cheaper ultimate, and Icebox has a lot of, I suppose, angles to watch out for, the verticality of the map, and as well as just so many things where you can hide on at kitchen, in tubes. So I do feel like there is a big advantage as well being on that Cypher. Cheap ultimate, we keep talking about it, but it's different this time. Lloyd Dream is on fire. When he was on the Jet and now on the Cypher, as long as he gets those kills, he's able to just keep neural thefting constantly. But the different thing with Javi this time around is the same thing that they played against Naos. Again, the post round, the post plant, and as well as the retake is just flawless. As long as Javi is the only one is able to survive after.
Yeah, exactly. If the anchor falls early on, that's a problem for Oasis. But if he can play into post plan, then he can make wonders happen. On the other side, I do want to mention Lord Dream yet again. It's his second most agent played in VCT history right after his Jet. And it's one of his comfort picks throughout his career. If you look at the meta right now, I'd say truthfully, Riku, Cypher is a agent that you can basically play in every single map.
Oh, yeah.
And it seems like Just Us will do just that. So Lord Dream on the Sentinel role, Par Schofield will be the only ones doing the duelist honors here. And I wonder if this difference is going to be enough to make or break this Oasis offense. Let's find out.
There's going to be an initial start on towards the A site. Slowly creeping in, however, two members. There's one very far lurk from Wild Oreo. Let's see if that's going to be worth.
I mean, he's putting in the pressure towards B. He set up the toxic screen there as well. And when you're running double controller, you can send the Viper on lurk duty for such a long time just because of the high tide. There you go. Draw a line. Kelly S on the minimap as he sets up Oasis getting the site. But Oasis, very meticulous. You can notice they're clearing out tripwires. They even get a bonus kill on the Lord Dream there. And this is now the time for Oasis to plant that spike.
Yeah, remember though, this means that they're able to rotate already because they're being meticulous. Really nice scan coming from Just Us as well, but it's a 5v3. It looks pretty clean so far coming from Oasis.
Yeah, and Oasis doing exactly what they did in that last map. Playing the utility advantage on maps that were comfy, and Psycho gets one from above. Second Love playing onto the site here, making it possible for Just Us to try and retake. Contact though made. Second Love still gets away with it, and it's left to Wild Oreo now, rallying back, realizing all his teammates are dead. Just Us expect him to come from the high ground, though Wild Oreo gets his first Psycho. He will fall. Second Love gets halfway done, halfway left. Time though it's taking. Here comes the tap yet again. Wild Oreo swinging one more time. But in these moments, Wild Oreo, he's toying with his opponent. Second Love, though, has had enough of his hubris. And Just Us will take this pistol. What a moment there made by Second Love.
I cannot lie. Maybe Oasis was a little bit too excited there. It does feel like the post plant was already in position. I mean, it's really great that Oasis wanted to be very meticulous about the plant, but that means if you're meticulous, that gives more time for the rest of Just Us to retake S5 and then buy more time for the rotate to come in. And I think that's the reason why it was more difficult. But I guess it was a combination of a lot of things, as Just Us was also played that retake very, very well.
The fact that Second Love was able to get away with his life in contact points versus both Savvy and Wild Oreo allowed him to take that pistol victory. And this should be confidence now for Just Us. It's a big win moving forward. And Second Love still feeling it. 2 more kills to his name. He's 1 away from the reckoning. He'll get it now for the next round. 3v3 though, gun scrounged here by Oasis as they move into B sites.
They'll be able to get a plan, get an orb down, but that seems like a shock that was able to eliminate someone. Kelly S. And now Dubstep, 30 HP here. They know that someone is going to be from yellow. So it's going to be a 1v1. And someone is there for the flank. They're able to remove 2 guns at least. Get the plant for extra orb somehow. But it's still the understandably 2-0 start.
Yeah, Just Us, they do such a good job getting the right kills on the right players. And this is what I'm talking about. Second Love feeling it from that first round, able to net 2 kills plus his death. Now the ultimate at the ready. And if you've seen Oasis be meticulous, Just Us doing the same thing, clearing out yellow so well, catching out Dubstep just like that. And you can see into their bonus, they have a few guns to work with as Oasis will try to play towards A again.
And now, Second Love, the collective amount of kills that he has, he does have ultimate for a possible retake or possible denial in any of this site hits. So it's going to be incredibly scary considering that Oasis has the buy round. It's so important for them to win this into a 2-1.
Yeah, Second Love though still peeking and Repulsive. You can say the same. Snakebite lob over onto the garage. And Oasis, they're making their presence known here towards B, and this is a good way for them to pull those defenders away. Now, the high tide being set up onto that A site. Aldrin as well, clearing out these corners, and Oasis realize, okay, it's looking pretty empty so far. Can they go for it? Kellyas picks up the orb. Sheda have the cove for himself if ever he needs it. Set things up. This is gonna be a plant down for Oasis already.
I hope they're able to see that tripwire. Oh, that's a very good scan coming from Just Us. That's massive.
Big intel, and Oasis was on the retreat. Reckoning gonna be the play. Here we go, though.
Oh
Just
my
Us
gosh!
still stealing it with the kills and through the gate.
Psycho!
Psycho just is an absolute maniac with the Guardian there. 3 kills for Psycho, 3 rounds for Just Us, and a huge implication moving forward as Just Us commands his economy so far.
Yeah, you talked about economy. Those were free upgrades, free guns. Only a handful of them, only 2 of them from Just Us has to like purchase something. And now it's an operator from Par Schofield, which makes it incredibly scary for mid control. And now Oasis gotta be careful this time, especially they lost their buy round.
It's unfortunate for Oasis. It's getting even worse now as Just Us have the operator on hand. Far Schofield the one holding on to this one. Cascade providing a bit of cover for Oasis to move forward with. Marky, he wants to lead with a dash prime. Just trying to get through these cyber cages. Lloyd Dream though with a final to Kelly as Psycho's prepared for it. And Just Us are just waiting for Oasis to come into their kill box. 3 are down, make that 4, and the 5th there will fall on the Oasis side. Just Us celebrating early on as they are going to get a flawless round there.
The Cypher? Lloyd Dream on the Cypher is so annoying for Oasis, most definitely. It feels like they have to clear more than usual, I suppose. I think that's the biggest difference when it comes to a Cypher versus a Killjoy. The Killjoy has bigger range, so you know where it is right away. For Cypher Tripwires, you really have to interact with it, and you have to go really near it for you to find out where it is. So I think that's really one of the struggles Oasis has to face. Lloyd Dream Cypher.
I mean, it's the Labyrinth moving into that A site with the cyber cages, with the harbor smokes, and now Power Schofield dares speak. Savvy 8K. He's been shutting down operators all throughout the series. Add 1 more to the books here.
Nicely done by Javi on that first blood. Now the question is, how does Oasis translate this? As, again, a lot of the members from Just Us still are being very patient, not moving too much. Considering that the spike could be towards B. Not a lot of utility, but still a lot of guns in general on the side of Just Us. You gotta love the patience of Just Us here, not revealing too much, not using a lot of utilities earlier on, especially for Second Love, to not reveal his location.
I mean, they lost Bar Schofield, so Repulsive trying to find that initial intel. Can back away with the smokes if ever. And speaking of, High Tide now going to be the play. Repulsive still sticking all around by Yellow. The Sea of Green, it's going to be dangerous here as Oasis are marking potential angles to play from. And Oasis, do they sniff this out as early as can be? Cascade the play. Here comes Marky. Repulsive is still in cover thanks to that Cascade. And there's a challenge onto the top side. Repulsive Go gets this first. Looking for more, but Marky gets a double kill instead. Onto the site, we go with Oasis getting into the plant now.
And there we go. They get full control, Oasis. A very important round for them, for sure. And now it's all up to Psycho and Lloyd Dream, both coming from the full... from Snowman and as well as from Kitchen. I guess their mission now is to reduce some of the weapons away from Oasis. But that won't be a possibility. And that's their first round win here on this third map.
Yeah, it was a cheeky challenge there from Just Us. You notice, right?
Yep,
Repulsive
yep.
had a small corner, and the Cascade could cover the approach of Marky. But beyond that, it really has been a savvy 8K defined series so far, ever since that last map. Plus, of course, that pick onto the operator right now. Oasis is getting heroics from the backline here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both Marky and Javi have been... have been very, very impactful, especially from Lotus and now towards Icebox. And you're right, bit worried there, Repulsive. It was such a cheeky angle, so let's see now what the approach is. It seems that Tube into Kitchen might be a possibility here. No operator anymore for them to fear, but they still have to fear Second Love because he's just right there.
Yeah, Second Love has been impressive throughout this series so far. Can he continue on with that performance? Oasis, though, they're getting kitchen control, but there are too many chefs right now. Still still Wild Oreo able to cook up a good meal and find that frag onto Second Love. So an opening made by Oasis. Here they come, barreling down onto B. This can't allow them to plant on the upper side. And not only that, distraction with the Cove leads to the isolation of Repulsive. Oasis clearing out well so far.
Now it's all up to Psycho and as well as Schofield if they want to increase the gap between them and Oasis. If they want to make it a 5-1, then they just gotta keep this Hunter's Fury. And I guess they need to make a pick first before they want to make this even more doable. But based on their positioning, I think they're just wary of exit frags or stragglers that, you know, want to kill them at this point. They want to keep the weapons for the next round, it seems.
I think moving forward, Oasis is just looking to keep just us guessing. They've had enough of trying to force their hand onto A. They're looking for more openings, especially away from the Cypher. And as of right now, just us, they're just looking for exit. Oasis should secure their second round. I think the big challenge really here is if they can get the pick onto Psycho or onto Dubstep. Neither side will relent. They stay into the ankles, and Oasis Gaming, they get a second round on the board here.
And that's definitely what they needed. The fact that they didn't have to use too many ultimates or no ultimates at all. I think the Hunter's Fury is going to be incredibly important against the lockdown that Javi is going to lay down. I think that's the biggest I suppose difference. The Hunter's Fury just reserved for that utility. Meanwhile, Dubstep has a bit more wriggle room to use the Hunter's Fury, not having to, you know, worry about any lockdown whatsoever.
Yeah, it's just Oasis Gaming. They have 4 ultimates to utilize moving forward. And just us making a bit of a different approach this time around. More mid-presence, but Schofield punished accordingly. Savvy, Marky, they had some incredible angles to already double up onto him. Psycho, though, gonna get smoked out there by the Cloud. But do they expect this from just us? Oasis caught napping by Second Love. Here we go again with the spray down.
Whoa!
Second Love goes down 3. And there's just no way to cross through him. Oasis Gaming will come out wounded from that skirmish. They're looking elsewhere to find that home for the spike.
Now the access to any of these ults will be reserved for round number 8 unless they get a pick, make it a 2v2. All up to Dubstep now and Javi as they make their way towards Kitchen. Second Love taking a very similar angle from the previous round, but I don't know if Javi and Dubstep are ready for this one for the second time.
Look, I look at Just Us and I always see a green light in front of them. Go for it. Who would expect another aggressive angle, right? We played into mid, we played towards Garage, and now we play with Second Love, toying with anyone coming his way. 4 for Second Love. Dubstep denies the ace, but the result is still the same. Just Us now get their 5th round.
Is it? I want to check out that replay here again. It's Second Love just hammering down the pain on Oasis with that triple kill. And then again, he finishes the round with it by denying a potential 2v2 scenario. Just repositioning. Just a very smart player overall.
Yeah. And Oasis Gaming. Timeout now called. Yet again, it's one of those timeouts where they have to realize, who are they playing against? It's just us. You can't ever be caught in those kind of situations. You should always expect these angles to have someone willing to play aggressive. And it's pretty clear when Just Us does that. If you notice their Riku, when they send an angle in, when they play aggressive, they try to make this map as narrow as possible. And it really feels like that's one way Oasis Gaming is being thrown for a loop in this series, just because they're like, okay, we cleared out a single angle, we're good to go elsewhere. Nope, that's a prank because you have someone like Second Love, you have someone like Psycho, who are there to pick up the pieces when they lose a duelist.
Yeah, I think that's definitely what catches them off guard. I think even back on the Ascent matchup, I think Oasis, again, that's something that they have to really be afraid of, because I think Just Us have the confidence to do these aggressive plays and also have the skills and the mechanics to do these things. And that's why I feel like Second Love, again, has his ultimate once more, which is very scary coming into this round.
Yeah, the rounds where Oasis have won are the ones that they've controlled. Just Us thrive in the chaos instead. And Oasis Gaming now, they're moving into A with Schofield willing to challenge for pipes here. He's actually in an angle to peek out anyone who dares play those ropes. You got Dubstep, though, trying to set himself up for some potential intel, and this is getting very dangerous. Schofield might see this coming. Shock Dart flies. He knows now the Sova's up top. priming the dash.
Okay, now he knows.
Oasis Gaming. Oh, he knows, and they get the intel. So Parscofield has it back on the way. And Oasis, they're looking for the go signal. Here comes the Reckoning, and there goes Marky.
Reckoning could be paid in advance as well. Lloyd Dream gets a kill onto Marky, and as well as Kelly, as Spike is down. 3v3 situation. Javi eliminates the Cypher. Now it's all up to Wild Oreo, Javi, and Dubby. And at this point, with the Reckoning, that's going to force out Oasis from the site.
Yeah, I mean, they use the Reckoning, but the lockdown is already the answer from Oasis. And Repulsive will get the pick onto Dubstep. Wild Oreo with quick trade. Second Love, though, can't play off his own stuns. And Wild Oreo now will be able to get the plant down. So 2v1 established here by Oasis. It always has been these clutch scenarios for Second Love. Let's see if he can do so yet again. Savvy 8K, though, and Wild Oreo, they're lining themselves up for an angle towards screens.
Oh, so aggressive.
Oh, Savvy 8K peeking, checking out these corners, but doesn't expect Second Love to still be there. Cove now to cover the cross. Cascade there as Lease. And Wild Oreo getting closer and closer. Cheeky angle. Second Love. The birthday buff is real here, and Second Love just does it again for Just Us.
It feels like Second Love just reads, again, Oasis like a book. Every single time, it's either he's the one starting the aggressiveness or the one clutching for the squad. And again, really nicely done by Javi. Repulsive, again, knowing where to try and guess where everyone is at from Oasis. And then after that, that Reckoning is just so important for that retake and for that clutch.
Man's an architect. He just built all of that, set himself up for success. And as soon as you see a cascade like that, you have to wonder, is there a small gap to work with? Wild Oreo was the one spotted instead, and Just Us. They're doing incredible work so far versus Oasis. A 4-round gap. Oasis, known to play a strong offense on this map, and they're being beaten back here by Just Us. They go for tube control, though. Kitchen looking to be cleared by Oasis, but there's a window now here in Icebox. Parscofield and Psycho peering on in. The cross, though, covered by the high tide.
And now the move is towards B. There are 2 people at B, and there is the Hunter's Fury, now initiated by Psycho, as there is no lockdown threat that has already been used. And now 2 players are gone from Oasis.
Like shooting fish in the barrel, it's easy pickings when they're all lined up like that in such a narrow hallway. And not only that, Oasis Gaming, they're stuck here for mid. Savvy 8K trying to make a bit of a lurk happen, but Psycho still stabilized and ready. 3 for Psycho. It's Just Us are keeping Oasis at bay. They also set up that Viper Spit towards that yellow angle. Now they dare look to find the push in. Second Love, though, unseen by Dubstep, or rather Dubstep is unseen. Repulsive trades. Kelly S now the only one here making a case for himself. He has a chance to play it to be here, Riku.
Let's take a look at the utilities available. Everything is pretty much full for Kelly S. And you gotta love that the Cove is still pretty much reserved for anything of that sort. And now look at this very smart... I thought that was about to be it, because I think they had no idea. They thought that the post plant was for yellow and around that area.
I mean, they were checking, but as soon as Parscofield spots the high tide, he checks out anyone creeping his way. But check out this replay. Psycho yet again, just doing God's work with the Hunter's Fury. We saw it a while ago on Ascent. Value with the ultimate. We get it here now. And while it got a little bit testy for Just Us, it could have been a little bit more secure for the defense.
That's true.
They still make it happen, and they get their 7th round here.
Still able to make this work. And now... 7-2, and ultimate still available for Wild Oreo and Dubstep. And it does feel like, again, this Viper Spit is going to be so important as long as they're able to get through these sites. And now Lloyd Dream is back to setting up over here at A, which is such a very difficult setup that Oasis had to constantly be, paranoid about once they are in the site itself.
Look, tripwires are a menace. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah.
They are so difficult, especially if the Cypher knows exactly what he's doing. So instead, Oasis will avoid it. They move into B, where they have to cross the walls instead of the Harbor and the Viper. You got Second Love on one side, you got Repulsive on the other, and Marky's the one who needs to clear out both of these angles. The line's so drawn, it's curved, yes, but it's what Just Us wants so far. Marky hugging the outside here of yellow. You got Just Us setting up onto default itself instead, and the rotation is already coming on in. So Just Us, they're setting themselves up. They're ready for this Oasis offense.
And now Oasis is not making any movements at the moment. I think they're trying to buy time and see if they can force Just Us to go back to A. But the thing is, there's a camera there, so they can't really do that play.
This Fury now the call, and here comes Oasis, forcing their way into the side. Repulsive, though, still sticking on around, trying to prevent an initial spike plant, but Kelly S is there to get that kill. So Oasis, they find the pick, and they go for the Reckoning too. That space created with a Cove as well. Just Us trying to hold by Snowman, but Marky now leading the charge. Barsco for the Lord Dream, able to equalize though, and Just Us proving that they can still compete in this round here.
Now it's super incredibly winnable. 3v3. Kelly S operating through this angle. They see it, but they're not ready for it. Dubstep gets the kill onto Second Love, and now it's a 1v3 situation. And there we go.
Dubstep, well done with the double up. But not only that, the Cubby uncleared. Oasis Gaming able to hold so close to the spike. And that's in their third round here, Riku, but it got very, very dangerous. I gotta say, it's another one of those rounds though, that Oasis, if they play patient, they can reap the rewards from it.
Yeah, I think that was honestly, that was the concerning part, right? Like, you play your time, and there's a camera at A, therefore, Just Us can afford to, air quote, over-rotate a little bit and stay there. Everybody else was practically nearby in that vicinity. And right now, so aggressive!
Aggressive is an understatement. Bar Schofield holds W, but he runs into Marky, so it's an even trade so far. Repulsive, though, at the ready. Oasis, again, they need to learn their lesson and expect these kind of cheeky angles. From what we've seen, though, Oasis Gaming, they can reset themselves, hold on back. They haven't been too afflicted by potential lurks, so saving face and holding the forward angle is what can net them the success to move on in.
And now they managed to get a bit more space onto B, decides to just move somewhere else. Again, Javi, we talked about this player, how it's so important for him to survive through these rounds with his clutch ability. Now it's all up to the 4 players of Oasis at this point, with an extended timer of 40 seconds on the clock. There is still the Viper Spit for Wild Oreo, as long as they get control. But again, remember, that's where Lloyd Dream flourishes.
Yeah, the setup is there, and not only that, the audio cues make sure that the Cypher is gonna head on in. Psycho, though, unchecked into the maze. Wild Oreo will make that trade happen. Lloyd Dream, though, looking for the impact point. Finds Wild Oreo, yes, but it's still gonna be an even outing. 2v2 with the spike now put down.
Here we go. It's the post plant at A that felt like in the hands of Oasis. But how do you stabilize from here? Kelly S and Dubstep playing very, very closely to the spike.
The flank, though. Oh, and Just Us! That could have been big! But Dubstep finds such a huge pick to keep Oasis in this fight. Second Love, the only one still standing. Over onto the rafters right now, trying to find the angle to isolate. Spots out the Sova, though, but the dart will reveal his location. He's known, he's seen, and Oasis are trying to seek a way to kill him quickly. Over onto the corner, it's looking to be cleared, but Kelly S wins the duel. And Oasis Gaming, they make the rotate work for a 4th round.
And no problem. We talked about the clutch ability of Javi being very important on these long-drawn rounds. No problem. It is Kelly S or Wild Oreo, or wait, Kelly S and as well as Dubstep stepping up to the plate here and denies any sort of plays from Second Love once more.
I mean, the big pick there really was Dubstep onto Repulsive. I've noticed for the past few rounds, Just Us wasn't really trying to play the off angle, go for the lurk. That's one of the few instances that they did it. And still, Dubstep with just a keen eye to clear out anyone coming that way. So well done by Oasis. A chance to make it 7-5, but it's getting very, very crowded here in green with all these walls and all these smokes, and Just Us will just call for the disengage.
There's even 3 players lying and waiting. I don't think they know that Par Schofield decides to just give up mid and then just stay here on yellow. It's definitely a very different configuration as they're used to Second Love, and as well as Repulsive constantly being here. With an added player, that's a different scenario.
Yeah, Bar Schofield also bringing in the firepower, and this is good yellow control for Just Us so far. Oasis kept back towards green here. High ground now being taken. Seems like Savvy AK wants to play the height here, and Marky looks to lead even. Bar Schofield, though, already a double kill. Kelly S still bringing the damage, but 3 for Bar Schofield. He's on fire right now. Trailblazing here on the icebox. Savvy 8K finally shutting him down, but the damage has been done. Savvy cannot find the final target as Psycho plays the smoke so well. Just Us end the first half with 8 rounds.
I think the biggest point there from that play is the jiggle peek and seeing that everyone was there. It was not even a utility to see everyone. It was just seeing them with their eyes, basically. So after that, we get to see everyone basically rotate from A to B, and that's just a lot of members already. I don't think Oasis was ready to execute that just yet. It was just us pulling the trigger much, much earlier.
Yeah, Just Us. Somehow, some way, they send their duelist into the front lines, and he just brings the heads of Oasis to the table. This is going to be a big pistol round, though. If Just Us gets it, they're going to have momentum moving forward to seal the deal. Oasis, truthfully, a much-needed win right now. But let's see the mid-pressure already. Par Schofield moving forward, keeping Savvy 8K over onto the kitchen, and mid-control established by Just Us early. But wait, there's more from Oasis. They got in garage, and they're looking to make a flank happen.
Yeah, this is a very, very aggressive flank here. I think Lloyd Dream is able to spot this out, but it feels like Oasis is still being patient about it.
Yeah, they haven't established that initial contact points. The high tide's there, and Marky actually catching out Lloyd Dream now. This means there's going to be pressure from green and yellow if Just Us does force their way onto the B side. And that's exactly what Oasis wants. Savvy 8K is there to punish anyone pushing into the kitchen, not over-aggressing. Savvy already finding the 2. Repulsive on board, sure, but Kelly S just brings them up and sends Just Us packing. Oasis, that's a meticulous pistol round crafted by them.
Yeah, absolutely massive round for Oasis here, slowly catching up and bridging that gap between Just Us. But again, it was so important that Javi didn't reveal himself too early, or else that would have been 3 players piling on instead of 2. That's so much better. It lowered Just Us's ground and made them a bit more comfier to actually go to B, and therefore that was the signal. So Javi again, just doing good work. Kelly S with a follow-up as well.
Yeah, they draw up a play well, and it works out for Oasis. Exactly as planned. Just Us now. Gonna try to make Zeke around work with the Sheriffs instead. And Oasis, they respect this. They know, potentially, Just Us can go for the full send again. You already have Marky on one side, Savvy on the other with scope weapons. The Outlaw even watching towards mid. But the action is gonna come the way of Yellow. Psycho spotted out on the lurk there. Still the Spectre. Waldorio, he's waiting for anyone to cross his way. No noise made yet here by Oasis, but it's dangerous for Savvy 8K. He's very close to those contact points. Waldorio gets his first, ready now for a second, but Repulsive! What a shot! Allows now Just Us to get the spike down.
It was a very strong shot here. I don't think Dubstep knows that this is a very, very off angle. Just, gets the kill onto Kelly S. And now they know where Lloyd Dream is at. Cyber Cage is gonna help him be that mysterious figure, but Dubstep knows where he is.
Yeah, the 2 shots from the Outlaw do come on out, and Dubstep takes advantage of the situation, but it's 2v2, and Second Love and Repulsive playing towards Yellow here. Not much utility left for the Smoke Agents. Here comes the Cloudburst instead into play. Marky, though, pushes forward. Phantom and Had ready to turn everyone into a ghost. Repulsive, though, tried to do so yet again. No miracle shot this time around. Oasis stabilized with Marky. This should be their round.
And they get to keep a very important weapon on that Phantom for Marky. He needs to take that over to the next round, as it is going to be a full buy round for the side of Just Us. But Lloyd Dream was I mean, the rest of Just Us were already deep into the B site, but at the same time, so important for them to not make noise. Good pickoff by Dubstep, and Marky finishing off the round, and a couple of picks from Yellow. Really nicely done by Oasis.
Yeah, sending the front line there, but Oasis did lose a few members along the way since Just Us was able to creep onto the sites. Instead, Oasis called for plant operator early. Lloyd Dream though, where did that even come from? Savvy gone immediately towards mid, so less pressure now from Oasis towards Just Us. It's a full send now here from Just Us. They want to move into A, but Kelly is over onto the maze. He's the Minotaur right now, and he's making a legend for himself. 3 from Kelly S, spraying down anyone who dares go into this maze right now. There's just no way for Just Us to get in there.
That is absolutely nuts. The fact that, again, he's still alive, he has half HP, he can still do like a one-tap or something from anybody, and now Just Us, that was their buy round. And they weren't really prepared for such an aggressive move coming from Kelly S. I don't think they were really ready at all and didn't get to spot out anyone. I think they didn't want to use too many utilities to reveal, you know, their location. And I think that definitely backfired for Just Us.
And as soon as Parsco filled and Kelly S crossed eyes, Kelly S was just that quicker trigger finger. For now, though, 30 seconds left. Just Us looking for a way to salvage this. They're creeping into A site yet again, but look who's waiting on the other side. Dubstep playing underneath the rafters. The operator rings through. Lloyd Dream narrowly avoiding his own demise there. And a cyber cage to cover that cross, but High Tide isn't built yet before Second Love moves on in. Lloyd Dream again. The flicks, the sprays, they're good for 2 more, but it's not enough for the round. Oasis are 1 away from tying things up.
I was low-key a bit scary. That was actually very impressive, the transfer. But again, what's more impressive is Kelly S. They were very distracted because of the operator, and they couldn't look at 2 things, at 2 angles at the same time. And therefore, Kelly S had a big field day, and that enabled the reckoning for this round 16.
Yeah, it's just a big moment there made by Kelly S. Oasis Gaming, though, they build their success from plays like that. And here we go again. Oasis a big chance now to tie things up with the up and the rifle still available. Dubstep, though, initial scouting. I think he also went for the orb there along the way. It's just us finding and playing for picks at this point.
And trying to make this expensive for Oasis. But Oasis won't budge. There is the neural theft and as well as the operator, which makes it extra scarier. Especially they repositioned Marquee towards B instead.
Yeah, Just Us. They're moving in towards A here. It's a lot more patient from the player of Just Us compared to the past 2 maps, but as it stands, Oasis is the one keeping them guessing. Do you even dare cross that High Tide knowing or not knowing what is awaiting you on the other side? That's what the Cascade, as well as the Snakebite is for. The Aldrin also scouting on around, so Just Us, they'll be able to get onto the site, yes. Did they get the plant, though? The Reckoning still available here for Kelly S. Just Us disengaging for the time being. They're gonna plant onto the upper right now, just to give them a different angle to work with.
You gotta love the patience from Oasis as well. They want to make sure that there it is, the Reckoning, not to be played too early, but it's actually built on Nest. As you said, Dubstep with a kill, but Just Us able to reply with 2 back.
What are these shots from Just Us? The Cove, though, covering Kelly S for the time being. And there might be no way. Just Us, though, still holding close. And Repulsive is there to steal that one away. A 3K from Repulsive. And Oasis, the plan is just in shambles after that one.
Yeah, that was a thrifty. They got free upgrades, 3 free upgrades on the rifles. And they had the Reckoning. So I guess this Nest plant was truly a very difficult retake, especially Repulsive just playing out in the open, by the way. He's just like doing a lot of these really good headshots on the Sheriff, and you gotta respect Repulsive on these thrifty rounds.
Look, sometimes we say double-edged sword, that's a double-edged shield, basically. Yes, you're safe inside the Cove, but you don't know what's going on around you. And Repulsive also, he's able to play an open angle just because some of the sightlines were cut like that. Just Us, though, it's just how they win sometimes. They are able to outshoot you, able to build these angles, and weather any kind of Tempest, any kind of Reckoning coming your way. Here we go again, though. Parsco builds the nice destiny of Kelly S. Dumps him instead with a big double kill. Savvy AK's there as well. And Oasis Gaming getting 2 for 2s right now. Value there from the Killjoy and the Sova together.
Yeah, that was massive. That double kill from Dubstep, able to make it incredibly like winnable or better odds for Oasis to take this back. And now it's the up and down or side by side, whatever you call it. And they finish off the round with an 8-9.
Yeah, and just if you see how that round really goes, right? Kelly S plays the same angle, yes, and Parsco feels like, no, not this time. But just because of that initial reaction from Just Us, it just gives avenues for some of those longer angles near the default, near the screens, and Oasis Gaming come to collect those kind of kills when Just Us are too busy focusing on a single target.
Yeah, they definitely do not want that to happen again, where Kelly S was able to get 4 or 3 kills and ruin the execute for them. So this time around, because of the kills that Dubstep did earlier, now he has the Hunter's Fury ready and waiting.
Yeah, Oasis Gaming though, holding in the maze yet again. One more showdown between anyone who dares cross this
Kelly
way and
S.
Kelly S. And
Again.
Bar Schofield, he's already conditioned to look left. The dart's gonna be there.
Yep.
You can see that Kelly S though is trained for it. Marky also reinforcing Kelly S has already gotten a double. Make that a triple. Look, this lane is the Kelly S farm lane. He gets kills for sure. He will take those orbs and bring it for a next reckoning as Oasis have tied things up.
They didn't even have to use any ultimates. Oasis Gaming is going to save all of these important ults once the buy round comes for Just Us. And here's the thing. They always make sure that Kelly S is there, but they always make sure that they add in another factor. Okay, this time it's Marky that's there that's going to be helping the trade with him. And the round previously, or the round before, was Dubstep pushing aggressively. So they're adding more factors to make them think a bit more and be paranoid.
Man's just a boogeyman by this point.
Yeah.
And here we go again. Oasis establishing closer control, but with Dubstep Mark, him as well as Marky, they have to back on away. So Oasis are giving up the site. My main concern though is what happened last time they did this. They do have the lockdown of the Hunter's Fury though for the post plant. Here we go already. Hunter's Fury gonna get unleashed. Gets the tag onto Psycho. We hear the Reckoning though into play plus the Viper Spit. And now what do you even look at the screen right now for? Instead, keep an eye out on the timer with the lockdown. Psycho though should get the plant going. And Oasis Gaming are trying to find a way in here.
Here we go. This could be a very... Kelly S gets first blood off of this 5v4 retake. Marky just making everybody paranoid with all these angles because of the Reckoning, pushing everybody away.
Oh, Oasis Gaming, this is their playground now, and Just Us just do not have the passes whatsoever to play in this box. Second Love, he gets a kill, but that's all Just Us will get for that round. And Oasis, they'll take this lead now.
That was super smart, being able to use the lockdown on top of the Reckoning right after. That means you know where they are, then push the space away from the site to just deny that post plant. And there we go. It was such an easy defuse. And after that, they were able to keep most of their weapons. Now it's 10-9. It is the lead now for Oasis.
I mean, say what you will about Oasis right now and their performance. They are learning from their mistakes. The last time they went for a retake towards A, it was very much so mismanaged. Was a lot better in that last round. Parscofield though infiltrating now, and Savvy 8K refuses to be shish kebab there. Parscofield falls first. Savvy still sticking around towards Kitchen. Psycho trying to go for the challenge. The Nano Swarm is hurting him immensely. And Oasis Gaming, they still have the spots they want to work with here, holding the line strong so far.
And now with a lot of low health targets, not only Psycho, but Repulsive as well. And we're talking about a buy round here. It's a bit of a mix buy, some on Guardians, but most of them were on rifles. So it's going to be a bit worrying for Just Us here. Know that. But Second Love is still alive. The clutch ability between these two. Okay, never mind. It's Oasis win.
That's the heartbreak for Yuriku. Second Love falls to the operator. Again, Lloyd Dream, though, with a stellar shot onto Marky. Only one now still standing, but this becomes just a full send from Oasis, preventing that spike from even planted. 11 now from Oasis. 2 rounds to gap and 2 rounds to win this series, Yuriku.
And the build of a pressure is definitely going to increase. Again, let's take a look at that replay. Everybody was from Oasis were on the best position, especially for Marky. Javi always being on kitchen control is so very important. The way that he's so ready for an aggressive push. Because constantly, this is what, Just As does. Every single time they get kitchen control, they're going to push aggressively. They're going to flood in onto CT or just go B. Let's see. This is 9-11 here now. Marky gets first blood.
Yeah, second love is gone, and this is where Oasis, you can see more so that they are built for these long series. Over the past few rounds, Justus has been forced to play into angles that they would not like, so Oasis Gaming, they're prepared yet again, training that operator to cover any kind of opening into that A side. Dubstep, though, has back on the way because of the owl drone. A beautiful crouch from Lloyd Dream. Marky didn't expect it whatsoever, and the neural theft will tell the tale of where Oasis is stationed.
Exactly. Enemies revealed with the neural theft. Now they have an operator, but actually, it is Psycho that is incredibly low because of Javi. It is still a 4v4 situation. Lots of utility still available for Oasis, but no ults to get this retake unlike before.
Yeah, Oasis Gaming now playing from the rafters and moving into the site. Still a bit of height there used by Repulsive. Savvy 8K on board. We hear the Hunter Fury to play from Psycho as well. And as of right now, Justus just trying to cover that spike. But the scan, as you mentioned, Oasis getting the picks that they need. Here comes Kelly S as well. Lord Dream, the only one still standing. But there's no way to stand against the squad of Oasis. And this is it. Match point for Oasis Gaming.
That was incredibly important. Is that scan, especially the way that they funneled and able to eliminate everybody, especially the one near orb, to make it a bit more, what's the word, predictable where they'll be able to peak. And now Oasis, match point. They have the operator, but it's a buy round coming from Justus. Ult-wise, nobody is far. Nobody's near any of their ults. So right now, it's all about the pew-pews purely.
Yeah, just as they need to show their strength one more time, the way that they've done in this series. Player to watch out for has to be Second Love. He gets a triple kill here or an orb plus a double. That's a reckoning available for the plant if ever. But Oasis Gaming, they've truly stabilized here on this defense. And this time around, they're trying to prove that they can win an Icebox map. A dash in here, courtesy of Par. High side also covering now half of the sites, and Oasis Gaming will have to relent, give up the site so far. Instead, watch for mid because you have Repulsive there. He's trying to get a pick early on, but Wild Oreo prevents it.
Exactly, and now it is a 5v4 situation with an operator. Just a lot of walls preventing any sort of picks. And now Parco Schofield knows where everybody's at.
And here we go, Schofield still challenging Marky though on board. Dubstep from above, and Oasis Gaming. This is their chance, but Second Love does it yet again. Not gonna happen. That's the tail instead, courtesy of Dubstep. Oasis Gaming, it was tough, it was brutal, but they get the job done against Just Us. What a series we just saw, and Oasis will get their first win of the group stage.
That was... We talked about this at the very beginning of the matchup, how important this series win was, especially after what we saw at the very beginning of the premiere day of VCT Philippines. And now this is a good momentum booster to look forward to next week. Because, you know, one of those things where how do you pick yourself up after especially the split performance from Oasis? Is I think it's one of the biggest questions. Like, after a day gap between your next match, how do you make these fixes, especially you don't have like a week to repair them or something like that? So now it's looking really good for Oasis after this. It's still a bit worrying because it's still very close. It could have got it's still a map 3, but at the same time, from their first performance, this is definitely of an improvement.
Yeah, it was bloody there for sure, but you gotta give props instead to how Just Us performed in that series. A relative unknown coming in from the open qualifier, standing toe-to-toe against Oasis Gaming like that, and also dominating on their first map of Ascent. It really goes to show there's so much potential here for Just Us. Their raw firepower is so strong, it really feels like work just needs to be done on the tactical approach side. But anyway, Oasis Gaming, I guess we have to talk about how they play that Icebox map instead. And it started off very worrying, right?
Oh yeah.
In the first half, it was a big lead there, courtesy of Just Us. But coming into the second, more and more Oasis would understand how Just Us would play. More and more, instead, it was Oasis Gaming conditioning Just Us to check certain angles, like the Kelly S spot there in the maze, right? And those were the building blocks of success that Oasis Gaming was able to utilize to take that eventual win.
Yeah, I think this is definitely what we talked about at the very beginning. Like, what do they have to repair? The wins didn't boil down to a clutch by the Javi Wild Oreo like the Nalis match. It became very different. The initial seconds when the barrier drops is so important, where they get an initial pick, they get first blood, especially Kelly S. Again, we get to see both Harbor players making a huge impact in this game, but at the end of the day, it is Oasis that won. And they keep adding the factor of the Kelly S angle, like by the orb, right next to the orb. Either it's, you know, Marky with him, or it's dubstep pushing like aggressively. They always, Just Us always had to second guess, always had to be worried if there's another factor added in other than just Kelly S just being there and being very quick to the trigger.
Yeah, Second Love though, also a strong performance in this series alone. Almost could have been the birthday wish to just knock down Oasis Gaming like that, and they got very close, just wasn't enough. Look at that second half though, Riku. 8 rounds, I believe, taken by Oasis Gaming all throughout. Actually, they took 9 from the map, from what we've seen. And truth be told, the only time they stumbled there on that second half on that defense was the time they went for that Reckoning retake, Just Us catching them off guard. And ever since, they're like, okay, sure, let's clean up our act and let's make sure Just Us can get in this position again.
Yeah, I think after that, they pretty much... I think this is very similar to the Lotus like analogy. After they know like the playbook on A main, they just had to do a better execution on protecting again, well, A once more. And that retake, most especially, once they see it, it feels like it's already downloaded into their system, and they're prepared on the next time they actually want to try it again. Like even Second Love's aggression moving forward towards B feels like it only happened once or twice, I feel, and after that it didn't happen anymore.
Yeah, just Us though, proving some strength into the series. In Oasis, this is what they can build on moving forward. There's still those questions of how this configuration is going to work out for them, but already they're proving a bit of evidence that they can make this work. And well done by Oasis. It was 2-1. They take an icebox map there near the tail end of the series. And I really was impressed with how Oasis was still able to stand toe-to-toe with how Just Us was going at them, right? When it became those contact points, you'd have players like Savvy, you'd have players like Kelly S finally hitting those kind of nutty shots. And then from that point on, the rest of Oasis, they'd feed off that energy, and it would look to be the Oasis that did represent the PH a lot in off-season competition for the past few months.
Oh yeah, that's true. Absolutely. I think one thing to fear against Just Us is that you could feel that they were online. They were feeling it from Ascent, Lotus, even during the very early stages of Icebox. So it's one of those things where how do you either match that or even take it a level higher than them to be able to be prepared for any of that aggression. And I think after this performance, definitely cannot count Just Us, especially when they pull off really aggressive executes on sites.
Yeah, and Oasis Gaming, on the other hand, they're gonna get the 1-1 standing that they've been needing so far. It's a rally point from this point on. They lost to Naos, and it's everyone else instead that they need to contend with. Just Us, on the other hand, same thing, 1-1 on the standings. But that's enough for us for this series. We're gonna throw it over to the panel to break down what just happened and go for that interview later on.
Siyempre sa mga naging resulta ng ating laban, we did expect, itong panel na to ay nag-expect ng tatlo na malilinis na laro or dalawang malinis na laro para sa side ng Oasis, but it didn't happen like that. Kamusta naman ang laro, Ray Ray as well as Fluffy?
Well, I'll go first. Nagulat
wala na
ako.
akong masabi. Parang sobrang close considering the fact that we were expecting Just Us to be that team that would be that X factor. And Oasis, we know how tried and tested they are as an org. But with this new parang adjusted roster, yung mga growing pains that we were talking about, I feel like although they overcame it, we've really seen where the problems can be.
Ako naman, on my side, guys, nagulat lang din ako na this is how Just Us is so good, di ba?
Yeah.
Sabi ko sa inyo, yung mga teams from open qualifiers, ang dami sa kanila, sobrang surprising, sobrang dark horse. And the fact that they were able to get one map out of the hands of Oasis and close pa kagad yung mga matches natin shows to us the actual na pwede pa nating i-look forward sa mismong team na to.
Yeah. And to be fair, mukhang semi-kinabahan ako na magka-curse na naman. Madamay ako sa pagka-curse natin sa ating mga teams, sa ating predictions, especially if we predict that tatlo tayo nag-predict ng pare-parehas. At kaya ako masabing nakakatakot talaga siya nung una is because just as sobrang dominant nung game number 1, right? So, before we talk about the Oasis Gaming, ano ba yung ginawa ng Just Us dito na maganda? So, yun yung dahilan kung bakit mas nakalayo sila sa laban na to.
Sa akin, for me, ang ginawa lang nila is trust the process. Hindi ko lang alam, lalo na yung Ascent. I think they were just too confident and that's the problem and that's a perk kapag naglaro ka sa Ascent, diba? You just know everything and once na nakakuha ka ng good setup, good momentum, hindi ka na talaga mapipigilan ng pagkalaban mo. And that's how Just Us was able to take that one map. Pero on the other side, naging mistake lang din naman nila is medyo nag-fell short sila sa Icebox. Sayang yung most important round there was nung tie na sila, yet nawalan pa rin sila ng firepower. Medyo nag-crumble down na kagad yung momentum nila.
Yeah, especially yun yan, sa Icebox and that defensive side. Grabe talaga. Oasis not giving them as many rounds as they'd like. I think they only gave them one, but I feel like it's also because a lot of the players talaga from Just Us really stepped up. There's players like Lloyd Dream and Spar Schofield. Parang yesterday nahirapan siya in those games to really get that frag kasi unsupported siya. But this time around, napakalakas talaga yung impact niya.
Well, see, speaking of impact, tingnan natin kung sino nga ba gumawa ng pinakamataas na impact dito sa laban na to in this particular series. Our MVP, sino nga ba? Madaming choices. But in the end, it is...
Yes.
Suspense.
Tantanan!
Yay!
320 ACS, 26 kills, 14 deaths. Napakagandang performance. Off-cam ang nag-usap-usap din kami ni Ray at saka ni Fluffy and parang di namin ma-pinpoint talaga kung sino yung actual na MVP. But in that last map, doon sa Icebox, gamit ni Kelias ang kanyang harbor. Ano ba ang dahilan kung bakit siya ang nahirang na MVP in the end?
For me, hirap talaga sabihin kasi even when you're doing the discussions you mentioned, anyone could have been MVP. Game number 1, Savvy, 21 kills. Game number 2, halos pantay on split. But on, rather on the second map. But on the third map talaga, it's him who really carried the most with landing those 26. Tapos naka-harbor pa siya.
Oo nga, ang angas nga ni Kelias. No? Kahit ano ata hawakan ni Kelias, mag-MVP eh. Pero sabi ko nga, yung unang map ng Oasis, si Kelias, we haven't seen him really pop off. Pero once they got really comfortable sa Lotus together with Icebox, sa mga maps din naman na they are great as well. Doon na sila mas lalong lumakas. Doon na kagad si Kelias naging confident. And tatandaan nyo, these drastic changes, I'm happy that they're able to snap out of it.
At nakita natin yung resulta nung nangyaring series na yun when the growing pains were there during game number 1. Sobrang evident. Pati rin naman nung game number 3 but in the end power through nila. This is what happens pag meron kang mga veterans like the likes of Savvy 8K as well as Dubstep. Particularly kay Savvy 8K na maganda yung performance dito on the more important na rounds. Just Us, very good performance, mga kaibigan. Ano ba yung tingin yung kailangan na lang nilang i-improve in the end after this wonderful series that they've had against the Oasis?
For me, ang kailangan ng Just Us is to actually go with those 3 games na crucial. Kasi feel ko yun ang nangyari. Nakakapagod talaga maglaro ng best of 3. Nanalo ka na ng una and then natalo ka ng pangalawang game, diba? How can you actually reset? How can you actually tapusin ang isang match? So yun lang talagang kailangan nila. Maybe if they're able to mend it out of yung mga crucial moments na dapat manalo sila, maybe they'll be able to get it against Oasis.
And buti na lang, hindi na natin kailangang maghintay pa ng matagal dahil meron tayong interview with a player from Oasis, the winners of this series. Ayun! Hello, boss!
Hello!
Yeah, kamusta naman after the... Yes, okay lang yan. Okay lang yan. Part of the... Yun. Okay. Kamusta naman, boss, ang pakiramdam after that 2-1 win?
Okay po, medyo shaky lang. Ayun.
Mabilis.
Hmm.
Yeah, Ray, I believe you also have a question.
Actually, kay Dubstep ko sana tatanong ito. Pero tatanungin ko na lang sa'yo, Kelly S.
Okay.
I'm sure naman we've all seen you play KO. Pero ano yung naging changes ever since nag-start ka as a controller? Ever since na nag-harbor ka?
Actually, hindi naman siya malaking changes kasi para sa sarili ko, confident ako na malaro ko yung lahat ng agents except nga sa Astra. Kaya yung pag-transition ko sa harbor parang hindi masyado mabigat.
Oh,
Pag
and-
magaling ka, madali na lang eh, guys. Ganda tayo.
Ganun talaga. For me naman, I have one final question for you, sir. And that is, in your honest opinion, did you think that this game would be this close?
I don't think so. Props sa nila. So, yeah, hindi kami expect na matambakan talaga masyado kasi nag-try din kami ng bago pa since may pumasok isa sa amin, so 2-0 talaga yung that. So kami na ganun.
Alright, very well. Now, this is now your chance para i-shout out ang dapat i-shout out. Kakatapos lang ng Valentine's Month, so baka meron kang special na mga mention ngayon. Or kung meron kang mang gustong pasalamatan like your fans or your team, your organization, go ahead, man.
Okay. So po, thank you sa girlfriend ko na nanonood bahay. And thank you sa boss na todo yung support at sa mga fans namin. Pasensya kung ganito yung binibigay namin na pakaba na laro. Pakita namin na soon yung namin pure strength since nag-experiment na kami ngayon. So, yun na po.
Okay, thank you so much, Kelly. Congratulations. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you po.
Salamat sa interview na to. That is Oasis Gaming na evidently ay nahirapan dun sa laban na yun. For you, Fluffy, since you probably know a lot about this team, you know a lot about the game as well. Para mas malinis ang execution ng Oasis, ano pa ba yung mga kailangan nilang i-address na mga problema?
I feel like sanayin lang talaga sa isa't isa, especially sa mga bagong players na nagdagdag. Even though Kelly's been there for a while, he's not the like as veteran kunwari as Wild Oreo or Marky. Dubstep, of course, the newest addition. So sanayin lang, trust the process. I think it's the best thing. And malakas naman yung coaching staff nila, so I'm sure that they'll get that job done.
Well, that's it for that second series. Meron pa tayong isa mamaya. Pero ngayon, gusto lang remind ang lahat na Mineski Global is the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines. Presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Also, thanks to our official super app, Grab, you can score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. Delivery fees as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals.
And of course, last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board.
Last series of the day ay isa sa mga crowd favorite, the BAIS, going up against GEEK Fam. Mamaya na po yan sa pagbabalik ng VCT PH 2024. Tayo po yung nagbabalik para sa VCTPH 2024. Ako nga pala si Wolf, ang inyong panel host. At kasama ko ngayon si Ricky at si Eliza. Kamusta naman kayo?
Ay, grabe ka naman kay Sam. Grabe naman pag-welcome mo sa amin dito ni Ricky, no? At andito nga ulit tayo para sa ating third series. Excited na ako, Ricky.
Oo naman, Eliza.
Pinanindigan.
Napaka-excited ko talaga sa series na ito dahil magkakaalaman na kumbaga ng mga power levels kumbaga kasi first week pa lang natin lahat na ng mga teams na nakalahok dito sa tournament natin nakikita na tayo ng sample pero this I think will solidify yung parang working in progress power rankings natin.
That's right. You're watching yung VCT PH 2024. Brought to us syempre ng Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country.
Panis, like nyo na yan, like and share, sabi nga ni Vil, di ba? Pero syempre, maraming salamat din sa ating official super app na Grab. Score Grab's lowest price ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver. Pati na rin sa delivery fee nyo as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver delivery. And syempre, may mga thousands of budget-friendly meals din tayo as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. So, silipin nyo na yan, guys.
Shock! Sobrang sulit. And of course, last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for making this broadcast possible. Speaking of the game, Riku at Taylor, ayan. para mahasar tayo ulit sa esports, back in esports. Geek Fam ay madaming nag-expect na maganda sana yung kanilang performance. Kasama din ako dun sa panel na nag-predict na makukuha nila yung series na yun, pero hindi nila nagawa. In fact, hindi nga sila nakakuha man lang ng isang game. Ano sa tingin nyo ang problema dito? Anong kailangan kanilang i-improve para manalo sila against sa team na madami naman nag-root for, which is the BAIS?
Nako, fan favorite yung Device. Device tuloy. Kasi nakita ko yung tweet ni Ching eh. Kalaban niya si Device. Ay nako, yung Device, ang dami nag-root for para sa kanila. Fan favorite. Ika nga, sabi mo. But at the end of the day, you also have yung Geek Fam na medyo matagal na rin magkakasama at magkakakilala. And I feel like the more polished team na meron tayo para sa araw na ito, the more na mas malaki yung chance manalo nila. Kasi marami rin na tayong mistakes na nakita para sa araw na to, Rico.
Kaya nga, parang ang tema nga nitong split ng 2024 para sa VCTPH is yung pagka-assemble ng mga core combined with new players. Parang it's about finding their ground, finding kung yung mga adjustments na kailangan gawin, lalong-lalong na for this week para matapos na doon pag next week. Parang polish na kumbaga.
Tignan natin yung kanilang unang team para sa series na to is the BAIS. Obviously, na-setup na natin, fan favorites. Ang maglalaro ngayon, Astro, Ching, Giansanity, Kel, and Senior Carl. Siguro dahil na rin sa experience ng mga players na to, kaya naman madaling mag-root para sa kanila. But as 5, ngayon pa lang natin makita itong mismong team ito. So far, nakaisa na sila. Taylor, any ano bang rating mo kumbaga dun sa kanilang performance sa first time?
Kailan ka nakakita ng player na 5 times nag-retire tapos bumalik? Kumbaga, si Ching yun, guys. Si Ching the God na nakaupo na naman sa kanyang upuan ngayon. And I'm excited to see kung ano yung gagawin nila for today. Kasi usually nakikita natin tong Device, yung aggressiveness, nandyan, individuality nila, napakalakas. Kaya nilang umubos ng 10 kung may 10 tao sa mapa. Kaya nilang ubusin yun. But you do have that strength and stability din na meron sila with their initiator, which is si Senior Carl, if we think about it. And sometimes, kapag yung mga mapa natin is like Breeze o kaya Icebox, makikita rin natin siyang nagdo-duel. So, very strong firepower, a fan favorite, you have all the pros. And the cons itself, I would say, yung chemistry na lang din na meron sila dito. How about you, Rico? What are your thoughts about this team?
Honestly, sobrang sangayon ako sa sinabi mo, yung chemistry. Kasi kung titingnan natin, para silang iba't ibang players from many different teams. Pero you cannot deny yung experience na nag-gather nila from year 0 up until the current year of Valorant. Yung experience na nila from many other different teams. So ngayon lang ito, nagsama-sama yung puwersa nila. Kung baga, kaya nakaka-excite makita ko ano yung pwede pa nilang magawa with this very new collection of players.
Ang kanilang makakatapat sa araw na to, it's going to be Geek Fam. Isang bagong organization sa VCT Philippines Pero yung mga players nila ay kilala na rin natin. Nandyan si Blurred, si Exotic, Hydra Kid, Slatham 999 at si V Black. One of my faves as well. Itong lineup ng Geek Fam. But Taylor and Riku, ano bang masasabi natin after nung first round loss nila?
Nako,
I think
I
honestly
think
speaking,
everyone
diba?
has a chance to come back. Pagdating
Go.
dito. Tsaka, alam mo, balita ko, mga besi ko, si V Black, kakagaling lang din magbakasyon yan. Nakikita ko yung stories eh. So, baka refresh. Diba? Refresh na rin tong mga players natin. Aside from that, I would also say that you have Geek Fam, mayroon na silang mga coaching staff na nandiyan pa sina El from now. So, really big potential here as well if Rico agrees.
Oo, sobrang sangayon ako sa'yo dyan, girl. Sobrang sangayon ako sa'yo dyan kasi si Geek Fam, anong tawag mo dito, isang established organization na dito sa, kumbaga sa SEA, and as well as the fact that ito ay isang collection ng players din na nag-perform na rin sa previous VCT for both Split 1 and Split 2. Ito ay isang combination ng mga players na that have already competed for playoffs, kumbaga nakapag-qualify nun sa playoffs during sa VCT-PH before. And it's just one of those things na parang ano yung kulang? Bakit hanggang playoffs lang tayo? Ba't hindi tayo nakakausad na parang as a top 2 team? So parang yun yung kailangan nilang kumbaga ayusin at yun yung aim nila for this split definitely is to go beyond what, yung mga usual nilang mga achievements.
Yeah, Geek Fam unfortunately ay natalo sila dun sa kanilang unang nakatapat which was Zol Esports. So parang ang daming na-expect kasi dun sa laban na yun specifically na kaya nila but they weren't able to win. Pero naman nakabawi naman sila afterwards. Ngayon, going up against sa team like the BAIS, alam natin na hindi ganun kadali lalo na sa pulso ng mga tao. Pero kung usapang predictions, lalong-lalo na kasi madaming mga nangyayaring iba kapag mismong VCT na we don't know what will happen sa actual tournament. That's why, kung ako ang tatanungin nyo with prediction, I would go for Geek Fam. Baka kasi makalason at syempre pag nanalo sila dito, magmumukha akong maangas. Ayos ba yun? So, eto na yung point kung saan magtatanungan na tayo ng inyong mga predictions. Geek Fam for me, Taylor, who do you think is gonna take this series?
Tama na yung panel curse. Tama na. Sakit na eh. No? Lahat kayo Oasis kanina eh. Kaya ako muna ang babaliktad. The BAIS muna ako para sa araw na to. Andon, sina Ching, lumabas siya sa retirement. Kaya susuportahan ko siya hanggang mag-retire ulit siya.
Oh, okay. So ako pala yung parang tiebreaker-ish.
Tiebreaker-ish.
Okay, ito, para sa akin, ang boto ko para kay Geek Fam. Feeling ko meron naman silang malaking potential. Kasi gusto ko yung performance ng ibang mga players tulad, syempre nila Slatham, nila V-Black. Syempre nakita natin yung mga previous nilang performances. Parang kailangan lang, kumbaga, mag-polish at ayusin within this new, kumbaga, squad within Geek Fam. So, ayun, Geek Fam, for me, against the BAIS.
Na iba.
I did not expect na mas papabor, mas madami pa yung boboto dito sa Geek Fam. Especially kasi puro the BAIS talaga. Nako, mukhang Rico, mukhang aalsa ang mga mag-aaklas ang mga viewers natin. Kasi alam natin madami talaga boboto dito sa the BAIS. We're not saying na hindi kaya manalo ng the BAIS. Absolutely, nako, sila nga talaga yung mas favored. At excited ako makita sila kasi ang explosive nga naman whenever they perform. Lalo na sa mga nagbabalik na players para dito sa the BAIS. Insanity was amazing sa past series nila. Meron pa kayong mga parang gustong abangan dito sa dalawang teams natin? Who are the players that we should be looking out for dun sa kanilang series?
For me, right now, I would say also, gusto ko lang din idagdag na mabilis na for Geek Fam, kahit natalo sila last time, sobrang dikit nung scoreline na yon. It was a 12-14. So, parang halos ganun din. But I would say, I would wait for V-Black.
Okay. How about you, Rico? Isang quick, sino ba yung abangan nila dapat?
Para sa akin, abangan nyo yung mga thrifty rounds ng Geek Fam, lalo na si Slatham sa mga sheriff shots. Ganun.
Alright, tingnan natin kung yan nga ang mangyayari as we throw it over to our casters.
Look, let's be real here, Fluffy. You see the rosters, right? You see the teams. I'm gonna call it the Bisaya Bowl. Welcome to our final series of the day. It is the BAIS versus Geek Fam. I'm Dax0 with Fluffy02. Of course, 02, very, very important. And what do you think, man? Because this is a very interesting matchup coming our way, right? You have something a little bit more established in Geek Fam, a roster that's been together basically since Abaddon Abyss, and then on the other side, the BAIS, some of them coming back from retirement, the others coming back from different regions, and now are here to make an impact in the PH scene.
I mean, that's a stark difference between both of these teams. You already mentioned Geek Fam. And speaking of 0-2, I feel like they've gotten a lot of those in the recent matches that they did have, in contrast to the BAIS, which is on that win streak. They haven't even dropped a single map. So no matter what you say about how clean their games are, they do get the job done. Maybe you can chalk that up to experience, or maybe just their raw aim, or whatever it is. This Death Squad is really going for it.
Look, they're fan favorites for a reason. You have incredible names that have been throughout the scene, not just in the Philippines, but also in regions like NA, regions like South Asia, right? You have a little bit of MYSG flavor as well for players like Astro. It really feels like these guys have journeyed not just in the Philippines, but also in so many different kind of influences, different kind of scenes that they're able to bring back all together. And not only that, let's be real, they have these streaming careers. They're very much so personalities that people know of and are happy to see them compete yet again. And I kind of have to ask you right now, what is working for the BAIS from what we saw in Valhalla? How does it all mesh together so well?
It's one simple answer. They can shoot. And that is the most important and most impactful thing that they can do together. Being able to get those quick trades doesn't necessarily matter what's going to happen. We can take a look here at our map videos to find out what battlefield these warriors are going to play on.
Yeah, and one thing I have noticed so far is they have a very common ban between one another, and I do believe that is a set that they like to remove from the equation. But Geek Fam, they're gonna start things off with removing Breeze. It's something that they also consider to be a bit of a danger point when you're placing off against the BAIS. It does seem like fluffy, right? When you're playing against an aim-centric team, you want to remove long angles, and a map like Breeze is one place you don't want to contend with them.
Yeah, you gotta keep those variables down. If you don't have to lose members left and right in a wide map like Breeze, maybe something similar can be removed, but it's gonna be Ascent as a second map taken out by the BAIS. They don't want to deal with any of this team play. We're just gonna go for some straight up gunfights and as wide as we can. Maybe pick up some bigger maps like Lotus or Sunset, which is a map that I think is kind of questionable for the side of Geek Fam if they do choose to select it.
Yeah, remove the textbook and just go for something a little bit wild. But Geek Fam, they're gonna go for Lotus here. And as Geek Fam, we haven't really seen them play Lotus. Even back at MVP, I think they only played it once against Now's Esports, and it was a close affair. But it still shows that Geek Fam, they're really setting things up for something a little bit new here.
Kind of interesting though, because they ban out Breeze, a large and wide map, yet they're still comfy picking up Lotus, which is some of that similar tendencies. And just like that, the BAIS instantly pick up Split as a map of their own, making sure that they can really fight through the chokes that they want, funneling their enemies down their barrels.
Yeah, this is gonna get very exciting. The BAIS, we saw them play that against no org back in the open qualifiers. I was expecting, honestly, them to pick up Sunset. It's been their most successful map so far. But you mentioned it, we're going to see a lot more controlled actions there from the BAIS, but they also can go wild. Bind, though, removed now here by Geek Fam, and it means the BAIS, they're going to choose. Are they going to go on Icebacks? Are they going to go on Sunset? I feel like it's going to be the latter there.
Sunset, really? I feel like maybe the BAIS saw the games of Geek Fam and saw their weaknesses, because on the defensive side, Geek Fam, they really struggled on that map. But instead, they're going to Icebox. They want to go only A forever, and that's an A map where they can really take the duels that they want.
Fair point there, Fluffy, because Geek Fam did lose Icebox against Seoul Esports in an overtime fashion. So the BAIS, they're very comfy on either map anyway. They haven't lost either Sunset or Icebox, so they're good to go coming down later into the map pool. And I feel like that's really the storyline so far of this map draft. Geek Fam, they're bringing in a relative unknown by going with Lotus first, and then you get the BAIS getting Split and then Icebox. It feels to me that the BAIS are in a good spot here with the 3 maps upcoming.
Yeah, 2 out of 3, slightly in their favor, at least more secure statistically. But Geek Fam, they're going to go with that surprise factor, bring in Lotus as that X factor, and make sure that maybe we can bring up something that they haven't seen before. Because they've also, although they haven't played it as much, I do kind of have an inkling that their own strategy, because they're so precise and decisive of how they want to play as a team. Maybe individually they're not, 1:1 as strong, but they're still reliable players. And together, I think they can overpower a map like Lotus.
I mean, they've had so much time to prepare. We haven't really seen them compete in truthfully so very long. MVP banner, sure, back in June of last year. But then you consider some of the faces in these rosters. Some of them played in different teams for off-season open qualifiers. Others actually played in the collegiate scene for quite a while and focusing on DAC. So it's interesting to see how Geek Fam has really reformed themselves coming into this one. They deserve the slot from their performance back in Split 2, making it to the top 4, yes. And now they have that new sponsor. But at the same time, they still need to prove themselves because they're at a 1-to-1 standing right now, and they're trying to see if they can test themselves against a team that is so hyped up to be in the boys.
It's honestly just a stat check at this point. If you're able to fight through this match, it proves that you don't just have that tactical depth which they're known for, but also just, I guess, the brunt to really back it up. But I do think, to Geek Fam's credit, they have a lot of clean plays, and that does come from the fact that they have a very strong core. In contrast to how the BAIS, yeah, they're all veteran players as well. But to be honest, it's kind of nice that even in the previous roster of Geek Fam with Abaddon Abyss, we've kind of seen their growth. Yeah. Because they might be younger players, but they've kind of been in the scene just as long.
I do feel like they're one of the youngest squads that has a lot of discipline and a lot more of a structure compared to anyone else in the scene, and that really relies on how V-Black is going for some of those calls. You see how Exotic can make that impact, Blurred as well doing the same kind of thing, and you have Coach Ellis, of course, helping them out and making sure everything is by the playbook. And there's the contrast right now, because we look at the BAIS, and I feel like when I look at not just the roster, but also their staff, who their coach is, it's very player-centric, right? You have Coach Rabbit, who used to be a pro player and did start his experience as a coach again in Valorant back in South Asia. Now he's there to help out his friends, people who he really sees as peers, people he's competed against with. So there does feel like there's a lot more freedom in how the boys is structured in general and how they're going to be moving in to play this map.
Well, looks like based on the agents that they're selecting, going for a very aggressive pick here with the BAIS. We've seen Ching play really well on his Gecko when they brought it out on the previous Lotus game, as well as Senior Carl really supporting Gian Santi's entries. But I feel like they can get slowed down a bit. They use a lot of util out early, and Geek Fam, they're very equipped to fight through the fire and flames because unlike the previous team that they faced, they do have a fade. Those Prowlers going to be able to slow down the aggression, even buy themselves some space if need be, take some safely, and making sure that they can crawl their way to victory.
Yeah, Geek Fam, they love to play these two ground-based ultimates together. You have that breach, you have that fade, and it's just gonna catch out anyone, especially who's on site. But we look at how the BAIS was successful against Valhalla, right? And most of that really was because of the antics of how the backline was able to really pick up the pieces. Astro had an incredible series. I mean, there's always so much hype for Gian Sanity. Everyone knows his name right now. There's that hype for Ching coming out of retirement, but Astro used to be one of the most notable names in the controller role a few years ago during that Nigma Galaxy run. He moved over to MYSG, moved over to South Asia, get that worldwide experience, and now he's ready and back to make an impact.
It's a lot of impact that can be made there, but a lot of gaps to be filled as well, not just in the coordination of Geek Fam, but the BAIS, individually strong players, but the bigger question that is presented is if they can play this well together. On Lotus, they've proven themselves in the past, but when you're, I guess, against a quote-unquote more structured team, even though they're kind of young, Geek Fam, like you mentioned earlier, is one of those teams that they don't look like a new team. They feel like a relatively older and longer team, similar to like something like Oasis.
Yeah, it just seems to me, right, that we're talking about Geek Fam as the veterans here, right? Instead of the BAIS. When we know that the BAIS, the boys themselves, the individuals, have been able to stand tall in many different outings, different scenes, and different teams from one another. So that's really the storyline moving forward into our first map. You got notable individuals versus an absolute unit. You got the BAIS versus Geek Fam, and it's time to see who's gonna take this series, Fluffy.
Starting off here, pretty standard things. Defense gonna start some pressure up to the A main, stopping that early aggression from coming out. The defenders, though, I mean the attackers rather, gonna posture towards that C side, which is the weaker side for the defense.
Yeah, it's time for us to get now into the action, and I'm watching out for how the boys will always love to play this. Honestly, when I look at their icon, I'm just gonna think of the TV series. I'm gonna try to understand. I had to ask people, okay, what does that mean? It just means friend, basically. But Ching already catching out Blurred to begin with. An aggressive stance from the BAIS to get that first pick, but C-Side's taken here by Geek Fam.
A lot of utility burnt out here already by the attackers, but a quick rotate here on the defense. Gonna be able to catch this defuse, plant midway.
What is this ring around rosy antics? You got Geek Fam here moving forward now into halls. BAIS instead. Suddenly they're the attackers here. Apparently, the overlay is wrong from how they've been playing things out so far, but the BAIS will go for the retake anyway. Turret being set on up. They use the Dizzy also to clear out some of these angles. Giansanti going for the tap already, but immediately the fault line's gonna be into play. And Giansanti, he's stunned on up.
Oh.
Senior Carl trying to come on into the site itself, but Exotic and Black has brought in the damage, and it leads to a 1v1. Flash on in, but Senior Carl doesn't care. A 3k for Senior Carl to start things off strong for the BAIS.
A good way to get early momentum. They set foot on the site first. They reposition as well, but they don't leave any players on site to really delay even further, just relying on that utility. But everyone is forced to fight through that one small choke, and with both breaches activated and raised utility, there's just too much to fight for at the end. Everyone is just drawn back into that 1v1, and it's not enough time for anyone. So now after that reset, 1-0 advantage for the BAIS. They have that better buy as well. So will they keep that aggression up is the question. Looks like this nade gonna be a good sign.
I mean, if you think about it, right? Geek Fam, the plan is to stay off-site to get maximum value from the breach and the fade. But you're narrowing yourselves down into a choke point, and even if you get the flash, you can still get peppered by bullets anyway. But the BAIS, they have, of course, the BAIS here on the anti-eco. Geek Fam trying to play towards B. Exotic also priming the paint shells for potential entry. The alarm botto says hello immediately. Paranoia is the play. Ching though overrun by those numbers, but Astro has the firepower to fight back. 3 for Astro.
Whoa.
Make that 4. Huge impact from the Omen. And the anti-eco is set by the BAIS well.
That is the fruits of your labor for winning that pistol round. That Spectre just mowing them down as they try to funnel their way onto the B side. Not what they wanted to do. The alarm bot, at least, even though it's destroyed, it just spots and buys enough time for the rotate to be called. And take a look at this replay. This beautiful Paranoia starts things off. But the shots to follow really seals the deal for this one.
And Astro, man, I've missed this guy here in the PH scene. He was really
True.
one of my top 5, I'd say even top 3 players at one point a few years ago. And he's back with the vengeance with the rest of the BAIS. That's really the storyline here of the BAIS, no? It's just, welcome back to PH. It's time for us to show that we can potentially dominate. Geek Fam, on the other hand, moving themselves towards Mount here, and they're the ones with the buy this time.
Trying to meet each other again, but Giansanti bites too much when he says hello. Gets brought down to 47 HP, forcing that rotation. Now, they get that early A main pressure, but the attacker is posturing to maybe go for a rotate instead, play off that timing after they've pulled the defenses towards that C site. It's only Breach holding back the stairs. Senior Carl, not much utility to work with outside of his flashes. Does have a Vandal though. Blurred might be able to get the timing if they sneak up, but he is leading the charge. That's the anti-flank player as well, if he falls.
Yeah, Geek Fam all together now, making some noise like my little cat here. But Exotic over onto main, watching out that broken door already. Senior Carl still statuesque. And from that point on, he gets his first. So the BAIS, the first blood into the round, get the smokes into play. Geek Fam getting control of the doorways instead, and they're going to use that to circumvent the defender so far.
Oh, so unfortunate for Exotic there. Boombot not clearing the corner, another retake, moving really quickly.
Like planted though, Ching over on the drop. Suddenly, a wild Giansanti appears, and the BAIS get 2 of their own, but B-Black still packing a punch with the rifle. Blurred's there too to help on out, and Blurred still wins his duel anyway. Nanoswarm now the call. Blurred though, known by Ching. There's the clear, and Blurred! Oh, just in front of you, it's crystal clear that Blurred will get the 3k there, and Geek Fam get on the board.
Man, they win their buy, but at what cost? The buys just do so much economic damage. Yeah, they get the plant. Yeah, they're able to burn a lot of util. But now they're forced on 2 Guardians against this full squad of rifles. And it all started with that Boombot not being able to clear Senior Carl, getting him a free pick. And not just a pick, no trade, able to get out. Just buys enough time again to recall the rotate that was called earlier onto the round.
Yeah, good round for the BAIS regardless, right? They had a stellar bonus started off by Senior Carl. And not only that, they have so much pressure awaiting towards Geek Fam. They're gonna get the Rolling Thunder here with Senior Carl getting the orb. Geek Fam will respect that one way and just back away for now.
A lot more calm compared to the previous rounds. Just gonna be this dark cover, this slow down, this push from A, perceived pressure. Pinging out already for the attackers. Not sure. They have to re-clear Rubble now because they've been pushed back to this deep position using a bunch of util. But that's nade's gone for Exotic. With 2 satchels still, he can opt to go fast, but he will run into the stack.
I mean, Astro knows that already Geek Fam has taken Rubble from this point on. Prowlers into play as well. And as of right now, they're just trying to isolate some of these fights. Senor Carl ready for that initial contact point. No help from Astro, busy with the smokes, but Santi instead from across the side gets the trade going. V-Black though, ready for the paranoia play. Here comes Santi yet again, and these players, they're just clashing with one another, Fluffy. Immediately, so close in the distance. Hydra Kid though, lobs a paranoia of his own. He does hit with the Guardian, sure, but Ching, okay. Ready with the classic. That tap doesn't work out, and Geek Fam still alive with 1.
Surprised they still made it out of this. That smoke fading caused this entire shuffle. Now forced in a 2v1, Hydra Kid is brought low, but at least he might be able to get this plant down, but the players are so close to him.
He's hurt. An upper. Oh no, the detaine's gonna come his way. Doesn't even need it, says Kel, and the BAIS will get a 3rd here.
I respect the no greed, and maybe that speaks volumes of the veterancy. You know, when you've played enough Valorant, you've seen a lot of these rounds go down, so if you've had that ultimate and you can just take it, at the end of the day, it's not a marathon, you're just trying to get to 13, stack as many as you can, you get that ult later.
Yeah, make it sure, right? If you're a good player, you don't need to hold the ultimate. You're gonna get it back with those kills anyway. And that's been the mindset really here of the BAIS so far. All in all, they can play a little bit individualistic, but they do it together. They make sure that they commit on the angles that they want to play. They make sure they're on the same page on what they're gonna try to hold. And you can see the pressure that they had from start to finish in that round, holding towards Rubble, making sure that A main was secured by them as long as possible.
I have to agree there. Even those small flashes to really help Santi get the kill on V-Black, really pushing them back, and now they're just scared to take that fight on A main. They've already experienced the end of it, but Ching still manages to find their lurker, and a great stun is going to push everyone back.
And that might be the go signal here for the BAIS. Santi backing away after the concuss anyway. Exotic though on the board. Santi from the grave gets 2 with the pain shells, and now the BAIS look to clean up house. Geek Fam is sent packing yet again, and the BAIS are looking convincing on the defense so far.
Stalwart and strong, the BAIS do stand superheroes in their own right and still defending their territory. A, B, or C, no success found so far. Maybe just 1 shuffling round, but this is a great pain shells. Not just 1, but he gets 2, slap them as well on the back end with a secondary explosion to close things out. Santi doing a lot of impact here on the BAIS.
I do want to point out though, Santi showing a lot more restraint compared to the previous outings we've had him here in BCTPH, backing away when the situation doesn't call for it, making sure that it is usually playing with the team and what they want to do. And I have to say really here for the BAIS, of all the open qualifier teams we've had here so far, they have some of the strongest chemistry with one another from what we see as of yet. Paranoia is the play. Kel will be able to swing and hit Blurred. And yet again, the lurk is cleared out by the BAIS so quickly.
At least they get the early rotate here on A. They lose players, but still, it's enough space for them to maybe get that plant really cleanly. But Ching might have something to say as he gets an early timing. Might be able to get this drop player. They haven't cleared him yet, and he's actually manually going to plant it, but he's not going to swing.
That was silent, and now Ching, he's gonna look for the peak. Sladman spots him, ready with the Dizzy as well. But Geek Fam, they're getting pressure because of this, and Santi up close personal. Exotic is already sent now back to the spawn. It's here comes the showstopper. Paranoia play 2. Astro though on board. The BAIS still with the advantage. Geek Fam stuck here by tree, and they're planted firmly, and that's all they're gonna get so far. I gotta say here, Fluffy, how the BAIS is immediately forcing the action is making Geek Fam worry where they're gonna set up in the post plant. And truth be told, they're not able to get maximum value with the composition just because of that initial immediate contact.
There's just so much utility happening at the same time. Their priorities are just stretched. They want to plant the spike. They want to get into position. When someone's planting, someone has to cover them too, has to mark the other smokes, possible entries. And Geek Fam, they just have so much, or the BAIS rather, have so much regenerative util as well. They can keep spamming the stun. All of Ching's util on that Gecko can be reused, and using them together is almost impossible to really fight through. Because if you dot, you can anti-flash the breach flash, but if you throw that at the same as Dizzy, no matter where you look, something's gonna hit you, and someone has to try to save you by breaking that. So there's really no option if you want to use your eyes.
And not only that, just because of the comp of Geek Fam alone, it's hard for them to do that just because they're busy setting up utility themselves. Some of them will not have their guns out during those timings. GEEK Fam has had multiple ultimates over the past few rounds ready, but they just never have found those opportunities. And it does feel like for GEEK Fam, they need to be willing to let it a little bit more loose, right? And how they play, how they're trying to set these rounds up for themselves, because they're looking for maximum value, but there's no value at all for not being given the chance to use those ultimates in the first place.
It's really hard because what they're trying to do, you're right, is kind of stick together and be that squad that we know, use their coordination. But by sticking so close together, everyone just gets hit by the same piece of util, and the value actually swings to the side of the BAIS. So this time around, I think they're splitting towards this more open hit, leaving Exotic, but he gets instantly spotted and pushed back by this Boombot.
I mean, you think, right, they're trying to bait out the push again from the BAIS, but the BAIS instead stick towards B. Still an eco here for GEEK Fam. They have a single stinger to work with, and they do have the ultimates if they want to force the issue. A chance to try and change that fate. Moving forward now, Exotic and Blurred leading this charge over onto Staircase. Ching, the one, anchoring onto A. He's gonna have a lot to deal with moving forward, and Ching is ready for contact, but not a second point there. Hydra Kid gets the pick, and GEEK Fam take the sights.
I kind of like this strategy here. Maybe on a gun round it would even work. By walking slowly and not making noise, it doesn't cause the over-rotate, and this way they can at least get close enough that they can attack first before the util comes back.
Yeah, Astro, though, has a fight for himself over at the lobby. We get the lockdown now. The play, courtesy of Kel, broken, though. Nightfall gonna be the call here from GEEK Fam, dissuading Senior Carl from pushing. But Gian Santi has found Blurred already. Rolling Thunder gonna be the call. Exotic is forced to bounce back, and into the crosshairs of Kel he will go. Sladum, though, trying to peek. Can't see anything whatsoever. And the BAIS weather the ultimate storm and should be able to get defused for another round.
Do they have time? I think they do, and that's also enough time to say that that's another example of the no greed scenario. The BAIS, they're just gonna use the Rolling Thunder. They're just like, YOLO, we're gonna retake, it's fine. So, you know, if it wins us the round, we're 6-1, we'll just keep getting as much as we can. We're on the strong side that we are in.
Yeah, it's taller than you, Fluffy, already.
True.
Yeah. And all in all, you can see the BAIS. They're getting so much more value from their utility. GEEK Fam, they're so good at setting things up, yes, but just optimization, right, seems to be a call right now. And the speed of how the game is going is working out for the defender's favor.
The decision making here from the BAIS looks a step up from what it was yesterday.
Seems like they're feeling comfy. Fault line, though, to play against Santi. Stunned up over onto the corner. This leaves Kel Bias lonesome. Exotic also catching out Senior Carl, but again, Santi still ready to fight. Catches out one before he's felled. So a 3v2, a chance for GEEK Fam to get a site cleanly and see site now their territory.
3v2. Ching and Astro, at least they have a lot of util that they can still use. The flank coming in from Ching, gonna try to wrap around here with his teammate, pincering them onto site, but time is ticking. He has a wingman. In case he's gonna go for a cheeky defuse, at least they can get their guns up, but it looks like a very slow and steady pace. He has to re-clear so many angles, maybe even pop the Dizzy. Astro not gonna show any presence, not even using the dark cover.
He's not gonna have that much time to also re-engage with it. Here comes Astro now, bending by his lonesome. Ching, though, in that chaos, catches out too, and a chance for Astro to clean on up. 5 HP left for V Black. Here comes the smoke, but the spike's on the outside, and Astro, he's anticipating the push, but doesn't know V Black's right there inside the smoke. This is his dome, this is his arena, and Astro will win it out for the BAIS anyway.
How do you even win a situation like that? You're already down by how many players? You're only 2, but Ching manages to find value. He re-clears on his lonesome the entire of C all the way till he can get that almost lineup. Bring him low enough for his teammate to get that spray down after a little shuffle there.
Crazy Ultra Instinct from Ching, honestly. As soon as Astro gets the initial intel and finds that contact to call all of GEEK Fam's attention, Ching just gets in there, and it's good to see him truly back in the playing field. This guy was too good for retirement. He's looking good so far.
I like his... I don't know if he was always like this, but I feel like this newfound more patient style has really benefited him, because he waited there for his omen and made sure that everything's happening, but right now speeding up the things. We have the lockdown already in play for the attackers.
Look, the BAIS, they've had historically hot hands. There's a lot more restraint right now, making them a bit mature in the play. But GEEK Fam, that's exactly what they need coming into a scoreline like this. 2 beautiful picks and a C site wide open.
This could be the round that they need. They have all the players up online now. Some are low, but they still are alive. Full rifles in hand. Nades still with Exotic. Still a lot of impact can be done, but we've seen how strong the BAIS can be even when they're down in numbers. And this time they're not just 2, they're 3.
Yeah, there's possibility, but Blurred is already removing those potential outcomes. And from this point on, I think the BAIS will consider saving their guns for the next round. Astro and Ching are just hunting down that single lurker of Blurred anyway. But overall, if you notice how this round went, that's just textbook Geek Fam. That's exactly what we've seen back in the Abaddon Abyss days, the MVP esports days, and how convincing they can set up and execute.
Really playing the patient game this time, using that ultimate as a bait. Ching trying to save this weapon, will run into Blurred, and will get that flag. Sprays down, but will he expect the next one? He just gets away just in time to save him as we move on to our next round.
Man's playing with fire there. You spray down the whole clip on absolutely nothing and then get swung. You're just gonna be like, not like that. But Geek Fam, they get their second point on the board. I guess the cause for concern right now, though, this is still Lotus, and even with the changes, you're a lot more comfy on the attacking side. The road to recovery starts here for Geek Fam.
You know, I felt like at the end of it that Ching, maybe that was a bad play going for that last kill. A little greedy on his part, but it does reward him with having that ultimate online for use instantly if there was a fast hit coming. And this time, attackers, yes, they have a lurker, but they're positioning towards this C pressure. Take the orb here for Exotic, maybe build a momentum of their own.
Yeah, give it someone else actually. The 1v1 potentially towards the A side, not gonna happen. Hydrocat instead opens up C with a catch onto Kel. So a good beginning here for Geek Fam. G and Santi, though, on the other hand, timing doesn't work out for him. Blurred, a potential pick there, but the satchels will keep him alive. Force Blurred to back on away, but you can see the pressure Geek Fam has throughout the map, keeping the BAIS on their toes.
They got a lot of control on their own, though. There's already Omen on the defensive side, controlling the entirety of A. They can focus their area here on C. They showed presence already. V-Black will have a stun available very shortly. Has a flash to work with too. Flashes, but actually pivots toward the B side. That's where Gi and Santi is. The operator still alive, manages to find the back of V-Black.
Yeah, they're not looking, and here we go again! Ambitious from Gi and Santi, punished by Blurred, sure, but it's 3v2, and Ching is ready to mow them down. Astro with the helping hand. Sladam's there. Beautiful shot from Sladam. Matt's playing aim labs right now, but Senior Carl on the other side. Smoke breaking that sight line. And the BAIS and Geek Fam, 25 seconds left onto the round. The spike out of reach there for Sladam, waiting instead for Senior Carl to come his way.
I wonder if they know where the spike is. Surely they've heard it drop, though.
He picked up, and Senior Carl, he's moving into upper instead.
10
it's
seconds
a little bit
left.
of noise. Sladam potentially could have heard it.
Spike
But this
planted.
is confirmation. B site now, Senior Carl looking to send it towards B. Sladam on the other hand, ready for that upper corner already. He's ready. So
Oh, no.
Oh, flicks on away. Moving now into Link. Expecting him to come out from the doorway. Senior Carl breathing distance, and Sladam still with the clutch. Geek Fam, you said the road to recovery started in the last round. It continues on here.
Momentum slowly gaining for Geek Fam, but oh my, that was a very close round. Reducing each other to basically a one-on-one, and the timing just working in favor of Sladam. I thought that would be the end of it for him, honestly. But Senior Carl just being too vigilant at that point. Even though he had all detail, not wanting to give himself and his position away, just gonna go for the kill, but instead peeking too close to the corner to end that round. This time, though, at least a bunch of weapons gonna be brought out by both these teams. Only a sheriff for Gi and Santi, though.
Yeah, he has the showstopper, though, if ever he needs it in a pinch. But initial smokes here from Geek Fam already showing they want that mount control. Boombot also clear out any close corner. Doesn't actually spot out Insanity there, but here comes the play. Flash 1, Flash 2, and Exotic trying to get the hell out. Ooh, that got very dangerous for Exotic, but he survives the initial onslaught.
Target not found here for Gi and Sanity. Has to back away. Still has the sheriff, but with no showstopper, that's a lot less stopping power. It's going to be all up to Chain to catch this as they close on to his position. Full util. The breach there, even though it's kind of far, can support.
Yeah, he was overrun a while ago because he was all alone, but you said it. Senior Carl can use utility to help him out in a pinch. Ching, though, still felled anyway. Senior Carl instead getting a bit of revenge, but Blurred holding by his lonesome. 2 for Blurred now, and the rest of Geek Fam funneling in towards the site.
just trying to clear all the angles, making sure the molly drop. But the defenders are so close. Do they expect them to be this far, though?
Oh, they know exactly where the fade is, and Astro is trained for it. The Bulldog with the bites even, and it's 3v2 advantage for the BAIS and the numbers. Rolling Thunder, though, in the hands of V-Black, holding steady towards 3. Smoke, though, only cover for Exotic. Does anyone dare push into it?
Oh.
And Kill instead flying! Exotic able to catch out one, but Guy and Sandy win the trade. Here comes the fault line now. Blastback also to the swing, but the aftershock, that's gonna be painful. Pain Shell's now gonna be the call. V-Black still into the corner. Astro's already on defuse duty. And the BAIS, they're waiting for the smoke to dissipate. V-Black, though, with a win up to the fight, but not the round. Astro sticks it, and it will be the BAIS taking that one under their noses.
That's a nail-biter retake. I thought it was going to be over there because they didn't have that showstopper initially. And Ching and Senior Carl fell so fast also when they took the side. But that dark cover was kind of used against them eventually because he was just able to dance. I think that reset as well off of Guy and Sati for him to get those paint shells back really proved to be enough stall to really just blow down this attack and break it so that way they couldn't get any good trades.
Yeah, what a chain of events though. V-Black doing everything he could to stall for time, to use that Rolling Thunder, and it worked out actually for Exotic rather at the start. But in the end, it's still the BAIS with the round, and GEEK fam, they've done a good job to establish mount control over the past few rounds. The BAIS are gonna need to respect it, and this is dangerous. Guy and Santi do their peak versus Exotic.
It's really sketchy. If he dies here, Kel's going to be left alone with low HP and only a Guardian in hand. Instead, they're smartly waiting for the turret contact, but the attackers, knowing this, going to push themselves maybe towards and lean that ace site. Astro does set up a very timely one-way.
Yeah, Astro at least has the angle to work with, and GEEK fam, perilous if they push this angle right now. They're looking to rely on perhaps any of that fade utility. Showstopper also to go, but Astro's timing is pitch perfect! Exotic is caught with that surprise. Sladum instead with the trade. Then the 4v4, they move towards A. Open the doorway tree has been a power point position for GEEK fam so far. Fault line gonna be the call. The lockdown, though, is the answer by Blurred, and Ching trying to be a hero. Zeroed in instead by V-Black there.
So much space now gained with this lockdown in play. Attacker Killjoy as well as that Nano Swarm's gonna burn Senior Carl.
Oh, Senior Carl's gonna swing! And Senior Carl's gonna go for the hit, but Blurred burns him down eventually. Plant goes down here for GEEK fam. A good catch there from V-Black as well. And GEEK fam seals the deal in the first half with 4 rounds. So it's something to work with for GEEK fam moving into the second half here.
It is a respectable score considering how the start of this half did start. But now it's a round reset back on pistols, but 8-4 is still something worth that you have to think of if how difficult that would be to climb.
Yeah, and of course the cause of concern here right now, Fluffy, is the fact that this is GEEK fam's map pick, and so far the BAIS have been able to outmaneuver them multiple times. Always the pace of these rounds defined by the action of the BAIS. And we only saw a classical GEEK fam approach, a way that they're able to play into post-plant in the latter half of that first half, right? The last 4 rounds were where we saw GEEK fam really shine. I wonder if that's enough for them to have momentum moving forward here.
I mean, the BAIS already showed how good their reactions can be on that defensive side, but now how proactive are their strengths? We've seen Ching play this map before on this Lotus with Gecko as well, showing how strong can be, but this early paint shells might get wrong timing as multiple players swinging.
Oh, the swings there. Exotic with the one, but Guy and Santi now ready for the entry, and Guy and Santi gets the double kill. Blastback even kills there with a helping hand, and the BAIS are just punching their way into the C sites.
They punch up and they hit hard together, and that's how the BAIS do the work. Astro falls, but Slatum's left alone. He only has the C's to work with, though. No Prowlers. Maybe he's gonna get a scan. But what can you do when everything's ticking down? Gonna fake out his presence, but the player's already stacked here on CT side.
Yeah, the fisticuffs there from the BAIS. Close quarters is the call. And next on the list might be Sladum. Oh, high-low is always the call in those kind of situations. And the BAIS with a pistol that can bring them even more momentum now.
Let's do this. 9-4. Take a look at that opening round here on the second half. You think that these stuns are just so hard to avoid. They have to dance around the utility just to make sure that they have the space to land those shots, and the BAIS land more often than not. The GEEK fam pushed between a rock and a hard place as the BAIS go on to do the better buy.
Yeah, the pressure is on here for GEEK fam. And what will be the call here? Seems like more of a default defense right now. You got Blurred, You have Exotic actually playing into C, and it does seem like GeekFam has a good read of what's upcoming their way, but the BAIS, they're not gonna care about this. They have the anti-eco arsenal. Blurred is blown to bits immediately. Astro with the one. Speaking of Astro now, he's teleported on in. Paranoia gonna be the play. Does he check Waterfall first and foremost? Doesn't care about the flash. Astro is just holding W and sending it, but the damage is looking critical here versus the BAIS so far. GeekFam able to hold for their own. Sladom with a beautiful shot with the classic, and Ching's the only one now. What the Marshall? B Black falls! And Sladom, he drops down now into the bench, tries to play from the lower ground. The Marshall doesn't connect the first shot, but the second is good for it. And Ching with the clutch, the BAIS make it to double digits.
That's the wingman action coming into play, allowing him to play that 1v2 almost like a 2v2, having someone to put pressure on the enemy team that they have to try to stop that. Someone had to go for the swing and just not ready for that Marshall shot. Lines up into Ching's crosshairs instead.
Yeah, it's pretty hype there for the BAIS, but GeekFam did an incredible job there on their eco just to do that much damage. And look at what's gonna happen to the BAIS right now. It's not a bonus anymore, Fluffy. They're buying up, ready to fight for this round.
They're going for a complete war zone here. Already sending shots down range as Kel fakes some presence towards B, but I'm sure that they hear the running as 4 players from the defensive side already rotating to make better positions here on A.
I mean, they know Stairs is taken here by GeekFam. Hydra Kid spamming from that side, but Wingman, of course, busy with his duty. Good job, Wingman. Plant that spike down. Even better job, though, from Exotic. Finds the pick early on. Senior Carl still happy to hold close, and Hydra Kid will be his victim. You hear it already. Thrash online. Exotic on the side. Mows it down. And GeekFam, they have backside control, and they're going to try to pivot off it. Astro on the board as GeekFam is going on in. Astro still with the impact, but Sladom will slam him down this time, and GeekFam will find their 5th here.
It's crazy to think that on that better buy, they're able to still pull this off. And GeekFam, the resiliency to keep on fighting, I feel like most of these rounds just reduce into someone stuck in a duel, a 1v1 to really take that round for your team. More often than not, it's happened to be the BAIS, but GeekFam showing signs of life here and there.
Yeah, welcome to the Borderlands, as you are fighting for your life all the freaking time. And the BAIS, they did invest a lot in that last round there, Fluffy. Now they're gonna be forced to play the eco, and this is where GeekFam can stabilize moving forward, build up their ultimates, use these guns to have the advantage, and let's see if they can do just that.
This time around, though, a bit slower of a start, if slow is a word to describe the pace of this game. Insanity just going to clear some corners here, not going to invest any utility. Going for the dry peaks instead, but here comes the execute.
Yeah, blast back into play. Paranoia is there, and Hydra Kid able to just stave off the initial impact of the Insanity. Sladom also adding on into the kill count. And GeekFam's just prepared for this. Not only that, the BAIS have basically given the spike to them on a silver platter. It's out there in the open. GeekFam are ready with all the angles, and this is very much so a responsible GeekFam round. Exotic gets in the face of Senior Carl, and this is what GeekFam has been wanting throughout this map.
You'd think that it's so lopsided here because, you know, 10 seems like a big number. It's double digits, but realistically, it's only 4 rounds to separate these teams, and it's not that big of a deal, and it's not something that's so out of this world that you can come back from. The GeekFam, with these better buys and how they've been playing against the aggression coming from the buys, can really build that momentum back up.
If I can count the round gap in one hand, it's probably still doable. And GeekFam, they're gonna prove just that if they can continue on. They have the showstopper. They're still sticking around though with the Bulldogs, interesting enough. Very much so playing the long macro game on the economy. As the BAIS respect the one way, and this is one of the few times we see a more of a default approach here from the BAIS.
Slow and steady is maybe the answer nowadays, as the aggression has been answered here from GeekFam, repositioning into deeper spots, more aggressive positions for aggressive trades, and leaving A out. They faked it out with the pressure, but that's easily going to get re-cleared here by the BAIS.
And because of the silence, the BAIS will have to play a bit more meticulous on their protocol for the offense. They send out the Dizzy, and more importantly, the Astro Paranoia on absolutely nothing. They don't know that. They're making sure it's clear. But you're not going to have that later on. Kel, though, that's dangerous. Exotic brings out the showstopper, and Kel is just a victim. Don't shoot the corpse because Astro will swing you! You gotta be careful, Geek Fam. You gotta be careful in those situations. But in any case, the BAIS, they've made their way onto A. Ching, though, planting with Wingman as he kills B Black. The gun is spotted by Sladum. Senior Car gonna fall here. And the advantage for Geek Fam right now. Prowler, though, gonna be the play. Paranoia is there, too.
At least they have the plant down. Time ticking into their favor. Gian Santi lands a shot.
That's a beautiful tap there from Gian Santi. Evens up the odds. Ching lining up a potential perfect Dizzy. Shot down though, and Gian Santi makes it a 1v1. Sladum though has been very much so reliable here for Geek Fam throughout these clutch scenarios. Can he do so yet again? Already going for defuse. Timing is everything, and Sladum still wins it. You can rely on this guy in a clutch scenario, and Geek Fam gets the job done again.
Round slowly diminishing. Only 3 separate them now, and look how all this started. This unfortunate exotic, a bit too exotic at that part, gets punished at the end, and this opening towards that A site. Time was ticking down so fast. A good flash too, but Gian Sanity, he had the nade. I'm surprised he didn't use that to go for any more delays.
I gotta ask you, Fluffy, how many times have we seen Sladum in a 1v1? And I think he's won over like 75% of them by this point.
Man, honestly, yesterday I was telling, I think I was with Black and Blue, that this guy reminds me of a young Secret Envy when he plays Initiator. Always getting those frags, not just in how he uses his util.
Yeah, I mean, he played AM Labs a while ago towards B. He's been outmaneuvering many members of the BAIS, and Geek Fam very happy to have him in their roster. But Insanity instead flies high with the judge. Geek Fam, they heard the shots there. They know those pellets are awaiting them. And this is where the strengths of the Fade and the Breach can come to fruition. Sladum, though, at least catching out kill as Astro snipes down Hydra Kid with the Sheriff. Thrash into play, Rolling Thunder, and the Nightfall. The ground is not safe whatsoever here for the BAIS. And Exotic is able to catch out Ching. Here comes the Showstopper, though, sending it towards Exotic. Numbers now, the BAIS will have the favor in them. And the Bucky, Senior Carl security guard. Hello! He's gonna be checking out those corners too. But the Black all alone now. Aftershock gonna be the play, trying to just get the off angle versus Senior Carl. Senior Carl, he's right behind you. The spray down's there to get the backstab going. 1v1 now. Astro's the one trying to hold things off. And V-Black knows where he can come from. Astro spotted, Astro's found. And V-Black will get the kills, but there's no time. The BAIS still get the round here.
They burned so much for that. And again, V-Black staring at a game where he thought he won, but time just not against us. It's like the second time that he's eliminated the competition, but doesn't get anything for it. 11 now for the BAIS. One more to the possible match point, and it's a very hard situation to be in. At least, you know, you can adjust a bit because you've realized, okay, we can actually fight them, but this time around they have the Rolling Thunder, so how are we going to deal with that?
Yeah, it's crazy to think that Geek Fam did everything they could to clear out that site and make it so that they have the advantage. But of all things to kill them, it's the Bucky holding close. And because of that here, Fluffy, the Rolling Thunder's ready now here for the BAIS.
Senior Carl is going to get a lot of impact with that one. There's not much that he can, they can do rather to stop it. Here comes the quick flights in. Nanoswarm's not going to do much. The lockdown as well, invested.
I mean, Gian Santi, when he gets pretty vertical on the angles, it's just second nature to him. Lockdown's there too. Avoids the boombot. And here comes the push. But Exotic hits a stellar shot. Stun is just a mindset. And Geek Fam now with the advantage. Paranoia play, not enough. Blurred, ready for the angle where he's gonna come from. And this is what I'm talking about. It's a good Paranoia, yes. But it's so close on a map like Lotus. Kel, the only one still standing. A 1v3 barreling down his way. And Geek Fam sends the BAIS packing yet again. So Geek Fam showing that there are signs of life. And they're still making sure that this lead is doable, is catchable by the defense.
I mean, they gotta catch it really quickly because that gap is shrinking. The BAIS need to start doing a bit more of that discipline we saw earlier when they were on that defense, because this over-aggression, they already invested 2 ultimates to get the site, and then they're gonna push out of the site to get more, knowing that there's possibly a faster rotate, because that's how the Geek Fam have been playing their defense for the past couple of rounds. Now they gotta take a chill pill, take that time out, relax a bit, and realize how to win map.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, good sir. You're not wrong. For the BAIS, I think that's the concerning point, right? On how it does get dangerous for them in terms of closing out these maps. We saw it versus Valhalla for a little bit. And when they feel the momentum, it looks so heavy-handed. But now it's so different. Geek Fam, they're a lot more acclimated on the Lotus defense, which is honestly a weird thing to say, right? Like, this team, they do better on defense on Lotus, but it's just because of how they play out the Breach and the Fade together. We've seen also how they're able to hold some of these angles ready for some good pre-fires, and even if they get hit by like the Dizzy or the Paranoia, they're still ready to shoot down the oncoming BAIS members.
I mean, their utility is really equipped for that anti-aggression on GEEK fam, and if they use it correctly, it's great. The problem is they have to be alive to use their util, and the BAIS, they just attack so quickly and so put together that it's really breaking down their defense at times, though they have been slipping for the past couple of rounds. I'm actually surprised that they went for the attack on this eco. Maybe they're going to do something different, or maybe it's a plan for the future, but it has to be a very good plan to close this out because GEEK fam is putting up a really good fight.
I mean, they're playing for picks right now, and in a default like this, you leave Kel to lurk by his lonesome. On the other hand, GEEK fam, with your standard A main contest, 3 players, and especially the flashes of V-Black for that. Noise made towards C. He and Sandy yet again flying high to go for the cross. So sight taken here by the BAIS, yes, but GEEK fam getting ready for a potential retake already. Boombot gets intel. There's the flash. Beautiful Paranoia. Courtesy of Astro. So the BAIS gets 1, but it's a trade.
At least get something out of that entry coming from Gi and Sanity. That's going to be a lot of map control lost now that Blurred is gone from the defensive side, but they still have the manpower to go around. But look at these flanks coming in from everywhere.
I mean, the BAIS are getting picks. At least they're making this round workable. Sladum, though, pushing forward. Here comes Astro yet again. Sladum still stabilizing the GEEK fam squad, but Kel out of nowhere. Where did this Killjoy come from? And Kel connects with the clutch. Look, they're trying to send this guy to Manila. He's sending the BAIS another round for them, and here we go. It's map point for the BAIS.
Just an exchange of everything there. Another round, reducing it to a 1v1. I saw at the end of it how Kel he ran all the way around from that A site this entire time to make it back to CT. That way he can get that flag. But I'm surprised that he was not able to just get 1 but 2 to seal the deal for this round.
Yeah, Kel, one of the youngest guns in the BAIS rosters. We talk about many veterans in the BAIS. He's a little bit of a newer face, and he is able to keep up with his teammates. This can be it, though, for the BAIS. There's no more room for error for GEEK fam whatsoever.
A lot of pressure now on GEEK fam. It's make or break. They have a lot of util to work with. They have the showstopper locked on as well, but a very ultimate from early ultimate from Ching just to clear this corner out. Thankfully for him, though, it is very reusable.
Yeah, I mean, that's what GEEK is all about. Being reusable, utilizing it a second time, and just with that initial thrash alone, they know that Rubble is completely clear for them for the next minute. So at least a pivot point for the BAIS here as they move on forward.
It's kind of scary though, because it's not like a Trailblazer or something. You hear this ultimate come out and you're like, okay, they're gonna hit the site for sure. So it's a lot more convincing. But this time around, spotting for even more info. One ultimate to clear out this much of A.
This is as clear as can be though for that A site, and Ching confident to send out Wingman to do his duty. Fam though, what do they have for the retake? V-Black's the one to watch out for. 1 away from the Rolling Thunder. Lockdown's already there. GEEK fam just wants his space to work with. V-Black with a good spot. This can be a big pick for GEEK fam's favor, and exactly that's what's gonna happen. Showstopper gonna be the play. Fault line the answer here from the BAIS though, and now the Rolling Thunder is unleashed. GEEK fam have the site under control. They get halfway on the defuse already. Kel trying to spam it down, but no, they'll stick it. Pros don't fake, and GEEK fam get away with it again. 9 rounds now as they still keep alive.
It's kind of an anticlimactic round because out of all the commotion, everyone just starts flying. The stuns everywhere, utility dumped in all the places that you can. Yes, they get a couple of early picks here and there, but just the pros don't fake here coming from Blurred. And he's one of those pros that has that veteran status. He knows and believes that his team can cover for him.
I mean, I called it, right? V-Black gets 1 pick. It's a Rolling Thunder to secure the round, and exactly what happens. GEEK fam, they have a flowchart in how they play this defense. They have so many points that say, okay, if we get this, this is a win. This is a win condition. This is still them in this fight here, Fluffy.
Yen Sati with a judge yet again, but this time the re-aggress coming from the defense, pushing him back, not allowing that flights to be as safe as he'd like. Flight's going to be delayed today, but still another opportunity to re-hit.
Yeah, fault line though, forcing the push forward by Exotic, and because of it, he's overrun. You can see Exotic adjusting his position just to avoid that initial stun, and Gi and Sanity, he hasn't been found here as of yet. V-Black now will fall as well. The BAIS getting the push that they need, and even Astro on board now. Everyone chipping in here. You can see really, they're the boys. They're ready to fight and they're ready to play into the next map already. The only one standing against them is Sladom, but he will fall now, and the BAIS take the first map, 13-9.
I would love to say convincing, but at least on the first half it was. But after all that commotion, through all the stuns and flashes, it's the BAIS who win most of those duels, secure those rounds, get the trades that they need to get map number 1.
What an exciting game though. GEEK fam, I guess the cause of concern is, yes, they're picking a map, but we haven't really seen it from you as of yet. And there were so many good pieces there from GEEK fam, especially in that second half. But the BAIS had that lead, and they had these impact frags to allow them in. And you can see how that last round went back to how this map started there, Fluffy. Just because everything was more on the pace of the BAIS, exactly the angles they wanted to play on, find that initial contact point to actually get a kill as soon as possible and just snowball from there. Everything went to the checklist of the BAIS there in that last round.
Everything just went their way, even on a couple ecos to just get that extra boost to get them to match point. These small duels, I mean, you can see that GEEK fam has that confidence to take them, but more often than not, you can see the real strength of the BAIS really showing through.
Yeah, it's just crazy to think that this is a roster that came from the open qualifier, but there's so much history behind these players. GEEK fam, though, on the other hand, it was a very much so good effort, and I'd say that there were certain players that really went above and beyond. We gotta talk about how Sladom performed so well in those 1v1 scenarios. I wouldn't be surprised to see him really at the top there for GEEK fam. Actually, it's V-Black with 26. Also low-key, Rolling Thunder is having those impact frags, holding off anyone from the BAIS. But Gian Santi is the one with the MVP here. And I guess I'd say it's not just the first kills, but the way that he's able to open up C for the rest of his team.
That's really the duelist role at the end of it, getting the space for your team. Sometimes he dies, sometimes he gets those multi-kills, and sometimes he makes those plays that we know him for, but he does get the space at the end of the day for the rest of his team to flood in. On the opposing side, you mentioned V-Black, 26 kills, far and away higher than most of his team and the game in general. So many close calls where he's able to almost win the round, eliminating most of the BAIS, but it's still not enough to get them over that last hurdle.
I mean, it's the lead, I really have to say. It was
Yeah.
8-4. We can go 13-9. GEEK fam made the BAIS sweat a little bit, but it was still out of reach by the near end of it. And that single thrifty round also helping out the BAIS to keep that momentum in that first half. I do have to say, though, that there are so many rounds where GEEK fam are able to bail themselves out. I already mentioned how Sladom is able to set himself up for success, and we've seen how V-Black has done it. But there are moments where it's either Exotic playing a cheeky angle or Blurred surviving his lurk and getting that kind of impact. That's what allowed GEEK fam to compete, but this is still a BAIS win, and it started off with a pistol that allowed them to snowball from there.
You know, it says on those stats that there's like a total of 3 clutches this game, but I feel like every round has had to be a clutch by either of these players. Even the winning side is always forced into these dire and weird off angles where they have to play that 1v1. Everyone's just brought so low because the bullets are just raining down for the entirety of the round.
Yeah, just absolute contact when we see the BAIS in there. And I guess we really have to mention how efficient the utility was, especially from someone like Ching in this game, right? It was something that we really had to note in that first half, where GEEK fam just couldn't get the game plan going the way that they would want, just because a thing like the Dizzy, a thing like the Mosh Pit, it would get not just one but 2-3 players who are busy setting up that utility, and those are the kind of moments that have given the BAIS the edge in this game.
Yeah, I gotta say, the utility usage as well from the BAIS have really improved because, yes, Ching played a phenomenal Gecko the first time we saw him on Lotus yesterday or the other day, but Gian Santi's nades as well, able to get 1, 2, 3 picks around, even get a refresh to either burn more time or something. These small pocket plays just add up and really build towards the climax of the round.
I mean, we gotta say for the BAIS, it does feel like from when we last saw them in their previous teams here in VCTPH, there's a lot more maturity, there's a lot stronger in terms of decision making, and it does feel like they're a lot more secure on what they do. They secure that first map. Can they secure the second, or will GEEK fam bounce back? We'll find out after this break. Stepping up here in the Bisaya Bowl, and here we go yet again. We are back, ladies and gents, and the BAIS, they take the first inning there. They take the first map of Lotus 13-9. What's notable though, Fluffy, is that was Geek Fam's map pick, and now we're moving into Split, where the BAIS were the ones happy to pick that up in the map draft.
I know it's kind of scary now that you're in enemy territory. You already lost your own map, and then Geek Fam, they're going to be pushed back to somewhere where they're not that comfy. The BAIS, we really saw that their strengths improved, not just in their aim, but their utility usage as well. The teamwork really coming into play, especially some players like Ching really stepping up for this game.
Yeah, and not only that, you have players really stepping up in terms of kills as well. Gian Sanity, we've seen his entries towards that Lotus Seaside, always perfect flights to make that space happen. But Astro, of course, just especially in anti-eco rounds, someone so reliable to mow down anyone in front of him, get multi-kill after multi-kill, hit some good paranoias. There are a lot of good things right now going in favor of the BAIS. But of course, we gotta talk about Geek Fam. And while there were some beautiful outings from them with V-Black's performance, with Sladam's potential clutch in many scenarios, I gotta ask you right now, what can Geek Fam do to rally back here?
I feel like they all gonna start stepping up because yes, you look at a team like the BAIS, right? Most of their kills, if you look from top to bottom, are maybe 4 or 5 kills apart, but the gap in how Geek Fam operated, their raid boss was just basically V-Black. Hydrakid not doing as much as we normally see him do, and Blurred, I know he's playing that Sentinel, he has to be a bit more careful, but getting caught out a lot of times and not being able to play together is going to hinder them because playing together is one of their best strengths.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it how the pressure was alleviated multiple times by the BAIS because they would catch out the Blur lurk early on, and then if they would force Blur to play with the team, that's when the BAIS would get value with the Dizzy, value with the Mosh Pit. The Gecko was able to outmaneuver some of the other initiators thanks to the speed of his utility, and that's why we saw the BAIS get that initial lead, right? I guess right now, coming into Split, how does Geek Fam temper the pace of the game as early as possible? What do they do? Because from what I remember, back in the MVP days, they used to run a double Sentinel here with the Sage and the Cypher together. And yes, sure, you can debate that Sage, how hard of a Sentinel is she? But in any case, they have many ways here to try and stall if ever. And I wonder if that's what we're going to get from Geek Fam right now.
I mean, a lot of this perceived pressure, maybe even double controller to try to slow things off really early, provide a lot of barriers for them to have to push through, just to push them back a little, get more time with the rotates. But at least for them, unlike Lotus, this only has 2 sites, so it's a lot narrower and less wide, so they can just really go from one and to the other. And when you have these impactful initiators, if they do bring up something like a breach again on V-Black, it can prove to be a bit quicker, and you get that timing that they would much rather prefer so that they can punch together.
And again, with how narrow Split can be, you can get more value from things like the Fade, from things like the Breach especially. But let's toss it over again to the BAIS. And I guess it's not much intel to work with, but if you look back at the open qualifier, one thing that they played here on Split is not just the double duelist, but also having Ching here still play the Gecko. And I gotta ask you right now, what do you think about picking up Gecko for a map like this here, Fluffy?
I gotta be honest, and I've said this like 3 times today, to be honest. It's Sky normally is good on this map before, but ever since the nerfs, it's just so difficult because it's kind of awkward. But I guess we'll step into Agent Select and kind of confirm our theories here of what they're gonna land on. Gecko, is it here?
No.
Looks like it's not gonna be today. Instead, Geek Fam gonna stick with that Fade on Slatum. Initiator, very strong player, and on the BAIS, only gonna run Ching on Breach.
Yep, and this is what I was talking about. The BAIS still happy to play that double duelist G Insanity onto his signature Jet. So the Pinoy Jet ready for action. Send your Carl Rays though. That's such a blast from the past. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Seal days, no, even earlier than that, 60-45 Pirates days. Right? And it's crazy to think that for the BAIS, I think there's such a vintage composition. If you think about who's playing them, Astro, Omen, something from the NGX days, Ching, Breach. Dude, I'm gonna go all the way back to Bren Esports for him for him playing on this map. So yeah, it's such a blast from the past from the BAIS. Geek Fam though, tried and tested. Breach Fate, it was pretty much a strong point a while ago in the first map. Let's see if it's gonna do the same kind of impact here in the second.
Man, that's in the history books for the BAIS. You know, you already mentioned the Bren Ching, but the showstopper for Senior Carl really is my biggest surprise. Because honestly, there are a lot of people on this team that could have been a duelist. Ching could also play duelist, but Senior Carl swapping off the initiator role, which he's been playing, I guess, for the longest time after he swapped off that duelist, is very nice to see because he is not a quote-unquote underrated player, but he's rarely seen in those very shining moments. It's one of those players that if you happen to be super into Valorant and you really look of which players make an impact, you always know that Carl does make an impact on his team. It's one of the reasons why he really helped Nows get to Ascension, for example.
Yep. And it's a big reason why you see Senior Carl on a roster like this, just because they know how good he can be. Any team that Senior Carl has joined has gotten better with his addition, and it's great to see the BAIS there, ready to bring out some of those old strengths as well. But let's go back and get to the GEEK fam. I guess really the road to recovery here for Exotic and Blurred is what we're really watching out for right now. And I think for Blurred, playing the Cypher here will allow him a lot more control in what he wants to do, right? With the Tripwires having all that range plus the camera to get that intel, he's gonna have a few better potential duels coming his way if ever.
That's very, very true here. And with the Cypher changes as well, both of these teams going to get that extra bolstering of their defenses. But with the raises present as well, and the breaches, a lot of ways to actually tank these traps. More so also for GEEK fam, as they do have that fade. One thing they have more for sure is information, because no scans going to be available for the side of the BAIS.
I mean, that's a really good point. What is the intel here for the BAIS? The Cypher of all people? The cameras? What you want to get that intel with? And it really has to be that element of mystery that GEEK fam plays right now. They need to know what they can get away with if they don't have V-Black spotted, they don't have Slatto spotted, right? If the Breach and Fade can get some good utility from an angle unexpected, that's where GEEK fam can take advantage in a map like this.
Normally, you can kind of get away with less info if you're playing with space, getting the double controller up, but we've already seen the compositions, and with this double duelist, you have to go when the smokes go up. So once they use that round, they have to wait 45 seconds to kind of just dance around each other, try to reposition, pull some pressure. Without that info, it's very hard to make informed decisions, to take those less risky things and good opportunities. That's going to be really one of my concerns, because outside of just the scan, the fact that Slatham can have those two prowlers to re-clear all these small chokes, and generally speaking, one prowler can clear a lot of space here on Split.
Look, we always say that the Prowler can be used to break those tripwires, find that intel, get the corners checked as much as possible. But I guess I do want to talk about the standings while we have some time here, Fluffy. And from what I see so far in terms of the week, GEEK fam will be the team with the most played matches so far. They're at 1-1 right now. They can go 1-2 or 2-1 depending on how this goes. And on the other hand, the BAIS is at 1-0. I do feel like a matchup like this can start defining what a potential midfield can look like here in BCTPH, because it's something we will discuss in a few weeks. Now we have time, might as well mention it, right? There are 10 teams coming into this one. There's gonna be that top 5, there's gonna be the bottom 5, and we're trying to see who's gonna be able to outclass one another. And I feel like for GEEK fam, we just haven't seen as much of them in the Oz season compared to all the other faces here in VCTPH. This is their chance yet again to reclaim a top 5 minimum spot, get into the top 4, get into the top 3, just like they did back in MVP. So I do wonder what can be next for them moving forward. How will they show how strong they can be as a unit here?
Well, they got a lot of options with that. They have their core roster still put together, so they'll always have that stability. They had some changes during that offseason. Maybe that's one of the reasons why they haven't played as much. They've picked up Blurred, HydroKid stepping in as well, making sure that they have more of that consistency brought into it. But these are a lot of players that have proven potential. Maybe Blurred has a bit more veterancy than the rest, but all in all, they really, I think, have gelled well together as a squad. And speaking of the midfield, I would also, to be honest, right now consider them as a midfield team. But I still think it's kind of early, and you have to wait for the dust to settle. Once there may be 2 or 3 games of a team rather, to really find out where everyone lands. Though they do seem to be in that upper midfield for me.
Yeah, and I mean the criteria is gonna be the ones. They're going to be the ones rather fitting the criteria as soon as possible. I do wonder though, this is more of me being uninformed, honestly. I wonder if GEEK fam come in Bisaya, you think? You're
I'm
probably
pretty
right.
sure that they do. I know that one of the reasons that it was hard to get some players is because they mainly prefer that. And I also think back in, I forgot which split, if it was last year's first or second split, but there was an interview that we had with V Black under, I think, the previous organization before MVP. And it had to be him because the rest was speaking Bisaya only.
Yeah, I mean, it's something always to consider, right? How important communication is, the language of communication, and we've seen it be a problem even into the international stage from time to time. But in any case, it's good to see Geek Fam ready yet again to show their stuff. Truthfully, I was watching how they performed even in the collegiate scene with players like B-Black, with players like Slalom, with players like Exotic. They were honestly at the point where they were facing off against each other. There was that one event last year where they were playing VCT together, and then they hop over to the other stage, and then they'd be on opposite sides because they're on different teams from different schools. So this is crazy to think, right? How Geek Fam does feel like a bit of family on how their roster is structured. So it's pretty cool. I mean, we're just really talking about these teams right now as we're waiting for this game to start, for all the players to be ready. How about you? Any story time right now? I guess there's a lot of story time to be talked about with the BAIS and how they're back for a good reason.
I mean, they are really back. You take a look at their record, and they haven't even seemed to have slowed down. It feels like at times that they haven't even taken a break because they have that clean 2-0 record. The question right now that it's being presented to us, though, is that streak going to be kept alive here? Because Geek Fam, we know that they can put up a fight, but on a map like Split, not the map that they want. On the upside, though, they do get to pick the side, so maybe they stay in an advantageous position. But the BAIS, yeah, of course. You know, if we go through the whole list, Kel, probably the most new one, but Gian Sanity and Shing, they still have that connection back when they were playing in like AE and previously on different teams as well. Carl has always been a standout player, and even though he's quote-unquote back, I don't even think that he left necessarily that far. Sorry, I got so lost because there's so many players. It's there's so many jerseys. When you go through down that memory lane, they look like the Avengers. Like even their team pictures are just 5 different teams. Some of them aren't even from the PH.
Yeah, and this is why we want some. I was saying a while ago, right? Like, I know there's a fundraiser right now to bring Kel to Manila, perhaps for that media day, get those pictures together. But guys, take a snapshot right now because we're gonna need to go for a break, and when we return, it will be game number 2. manifesting here. Casters start the game. I hope it's time because we are very, very excited to get into Split. We are back to Lazy Jets, Dax here and Fluffy, still casting with you, still being here with you in this incredible matchup between the BAIS and GEEK Fam. The Messiah Bowl, as I would call it, and truth be told, I say it as such, Fluffy, because it's such a good thing to notice we're getting more of these teams outside of Metro Manila, right? We have I mean, the BAIS, it says it all from where some of them have come from. GEEK Fam, of course, mostly a Cebu-based team, if I am not mistaken.
I think so too.
I'd even say APH, I know they're a Davao-based organization.
From Mindanao.
So, yeah, so there's so much more representation right now, and it's good to see really here in VCTPH.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's one of the advantages to being in our unique region. Most regions out there, I think they only have 8 teams, but we're lucky enough to have 10. So a lot more representation, a lot more new bloods. I know we talk about not just these 2 teams, but other teams that have, you know, those veterans that have come back from like A, B, C, D, E, F teams, and they're all mixed and matched together. But there's a bunch of teams that are just going to be new bloods. But going back to what we know the best, game number 2 is going to start here on Split, the BAIS versus GEEK Fam.
Yeah, it's an old map and it's old faithful here on Split, but it's another new matchup coming your way in the group stage. And let's not forget, guys, this is going to be your last match in a while, honestly. We're gonna be back probably in a week and a half's time for the rest of VCTPH moving forward. But Gian Santi, he's on his signature jet and he's looking to draw first blood. Senor Carldo, helping hand from behind. Gian still alive with 10 HP, but the BAIS get the first pick that they would like.
Lots of aggression here coming from the defense and the Cypher camera as well to spot out the movements on the rotate coming in for the A side. Kel ready already and has that ship for extra protection.
Yeah, here comes the one-way though from Kel. Very creative on how he's putting this position, but Blurred, he knows exactly what angle he can swing from there, and he will get a pick because of it. Ching though holding on to screens, Exotic deciding to forego the backside and move into the contentious position instead. Astro though on the board. It's the BAIS now with a man advantage. 5 bullets only in the chamber here, and no one checks the corner whatsoever. Blurred unseen, and the 3K there to send the pistol GEEK Fam's way.
You don't even see this guy. The first time that he gets a kill, you can only see his feet there playing against the one-way, knowing the angles and playing the off angle on the second time around for an unexpected lurk here from the shadows.
Yeah, put some glasses on. I'd honestly say, is he the man from Japan? But truth be told, Blurred, he's just so good at putting himself into corners like that. He's so, honestly, I'd say one of the highest potential fraggers here for GEEK Fam based on his experience throughout his career, including a run in NOW's esports. GEEK Fam now, the anti-eco is interesting. 2 of them only sticking around with the Ghost. The bolt line gonna be the play, but GEEK Fam already sending the 3, or rather the 4, contesting at mid to their maker.
Trying to use the numbers advantage, stick together on that lower buy, but quickly punished here from the pressure. A good stun coming in from V-Black as well to support his team. It's all up to Kel. Left alone, an awkward smoke here, slightly wider than normal, so they have to mark it. But on the opposing end, Vanta Black there with that Bulldog already ready.
Yeah, just GEEK Fam should have this round in the bag already. If Kel can get a pick, it's good for him. And that is... okay. Here we go again with shooting the corpses. But it's been a thing, I guess. I'll be real. Like, sure, some people will say it's a little bit BM, but at the same time, there's other players that are just so familiar with one another, and they do just that. V-Black, though, watching Kel for his hubris, peeking there, and a 3K for V-Black is a good sign for GEEK Fam.
Great play from him on that breach. Again, not stopping his streak of being impactful in the frags on this initiator role. Not just leading his team, but also being impactful. That's a rare combination that you can find in a player. And V-Black, knowing how well his squad can operate, because they're so tightly knit together, is really doing the maximum he can to not only push this game forward, but build up that rolling thunder.
Yeah, Captain V-Black has to be the heart of this team in more ways than one. Your IGL, your main initiator and setting things up. And GEEK Fam here, contending now from Ramen to play the bonus. Gian Santi, though, if you're playing this double duelist, you expect the aggression to come from the BAIS. GEEK Fam almost punished there accordingly. Exotic somehow still gets away with his life, and now the numbers piling up as GEEK Fam have a heavy mid presence. Senor Carldo at least trading blows and finding a frag Oh, Boombot's even fighting there, and the BAIS make it a 4v4 until Blurred opens up towards A here.
Slowly but surely, though, they're getting space on the other side of the map. This part is already controlled. No camera to really spot up Blurred creeping onto this corner. Not even taking the orb, but that camera turning on will alert the enemy Cypher to push up close.
Yeah,
and
Kel
there goes the
peeks.
trade.
Yeah, exactly. Kel peeks. Kel dead though. A Sladum will make the trade work. Numbers now in favor of GEEK fam, giving themselves a good chance to make this bonus happen. But is Senior Carl gonna get spotted? That's a big question. Hydra Kid though, not looking whatsoever. The spray, it got dangerous. But Senior Carl still gets away with it. Pain Shell's no lob, and this might be enough to put GEEK fam into the ground. They're so low, as you mentioned. Blinded even, Exotic cannot fight back versus Astro whatsoever. And the BAIS, they'll make their buy round work for them.
I thought that GEEK fam could hold that, but the pain shells and removing that player almost last second. Hydra Kid spots him out, but it's not in time to actually remove him from that equation. Maybe if they kept that man advantage alive, it would have helped out. But looking at things of how it turned out, it's a good sign for the BAIS that they don't lose this momentum because they are on that defensive side. So starting to get that traction going can really help them on split.
And on the other hand, GEEK fam, they might start considering keeping one of those tripwires for the later execute. They were caught on the flank when they have this Cypher. You already know that the BAIS will want to play aggressive with both Santi and Senior Carl on the Jet Rays combo. But the smoke's out over onto Vents, and GEEK fam will get mid this time with more relative safety than before.
Not a lot of util actually holding this location, just basically baiting and waiting because both the duelists have to play behind these smokes. With a weapon disadvantage, it's going to be so difficult as Insanity only has that Sheriff.
Yeah, he's still halfway into the blade, so not as much impact as he would like it to round. Never mind! I'm just going to stay quiet! One single bullet, and that's a pick for the BAIS.
It's not going to be able to get that rifle anymore, but still, man advantage towards their side, and they still have a lot of weapons on the board. Still, Slatham has a bunch of utility to maybe pull some pressure out of this, but a very, very default center here towards that B.
Yeah, I love it, honestly, when I try to call something and suddenly, it's just incredible, incredible miracles made by these players. That's why they're in the VCT to begin with. Astro, though, smoking from above. I do wonder if that direction was spotted by the opposition.
Left.
And GEEK fam, they're gonna cede control of B, head towards A as Blurred. He's trying to make a little bit of noise here from tower, if ever.
Just waiting for his teammates, I think, to come a bit closer before signaling his attack. But that early smoke is going to bait out that stun. Actually, it's their stun, rather. 13 seconds on the clock. They're choosing not to fight for this.
Oh, I love the angle played by Blurred. He knew exactly where Sanity was stationed all throughout. And not only that, with the ping from the neural theft, Hydra Kid able to spray down the smoke and catch out Kel. So timing, perfect for GEEK fam. Now they're on the site with the advantage.
Senior Carl trying to make some moves. Astro has the paranoia ready. Some shots going to be traded back and forth, and two fall.
Oh, that is so good from Sladum, and from that point on, GEEK fam have built themselves up a successful round. So smart, though, how GEEK fam recovered from that initial pick of Insanity, right? Blurred was so patient, waiting for that Spence cross. The rest of the team keeping Kel at bay, and I think for Kel, a little too ambitious. You hear the neural theft already being primed. You can't be in an angle where you can get shot from.
Exactly, and these small plays really adding up at the end of these important rounds, because if they can get maybe like 6, maybe even 4 rounds here on this attack, is a good way for you to secure this round. 6 is a bit confident though.
Well, if you have someone like Sladum who's just fragging out in this series, I wouldn't be surprised to see even more confidence now from GEEK fam. The Nightfall is available for them to utilize moving into this one. And not only that, Blurred catching out Kel very quickly, so that will pull another defender his way. That's Senior Carl thinking about the challenge here beyond the cyber cage, and Blurred saw him, but Senior Carl shoots him down. And the BAIS, they're gonna pick up a rifle here.
It's gonna be a skirmish here. Have to speed up as both are gone.
Whoa! Where did that come from? Hydra Kid and Sladum, big surprise with the Sheriffs. And Exotic trying to play the Raptors, have this elevation to work with. Astro though will fall, but someone's creeping up right behind him. Pressure's on, Ching will find B Black, and the Sheriffs are enough. The first step made by Gian Santi a while ago. Now the rest of the BAIS will come to collect those rifles.
What a great way to really equalize the situation. Take a look at the replay here. Removing both ciphers from the equation really just opens up the map and speeds up this push towards that B Heaven side. But that insane shots from both of the players are able to really connect and secure that early pick, stopping that momentum from even turning into a snowball.
It was synchronized. Honestly, at first, I saw the kill feed and I'm like, what, the collab? And then I was like, oh, Astro got one towards Garage. But that's the speed of how the BAIS can kill. And Geek Fam, they need to be wary because that's not just rifles now on the opposition. It's an operator on the jet. Senor Carlo swings, Blurred's caught immediately. And Geek Fam, options limited. They're going to go straight towards B here.
Oh, and a quick shit as well.
Oh no, smoke's there, and showstopper into play. Astro now looking to go for the whole key, and Sandy still over at the tower. It's a 1-for-1 onto the side, but the BAIS have the numbers now piling in their favor. Sladom will scratches that. A double kill yet again to make it doable here for Geek Fam. A triple kill for Sladom right now, and he is on pace for the quad. Well done and well hit. Geek Fam get the round.
I mean, you were talking about it earlier of how when he gets those frags, he really can prove to be the driving force here for Geek Fam. And he proves his worth as he's able to get 4 important frags as they enter towards the site. This lead that they have so early here on Split, normally a defender-sided map, has really been built up so far. If they get maybe 2 or 3 rounds more, it's a very comfy way to move on to the next half, even though it just started.
Yeah, Sladom has 11 kills in 6 rounds of action so far. He's averaging almost 2 kills per round, and especially when he gets those quick double kills to open up these sites. Blades out, so Geek Fam looking confident in how they want to play into A. But suddenly, with all the Cypher utility, it's dissuading them. Exotic still wants to push it to the limit. Here comes the paint shells now. Gian Sandy makes those blades count. Ching also on the board here. And from that point on, the Rolling Thunder is the rally point. This is huge because it stuns up everyone from Geek Fam to play into ramps. They're caught here now into a net that the BAIS have built. The Boombot also saying hello. And there's just no escape for Geek Fam now.
The util dump just to push them and corral them into that corner. Nowhere to run from there. Even that aftershock to secure their escape. Just pushing them into the cemetery. We can just gun them down. Another round goes their way, and the lead, the early momentum actually that Geek Fam has been building up is slowly diminishing.
Yeah, Geek Fam, they had a good start and they've seen rounds bailed out by the efforts of Sladom. But it's still not enough to really break the spirit here of the BAIS. You see that even if they lose a round like that, they're Fluffy, they're still so confident to go for the push. And Gian Santi now outlaw in hand, second shot, gets a connection, Sladom will fall. A big pick, but Hydra Kid, you can't peek like that if you only have 18 HP left.
A little bit of overconfidence there. But he's a kid after all. Still a lot to learn here against these veterans. And Blurred gonna try to make his way and salvage some space here for his team, but only the Ghost in hand. Not much he can do here.
Yeah, Senor Carlo waiting for Blurred to come his way. The fault line's there, and this is beautiful timing from Geek Fam. Blurred, unfortunately, couldn't get the kill connection to go. And that should be enough for this initial skirmish. So Geek Fam, they're gonna back on the way. We've seen from them when they have the time to reset their utility, they're gonna do so here.
There is a camera to spot this A push if Blur does go too high here. He's going to spot at the rafters players, knowing that it's clear, signaling his team that they might be on site. But in wait is Kel already on the cam. Oh, but he goes off. Might be able to get the timing here if they make enough noise towards that A main side.
Yeah, I'd love to see how Kel can play things out. Showstopper is primed here by Exotic, and Kel instead peeking towards main. Catches out Hydra Kid, gets a second, and that's already job done by him. 2 for 1. The BAIS will take that, but Blurred here patiently, Ghost in hand, shoots down Senor, Carl dead to right. It's all left to Exotic though. And from the heights, it's Ching and Astro already piling on the pressure. Aftershock gonna be the play. Here comes Astro, but Exotic able to clock him. Ching though from the off angle. And that's the problem. When there are more numbers, there's more places to check. And the BAIS have officially tied up the score here.
Man, that showstopper could have been it to really stop that collateral damage coming in from Kel. but he just lived long enough. They couldn't find him playing on such a weird angle. He's not like completely inside elbow, just slightly out, and he manages to find 2 before he falls. The damage already done, forcing this to an awkward situation, and Blurred not able to find the double after the discipline as well. Just not going in the way, even though there was so much heroics coming in from Geek Fam.
Yeah, Geek Fam are trying to turn it up to 11, but the BAIS, on the other hand, still happy to trade, happy to sacrifice their lives for the numbers advantage. And here we go for another round. Up in hand. This is very close from Gian Sandy. Dangerous because of the Prowler. He had to shoot the utility rather than the player. And this will be the BAIS holding steadfast from the high ground. It will just be Kill actually dropping down. Ching is thinking about contesting tower here. The tripwire, the only thing the BAIS have from the elevated angle. And here comes the Rolling Thunder now. It's gonna get the hit onto Gian Sandy. The Haunt also marking down Kel. Geek Fam now with the advantage as they move on forward. Ching though, Flash Peek is the play. Exotic though with 2 of his own. And Geek Fam have gotten inside.
What a quick anti-flash there by Exotic, able to get that frag at the end of that exchange. But Senior Carl might find the timing here to wrap around behind this cage.
Yeah, he's waiting now for the Cyber Cage to dissipate. There's still a tripwire in his way. The need though to flush out Blurred. Cyber Cage to cover his
cage.
cross. And that is why you want to hold utility in reserve here if you are the Cypher. You're gonna notice though, camera, okay, breaks the tripwire, blast back on in. Senior Carl wins the duel, and here he comes barreling down onto the side. Catches out Hydra Kid, but Hydra Kid has already taken one down with him. It's 2v1, and they're playing by the spike. Senior Carl moving forward, beautiful isolation made, and Senior Carl, hats off to you! The quad for Senior Carl, and this is why this guy can play anything.
We haven't seen this in a while, and it's a treat to see back on the VCT stage. A real showstopper for him on this race. He builds one of his own as well, helping his team really secure that smart play here, using that satchel to move across the map, dodging the stun, gets the second frag, reset on the nade to isolate this angle, and he finds a great sidestep there at the end to finish off the round. Another lead for the BAIS. 5 for the defense, kind of not expected here on Split, but Geek Fam, they're losing that heat that they had early on. Heat retention starting to fade a little and go cold.
Yeah, insane from Carl, and whew, you see how wisely he played all those angles versus Blurred, forcing out the contact in the cage. On the other hand, just finding the 1v1s onto the site in quick succession, and this should make Geek Fam think twice of what speed they want to play this game, because the BAIS, they're really thriving in those more high-intensity situations. Astro now lobs the smoke. It seems like Geek Fam, they're gonna go for ramps here.
They even invest the nade just to make sure that they can break these Cypher chips, really making sure that they want to take this earlier space. But will they expect Ching?
Yeah, Ching is spotted. Gian Sandy with the shorty, sure, but Exotic already 2 with the Spectre. Gian Sandy 2 with the shorty even. It only has 2 in the clip. There's the third with the operator. Gian Sandy wanted to play up close. Keldo flash. V-Black is on it, but Astro comes on in. And with the helping hand there at the end, the BAIS celebrate to keep the tower in check.
Even the finisher is still fighting after the round, as Gian Sanity just fights for his life, surviving using every piece. He floats like a butterfly and stings like a bee. He has that shorty as a backup as well, just to make sure that he can keep this heaven position.
Yeah, this is the eye of the tiger in the sight lines of the Jet, and well, the BAIS, they're thriving in this kind of gameplay so far. Geek Fam, we know their history, we know how renowned their control can be, but they're losing control from what we've seen so far. Prowler into play. They know Senior Carl's on one side, but of course the problem, Insanity on the other. Up at the ready. Dash is gonna get burned soon.
Oh, no more dash available here for this hit.
Oh, the Prowler gets the chop though. And here comes the paint shells to try and keep Gian alive here. Exotic though, now forcing the Jet to get out. Well done still by the BAIS to keep the Jet alive here.
It's pretty healthy as well. Doesn't even take that much damage after all that util exchange. Senior Carl, no boom bot, but still a lot of util here.
Yeah, 0 damage onto Gian Santi. Move now the action towards A, and that's not just one, but many looking at Blurred. So the Lurk already spotted out a strong point that the BAIS have been utilizing all throughout the series. Senior Carl also says hello and says goodbye to 2 already. Sending their mail back, no way to contact now. And the paint shells plus the sun equals the I win from Senior Carl. 3 for Senior Carl. Hydra Kid left to his lonesome.
He has from the shadows, but he has nowhere to run at this point. The flash gonna come through.
Yeah, just it's It's looking too difficult, and that's it. A flawless win from the BAIS. Overall, though, it was a big team effort, but from start to finish there, Fluffy, Senior Carl, the initial utility to keep Yan alive, and then the 2 kills from MEOW to move on with. He is just feeling it in this map.
They really have started that warm-up really early. They threw kind of 4 rounds already out the window, but still the rest have yet to come. 1 round more to maybe gain for them, push that advantage even further before they have to attack. But it seems like this whole time they've been doing the damage.
Yeah, it's been so much so breaking apart the approach of GEEK fam one by one. Whatever protocol that they want to play for this mid control, it suddenly gets sped up, I'd say, by how the BAIS have been playing. And speaking of, they went for the showstopper play over onto A main. No one to call it home. Nightfall instead onto the side. Astro still into the corner, eventually making it work. And the BAIS, where is Ching coming from here? Over onto tower. He tumbles too. And it's Hydra Kid versus the 2 duelists now.
It's not going to use the From the Shadows to reposition. Doesn't have much utility left, no paranoia in hand. Maybe can still smoke out and maybe one more TP to dance around. The Boombot going to clear out CT, narrowing down his possible positionings here. Backside an obvious choice, but will it be something that they expect him to play?
Here comes Gian Sati, fly high butterfly, and with the blades, it's already goodbye. 8-4 for the BAIS. A good half for the defense, yes, but it's something you mentioned a while ago. Oh, look at that. Oh, fist bump, chest bump. Yeah. But anyway, I was saying, yeah, as I was saying, you said a while ago, GEEK fam getting 4 rounds on attack, it's something they can work with.
Yeah, but I also said that you're kind of hopeful for like 6, so 4 is more like the bare minimum, and we're looking for a maximum effort now. It's your do or die match. It's your you already mentioned earlier, I think pre-panel or pre-game rather, where they have played the most games. So I know they're pretty tired this week, but they really gotta start stepping up because this could be it for them this series if they don't get this pistol round. Ever so more important. And looks like the BAIS, they're just gonna stack towards A, go for the full send. The ping's already down. We're just gonna go into sight.
Yeah, get in there, says Senior Carl and Insanity. And you gotta feel for GEEK fam, they're putting in maximum effort, some big moments, especially from the likes of Sladom. But it's getting too tiring to play against the BAIS like this. And speaking of, they already made their way into A. The smokes are there for perfect coverage, and we're immediately into post plant.
I love how they're so used to being in battle. The moment they hear a sound, everyone just pre-fires in that direction, hoping to get a kill. But the silent but deadly squad is just going to crawl all their way down here onto ramps.
It's not too silent now because of the cyber cage to get the Prowler going onto Keldo, and because of the stun, B Black will be able to send him packing 2 down here, courtesy of GEEK fam. Exotic on top of Billboard as well, and steps on Ching along the way. Astro though, where are these kills coming from? Astro with the effort, and Senior Carl will send the last 2 home. The BAIS still win the pistol.
What an exchange there. You'd think that the positioning was already for that post plant. GEEK fam, they had a good plan to try to retake that, eliminating pieces early, getting good trade as well. But Senior Carl, even though there's some heroics from Astro, was just too hot to handle there, and the pain shells pushing them out of position. It's really nice to see him back on this form on Raze here on Split.
The BAIS are getting their way here, Fluffy. And GEEK fam, they gotta get out of this dance that they're not leading whatsoever. The pain shells though, prepped here for Exotic. He's got the stinger as well. And GEEK fam in a forced buy situation just to contend with the chaos that is the BAIS. The grenade is out, and it's Senior Carl forced to peek out in the open. Hydra Kid gets that first pick, but while this all happens, in the chaos, look at Kel go. Maybe a chance to find a pick from B.
A lot of opportunity here if they can get that timing. At least gets on site early, but gets sprayed down.
From above, it is gonna be vindication from Sladom. Great control with the stinger, ready now to go up close. But Ching and Astro, they're gonna find out these angles, and here we go yet again. Blurred though, stellar shooting, and the platform made for GEEK fam to succeed. They win out in the second round, and they steal that one away from the BAIS.
They win, but you also can see how much pressure the BAIS are giving them. They actually forced to try to get that round. Yes, it does work out for them. And the BAIS, they're going to be maybe if they buy up, they'll be equal footing. Let's see where the decision goes. I guess Sheriffs are going to be the way, but they have won a lot of ecos already in not just this match, but in the previous one as well. And it can prove to be deadly if not dealt with by GEEK fam.
Yeah, GEEK fam. They decide to play the game that has been haunting them so far. And speaking of the haunt, it gets some good intel moving forward. They know now A main has presence. GEEK fam have also 3 Bulldogs and a Spectre to work with here on now what is to be the anti-eco, basically. Boombot out, the flash is there, and Kel trying to see if anyone's gonna swing, but GEEK fam a lot more reserved this time around. There's the potential contact point. Exotic will shoot down Kel. That's a good start for GEEK fam here.
I thought Kel could get a timing there, put a flash on the boombot, maybe get an unexpected angle, but just lying in wait, the Spectre was already. And this camera taken out is going to signal this A hit, but still traps on board means they don't have to rush that fast.
And look at the tripwire setup here by Blurred. It's particularly for both Yin Santi and Senior Carl, who want to cross into the sights. Sladam though, over onto the rafters. VBlack prepared over into the ropes itself. And GEEK fam, they're just ready for this one. They know exactly where the buys are going to come from. They spot out the 3rd member playing here, and that is Ching. Flashes to play. Exotic and VBlack swing wildly into it.
30 seconds left.
And what else can Astra do now? Has the From the Shadows, and he has the spike. He's waiting for anyone to come his way, but overall, it's already a great sign here for GEEK fam to have some more confidence moving forward. The stun and the drop, the knife,
the knife.
even. Condolences to you, good Astro, as Sladam will bring it with a 3K even.
They say welcome back to the PH scene with their own hands, and the BAIS slowly losing that early momentum as GEEK fam claw their way back into this game. Good use of their early buyer, ways that they equalize that 2nd round to convert this one, but a painful way to slow down their momentum for the side of the BAIS.
That's from a top. You saw that? You saw that replay from the top rope, an assassination from Sladam, and that will force the timeout here for the BAIS. I guess now after the dust has settled, and in all honesty, you can see the tempo of the game has now shifted more so in GEEK fam in more ways than one. The contact isn't that wild, I'd say. You'd see more of a reserve approach from how GEEK fam is playing these angles, and that's exactly what GEEK fam wants coming into the 2nd half here.
It's just a lot of pressure, you know, because you see one duelist in front of you. Normally, it's fine. Maybe we can get a trade on this, but there's always a 2nd, maybe even a 3rd guy behind them. So you always have to be ready to just pre-fire the next spot, and that is something that they've been dealing with decently. But this is at least their defense. But still, 9 rounds with the BAIS means that you only have a limited amount of mistakes that you can actually make, or else it'll cost you this entire series.
Yep, GEEK fam getting closer and closer to tying up the scoreline in more ways than one. And Exotic actually bringing out the Outlaw here. Looking at the buys, it's a good call since half of them have only half armor because of their money situation. And Exotic takes advantage. Half armor meta. I hardly knew ye. A good start here for GEEK fam.
Utility also to maybe support this play. They haven't even done anything really risky, just playing from that further range, dodging some flashes here and there. A couple prowlers for Sladam to use to retake heaven if need be, but that cage just gonna use that to slow them down, take more control. Here comes the Outlaw though.
Here we go again, and that's another single shot to the lit up target. This is why the Outlaw was made. You press stab, you look at how much money your opponent has, and if you think about it, right? If they can't buy a rifle in full armor, and you still see them with the rifles, you can get away with it. Exotic though, eventually his Outlaw will be put to rest. GEEK fam though, still ready for any kind of A assault here.
I mean, like every Outlaw, eventually you gotta get caught out and Exotic falls, but it looks like it does give them some space for the BAIS to work with as they crawl on the way onto heaven. Not sure if they heard that drop though. I think it was pretty silent, so they're still positioned thinking it's gonna be an A hit as they crawl onto B. The smokes even choking up there on A main. They have no idea until this trip.
Yeah, tripwire, yes, but also watch out for the angle Hydra Kid is playing. Still onto the rafters right now. If it's left unchecked, it can be perilous, and exactly that. Hydra Kid with the 1 kill, and Astra though still giving a chance for the BAIS to play off from this. Even numbers now. Kill though, Mark sure, but he doesn't care about it. A triple kill is the play. There's the TP. Astro just right below VBlack. Doesn't spot him in time. VBlack mows him down, and that will be the round for GEEK fam to take.
What a risky place to plant the spike, though. I don't know if it's the time pressure, maybe just mispositioning, because that early camera on that B side really spotted and helped the Raptor player take out the 2 incoming ones. At least the flying rays, slowing that pressure down and giving them a bigger chance. That gap that we were talking about a while ago is slowly diminishing here.
It's getting closer and closer. And this time around, it's GEEK Fam giving the BAIS a taste of their own medicine. Finding those moments to outclass the opposition. Finding those picks early on. And there's a chance here for Senior Carl to make something happen. He's in flight's position to go into A, the spike, instead over onto Ramen. And it does seem like the Rays wants to call a lot more attention. But speaking of now, he has moved into mid. He and Sanity instead playing the entry here.
What a dash there with the updraft. Extreme speed coming out from him as they push the defenders back deeper onto site. But the Outlaw existing once again ready to get a fight.
Yeah, Outlaw. Exotic. We saw how good he was with those shots a while ago. Happy to do so yet again. There's the peek, and Astro, even his foot is not safe. Gone already. Ching is found too. And GEEK Fam have mowed down the BAIS so efficiently at the start of the round here.
Bounty Hunter right now. Even V-Black getting one for himself, but it's not going to be enough.
Oh, but it's gone. Again, Sanity, this is it. A 1v4 in front of him. The stars looking to align. But of course, GEEK Fam being a lot more responsible in their positions, playing into Garage right now. Blurred's the only one here on Heaven. GEEK Fam.
Sonic has the cross.
He does have the shots, and there you go. GEEK Fam. It's a 1-round gap now here, Fluffy.
I mean, slowly but surely, they really got to find their way, because the BAIS, I mean, maybe a couple of rounds ago, you can say, okay, we're just like cooling down a bit, but now you really got to maybe call for attack or figure out your plans, because GEEK Fam is able to respond to all the threats, not just because of this Outlaw, but also because I think they're just forcing so many fights that they don't necessarily need to take. And GEEK Fam, when they realize that they just don't want to fight, they just give up the area and fight after. Because one thing that the BAIS have to do is invest their utility so much to take the space, and GEEK Fam can just wait and respond.
Yeah, that's a perfect summarization of everything that's happening right now. The BAIS want to force contact. GEEK Fam have said, enough, we're not going to play your game. And they've done so many setups to allow themselves to cover any kind of cross besides the Outlaw, of course. It's just how you see V-Black as well as Sladam are positioned. Mid now, though. Contested here by the BAIS, Insanity, as well as Senior Carl. Moving on forward into Heaven. The reposition from Sladam to reinforce. They're expecting the push to come their way. A satchel to break the trip, but it's actually still there. And GEEK Fam, they're ready for anything coming their way right now.
Man, that one trip being able to rearm this camera as well, being a nuisance, giving off so much info. They have to stall out, giving time for this paranoid to even push them further back. Burning time, 40 seconds remain on the clock, but there comes the drop.
How does V-Black still get away with it? He wasn't ready for the contact, and where did the showstopper even go? Hydra Kid holds down the line. That's 2 for him. Astro, though, still sticks with a TP. The paranoia gonna get tossed here. We have the Raptors position, and GEEK Fam, they have the high ground. Don't try it, they say, towards Astro, and the revenge of the Astro is upon us. 3 for Astro so far. Still have to move on forward. The spike, though, is left behind there towards Garage. And not only that, it's in an elevated position. Exotic marking it already. V-Black watching the other corner. The Boombot, though, is the play. Spike retrieve and Astro making it possible. But the showstopper flies high. Where's the deny? There it comes. Gets the reload going. Astro, what is happening here? Rolling Thunder to prevent the plant, but that could have gone even worse for GEEK Fam. They still got the round, but Astro, my heart is beating wild after that one.
That must have been what V-Black was feeling on the previous map, making sure that, you know, you do as much as you can, you eliminate as many players, you do all these fancy tricks, you TP here and there, but it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, if you can't plant that spike, if you don't get the objective, it's all over. They get away with a round, and they equalize the situation.
But this is where I say at what cost, right? Against one player, you had to expend 2 more ultimates than you would have thought to begin with. Astro with the impact there, and now the BAIS, they see their lead is under peril. They move on forward towards the tower again. Heaven being taken here by the BAIS. The Seas, though, keeping the 2 duelists in check, but where would we get that lurk? Hell from mid catches out Sladam, and he's gonna give intel now to the team.
Neural Theft activated, rerouting already. The attackers might have a chance to reposition here, but this is also expected as Gene Santi finds V Black.
Ian Santi with the one. Hydra Kid goes for the trade. And it forces GEEK Fam to rethink how they're going to set up on this defense. Hydra Kid has to teleport just to cross safely. Still expecting someone nearby, but does he find Ching in time?
Whoa.
Yes, he does. We move the action though onto B. Blurred with the cyber cages dissuading a default plant there. Paranoia though gets the hit. Senior Carl also with a beautiful shot. But Exotic, the outlaw, dropping down versus Astro. Hydra Kid brings a triple kill of his own. And GEEK Fam have officially taken the lead now back 10 points to their name.
Wow, these retakes have been so potent coming in from GEEK Fam. Yes, they plant the spike, but the BAIS just aren't able to push through the ends of that round. These little kills here and there scattered around the map isn't how they want to be playing. They're not the same team coordinated team that we saw on map number 1 being able to trade off each other. These isolated fights not working in their favor. And GEEK Fam, now they summon the operator. Now the outlaw upgraded.
Yeah, and why are they isolated? It's because of how GEEK Fam has been playing the map. They're cutting off any kind of reinforcement point. They're making sure that the BAIS are playing into lanes that they expect them from. And we saw that firsthand in that last round. Blurred had half of the site still in check just because of his setup with the cyber cages.
Look how deep these cages are as well. The trap so far onto site. They're not even gonna try to contest the front of this. They can use all the util that they want right now because they're just gonna wait for them to plant the spike and take it later.
Yeah, Insanity gets in there, and the BAIS are watching out for Heaven here. Ching though should get the plant down. GEEK Fam can let this happen for the time being. They just don't have the positions to contest early on. Exotic though bringing the operator from the alley. Blurred and Sladam making the space that they need. Rolling Thunder not gonna be called, but GEEK Fam have gotten the 3 kills here. Exotic dies for the cause. And Sandy gets one for his own, but it's Kel here left alone onto the tower. GEEK Fam clear out both sides of the site in unison, and it's 9-11 as GEEK Fam will keep on going.
I love how they made this like square with the trips. They're just like, we're just gonna take this itty bitty part of B site, but this is the part of the site that we really need to get out of this position to make that retake possible. It pays off protecting the important pieces of space that we have to control. And now 11-9 advantage towards GEEK Fam, and it looks like a different game that we saw a couple rounds ago.
This is the GEEK Fam though that we wanted to see. And okay, timers stop. Probably a little bit of a tech pause here. But overall, Fluffy, I think for GEEK Fam right now, they're feeling so much more confident in what they want to do, right? We've seen them put themselves in good positions to stay safe. They're not getting caught out by the utility of the BAIS as much. And even with Ching a while ago popping that Rolling Thunder, GEEK Fam just shrugged it off, went back into that Heaven position, and from that point on, the retake was so clear.
They just want to take a fight for the side of the BAIS, but GEEK Fam is not giving them on any equal ground. They're just going to run away, play to their strengths. It's a smart way to play, but these adjustments is something that the BAIS really need to have figured out by now. And they can't just full send everything all the time because it hasn't been working out. They're just praying that they get the right picks. Maybe they can do it this time. Maybe they can do it next time. But that RNG is not something that is reliable. And GEEK Fam really showing the reliability so far throughout this whole series.
Yeah, and this is where the BAIS truly get tested, right? If we watch their series against Valhalla, it's a team with stars versus a team with stars, basically, trying to outmuscle one another. GEEK Fam, personally, their sponsor really fits them because they're such a meticulous, smart team. They have a deep playbook, and right now, it's working so much better for them and how they control the action.
This time around, the more default-looking cage as well as trap setups gonna stall out this B main push a bit, but that is info already as this dash comes on quick.
CP play. Hydra Kid finding out Senior Carl. Keldo makes the trade happen. Blurred is not spotted as of yet. The barrel is seen. It's immediately tracked down there by Blurred. Fault line now, but Ching, he cannot get the kill as Exotic covers his teammate. Great teamwork here from GEEK Fam. The double up is always so strong, and Sladam, he knows Astra's just near him. Map points for GEEK Fam now.
Man, the BAIS are just struggling. It's a gamble, honestly, at this point. Just rolling the dice every time they go on to site. They have like 20 pings on to B to try to figure out what just happened. But they need to comprehend right now that this strategy does not work when we're just funneling out of one place. They need to start with the lurks. They need to move around the map, use the space that GEEK Fam is leaving every time they try to do one of their plays. But without that, so far, it looks like to just be another roll of the dice.
Exactly. I feel like, my friend, there are more pings onto the map than the amount of utility the BAIS can utilize on this attack. That might be one of the weaknesses here of the double duelists. GEEK Fam, though, ready for another point of impact. Sladam already shutting down Gee and Santi. Senior Carl cannot play any longer. And GEEK Fam have already removed the front line of the BAIS here from this round.
They're looking for a close fight, but they're literally playing to go the distance.
No more charges.
Keldo, Guardians there. And at least ramp still controlled here for the BAIS. I guess my cause of concern here, how trapped will they be if Exotic dares push this? He's holding steady over onto main. You get the smoke from Hydra Kid as well.
Gotta be careful.
You gotta be very, very careful, Kel, especially if you're gonna lead the charge like that.
Oh,
the
no.
spray down into the takedown, GEEK Fam. They've studied truly how the BAIS played that first map. They've taken those lessons into the second, and they will force a third map because of it.
What a comeback. Coming off the backs of GEEK Fam, they struggled on map number 1, but here on Split, with only 4 rounds on the first half, they're still able to convert. I'll say that 4 was the minimum, but apparently that's enough if you know how to play against your opponents. They've really snuck into the minds, like the geeks that they are, to know what their plan is, to learn that we'll just duck, dodge, and fight later.
Man, if it's a passing grade, it's good enough, right? And from
True.
that point on, GEEK Fam, they took it all the way, not just to 11, but to 13. A good victory there for GEEK Fam. And we said it a while ago on Lotus that there were really inklings of GEEK Fam looking so much more comfortable in controlling the action on the defense. Here on Split, a map that really suits it for, we see it in absolute high definition. And I gotta say, how did GEEK Fam pull off such an incredible bounce back in that second half? It really still goes back to how some of these Impact players really made wonders happen. V-Black, of course, very much so impactful with the Breach, Sladam with the Fade. That's the same old story from the first map. But the Outlaw of all things from Exotic, it suddenly showed up, and the BAIS were like, why are we dying to a single shot from this gun?
It's honestly a smart pickup. You know that they've been fighting all the time, and then you must have realized at some point they always have Vandals, so I guess maybe they have half armor. They do the math a bit, they bring out the most efficient weapon that they can, and it's honestly the crossfires that they set up for each other that has really saved them. Even towards that last round, able to really save his teammate towards that backside. But we look at the stats here, and it's going to be the MVP for GEEK Fam, Sladam, on that Fade, proving how this initiator manages to almost always get the most impact.
I mean, no surprise, he has just been the king of clutch throughout this series, and with 22 kills, he proves exactly that. Astro, though, so very close. I still remember that round where he almost got a potential ace coming his way, forced out 2 more of those ultimates just for GEEK Fam to get the job done. And you can see it for the BAIS. That's really what you have to be fearful of, the potential that they can do. And then you look at GEEK Fam and how they squanched that potential, how they made it as minimal as possible is because of the crossfires that they set up later on, like you mentioned.
It's just so heartbreaking because you also see the effort from the BAIS. We've seen Senior Carl back on this race and how potent he can be, but looking at what really happened, 14 first kills going to the side of GEEK Fam. It's almost every time that they've won, they've just gotten the first kill, but the amount of post plants is really jarring here for the BAIS. They get the plant down, but nothing really happens after.
Yeah, it's just not enough for them. It's because when we get into the post plan, they're not able to get the space that you would like. You have the Jet and the Rays, but they're unable to push into deeper things like the screens, into places like the other side of heaven, right? Into the CT spawn. We watched the highlights here, and that was pretty much par for the course for throughout the game. How GEEK Fam was able to temper where the BAIS could go in the first place and keep them guessing on where GEEK Fam will peek from.
Just making sure that they have everything covered here. Yeah, they made mistakes here and there, but the most important thing that we can learn from this game is GEEK Fam learned from them, adjusted, and their discipline as a team maybe because of just that core that's been together for so long, has really shown how proficient that they can be in these longer series. As we push towards map number 3 right now, but map number 2 just slipping through the hands of the BAIS. This is the first map that they've lost in like a couple series. I think they've gone 2-0 for the past like 5 or 6.
Yeah, small stain now towards the BAIS, but they still want to recover into the third map. Also, if you notice in the highlights, multiple 4 kills for many players. But in the end, it's GEEK fam who keep the crossfire set, or are able to take the victory. And not only that, I do feel like for the next map now moving forward, the BAIS will have to rethink how they approach versus GEEK fam's double initiator setup, right? Just because that they're still getting hampered by what a breach and a fade can do, and we haven't really seen fade breach as much from our other teams here in VCTPH. It's really GEEK fam the one really trying to push it back into the meta and doing so much work with it.
I like it. You know, you still get your flashes, you still get a way to re-clear a lot of angles. It's a small adaptation that has worked so far, but maybe we'll see further adaptations when we move on to our map number 3 after this very quick break.
the last stretch here of the Bisaya Bowl, and Geek Fam steal the map pick of the BAIS away. So split take in there by Geek Fam. The BAIS took the first map, of course, a while ago on Lotus, and you guys are caught up with what's happening here at VCTPH. My name's Dax here with Fluffy02, still together for this incredible series, and it's gotten so wild here, Fluffy, honestly. Things have gotten absolutely ridiculous. The clutch potential from all these players, the fragging potential is just through the roof. But then again, how the Geek Fam win out that second map with control, with smarter decisions, and smarter angles to play from.
Just playing to their strengths, you know. Geek Fam, it's already in the name, using their brains to really outmaneuver the firepower coming in from the BAIS. And it's really proven to be an invaluable skill in turning the tides, because the BAIS, we saw them on map number 1, how strong they are on that offensive power, how dominant they can be when they're able to play together. And on map number 2, yes, they had some of that on split, but like you mentioned, they were hindered a lot once that adaptability came from the coordination and discipline from Geek Fam. But now we're basically on a round reset here, essentially a best of 1, but I'm sure the momentum is on that side of Geek Fam.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see Icebox, of course, for both of these teams, but I just want to bring up how dominant Geek Fam was in the second half of that second map. 9 rounds in a row to take that victory, basically. It was as incredible as could be from the likes of Sladom and the rest. And speaking of Sladom right now, he's had a superstar series here. Always the one in those clutch scenarios, always the one to watch out for when it goes down to the wire, alongside his usual initiative partner, V-Black. And that's something we mentioned before we got into the break, right? How strong the double initiator core of Geek Fam is coming into the series.
I mean, it's been a lot of their success so far. Being able to just re-hit, fight together, it allows them to kind of leverage the fact that, yes, they have the aim, but it also has that supporting power to really just keep on going, keep that gas up whenever the pressure is being dealt their way. That way they can be that unstoppable force whenever they're faced with that immovable object.
Speaking of an immovable object, you know who has been the immovable object of the BAIS? It's not the duelist from what we've seen so far. It's the controller. It's Astro, and he has gone above and beyond. These are the expectations I had for him coming into this series, because I haven't seen him in so very long on PH shores, but he just comes to collect any kind of kill. He's gonna go for the smoke, set themselves up for success, and then suddenly mow down anyone in front of them. And it's one of the big reasons why the BAIS always contend in these kind of series. But I gotta give a big shout, of course, to our incredible sponsor for VCTPH, and it is Grab. Thanks to our official super app Grab, score Grab's lowest prices ever with up to 15% cheaper fares on Grab Car Saver, delivery fees as low as 15 pesos for Grab Food Saver delivery, and thousands of budget-friendly meals as low as 99 pesos with Grab Food Saver meals. So you already know you're gonna get a good deal with Grab, and thank you for them for really helping out VCTPH. Coming into this last map though, Fluffy, I have already set a mouthful. Expectations coming into Icebox.
I mean, this is one of those maps that normally isn't always a simulator, and sometimes maybe. So it goes down at its core to those aim fights, especially towards the A. If you're able to take that nest control, and aim is the name of the game of the BAIS, but we've seen a lot of those glimmers coming from Geek Fam. I'm more kind of thinking about what composition they might be bringing up for this one, what they've been cooking really, because they have brought out a lot of non-traditional stuff here. The double initiator pairing is not a surprise from the previous 2 maps, but which agents they choose, that Fade and Breach, has been quite a bit. They're sacrificing more of those flashes for more of that guaranteed info and support from that long range, which could be pivotal in the first 2 maps at least. And on the third, the problem with Icebox is there's not much flexibility. Like the other day we saw Trix play Deadlock on Valhalla and in that game, and it's a difficult spot to pick because you can't really remove the Sova. Some people have tried. It's not that great with the Sky Nerve. Some people have tried other initiators as well. Breach, it's such a narrow map, you're probably stunning your own guys.
It's very off-putting, honestly, and I think it's a really good point there, Fluffy, to beg the question, what will we see from Geek Fam? And we already saw an answer of this against Seoul Esports. They lost against Seoul in overtime, but the biggest question mark to me actually is the agents that they played. And we're gonna be able to get into agents like right now, so we're not gonna guess, we're gonna see what's up. So GEEK fam, they forgo the double duelist that they ran versus Seoul Esports. Hydra Kid moving over into the Omen role instead. So double controller, but not the walls that you see from other teams like Oasis Gaming. It's GEEK fam changing it up. The BAIS though, they're back on double duelist still.
I mean, it's not the first time that we've seen an Omen. Even on the international scene, a lot of TPs they can do to get those off angles would be good. And a lot of one-ways, I think, are kind of underrated on this map with those spherical smokes. Normally, you only see the one with the Viper, but having that double controller does mean that you can get a better timing for a lot of things. But with no flashes outside of the paranoia to really push through your own barriers, plus the enemy's barriers and utility, could prove to be a problem. It's something that a team like Oasis Gaming on the first day with their double controller setup has really faltered themselves to. They're kind of tripping on their own plans. And the BAIS, a very standard composition here in Icebox, something tried and tested, very fitting for these veterans of the scene, coming back together to try to prove a point and win this and keep their streak alive.
Yeah, speaking of the streak, right, it's been something that the BAIS have relied on in the open qualifier with this map. Icebox is a place that they win again and again and again in the open qualifiers, and they used to run the Reyna with the Jet. They move over to the Raze for that extra bit of utility, and how comfortable Senior Carl was on it in the last map. And again, we go back with Pirates days where this was really the map where Senior Carl proved he was one of the potential superstars from VCTPH. His Raze on Icebox way back when to face off against the likes of what was X10 from all the way back then. It really is one for the history books.
X10!
Yeah, dude, I'm bringing out that was Thai X10, not NYSG X10. Anyway, we're gonna be getting into the game, and I guess my question for you coming into this one is, GEEK fam don't have the double initiator anymore. What do you think is gonna happen to them moving forward?
I mean, I'm sure this is something that they've also practiced, and having this much stall with the Omen Paranoia as well as those dark covers can prove to be kind of a supplement to that. But one big concern for me is the BAIS can just ignore this and push through a lot of the util that they have, because there's really no consequence. It's not like a breach stun or anything.
Yep. Might as well go for it, right? What do you have to deal with? Decay, okay. A Dart Lord 2, find that contact, and the confident approach is what exactly is the BAIS looking for right now. Hydra Kid from above. That's two immediately from Hydra Kid, and he is just rearing his head to go for more. The BAIS, though, answer back. It's 3v3, and the site's taken here by the BAIS.
Oh, they do the damage, but the rotates now coming from the defenders. A bit slow here, but still, it's a 3v3 situation. They have a lot of time to work with, and damage being sprayed through.
Oh, Astra, though, with the timing. Sladom falls blurred with an instantaneous trade. GEEK fam, though, still having that Rafters control. The BAIS haven't committed as of yet. They know the bounce with the dart, exactly where Ching is from below.
Wow.
And V Black will able to flush him out. GEEK fam with action. Get the pistol.
He just doesn't disappoint. Whenever he's in that clutch situation, if I had to put any amount of trust, it has to go to V Black on this controller. This time playing the Viper, Hydra Kid's gonna supplement for him on that Omen, and it's gonna be another clutch for him. But the damage done early by Hydra Kid really started them on a good foot here. Yes, they get the trade out, but look at how much time they have to burn. Not gonna be able to plant the spike there. Buys enough time for that retake to come in very close.
And this is huge here for GEEK fam. This is only their second pistol round win in this series. And Exotic now with the Marshall in hand. Guardian for Hydra Kid as well. Very confident in these long range angles. What can the BAIS really do here? Ching's the only one with an upgraded pistol, and they move to play into A again.
Surprised that it's on the Sova though, because he has to have that drone as well as the recon ready. Drone spots out a player, but gets drone back himself. The Insanity doesn't pop the dash yet. Maybe it's going to be an A hit, but that's how that's how things in Icebox go.
Yeah, might as well go for it. There's a scope on in, and a single shot will deny Senior Carl of any kind of footing. Kel, though, on board, and Kel with the classic finds the two. Sladom still sitting pretty onto Nest. This Bulldog will just bark back, and Astro with the classic as well. Free gun, by the way. They get up the upgrades, and now they're going to take the site too.
So safe for them to get this as well. The upgrades now in their hands. Yes, they're brought low, but still the player advantage is going to be massive here.
Yeah, V Black, I believe he only needs a single shot for both of these targets to kill them, and We'll see now if it's gonna be enough. The Bulldog picked on up, but no bullets! And it's a trap that Kel will be able to spring. A triple kill for Kel to take this round away. And I just want to say here real quick, Fluffy, of all the players to know about GEEK Fam and their movement, it has to be Kel, because he was formerly of that MVP esports roster from last year. He knows this core from playing with him for so very long, and just so well done here with the classics for the BAIS.
A little revenge arc for him, making sure that he can make a statement piece here on the opposing team. 1-1. Not the best start here to convert off your pistol win. Now you're forced in your own eco against the better buy in the hands of the BAIS.
Yeah, the BAIS is where they can set the tempo going their way again. And sure, there's a scan, but the BAIS don't really care as much that they're known to play into A. Aldro now setting Gian Santi up to push into the site. They spam the nest. They know that this has been a position GEEK Fam's been playing. But GEEK Fam this time, they give up the site. They play from screens. They stalled though with the nanoswarm so far, but the BAIS are going to be in position for those contact points anyway.
Kind of similar situation here like on Split, playing far back, but this time not gonna be able to do the damage. The lurk though from V-Black might do enough.
Yeah, it's sneaky here from V-Black. Flurry even finding Astro, but Senior Carl trades back in the front line. The BAIS now with the chance, and Gian Santi sniffing out V-Black there. Blurred where are these sheriff kills coming from. It's beautiful work with the screens here, and now he has the Phantom in hand, so firepower for Blurred. Does he have enough momentum to move on forward? Seems like there's a duel though versus Gian Santi. Leads to 1v1 Sladum. He's been good for it all throughout the series so far, and he does not disappoint yet again. GEEK Fam will get this round now.
They just convert another round off it. The back and forth already to start on here on Icebox. 3 round, but still no consistent showing of who can be the victor. The BAIS, let's see if it's going to be a bit equal. Rifles on both teams, but how many? The Operator now out for Exotic very early as well, considering that they lost that second round. But this round was so hectic because the eco was just did a lot of damage.
Yeah, big picks from Blurred especially, but here we go again. In a 1v1, you just gotta bet on this guy to win it, and throughout 3 maps so far, Sladum has been sending these individuals back to spawn. So GEEK Fam, they go now for the Operator on Exotic. This is good for buying for mid, because we haven't really seen the BAIS put too much pressure on it. If anyone lurks, they're gonna get caught. Seems like pipes though for Gian Santi and the rest as they want to move forward.
So safe though. They're really scared to fight for this front side. Just dumping Util, using that drone early. Not a lot of deviation from this strategy, but that was what helped them really secure a lot of these early picks.
And Exotic finds Astro, but Hydra Kid can't get away from Gian Santi in time. A 1-for-1 throughout the map, but this will mean that the BAIS should get the plant going here.
A lot of time now for them to go for this retake. They're already put together, and wall still available for the attack to wall up.
Yeah, Rafters especially a place where GEEK Fam can burst from. They go for the darts. And to counter dart though, courtesy of the BAIS. Hunter's Fury also the call, and the BAIS are ready for anyone coming their way. 3 already for Gian Sanity. He's hungry for more. Feedback will fall to the hand of Kel instead. And we are tied up 4 rounds. Back to back to back to back of action here.
The difference this time around, just not being able to secure the site fast enough, and they had to wait out, giving that recharge time for the enemy Vibe to really do his utility damage here. Now they equalize the situation. Take a look at the replay here. It all started with this opening pick, able to drop the Viper, and here comes the rest of the team. A good setup up at the 410. Gian Santi going huge here for his team.
Yeah. Gian Santi takes 410, a very aggressive position, whether you're on the attack and the defense. And he's just able to get some good sidelines going anyway. GEEK Fam now on an eco for 4. A hero rifle in the hands of Exotic. V-Black though caught very much so early on. And this is a chance for the BAIS to just move their way into B here.
Blurred though, staring down the barrel of this Vandal. Not gonna win it out, but Ching gets another.
Yeah, I mean, Ching gets too sure, but beyond that, the BAIS just clean up all throughout the map. And this means the BAIS will get the lead. GEEK Fam, they're struggling here to have stopping power compared to their previous 2 outings in the series.
This time around, a bit more equal footing. Rivals and utility from both teams, and big ones as well. The Viper Spit from Astro could prove to be pivotal here, as well as the showstopper on Senior Carl, who's again back on that raise.
Yeah, Senior Carl hasn't found as many frags compared to that previous map, but he's still impactful in making that space. And that's exactly what we've seen from the BAIS and how they play into A. They get pipes control, they get 410 control, and they force GEEK Fam out as much as possible. And you can see even Ching conditioned to play the Owl Drone early just to clear out that nest as soon as possible. And that's exactly what happened. Sladam backs on away and over onto the rafters they're gonna come from. Instead, G Insanity, he's thinking about it. A shock dart, a snake bite dissuading him so far.
Just waiting and baiting, just teasing them that he's going to be on that front side, wasting as much util as he can. V-Black trying to reposition here. The dart not going to be useful for the attackers.
Yeah, I mean, it's broken now. V-Black, though, crawling his way in. Hunter's Fury, courtesy of Sladam. And V-Black trying to just infiltrate so far. 2 here for GEEK Fam. Make that 3 as Ching will get a double kill for his own. But in the maze, he's going to get lost in the paranoia. And Exotic with a double kill from above makes it so that GEEK Fam equalize again.
You know, an interesting difference between this game and the previous 2 is the fact that with these double initiators coming from both sides, there's a lot of flashes that they normally have to anti-flash. Like, the tempo isn't where they want to go, but this time around, outside of the Omen Paranoia, they can just shoot very cleanly through. There's no big walls outside of the Viper ones, which are going to be pre-placed, so it's a lot of free reign for these star duelists like Gian Sati, even Ching with his crispy aim, and Senior Carl to really shine for the BAIS, and for GEEK Fam, a lot of long angles that they can hold down, because we know how potent Exotic can be once he gets those sniper rifles in hand.
I just gotta say though, what is up with this back and forth action? You get around, then GEEK Fam gets around, the BAIS get around, it just goes flip-flop as much as it can. The blade's so out, courtesy of Exotic. GEEK Fam know the lay of the land with the dart, and the BAIS, they're gonna try to go for it yet again here towards A.
I haven't seen this Viper wall in ages. This is like an Avovo wall back like 2 years ago that first came out. Oh wait, the purpose was basically just to hold down this pipe's position, which is fair for them. First, they're always losing it. The drones battled it out in the air, but the Insanity pre-firing the positions.
Look, if they can't play from nest to watch out for pipes, might as well use the wall right. But now we add on to the smoke with the Viper's pit itself. And here we go, the BAIS have a safeguard onto the side. V-Black trying to spam things down. Here comes GEEK Fam though on the outskirts, already cashing out those trying to defend the borders. Astro though will fall. Senior Carl on the inside still trying to fight, but Blurred with a 3k of his own. Kel can't even see anything from that smoke, and those cheeky smokes that you mentioned from the Omen bearing fruit courtesy of Hydra Kid. GEEK Fam now with the lead here.
They finally get the momentum, but that back and forth that you mentioned earlier is still not stopping. They're just exchanging it, but Christmas is over and they can't give this many gifts to each other because they have to come up with the prize. They strike really hard considering the fact that they invested this Viper Spit but still end up with a round. It's just a testament to the strength, I think, of this team.
And big picks there from Blurred again. Whenever he comes out from a position like screens, he's so good at finding the right line to fire from. And the 3k, especially with the catch there onto Astro, was instrumental to surprise Gian Sanity, who was trying to find those impact frags on the inside. Eventually, though, it begs the question, what's next here for the BAIS? They're still on the attack, they still have rifles to work with, but they're changing things up, they're contesting into Kitchen, and Blur doesn't even see it coming.
It just dashes right in here, Sladam trying to find more, but the wrong timing. Giansati gonna get away with this pretty free.
Yeah, there's Fury now, gets the tag for the first time! And it seems like Ching can lead to the kill, but in the end...
It's like holding 20 angles there.
Yeah, man, and so the BAIS, they play into mid to get the pick, yes. But the pivot is still looking very much so likely into A here.
I know, it's like they did all this commotion just to go back to A. It's a classic Icebox tale here, but at least this time they get a bunch of deeper positionings here. Senior Carl manages to find his way into a sneaky one. The Recon Dart not going to spot anyone out here as the attackers flood onto site, but Carl is going to be the linchpin of the situation.
It reminds me of that time Team Secret went A again and again versus DRX, but in any case now, it's Hydra Kid finding out Senior Carl. That history pivot was on Haven, by the way, but GEEK Fam, there you go. V-Black has been so instrumental playing this corner, and here he goes yet again, challenging the maze right now, but Astro will hold for his own, and Gian Santi alive, kicking to find 3k. The BAIS are tying things up, and it's always just answer upon answer with these two squads here.
I mean, if they're just changing rounds, then technically GEEK Fam would win at the end of
You're
it,
right?
Because they would just give 1:1. So
No,
it's
wait.
really...
No, wait, you're wrong.
Is that how the math
No,
works?
because it's gonna go overtime by default.
Right,
because
right.
you
So
can't
it's gonna
win by
go
one.
even Steven regardless.
Yeah.
So one of these teams, they gotta step up right now. At least they have a couple tools to do so, though, because Kel, he does have that lockdown available. Senior Carl still has that showstopper in hand, not able to use it. He was the lurker in the previous round, so this time around it has to be that main point of contact for them. But here comes the default drone flying all the way through pipes, but no dogfight this time around. Air zone is clear.
Man, I feel like we've watched the same round around 8 times already, but truth be told, it's really Geek Fam who are being tested here. How can they hold off the BAIS from playing into A? Sladam though, here we go with the drone. Seems like Scan doesn't do as much, and V Black on the other hand tried to line up a snake fight. You can see it here. Lockdown gonna be the play. Geek Fam need to respect it.
Oh, and there's an early pick already, spotting out the flanker. With the second, though.
Ooh, Hydra. A beautiful tap, but Kel responds in kind. And the BAIS eventually, they're gonna get the plant going. Sladam though swinging on in. Here comes Blurred yet again. V-Block will fall now. And over on the 410, plus of course the backside control. The BAIS are just so familiar with the lay of the land of A site. So the BAIS with the lead still. But I'm not convinced until someone has a 2-round gap between them.
This is just the icebox story. Do you know what the boat or the submarine, the spawn is called?
What?
That one right there?
Right.
It's 100A. Because
Yeah.
they go to A 100 times on this map every time that they play it. Because this is where the action happens. Everyone, they just know the smell, the sound of every piece of metal here with the pre-fires. Because this is where it counts on icebox. And this time around with these sheriffs, V-Black, he has the ultimate, but I don't think he's going to pop it.
Yeah, you're not wrong there, good sir. And here we go with Geek Fam trying to hold with lesser by the Marshal enough though to silence Key and Sandy immediately. The Aldron's there though to get the tag, and Sladam needs to get out as soon as possible. Exotic, a different plan, but Senior Carl with the spam. There's the intel right now, and Geek Fam, they're thinking about it. V-Black, he has the Viper split to consider, but Senior Carl, Showstopper, second satchel now coming on in, sends it flying towards V-Black, and the BAIS are looking healthier than ever. The plant though going on down, never mind, as Sladam will find Senior Carl. I thought this could be it for the BAIS. I was trying to hype it up, and Geek Fam will refuse to lose here. It's a 3v1 all alone with Astro. He drops down though into the maze, playing down below towards the pipes, isolates these angles so very well with the Phantom, and Blurred's the one with a rifle in hand. The swing comes, there's the peek too. The Nano Swarm though doing immense damage, and Blurred now from above spot, and he's moving, but the clutch comes Astro's way, and finally the BAIS are able to pull away with a small lead.
Finally, a team slightly getting away with it, but look at how much work they had to put in to really break this streak. The showstopper, the double delayed satchel, and fighting for his life was Astro. We mentioned of his impact on the previous rounds, but there, he's just tracking on that whole line to make sure that he can get it.
Yeah, man, like Blurred's saying, hey, I'm from Genki Sushi, I'm gonna try to get into this line, right? But in the end, Astro just tracks him down, and of all the players here from the BAIS, I feel like Astro is truly the most consistent one in terms of impact in this game, in the series so far.
Consistency, very important, especially that you're relying on him so much to stay alive. But here comes, let me guess, a drone from Ching.
Oh.
And there it goes. And the dogfight begins again.
Here, playing with those drones, these Sovas. Now the Swarm also to dissuade the push onto the right-hand side. Not only that though, Exotic now bringing out the Operator. And it has been a case of deja vu with minor modifications throughout this game so far. But that's even better now for the BAIS. A pick onto V-Black removes the smokes from Geek Fam on their defense. With the Toxic Screen, there's still the Omen lobbing the dark cover from across the map. But this is the BAIS now setting the tempo the way they want to.
But the thing about the Omen is he's so far, he can't actually use that paranoia. These smokes really do nothing if they're able to have the confidence to take that space, but there comes the incoming shots.
And they're happy to play the clear sightlines anyway, and Geek Fam find 3 along the way. The BAIS still making their way onto the side. For what? For unfortunately nothing. Astro needs to respect this lockdown. It's a 1v2 in front of him. He has a little bit of time to try and find isolated angles. But the screen goes up. And GEEK fam, they're moving over the opposite nest just to have a better angle perhaps.
How's
They're
the
not
timing?
watching the spike though. And Astro, he's hoofing it to get the retrieval of it. Goes for the tap. Now we'll stick the plant. But
Oh,
here
no.
comes Sladom from the conveyor belt itself, from that rappel. And here we go again. Special delivery Dyname is GEEK fam.
It's almost the last. It is literally the last round, actually. It still looks like the first round at the end of it. Everyone just fighting towards this A site. But this time, Astro, he gets the timing. I thought there was a chance that he was going to actually detain himself to actually pull the pressure. But the same effect did happen by just waiting for it. Unfortunately for him, though, he had no info of the two players. And GEEK fam, being the disciplined team that they are, were just holding together.
Yeah, it was two of them coming the way of Astro. Even if he found Sladom, there would have been no time to plant it down. And another angle to watch out for. It's really been GEEK fam and their defense tested over the, I'd say, over and over again, assault of the BAIS. But this is a little bit different. The Insanity tries to find a little bit of a meal here on to the kitchen. But Blurred will say, no meal stubs for you, good sir. Hunter's Fury now to call. Ching trying to play the guessing game. Doesn't get much from it. And not only that, GEEK fam has had enough of this A offense. They set up the Viper Spit on top of 410 here.
Yeah, they just don't deal with this area anymore. They've seen too much of it. 11 rounds, it's like 22 minutes of your life throwing mollies in the same direction. They want to do something different. Maybe pivot to some bright new ideas here, as the dark covers do. Give them a bit more breathing room as they push on to more control towards A.
Hey Fluffy, so can you say that this is a game of repetition?
I think it's more of like innovation at this point, to be honest with you. But there's a lot of people that say a lot of things, so we'll never know.
Yeah, I mean, these players, they've been absolute machines at what they need to do, right? But in any case, the BAIS have changed the destination. Finally, we see a little bit more of B. Hydra Kid's the one. A little surprised. He's like, finally? Is this my time to strike? And this is even better for the BAIS. They have their own Viper Spit. Astro gonna set it down.
He has the Viper Spit in place already. Some spam's gonna come through. Hydra Kid waiting for his teammate, but that plant is the safest I've ever seen. But there comes the blast from downtown to get one.
Ooh, so far away, and Blurred is just Mr. 3K2. They went B, they got nothing from it, and in the end, the score is tied for the, I'd say, probably like the 10th time in this game here. We go again. The sides will swap, sure, but this is truthfully the closest we've seen from GEEK fam in the BAIS.
Very, very true. Cool transition there too with the Omen TP. But at the end of it, lesson learned. That's why we don't go B. We just get blasted. And if the same thing happens, it's like a magnet. You know, you go to A, you get hit by a Viper Molly. You go to B, somehow you still tank the Viper Molly. It's like impossible to really break through this map. There are a couple of map changes, and I'm surprised that they're not taking more of that mid approach, which Riot themselves told us to do.
Look, Yin Santi tried to do so. What happened? He died.
Ah, true.
Yeah, so really the answer is go A every day, all day. But enough jokes here. It was truthfully a good recovery for GEEK fam there near the tail end. I would honestly say that the BAIS got a lot more space than GEEK fam was ready from. But then you'd have players like Blurred who'd get a 3K. You'd have V Black actually in those very cheeky corners to play from. And it's just those small adjustments GEEK fam did in that first half to make sure that this is tied now coming into the second.
Look at the difference, though, with the BAIS defense. Still having that aggression. Not just util, but they put their actual players deep to control more of this A site. Because the hit actually is towards B.
Yeah, and
but they still love A.
I mean, let's not forget, it's still double duelist, and the BAIS will want to get as much active map control with this composition as possible. But GEEK fam, it's a different destination for them. They move into the B sites. They get the scan onto Kel. Ching, though, wins it out immensely against V Black. And that's a big pick. The Toxic Serene is gone. And because of it, GEEK fam say, guys, A is clear. It was a joke all along. We're still playing into A here.
Classic. And they still have Hydra Kid as well to go for the smokes in case he does that. He has a little dark cover there. It goes down now to block off that heaven position. They're just going to defend screen, I guess, by playing the up-down angles once they do set up, because this plant is pretty clean.
I mean, it's a good call for GEEK fam. They can't play the top screen anymore. Might as well play somewhere safer. Dark cover yet again is the call. Blurred had the chance, but Ching wins the isolated duel. Ching with another one, and Ching with the 3K before he's found. Sladom all alone now. He got the scan, but he cannot fight back. Astro coming his way, and the pistol this time, it will swing in favor of the BAIS.
He brings out the hammer, but that's not enough. He is a worthy opponent but not this time around. Only one player falls, and Ching, before he even did, was able to get like 2 players. So they win that pistol. The question is, can they push this advantage? Can somebody get a lead?
We got 2 a while ago. Honestly, a little bit giggly from this game. I look at the minimap, and I feel like half of it is kind of irrelevant right now. In any case, that was a good rotation for GEEK fam. The retake from the BAIS are better, and with the anti-eco now, plus of course the more aggressive stance that the BAIS are trying to play here, I have to wonder, what can GEEK fam do here to mitigate the space that the BAIS can make?
I love how they're still keeping up with this aggression here as they make contact. Gi and Santi finding one already.
I mean, that's gonna be the call here. You got Senior Carl, you got Gi and Santi. And truthfully, they've been one of the most synchronized duos we've seen throughout this group stage. And they're a relatively new team together. So well done so far by Gian and Carl. You also see GEEK fam now playing into B with B Black leading the charge. But with his demise, that wall will drop. And Hydra Kid needs to deal with his old teammate Kel. So there you go. BAIS saying bye-bye to anyone coming their way. 1 HP, not enough for Kel to survive. But beyond that, it's GEEK fam falling and the BAIS will get a gap now going.
Finally, something happening to this game, giving an opponent the chance really to build up an even bigger lead. So far, equal to the one we've seen previously, but this round, I like the aggression coming from the defenders of how they're able to really maximize their weapons. I feel like a lot of teams are actually kind of scared when they win the round. They're like, okay, we'll play very far, but the BAIS are not afraid to take the fight knowing that they have the advantage, and that's something worth doing. It is a strength if you have the confidence to really back it up, which is not lacking from a team like the BAIS.
Yeah, the BAIS, they're very confident, to say the least, in what they want to do and what they need to do. They go for a dart early on, and with that time bought, Gi and Santi picks up the orb, and that's one way to also stifle the GEEK fam aggression, right? If they can't play the ultimates, and we've seen for them, players like Sadam and B-Black can make a play from having that ultimate to begin with. It's one way for the BAIS to make their lives easier moving forward.
Bird just trying to sneak his way into a cheekier position here. At least all of them are alive so far, but the space that they've taken on the defensive side on B with that Raze being postured so deeply kind of confirms this A hit already. Their Killjoy is surely going to reposition as the shots do trade up.
Yeah, Ching swings, not punished there, and the BAIS, they know now A is still the contact point so far. Gi and Santi setting up well by screens. That's the anti-410 angle, and Exotic will pay the price for it. The BAIS holding on over onto the backside though with a bit of firepower. Astro spotted already. V-Black able to flush him out. Beautiful shock dart to pepper Ching and allow Sladum to confirm the kill. GEEK fam now, they have control of A, but there's a flank awaiting them. Watch out now for Senior Carl and where he can actually strike. V-Black assassinated. Hydra Kid, it's the same fate. And Senior Carl, the boombot up close, and Kel will confirm the kill. Not too sure why he'd do that, but it's nicely done by Senior Carl anyway.
Trying to give him a gift of a new life there as he responds to the next round. But this one, what a beautiful flank. I think a lot of, not just what we saw in his shots, but Senior Carl's ability to get that deep onto B kind of just helps his whole team to reposition towards that A site. And it's something that's helped them really pull that lead away. And looking at the BAIS buy, they now have an outlaw of their own, Gi and Santi, trying to bring out his own exotic version of what he can do with that weapon.
Yeah, joke time's over. This is the biggest gap we've seen in this game, and the BAIS are looking to keep the ball rolling. GEEK fam, they're gonna struggle here with an eco state. Sheriff's Stinger, that's all they got to work with. Ultimates of impact, really Sladum's the only one closest to it so far. So the BAIS, wisely, they're gonna be backing on away so far. They have the rifles to play from rafters if ever. The smoke is there. Ching is gonna go for the Aldrin though to make sure it's safe for them to cross, and they realize Nest Belt, those are positions of power that GEEK fam can take from. Astra now with the spray down though, ready to contend onto the site. It's 2 for 2. GEEK fam, they've closed the distance to at least make these sheriffs count, and that's exactly what happens. Kel's the only one still standing here, and GEEK fam with the big thrifty to keep them in this game.
What a beautiful way to really confirm that. I thought they were going to get halted for a bit there because that wall was just keeping so much pressure for the side of the BAIS on the defense, making sure that they can't take that front side power. But look at how they sneak through with these Sheriffs, landing 2 already on Ginsanti and Astro. The response skills do happen, but at the end, Blurred as well as Slatham do get those impact frags to secure that 3, in fact, for Killjoy.
I mean, you think the plan there for the BAIS is to wait for the opportunity to play from rafters, move on down to hold the long angles, but it was a little too late from what they really wanted. GEEK fam in position to hit some nutty headshots with the Sheriff, and now the Hunter's Fury is on. They're trying to confirm a kill here, either onto Sladam or onto Exotic. There's the final shot, courtesy of Ching. Doesn't get much, but at least it's damage and intel, knowing that GEEK fam are playing it slower this time.
It's really scary too, because the amount of mollies that they do have for the side of the BAIS can really just remove Exotic from the equation. But as I say that, Blurred just gets taken out by Senior Carl.
Yeah, it's a different coefficient. It's Blurred gone. And we've seen how impactful he's been for GEEK fam so far in this map. Hydra Kid, though, at least answering back. Ginsanti now knows less of his angles are kept in check. Needs to reposition away with the operator. This could be some good timing for V Black. Astro has already evacuated the mid area. Ching is not going to see this coming until the jump peak, and V Black gets away in time to survive.
Survive indeed. And the rest of his team trying to live off his sacrifice as they now rotate towards this favorite A site of mine. Exotic leading the charge, even at low HP, ready for the trade of his teammates. Primes the dash, but Dash is back.
Yeah, Ginsanti tries to hit the shot. GEEK fam now will cross on through. Do they expect Astro here, though? The answer is no. And Astro again and again looking amazing with his shots. It's Ginsanti now versus Sladam. This one box is the only thing keeping Sladam alive. A darts and a dink. That's it as the BAIS get the double digits.
Yes, they do. Finally, ever so close here. 3 rounds left. Maybe close out this series, keep their streak. Maybe not of map wins, but at least win series wins up and alive. Ginsanti now with the operator, ready to hold down those long angles. Bladestorm 2, if he gets the first pick off. And Astro, if he gets the setup on site, maybe 1 kill or orb or plant, it's going to be able to really secure that for them for the retake.
Yeah, but GEEK fam, they haven't found as much of an, I'd honestly say, of a strong round here for the past few ones. It really has just been the BAIS instead keeping the tempo in check, making sure that they do damage early. And just because of the initial pre-fire angles, right, we've seen GEEK fam slow down their offense even more so. So the Blades here, courtesy of Exotic. So one big chance for GEEK fam to try and make their way into B. Waiting out the Poison Cloud to dissipate the Snakebite, though, immediately onto the Cubby. And GEEK fam knows there's a big presence waiting for them on the other side.
Well, look at how many players are here, though. Only 3 for the attackers. Hydra Kid gonna be the first one on the mark. That's a risky place to put your smoke out in the open. If Kel chose to peek there, could be deadly. But the rest of the team waiting for that Viper to come in close, and they still have that lurk as they explode.
Yeah, here comes Exotic, and from above, Kel will fall. Up close too, gets a little bit of that elevation, and Astro survives with 50 HP. Ginsanti, though, prepared for anyone coming his way. V Black falls now. The shock dart will pepper him, sure. But GEEK fam, they found their way in. Here comes Blurred yet again. The lurk finding value. But watch out for Senior Carl also. Blast back now, as well as the showstopper. Goodbye to the detain. Hello now to Paranoia 2. And it's Ching on board as well. 2v2 as the BAIS equalize with explosions. Sladam spotted out now. Senior Carl waiting for the timing. And it's Hydra Kid looking for a chance to potentially go for a double up if ever. They dart Snowman now. They're keeping Ching at base. Senior Carl repositioning instead. And it's quite a tango for these two teams. The position left behind by GEEK fam, the BAIS are trying to take it. The swing comes from Ching anyway with low HP here. Sladam still holding by his lonesome over onto the right side of yellow. Here he comes to swing off the Senior Carl. Ching tried to get away with the defuse, but it's not far enough. Sladam does it all near the tail end, and GEEK fam make it to 8.
Senior Carl, man, they're really trying their best here, popping that showstopper. I thought that was enough, breaking the lockdown as well, buying his team so much hope to get away from this early picks coming in from GEEK fam, but they were just too low and too open here on the B side. That's the downside. That it's the bigger reason actually of like real talk, why people go A is because it's safer to really plant the spike and it's easier to post plant. The problem with B is if one person dies, you lose so much control of it. But if you can really keep that advantage up, bring them low, it's very free to play the post plant on B.
Yeah, and this is a chance here for Geek Fam to do just that. They're moving in now with quick yellow control. They also have the talk screen set up as per usual to cover their cross, but there's still that hesitation. The nature of the site really needs them to keep the smokes going, and that's exactly what they're doing with dark cover so far.
What is exotic sense here? It's exotic in its own right. It's jittering around at the correct angles, but the correct timing comes for Senior Carl. I think they heard the knife and the jump as well. Very aware of this possible flank, but maybe only expecting one.
I mean, they spotted out each other with the jump peek, especially. Like you mentioned it, Blurred saw one. Does he expect three to come his way now? Here we go, Nanoswarm with the stall still. Ian Santi already with the blades, and the long angle is perfect for Sladum to work with. Hydra and Exotic already getting one apiece. It's Geek Fam all getting on the board, and it's all left to Ching to try and find impact. There's nothing. Flawlessly done by Geek Fam now, and now very successful B-side take.
It's a very, very interesting thing to find that Geek Fam has so much success on this site. Partly it's because the double controller allows him to just keep those long angle smoke for a longer time. The biggest issue generally is when you only have that Viper, it's so hard to just play with that wall timing. This time around though, they have a lot more options opened up here with Hydra Kid being on Omen. And aside from that, the fact that they were on that better buy just makes that range game all in their favor. But the buys though, they really need to get their momentum back, and hopefully gain sanity on this operator as well as the Viper's Pit can prove pivotal to change this round.
I mean, you know this is right. They waited for those smokes to get back online before they went for it. The buys, though, running out of this lead, and here we go again. Ching will fall again. Sandy still stable onto the pipes, gets his first kill, but not the second shot. And this begs the question here for Geek Fam. Do they continue on? Seems like the answer no so far.
At least they get a free pick there. Blur gets traded out. Ching, that's info gone for them, so they're gonna have to be playing blind for the next minute and a half.
I mean, they're very wary though of what angle Giansanti can take now with this operator, and not only that, the buys have Kel stationed towards B, so it's very much so an anchored position. They're gonna have to rely on V Black instead, making his mark towards mid just like Blur did a while ago. Exotic though, moving into green now. You see the operator is posted up yet again, and that's the speed of the rotation here for Giansanti. Can he hit the shot though? He's daring to cross into yellow. Kel doesn't even see anything coming, and here comes Giansanti with the shot, misses it, and Sladum will punish it accordingly.
That's the biggest gun that they had. The timing as well, perfect for Gian, but misses the shot. Flying in comes Kel and shut down.
Exotic delivers his life to Kel there, and V-Black on the other hand with kitchen control. Still, it's something that Geek Fam can work with, and not only that, V-Black already seals the deal. We are tied up yet again.
It's hero time with this amount of tens, and it's a laughing game right now. We have to figure out what they're gonna do. I mean, only pistols though for the buys. Very difficult to convert this one.
What else does the buys need to do right now?
They need to buy.
I mean,
that's what they need to do.
No way, right? But truth be told, you see it for them. It's just the timings of Geek Fam, not just on the mid lurk, but also how they cross from green to yellow. It really seems like they're so coordinated with how they play off the toxic screen setup. It's a big reason too why the buys has to keep someone always playing into B. We beamed it a little bit that it's been an A map so far, but we're seeing right now why Geek Fam is running this double control for a lot more safety, security, and to play out these more open angles.
The one thing it does give that you mentioned is just the option to go B, which already is scary in its own right. It's more angles than just easily just holding down A. It's less of a struggle, and the buys, they really have to figure out this time out rather, because they're not really getting the momentum that they once had on the attack. It feels like every time that Geek Fam adjusts to their strategy, it takes a longer time for the buys to really figure out what we need to do to counteract that plan. And I think it's kind of awkward because you'd think for a more veteran stack, they would get used to it faster, but actually it's Geek Fam being able to be so disciplined together. And that's just because of how long they've been together as a core, honestly.
Yeah, don't forget, they're a unit together, and after the coach, rather the timeout there from Coach Rabbits, it's the buys are only got to have the sheriff so far. So 2 ultimates still able to be used here by Kel and Astro. but they're still gonna need these picks from someone like Senior Carl. Green taken now here by Geek Fam, and on to B side they go again.
On to B side, trying to get their success back up. They know that they're on the eco. They can play this long range game. They have the resmokes and all the advantages that we mentioned earlier, but Kel this time around, he does have the lockdown to push them even further if he can get into a good position, if they can get a couple of picks here, because that's a very quick and safe plant.
Yeah, this is such a secure position for Geek Fam now. The hard part of playing into B is done. The spike has been firmly planted, and the angles that they can play from here are what they want to utilize. The lockdown, though, is going to put on the pressure. You have to think, if you're B-Black, do I stay and keep the Viper's Pit alive? Senior Carlo and Ching already finding the corner to play from. And here comes the BAIS on defuse duty already. 2 are down. Blurred, though, rushing on in. B-Black, same case. They get the kills, yes, but they cannot stop the defuse from going. Astro, even! Where did these 3 kills come from? And the Sheriff is sublime. The BAIS with an incredible thrifty round.
That one lockdown that we were talking about earlier literally saved it from them. There's no way for them to break that safely. And because they just went completely off-site, not even bothering to leave maybe 1 or 2 players to fight and just do anything to disrupt that clean retake, gave them so much more room on the front side of B to basically just take control. And that Viper Spit in combination with everything just really pushed that into an endgame position, as now the BAIS with the lead has their own buy.
I mean, they know where they're gonna be trapped, right? And exactly what the BAIS exploited all throughout. Geek Fam, it's a make or break moment here. They're gonna be running out of the economy if they lose out on this round yet again. Ooh, the BAIS push it towards mid right now. Geek Fam still stabilizing towards that B site yet again. And Exotic, he's been happy to take this high ground position. Not this time, Gian Santi says from afar.
The operator doing work already. That's the Jet, not even able to use his dash there.
Blurred holding steady. Senior Carl, though, happy to challenge. And Geek Fam, their pace has been slowed to a crawl with a setup of the BAIS already. So a Cloud now to cover the cross again. You get the toxic screen being set on up, and overall, it's still Geek Fam struggling to find their way in. They're looking for any kind of pick here towards mid especially. But Senior Carl is holding steady still here.
It's just a scary angle for Carl to hold, though. He can't see the entrance anywhere, but the game sense is telling him that Blurred might walk into his crosshair.
And exactly that, trained into the window, and that opening by the BAIS will allow them at least a chance now to keep the advantage going. V-Black, though, slipping on in while this all happens. Slado now up close and personal with Ching, and Geek Fam are gonna get the plat down anyway. Senior Carl still finding a frag from afar. It's 2v3 as Gian Santi and the rest are trying to move on forward from the Shadow Zone to reposition. Hydra Kid wants to play from green and play the other angle there alongside Sladom, but Sladom's gone. Showstopper is prime, and it's Hydra Kid who sends Senior Carl packing. 1v1 now. Hydra Kid with that initial reposition, giving a chance for him to teleport on again. Gian Santi kept guessing, looking on the round from above. The rifle is out and about, and Gian Santi sends him to the ground. It's the BAIS here on match point now.
Such a gamble for the match point there. On one hand, yes, if you TP on the spot, maybe it's expected, but the opening picks here with the operator really is what slowed down. Because those small adjustments have been coming through here for the side of the BAIS.
You said a while ago, when will the adjustments come from the BAIS? After the tactical pause, they've understood the situation well. Started with the lockdown, now with oppression from the operator. This is it for them. If they get this round, they take the series.
What a round. And honestly, you couldn't even get to this point if they didn't win that eco by Astro a couple of rounds ago, as well as the rest of the team with the nades. Hydra Kid changing pace a bit here and going towards it more mid-side, using a lot of these Omen TPs that I don't think has been maximized as much as we'd like to see.
And there's no escape for Hydra Kid whatsoever. Geek Fam, they had enough to buy on up into the round, but they don't have that second set of smokes anymore. They're gonna rely on the lockdown instead, but they're still rethinking it. Do they even dare cross into B here?
The problem is the lockdown range isn't far enough, and it allows Gian Santi to peek. Yes, they have the wall, but these are still pre-fireable angles. It looks like an open area, but they're forced onto these chokes, and the gas already down.
Yeah, just no coverage whatsoever. Geek Fam kept already a mile away, and from what we've seen so far, they're willing to wait things out for the time being. The scan, though, it's not gonna get the intel, but there's confirmation. Someone's still nearby towards yellow here.
I think the nerves are starting to hit GEEK fam here. Not coordinating that lockdown with the Viper's gas is one of the biggest things that will impact this game. No more free sight now. Now they have to fight for it, and there comes the utility pushing him back.
Dude, as soon as he tapped that spike, he got hit by a shock dart, and Via Black has to back on away elsewhere. They're eventually gonna get the plant going. Exotic also trying to come up close.
Brave.
The timer ticking, it's very brave, but they get away with it for the time being. Blurred though, finding Ching. Here comes the operator. Exotic is caught as he lands on down. Blades out here for Giansanity. The Hunter's Fury is tracked down, and Giansanity, here he comes. 3 for Giansanity to end it on a high note, and the BAIS will take the series 2-1.
The power of friendship is there, and the friends win in the end. The BAIS finally win this bout. They duke it out. They keep their streak of games alive, and though they drop the map, they do learn a lot more about their team and how they can play together, because GEEK fam did put up a great fight.
Yeah, star-studded roster and entertaining past few rounds to bring in that victory. It was literally back and forth there, Fluffy, for the first half of Icebox. It ended 6-6, but when we saw the adjustment for GEEK fam to play into B, that was the true test for the BAIS. You have to question, how do they adjust? What do they play in terms of their positions, in terms of their guns? How do they stop this double controller setup? We found the answers from that lockdown round, and moving forward, it was all the BAIS from that point on.
It's just that firepower at the end really shining through. I mean, on one hand, yes, you gotta learn from your mistakes, but play to your strength as well. And the operator in the hands of Giansanity got a lot of those long-range kills, because the one thing that they realized too is when they play a lot on top of this top yellow spot, there's a lot of times that this jet just gets taken down, and Exotic not being able to be the vanguard of their team really puts a lot of stopping power and to their push itself, and they have to wait for so many things. If they lose a controller, if there's no Viper gas, a lot of timings that they have to do together.
As soon as they got the operator right, it was just a completely different game set up there by the BAIS. Let's check out the stats though, because I really want to see who's going to take the MVP here for both of these two teams right now. There were so many players that found moments there to make. I'd honestly start with Blur getting multiple 3Ks around. You'd see V Black also getting good lurk into mid, but then on the other side, Giansanity, operator, yes, that's cool and all, but Astro suddenly, Sheriff shots abound. How many times did we see it that Astro would get multiple kills with his Sheriff just to bring it back for the side of the BAIS?
Not just the Sheriff, sometimes the Classic, and a lot of 1v4 situations, he does end up getting a lot of frags, not just in this map, but if we're looking at the entire series as a whole, he is one of my top contenders for it. Coming back to the PH, and a very good, strong showing for him.
Yeah. Well, we'll see now as we will end the day with the BAIS victory, and 24 kills established here by Giansanity to take those top honors. And look at the 6 first kills that he has here, Fluffy. I dare say that most of that came in from that second half, from those last few rounds. Sladam, though, on the other hand, taking top honors for GEEK fam. You gotta give it to him. He's had an incredible series, and is a big reason why GEEK fam was in this competition in the first place.
Exactly. I mean, the adaptation, and I feel like the past couple of maps, honestly, Sladam has been probably the MVP for their team, except for maybe the first where it was V Black. But one or two of these players have always shined through, and he's been one of the most consistent ones we've seen out there, and one of the better ones that I've seen improve towards, you know, even from the previous rosters. But of course, you can't take away from that hard-earned victory from the BAIS. The rest of his team, Senior Carl, nice to see back on Raze. Astro returning, very strong. And Ching, it's my favorite pilot for this recon.
The master of the Aldrone. Many times you saw play towards pipes and enjoy the show to get the intel, but in the end, I do feel like GEEK fam, they just couldn't handle that elongated pressure compared to the BAIS, where the BAIS were playing a little bit more fast and loose, and then suddenly setting up the right tools for the right job. It was GEEK fam who looked very lost in what they needed to do when they couldn't get the play that they wanted. It was just always Exotic getting caught out there by the yellow crate, as you mentioned. You'd see moments where Hydra Kid would be found early on as well, and it really was a cause of concern for GEEK fam all throughout that last stretch of rounds.
I mean, look at these highlights. surprisingly, they're on the A side as well, making sure that they get the frags that they need to convert a lot of these rounds. But this is where most of that back and forth did happen. I feel like that separation really happened towards that B side of things. That's another continent away.
It's been a tale of two sides here for both of these halves and both of these teams. While the BAIS enjoyed and employed an A approach, GEEK fam, they tried to make the B magic happen. Overall though, I do feel like you see some of these long-range angles, and that's where the BAIS were able to exploit how GEEK fam was approaching this B side. Snowman was such a strong position moving forward, and even if they lost that mid and kitchen control, it was something that the BAIS had very much so safely in their own side that there was no real way for GEEK fam to find impact elsewhere.
Exactly, but you can really see the difference of when a team has that amount of initiating power with that many flashes to support their team. It's a lot more one-sided whenever you can see that team really support their duelists. And on a map like Icebox, you just have the controller, so everyone's just kind of trading evenly. I think that speaks more volumes to GEEK fam's improvement as a team, being able to fight against these veteran players that we have.
Yeah, GEEK fam, they're showing that they're quite a unit, but unfortunately for them, it will lead to them having a 1-2 record right now. The BAIS, on the other hand, keeping it clean, going for more of a 2-0 approach. And not only that, I think really their map streak is broken, but their series streak, it lives on to fight for another one. So it's good to see really these open qualifier teams do so well so far. If you've noticed, right, who is at the very top because they have more matches. You have the MEOW squad of Old Stinky Cat, you have the BAIS, and it just goes to show there's a lot more of these newer configurations here in VCTPH that we have to watch out for.
Exactly. I mean, the competition from now on will just get fiercer and fiercer. But that's enough for me and Dax, and we should get our thoughts from the proper analysts back on the panel.
Series, nakita natin, sobrang dikit. We never imagined na ang series na to ay magiging ganito kadikit. But Taylor and Rico, ano masabi niya about that series?
Nakalimutan ko lang nga kung ano nangyari sa first two maps eh. Ganun katindi yung naging third game na meron tayo dito. Sobrang back and forth yung nangyari sa sitwasyon na yon. From game 1 up until game 2, umabot tayo ng game number 3 kung saan akala ko wala ng B-site pero posible palang mag-B.
Oo nga eh, kasi I think dun sa unang punto ko, bago pa magsimula yung series, kailangan parang yung lilook forward ko yung mga thrifties talaga ng GEEK fam, kasi feeling ko yun talaga yung nagpa-extend talaga ng series natin eh, yung mga thrifty hindi tuloy napuputol tuloy yung momentum kumbaga ng mga device.
Yun yung napansin natin, which is very big commendation sa GEEK fam kahit na hindi napunta sa kanila yung laban. Speaking of the winners, tingnan natin kung sino nga ba ang pinaka-standout player. Look at the series or match MVP natin. Walang iba kung hindi si...
Ayun!
Insanity. Alam nyo, ganda nung pinakita niya sa pinakahuling sequence kung saan nakakuha pa siya ng 3K. It even punishing yung Sova ng i-defend to eventually finish off the game. At yun, ang kanyang mga stats dito. Anong standout nga ba ang performance ni Giansanity? Bakit siya naging MVP of this match?
I mean, you have that Giansanity, yung mechanical firepower na kaya niyang dalhin, yung aggressiveness na kaya niyang dalhin sa mga rounds na nakikita natin dito. And then, additional to that as well, Riku, idagdag mo pa si Senior Carl na napakasakit din sa ulo ng kalaban. These two combinations that we have, you have MVP for Giansanity, but it means a lot yung support din ng entire team around him, playing around the map.
Yun nga eh. At one point na parang pag ganun kadikit yung mga puntos, paano ka makakapag-perform under that kind of pressure? So it was Giansanity with the operator, a very expensive buy, being able to get a lot of value off of that.
Taas na nga naman ng value. At sila nanalo. Congratulations. Of course, that's Giansanity, the MVP. At balita ko ay meron daw tayong makakausap mula sa the BAIS ngayon after their victory. Of our interview. At syempre, yung MVP, yung makausap natin, Giansanity, congratulations.
Hello mga bay.
Kamusta naman ang pakiramdam after that win?
Hello,
Thank you.
It
felt really good. Akala namin another team na naman na 2-0. I think we really wanted that for our track record, but minsan nag-leak out yung mga lack of experience namin as a team because, you know, as I think I posted, we only had 2 weeks together as a team. Minsan nagli-leak out yun. Sometimes we don't get to play the right way against a certain team if they play like this play style na di namin na experience pa. But we're just happy in the end, like everything pulled through and went great for us.
Yeah. At some point, Gian Sanity, parang yung laban nyo, especially pagdating sa Icebox kanina, it seems like every single time, nasa A site kayo. Wala nang B site, nabura na sa mapa yung B site para sa Icebox. At some point, na pantay yung laban. Ano yung thought process ng entire team and how did you adjust to it?
Was this attacking or defending?
Both! Kasi ang dikit ng laban nyo until lumaki yung gap na meron kayo. Ano yung naging parang tipping point about it?
Well, knowing Ching, whenever sobrang confident namin, we just fight whatever they have for us dun sa A. When it's like pag yung enemy is like doing good, we do something different. But if not, kaya namin like ng manpower, we just hit it. So defense naman, I think kita nyo yun, we kind of have gaps sa mid. But I was happy na na-fix namin mid-round. Hindi na kami double A ni Carl and then we did something different. Na-fix namin yung gap sa mid. And then I think after nun, GEEK fam had nowhere else to go aside sa B. So we just played it through lang.
Amazing performance though para sa adapting and changes na kaya nyong gawin. But I think Rico also has a question for you guys and for you maybe.
Oh yes, congratulations ulit sa inyong panalo dito. Ang aking katanungan, Gian Sanity, since dalawang laban na kayo dito sa tournament na ito, sino pa yung team na gusto nyong, parang excited kayong labanan dito sa tournament at bakit?
Some of my team members, na us, some of it, Oasis, kasi those two, honestly, they're like top 1 and 2 PH for like 1 year na. I think that would be a really interesting battle and some just us yung gustong lalaban talaga. we wanna get back our rep from them kasi hindi talaga kami naniwala na matalo kami nun kasi best of 1 lang yun during qualifiers. I think we're very confident against them and we're excited to go up against them again dito sa group stage.
And we are excited to see that for sure. Ngayon,
Same!
Gian, bigyan na natin ng chance si Gian na magbigay ng mga shoutouts or magpasalamat sa kung sino man. Like, kakatapos na ng Valentine's, baka meron kang mga special mention for that. So, go ahead and say your messages.
Shoutout muna sa mga teammates ko na sobrang galing. Grabe yung parang every scream ni talaga namin na mag-improve to get this far. I hope we go all the way on this group stage. I hope we make it to playoffs and so far. And to our supporters din, mga bay, kahit mga taga-London dyan, mga mga Bisacol, mga kahit Tagalog, fan pa din. Kahit isa lang Bisaya na alam nyo, fan pa din namin kayo. Thank you so much for the support lagi, especially nung sa with the help ni Kel pala sa mga nag-donate doon. Thank you so much for that. We really appreciate it. Naiyak talaga si Kel nun. And as about that, thank you so much for the support talaga and we'll continue doing our best as a team.
Alright, that is Gian mula sa The BAIS. Let's continue supporting them. Congratulations ulit sa panalo. You can now rest or baka mag-training pa kayo. We don't know. Thank you so much.
Paalam, bye!
Bye!
Alright.
Literal bye! Paalam! Yun na lang!
Bye!
Tama ka pa rin. So, that was a wonderful interview that we've had and a wonderful week para sa unang salvo ng VCT PH 2024. Of course, brought to us by Mineski Global, the official tournament organizer for the 2024 VALORANT Challengers Philippines, presented by PPGL, the largest multi-gaming sports league in the country.
Yan. Maraming salamat din, syempre. Of course, sa ating official super app na Grab. You can score Grab's lowest prices with up to 15% cheaper fares pagdating sa Grab's Car Saver. Pati na rin sa mga delivery fees nyo as low as 15 pesos with Grab Food Saver din naman. Pati mga meals nyo, pwede rin maging 99 pesos with a Grab Food Saver meal. So, silipin nyo na yan.
And syempre, last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Thank you po!
Maraming salamat. And although tapos muna sa ngayong linggo ang aksyon para sa VCTPH 2024, suportahan nyo pa rin po yung mga teams natin na maglalaro naman dun sa Pacific. And I believe some of the casters as well, internationally and locally, ay magko-cover niyan. So aabangan namin kayo. In fact, bukas na agad yan. So konting pahinga lang. Konting-konti lang na pahinga.
Magnanap lang ako, tas cast na ulit.
Exactly. Actually, totoo yun. Maaga rin yung call time ni Taylor bukas. At para sa lahat, maraming salamat po sa panonood. On behalf of all of the casters, this has been VCT PH 2024. Good game and good night.
Warriors fighting back. There's the showstopper, and it's flying down. No, they don't overwhelm. They don't overwhelm at all. This is going to be pandemonium. He spots out two. He spots out two, and Nico gets it. Risky as can be. Oh my God!